Our tale begins in a shadowy, dimly lit cave teeming with the monsters we detest. At present, they are rejoicing over the demise of their leader. The death of the chief brings an opportunity to seize his weapon and other belongings. The large goblin sprawled on the ground must be the chief, and the smaller ones rummaging through his body are the brainless fools. They can't even decide who will claim the wooden club. Two little goblins settled their dispute over who gets to be the next chief in the only way they knew, by fighting it out. Whoever survives is deemed right. If you ever see goblins fighting, it's best to close your eyes because their brutality is unmatched. They scratch, bite, and employ every dirty trick while cursing at each other. Naturally, the rest of the goblin lair gravitates towards the violence, forming a circle and cheering for the combatants to finish each other off. Among the audience, one goblin remembered that the chief had left some untouched prey deeper in the cave. Now that no one technically owns the prey, they can go and claim it for themselves. However, there's a problem with that plan. A fierce guardian is protecting the prey. This guardian, another goblin, is different from the others. As he walks towards the prey, the rest of the lair watches him with disdain and hatred. Known as the guardian of the prey, he is a reviled figure, covering himself like a human. Some goblins think he's keeping the prey for himself, so they plan to follow him until they find the prey. The more cautious goblin, however, prefer to wait a bit longer, knowing some goblins have already gone to search the cave right after the chief's death. These are tough goblins, and once the fighting starts, the smarter and more cautious ones can swoop in. The outcast goblin hears everything they whisper behind his back. Then he hears a woman's desperate screams for help from deep within the cave, prompting him to run as fast as he can. As he reaches the entrance of the chief's room, the pleas grow louder. The outcast rushes into the dark room, finding the prey fighting for her life and dignity as goblins hold her down. She doesn't want to bear goblin children. The goblins and the prey notice the outcast's arrival simultaneously. She cries and begs for help more desperately. The outcast pleads with the goblins to release her, but they ignore him. In the room, skeletal remains of various creatures are scattered everywhere. The largest goblin in the room confronts the outcast, claiming the prey as his own after the chief's death. If the outcast disagrees and tries to take the prey, he could die at the hands of the goon goblins. 3 goblins charge at him from the front. They are clumsy, but they have the advantage of numbers. Dodging is his only option. The outcast can't believe these low-level goblins are giving him such a hard time. They ineptly scratch and bite him, tearing his cloak. But the outcast grits his teeth and focuses. He can't die here. He needs to survive. His desperation leads to goblin blood spilling on the floor. Once he fells the first goblin, the other 2 are gripped with fear. The outcast uses his roughly made dagger to take one down and scare the other. He raises the janky blade, threatening to kill them if they don't leave. These goblins only act tough when they feel secure in their numbers, but in real danger, they fold. That's happening now. They were cocky claiming the prey, but at the sight of a weapon, they flee. Our boy heaves a sigh of relief, his adrenaline through the roof. The girl thanks him for saving her once again. Unlike the other goblins, our boy never laid a finger on her. He would risk his life to protect her repeatedly. She doesn't want him harmed, as he's different from the other goblins. She says it's always been this way. Our boy, once human, awakened in the same miserable room where prey was kept. Instead of meeting God after being hit by a dump truck, he was transported to another world with a system. Though he has an op system, it's not fully activated. He can see some of his stats, but it doesn't seem to have other useful functions. However, he hasn't been idle. He has been talking with prey, gaining some understanding of this mystical world. Unlike his previous world, this realm is home to powerful races, creatures, and monsters. Humans have carved out their place on this warring continent with fierce strength. The goblin race, which he reincarnated into, is considered the weakest and filthiest. Even among goblins, he ranks low in raw power. Our boy's name is Lin, a level 5 goblin with God's blessing. He has no class yet and horrible stats. He has the racial skill gene Devour. equipped with a rough stone knife. His combat power is 30 points. He learned that goblins can get stronger through constant mating and reproduction, but they can't produce female offspring. So, they plunder and raid for mates. But Lin, once human, finds such acts deplorable. Prey, understanding his plight, assures him that when the Night Order rescues her, she'll tell them Lin saved her. The Night Order is known for fairness. They'll let Lin live in the village. The idea doesn't seem too bad. They just need to hold out until the humans find the lair and rescue her. As goblins figure out where the prey is, Lin instructs the pink-haired lady to hide in their spot. She watches as Lin brings out his rough stone knife. A desperate goblin, fleeing humans and seeking strength through mating, is swiftly dealt with by Lin. Humans have entered the lair, possibly to rescue the lady. She runs towards the exit, hoping to meet the rescue team, the Holy Order, with Lin beside her. They see a knight in heavy armor cut down multiple goblins with a sword Kai slash. Lin, comparing his meager 30 points to the knight's 400, is astounded. Is this knight human? The lady runs to the knight, calling him commander. Lin, seeing the dead goblins, then notices something alarming. The knight raises his judgment sword, seemingly intending to slice the surviving captive, the lady Lin has been protecting. Lin pushes her out of the sword's path, preferring the pain of hitting the floor to being cut in half. Confused and alarmed, Lin wonders why these rescuers are turning their blades on a fellow human. Loder, the knight, disdainfully addresses Kelia, the lady, calling her filthy and beyond mercy. He tells her to repent for her sins. Kelia pleads, asserting she was protected by Lin, but Loder dismisses her, scoffing at the idea of a goblin having a heart. Lin, disbelieving, grabs Kelia and aims for the cave's other exit. He clashes with Loder, hoping to buy time. Just as Loder's blade is about to cleave him, a golden light fills the room. An angelic voice stops Loder, and Lin is encased in a golden protective sphere. A blonde woman, the Holy Maiden, controls the magic. Kelia runs to her with hope. The Holy Maiden lifts Kelia and turns to Lin, asking if he understands her. Lin, knowing this woman is the Holy Maiden of Freya, asserts he was human and can explain everything if the Holy Order takes him. Loder admits the goblin seems smarter than usual. Freya, the Holy Maiden, agrees that Lin might be a gift from the Holy Mother. She decides to take Lin to town for thorough study. Lin, relieved, agrees. He trusts the Holy Maiden, hoping to prove his innocence. Freya dissolves the golden sphere and orders everyone out. Lin thanks her, promising repayment. Suddenly, he hears a blade and smells blood. Loder has stabbed Kelia, thinking she carries a goblin offspring. Lin, horrified, sees Kelia fall, betrayed by her own kind. Freya demands Lin repay her. Lin realizes he's never heard something so demonic in his life. A week had passed, and the peaceful town of Brighttown basked under a clear blue sky. The tranquility was interrupted by the resonating chime of the plaza bell, summoning the townsfolk to the square. In the heart of the town, the Holy Order had erected a grand stage. Commander Loder stood atop it, delivering a fervent speech to the assembled villagers, who were referred to as the children of God. His words cut through the air, recounting the tragic events of the recent goblin raid that had shattered their peace. Loder spoke with intensity about the goblins' treacherous, stealthy attacks that had claimed the lives of 30 residents. Assuring them of their safety, Loder declared that the Holy Order had avenged the fallen by eradicating the vile goblins. As he concluded, the Holy Maiden stepped forward. Her presence was almost ethereal, embodying hope and purity. She encouraged the people to continue their prayers and unwavering devotion to the temple. Her promise that the temple would forever protect its faithful followers brought a wave of relief and joy over the crowd, who responded with enthusiastic chants in honor of the knights and the temple. But away from the public eye, the scene was vastly different in the Holy Maiden's private quarters. The room was shrouded in darkness, a stark contrast to the bright and hopeful image she projected. Freya, the Holy Maiden, sighed deeply as she gazed upon an esoteric text filled with mysterious diagrams and magical symbols. The day's sermon had been another triumph, reinforcing the townspeople's blind faith. In her casual attire, Ephraia held a red vial of liquid, contemplating the increased tributes and devotion from the people, all of which furthered her own goals. She was not alone in her quarters. Lin, a goblin, had been her captive for a week. He was bound, gagged with a metal mask, and subjected to relentless torture. His left eye had been gouged out, and he had suffered inhuman treatment. Hanging from the wall, Lin's bloodshot eyes glared at Ephraia with unyielding hatred. Despite his torment, his resilience was a testament to the goblin's formidable vitality, a quality that made them difficult to annihilate. Ephraia's cold gaze met Lin's as she considered her next move. Deciding to experiment with poison, she approached him, her angelic voice dripping with malice. Lin's stomach churned as he listened to her. His mind raced with fury and betrayal. He had been deceived by Ephraia, just as the people of Brighttown were deceived. Kelia, an innocent survivor, had been murdered on Ephraia's orders, revealing the true nature of the Holy Order's so-called justice. Lin's defiance was met with further cruelty. Ephraia forced a wooden stick into his mouth, making him vomit blood. She found it absurd that a lowly goblin dared to question her sense of justice. To her, goblins were nothing more than pests. Kelia's defense of a goblin was seen as a betrayal, and her death was deemed an act of ultimate loyalty to humanity. In Ephraia's eyes, Lin should feel honored to serve as a subject for her experiments, rather than harbor hatred. With a golden gleam, Ephraia's hand glowed, and a magical circle formed behind Lin. The ensuing magical fire caused him excruciating pain, burning away his hatred and leaving only hopelessness. As he faced what seemed to be his end, Lin questioned his fate. Was this miserable death his destiny? He regretted his naive belief in human compassion and the righteousness of the Holy Order. His weaknesses had led him to this torture chamber. Just as he resigned to his fate, Lin found himself awakening, alive but confused. A system interface appeared before him, explaining that he had died due to his foolishness. However, the Goblin life simulation system had given him a second chance. It allowed him to relive his life, retaining his memories and gaining the ability to foresee future events through simulations. Faced with a choice, Lin opted to go back in time, driven by an insatiable desire for vengeance. Reborn a week before his death, Lin felt slightly stronger. The system warned him that the Holy Order was approaching the Goblin Cave. He couldn't afford to die again, as the system would not revive him a second time. Lin used the system to simulate different scenarios, earning points for future outcomes. He quickly realized that a direct confrontation with Loader was futile. Instead, he decided to escape the cave. Using his points, Lin bought an elven dagger, a lightweight and sharp weapon that significantly boosted his strength and speed. With this new blade, he felt more capable of surviving and enacting his revenge. The system informed him that Kelia was alive in this timeline, having never been captured. This revelation brought a twisted sense of satisfaction to Lin. He had indirectly fulfilled his promise to protect her. Focused on his escape, Lin overheard guards discussing their orders to kill any escaping goblins and prevent any survivors from reaching the village. This fueled his anger further. He devised a plan, using a high-pitched voice to mimic a girl from Brighttown, pleading for help. The guards, eager for action, approached the cave entrance, only to be ambushed by Lin. His new dagger sliced through them with deadly precision, marking the beginning of his bloody quest for vengeance. With the first kill behind him, Lin's resolve hardened. He would no longer be the naive goblin who trusted humans. His new life would be dedicated to repaying the Holy Order for every ounce of suffering they had inflicted upon him. The second guard stared at his frozen comrade in bewilderment, who was shaking for some reason. With words of confusion as to why he was taking so long to kill some weak goblin, he headed towards him. Due to the effect of surprise, he couldn't react in time and lost his balance. Already in the next moment, his sword reached the enemy and left a large wound on the body of the warrior. The guy could not believe that some goblin could defeat him so easily. However, his thoughts were interrupted by a sharp pain that prevented him from thinking clearly. He couldn't stand on his feet and fell to the ground with a painful cry. Raising his frightened eyes, the guard looked at the goblin he and his friend had wanted to kill a few minutes ago. But now the situation was completely different. He had a feeling that the goblin in front of him was a demon, and he was partially right. Hoping that the goblin would somehow miraculously understand him, the man began to beg him not to kill him. Right now, it was the only thing he could do. He showed Lin Tyne a medallion depicting a woman and a child and said that he had a wife and daughter waiting for his return. It was quite ironic for our hero to watch the man who had not hesitated to try to kill him a few minutes ago, now asking for mercy under such a cover. The knight continued to justify himself, saying that he only did it because he was following the orders of a holy order. He promised that if our hero let him go, he would bring him a bag of gold coins and a human girl. The guard tried his best to convince Lin, not even realizing how much he didn't care about anything he said right now. Seeing our hero as nothing more than a mindless goblin, he pulled out the knife and lunged at him with a snide laugh. The very next instant, blood splashed out, however it did not belong to Lin. Among the two of them, the only one who was brainless, and now headless as well, was the guard. The broken medallion and the dagger he never had time to use were left lying on the ground. It was finally over. After this fight, Lin was even more convinced that he shouldn't trust anyone, especially humans. Suddenly, some noise and a bright light came from deep within the forest, which could only mean that Saint Maiden and Loder were already close by. Right now, he was far from being in a condition to oppose them. He needed some time to become stronger. After taking a shirt from one of the guards, our hero Lin set off. He promised that he would meet Loder and Ephraia again, and then they would pay for all the pain he had experienced because of them. Ephraia and Loder came to the place where the two dead guards were lying. After seeing that they were dead, Loder wondered what had happened here. Normally 2 guards could easily stop even 24 goblins, but this case was out of line. If there was a creature capable of defeating 2 armed warriors, it was most likely a mutant goblin. They were the ones who most often caused problems for the Holy Order. Letting such a creature escape would mean more trouble in the future. Loder and Ephraia knew this. Loder kicked the corpse of the guard, who in his opinion was just a useless piece of trash, unable to handle even a mutated goblin. Ephraia, on the other hand, was incredibly excited and agitated at the mention of the mutated goblin. Her unhealthy tendencies were making themselves known, and the memories of the days when she had fun with the mutated, intelligent goblin added to her excitement. She was eager to get her hands on such an interesting toy again and have fun with it. As evening fell, Lin was able to get far enough away to surely be out of Ephraia and Loder's reach. After a long and tiring journey, he decided to take a little break and regain his strength. His primary goal was revenge. He was going to do to the Order what they had done to him. Goblins could improve their characteristics by mating and devouring. By improving their own characteristics and producing offspring, they could raise a stronger next generation and expand their power. By putting this plan into action and becoming stronger, Lin planned to make every human in this world live in fear of death and every woman moan and howl at his feet. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by some rustling that came from the bushes behind him. Lin was immediately alarmed as he didn't rule out the possibility that the Holy Order had continued to search for him. Therefore, as soon as he saw the clothed silhouette, he immediately rushed to attack without a second thought. Attacking the enemy first and taking them by surprise was always a good idea. His tactic worked. The stranger was indeed shocked by his sudden appearance. He was so frightened that he stumbled and began to fall to the ground. However, Lin was still wrong about something. The stranger in front of him was a goblin, and judging from his behavior, he didn't. Our hero was quite surprised by this turn of events, but he immediately put his thoughts in order and became wary. Because of the betrayal he had experienced, he no longer intended to trust anyone so easily. In the next moment, however, the picture he saw before him made all his wariness disappear, replaced by astonishment. In front of him, a beautiful goblin girl was lying on the ground, looking at him with frightened eyes. Lin Ten was surprised, as he had heard that goblins could only be male. But the innocent creature in front of him was clearly a girl. After recovering a bit, the goblin girl began to frightenedly ask Lin not to hurt her, as she had just come here to fetch water. The fact that the goblin girl could speak in full and clear sentences surprised our hero even more. However, when he checked her status window, everything made sense. According to the information provided by the system, the girl was a level 3 goblin. Her profession stated that she was a god messenger, which explained her unusualness. From the skills she had devouring and exuberant growth. But what caught Lin's attention the most was the information that if a male goblin teamed up with a female goblin, then the male goblin would become a legendary goblin god. This information made our hero think becoming a goblin god meant becoming very strong, and this was just what was needed. He didn't want to miss such a good chance. Seeing Lin's gaze, the frightened goblin girl saw it as a danger, and started begging him again to let her go. She told him that if she didn't bring water to the village, the tribe leader would beat her to death. Realizing his mistake, Lin apologized and tried to calm the girl down. He gently stroked her shoulder and said that he wouldn't hurt her. He couldn't let her cry as it might attract unnecessary attention. The best solution was to settle the misunderstanding that had arisen. Fortunately, the girl had indeed calmed down and no longer looked so frightened. Crawling over to Lin, she excitedly asked if he could talk too, to which he nodded affirmatively. By nature, goblins couldn't talk properly, so it was very difficult for the girl to communicate with her tribesmen. The girl was very surprised by Lin's kindness and care, as in the tribe, the other goblins only beat and scolded her. She liked being around him so much that she offered him to return with her to the tribe. After hearing about the tribe, Lin started asking her about it. Since he still wasn't sure if he could escape the chase from the Holy Order, the best solution was to lay low and wait in some goblin village where he would be like the others. Such a sudden change in our hero's demeanor confused the girl a bit. But after looking at Lin with her charming eyes, she still agreed to take him to the village. A sly smile appeared on our hero's face. He had long thought about where he could find his subordinates. Fortunately, the opportunity presented itself. As soon as they arrived in the village, armed goblins came out of the tents. They immediately surrounded the uninvited guest. Like all goblins, they were surprised that Lin was wearing clothes just like humans. To them, something like this was new to them, and they had never seen such a strange goblin before. At the same time, our hero was assessing their numbers, and was pleased that he had come across such a large village. Now he could begin to gain their trust. And he began by asking permission to join their village and meet the boss. The goblins did not like such requests at all. Some strange guy coming to their house and demanding something more. Instead, they were going to catch this insolent guy, beat him up, and then bring him to the boss. Suddenly, they were interrupted by a goblin girl who asked them to wait and not to attack the important guest until he meets the boss. This move should have delayed the fight for a while, but all plans were spoiled by the boss himself, who heard the noise and came out to see what was going on. All the other goblins immediately quieted down at the approach of the boss, and our hero tensed up. The boss was clearly not in the mood to be woken up. Lin was tense for a reason. The boss had reached level 25 and was equipped with some pretty good weapons combined with an impressive set of skills. The goblin leader appeared and slowly walked towards Lin. He looked at the female goblin, asking if she had brought the stranger to the camp. The worried girl confirmed that she had brought Lin, explaining he had nowhere else to go. With his terrifying red eyes, the leader praised her for doing a good job, but then shocked her by ordering the other goblins to seize Lin with the intent to kill and eat him. The goblins, thrilled at the prospect of a meal, jumped up in excitement, pushed the girl aside, and pointed their weapons at Lin. Lin quickly drew his weapon, commanding them to stop. He claimed he could create weapons and that joining their tribe would make them stronger. The iron knife in his hand caught the leader's attention, who then ordered the others to stop and rush towards Lin, saying he smelled deception but wanted to know what kind of weapons Lin could make. Using his knowledge of modern technology, Lin explained he could forge weapons from iron if they could find iron ore. He promised to create weapons more powerful than the knife. He noted to himself that the goblin shaman spoke very clearly, indicating that higher-level goblins were more intelligent. Sensing the leader's hesitation, Lin emphasized that iron weapons would give the tribe a chance to defeat humans or other monsters. The goblins began discussing, realizing the immense benefit of having iron weapons. They acknowledged that, compared to humans, goblins were weaker, but with iron weapons, they could move north and capture girls for mating. Faced with the immense benefits, the leader agreed to give Lin a chance. He demanded that Lin find iron ore and create weapons within 3 days, or he and the female goblin would be eaten. The girl, hearing this, became extremely worried. After giving his demands, the leader and the goblins left. Lin comforted the girl and looked at the leader with a hint of anger. He silently judged the leader as a cruel person, willing to kill even his own tribe members when enraged. Lin suppressed his anger, knowing he couldn't defeat the leader with his current strength. He needed to use this time to create weapons and become stronger. The next day, at dawn, Lin led the goblins to search for iron ore. By nightfall, the moonlight made the forest seem frightening. The female goblin, Gabu, was with them, exhausted and unable to walk anymore after a day of walking. Instead of helping her, the other goblins beat her, calling her ugly and threatening to kill her if she didn't find iron ore. Unable to bear the sight, Lin picked up a rock and threw it at one of the goblins' heads. The goblins looked at him angrily, but Lin explained he wanted them to help find iron ore, not fight. He described what iron ore looked like and told them to go to the valley ahead and bring back iron ore if they wanted to live and return. If they didn't listen, he would kill them right there. Lin took out his knife and glared at the goblins with a terrifying expression. This threat scared them, and they rushed off to find iron ore, not forgetting to threaten Lin with death if he failed to create weapons. Lin thought to himself that they would kill him after obtaining iron tools, so his task was to become stronger. Looking at Gabu's information, the notification about mating with her to become a goblin god caught his eye. Lin decided it was time to do adult things. Seeing Gabu crying, Lin told her to stop. He sat down beside her and asked if she wanted to follow him. He promised to protect her, feed her, give her a warm home, and ensure no one would bully her. The girl was confused by his words, asking if he was telling the truth. Looking at her sincerely, Lin affirmed everything he said was true, but he was currently too weak. To prevent further bullying, he needed to become stronger, and Gabu was the only one who could help him. The girl, confused, asked how she could help him become stronger. Lin felt embarrassed but said that if they mated, he would become stronger. This made the girl's face turn red. She looked at Lin with suspicion, asking if he was telling the truth, as she had never tried this before. Without waiting for her response, Lin gently kissed her and laid her down on the ground. Embarrassed, the girl agreed, saying she would bear his children. Shy sounds echoed through the air as notifications appeared, informing Lin that his level had risen to 7, increasing his attributes. After a while, Lin's body began to change, his muscles becoming more defined. Now at level 7 with 40 GP, 10 strength, 6 defense, and a total strength of 65, Lin was surprised at the change in his body. He thought that if he continued like this, he could defeat the goblin leader. Lin warmly stroked Gabu's head, telling her she was now his wife and he would protect her forever. The girl blushed and thanked Lin, calling him a good person. At that moment, a cry for help caught their attention. They saw a goblin running towards them in fear, followed by a large wolf. What caught Lin's attention was the iron ore in the goblin's hand. He didn't expect to find iron ore here, but before he could get it, he had to deal with the wolf. Lin immediately grabbed his knife and asked Gabu to wait there for him. Gabu looked at Lin with trust, reminding him to be careful. For Lin, the wolf was a test of his strength. The wolf was about to catch the fleeing goblin when Lin suddenly appeared, wielding his sharp iron knife, and charged directly at the large wolf. The fleeing goblin was taken aback by this action and filled with fear when it saw Lin kill the wolf with one blow. In the goblin's eyes, Lin had become a terrifying figure. When Lin asked for the iron ore, the goblin immediately handed it over, overwhelmed with fear. Holding the iron ore, Lin laughed with delight at its high quality. Now, they needed more of this, and after they returned, he would make weapons for the goblins and the tribe. 2 days later, Lin, with the assistance of the other goblins, successfully crafted a spear with an iron blade. Though it lacked elegance, it was a significant achievement for Lin and the goblins. They were amazed that Lin could forge a weapon from iron, but were skeptical about its effectiveness. To demonstrate its power, Lin effortlessly plunged the spearhead into the tough skull of the tribe's most formidable enemy, the #1 crocodile wolf. The spearhead pierced through with ease, leaving the goblins in awe. The goblin Lin had saved previously was ecstatic, pointing at the crocodile wolf's corpse and exclaiming how Lin had killed it in mere seconds with the iron weapon. The other goblins agreed that the iron spear was far superior to their crude stone spears. As they excitedly discussed, Lin raised the spear high and asked if they wanted weapons like this. Without hesitation, the goblins shouted excitedly, hailing him as a god. Only one goblin, the leader, was not pleased. He was furious that a newcomer had stolen his respect. If you also think that the Lin is overpowered, then hit the subscribe and leave a like, as it helps the channel a lot. The leader slammed his skull-headed staff onto the ground, his red eyes glowing with menace. He admitted that creating an iron weapon was a miracle, but declared it wasn't enough for Lin to stay in the tribe. The leader demanded that Lin create 50 iron spears within 2 days. After issuing his demand, the leader stormed off. Though the other goblins disagreed with this harsh condition, they didn't dare object. They felt the leader was too cruel and decided to help Lin complete the task. Lin wasn't surprised by the condition. He laughed confidently, seeing it as a chance to earn the respect of the other goblins, a good step forward in his plan. Over the next 2 days, Lin and the goblins worked tirelessly. They gathered iron ore, smelted it in makeshift furnaces, and hammered out spearheads. The goblins, though initially unskilled, learned quickly under Lin's guidance. They worked in shifts, day and night, driven by a mix of fear and admiration for Lin. On the day of delivery, Lin had completed the 50 iron spears. The tribe's goblins were overjoyed that Lin could stay. The leader, with a cunning smile, admitted he was satisfied with Lin's work and allowed him to stay. To celebrate Lin joining the tribe, the leader announced a feast and demanded everyone's participation. The goblins began dancing and celebrating immediately. The feast took place around a bonfire. Gabu, one of the younger goblins who had been particularly helpful to Lin, cut a piece of pork and brought it to him, offering him the best part. Lin happily accepted, enjoying the camaraderie. But soon after eating, a sharp pain struck him. Lin fell to the ground in agony, and Gabu was terrified. It was clear that Lin had been poisoned. The poisoner was none other than the leader, who approached Lin with an evil smile. He taunted Lin, calling him foolish. The leader revealed that he knew Lin's true intentions and said those who challenged his authority would only find themselves in hell. Before Lin could respond, the leader grabbed Gabu's hair, pulling her close. He said he knew Lin cared about her and wanted to make him suffer by killing her in front of him. A red line of blood appeared on Gabu's neck as the leader's claws pierced her skin. But then, a red stream of blood spurted out not from Gabu, but from the leader as his arm was cut off. Lin had done it. The leader, now fearful, asked how Lin could move after being poisoned. Lin smiled, explaining that he was always vigilant against villains and had only pretended to be affected by the poison. The system had warned him about the poisoning. Enraged, the leader had no choice but to fight. With one arm lost, his fighting power decreased. He attacked Lin with a bone chain, but Lin, with his speed, easily dodged and counterattacked. Lin's iron knife struck the leader's head, killing him. The goblins, seeing their leader dead, were terrified. Lin declared himself the new leader, promising to make them a powerful tribe with plenty of meat. Lin hugged Gabu and raised his knife high, asserting his supremacy over the tribe. The goblins, simple-minded creatures focused on meat and mating, readily agreed to Lin's leadership. As a reward for their loyalty, Lin offered them the leader's corpse. The goblins devoured it savagely, a sight that disgusted Lin, but he understood it was the reality of their lives. His priority now was building the tribe and nurturing the next generation to make them stronger. This was just the first step in his revenge. Amidst the chaos, no one noticed a pair of eyes watching from afar. A golden-haired elf girl observed the scene, her eyes wide with curiosity and concern. She wondered what was happening in this goblin tribe. The female elf came running towards her tribe while she landed onto a ground, and the servant was happy to see that the princess was back. The lady put her cloak down and started going towards the clan mother. Seeing this, the servant elf wanted to stop her, but she did not listen and told her that she had something important to report. She barged inside the room of the clan mother, while screaming that she had a report for her that the demonization of the East in the forest. But as soon as she entered, she was flustered by what fell into her eyes. She saw that the clan mother was eating grapes in a seductive way, as multiple male elves were giving pleasure to the lady. The clan mother saw the princess and immediately asked her what happened, calling her as Kasana. We come to know that the clan mother was also the mother of the Kasana. She immediately started saying sorry for barging in so suddenly, and told her mother that she still had something to do, so she will leave first. But the mother immediately stopped her daughter from going away, while asking her about why she came to see her in such a hurry, and asked her if there was something urgent to tell. Hearing this, Kasana immediately remembered about why she came to the clan mother in the first place. She told her that she had some important things to report to her about the goblin tribe in the forest. But the lady just smiled while not able to understand about how the weak, dirty and low-level goblins can do something that it was so important. Hearing this, Kasana started explaining to the clan mother that this morning, she found the black-haired giant there that had been chewed up in the demonized forest. There were even traces of fighting and hunting at the scene, and the surrounding area was covered with goblin footprints, as if they were made by those goblins in the demonized forest. Added to that, the black-haired giant bear was almost the most ferocious monster in the whole forest. So logically speaking, it was impossible for a goblin to kill a monster of this level by themselves. Kasana even saw the old leader of the goblin tribe being killed by another young goblin just a few days ago. So maybe the goblin's strange behavior have something to do with him. The clan mother was serious for a while, as she was thinking about the new leader of the goblin, and it seemed that the number of goblins in the forest was also almost recovered. Finally, the grandmother ordered Kasana to take a few people to clean up the goblins, but she wanted her to not kill them all at once, and to leave a few of them alive, because the medicine made from the raw goblin heart was the best tonic for the male stamina in the tribe. Hearing this, the daughter was now blushing intensely, but the mother just smiled, telling her daughter that she had worked hard these days, so her mother will reward her with an elf boy tonight, and she can also demand something else if she wanted. But hearing this, the elven girl immediately started running away from the room, while telling her mother that she was going to go out tonight, and she will report back to her if she saw anything else. As the scene shifts, we see that a fire was lit and the goblins were discussing and making a map of the elven tribe treehouse. One goblin informed Lin that there were about 30 elf tree houses in the whole forest, and they were all very tall. Hearing this, Lin complimented them, telling them that they did well and that he will reward them with 2 elves when they defeat the elves tribe. Lin wanted everyone to sharpen the iron tools again and get ready. Hearing that they will get 2 elves, the goblins immediately started praising Lin, telling him to live long. One of the goblins immediately told their boss Lin that he will go and ask the brothers to prepare their weapons and get ready to fight, while Lin was looking at the fire and the branch map that the goblins made. He started thinking that if the elves had 30 wooden houses, Then, based on an average of 2 elves in each wooden house, there were 60 elves. If he included the dozen or so that occupy the mine site, then there were at least more than 70 elves for them to deal with. Since the death of the old goblin priest, Lin had led the goblin to the mine for weapons and to hunt monsters to increase their level. He remembered the day of the rebellion when he told all the goblins that they will go to the demonized forests to kill monsters and level up. Lin was the one who killed the black-haired monster who was lying into the forest, while he acquired the skill of giant tusk attack. The goblins were also mining and fighting with the monsters and acquired the skill of stone-like skin, which increased their defense by 15. Lin and Gabu also acquired the silent step skill, which made them more agile as they defeated all the monsters. The goblins also hunted multiple serpents and anacondas, acquiring the skills to secrete venom in the process. Through the goblins' swallowing skills, the entire tribe has gained many skills, and the overall level has also improved drastically. We see that one of the goblins was also level 18, and he had the title of Warcraft Killer, along with his life points of 231 and strength of 29. He had the defense of 40, along with skills, which included gene-devouring, iron-blooded wolf nature, giant fangs, venom secretion, and many more. It also had the equipment including a simple iron sphere and simple plate armor. The whole goblin tribe has now had the combined combat power of 250 each, but Lin knew that the combined combat power of each elf was around 200. Realizing this, Lin gave a cute smile, while thinking that his tribe's overall strength has surpassed that of the elves. Suddenly, Lin got a notification that the simulator cooldown time was now finished, while Lin thought that after all, the sneak attack that they were planning on the elves' territory was dangerous, so it was better to be cautious. He immediately started the system to run a simulation. Finally, the goblin simulator has started and the plot was set to the night before the raid. The simulation started telling Lin that he led the greatly increased goblin army to the elf tribe for a sneak attack, and he was fully confident that the attack will be successful. But unexpectedly, they were ambushed by the elves in advance, leading the goblin army into a trap, and then they shot the goblins dead. And after they were caught by the elf clan mother, they were hanged in the forest to show off to all the goblins. The overall summary of the simulation was that Lin thought that it was a perfect plan, but it was actually within the control of the elves. So Lin got 0 points for this plan, and the rewards were also none. Lin was shocked to know that this was the ending they were going to get. But he knew that there was only one possibility for this outcome to arrive so surely. He immediately realized that the tribe was already being monitored by the elves. So he decided to use the well-developed senses of hearing and smell, and started scanning the area. Because he knew that as long as he concentrated, he should be able to find some clues. But suddenly, Lin heard something and looked towards the forest. He saw a crimson-red light coming from it. Finally, he found the real problem and was happy that he did so. As the same shifts and the night falls deeper, we see that the elves were running towards their tribe in the hope of reporting the clan mother that the goblins actually want to attack the tribe. Even they did not expect that the goblin tribe has already undergone such a big change in just a few days. But suddenly, as the Kasana was jumping through the trees, she was grabbed by a goblin as she started screaming in pure horror and disgust. As the scene shifts, we see that the whole group of elves was now ambushed by the goblins, while the princess was not even able to sit back and support her body. Meanwhile, the goblins were drooling over their mouths, as they saw that there was a female elf in the whole group, who looked so tasty. Kasana wanted to stand up once again, but it was as if her body was not moving. She wondered if Goblin used some kind of poison in their arrows, but it was too late, because Lin was already there. As he started mocking Kasana, telling her that he did not expect himself to catch the elven lady so easily, Lin made a serious and terrifying face, while he told the lady that she arrived at the right time.
It was the next day, and the goblins threw a full bucket of water to wake the elven lady Kasana up, because Lin was going to come there soon. As soon as the lady woke up and gained some consciousness, Lin came from behind and grabbed the elf lady by her mouth. The goblin minions started telling their boss that they left the female elf just for him, while Lin was thinking that the body fluids of goblins have special effects on female creatures, such as paralysis and excitement. If you are also getting excited for the series, hit the subscribe button and leave a like, as this supports the channel a lot. The chance of winning against the matriarchal elves was even higher if Lin used the body fluids of the goblins, but Kasana was not ready to give up. She started screaming in a voice that she can muster, telling Lin that they were despicable people. The lady was not able to comprehend about how the goblins dared to kidnap the princess and even tried to attack the elven tribe. Hearing this, Lin immediately grabbed the mouth of the elven lady forcefully, but she still kept going on, that it was due to their kind clan mother that the goblins were still alive, or they would have been wiped out long ago by all the elven tribe. She started telling him that if he dared to touch even a hair of the lady's head, then her mother will not let it go. But hearing this, Lin started smiling as he threw the elven girl onto the ground once again. Lin told everyone that the spirit inside the mouth of the elven girl seems to be different from the spirit inside the mouth of the goblins, and even when his goblin minions were stupid, they were not daring enough to lie to our boy. But the princess was doing so. Lin started telling the princess that the elves can obviously eradicate all the goblins in the forest, but there are so many goblins living in the jungle. And it was not merely because of kindness from the elven clan mother. Lin decided to say no more about why this situation happened, but he decided that he will take the goblin tribe to find out on the same night. Lin told the other two minions that they should go and eat the other two elves separately and devour their skills while they can. Hearing this shocked the elven princess, but she can't do anything. Lin immediately turned towards the girl, thinking about what he should do with the brat. Lin started coming towards the helpless girl as she started screaming that whatever Lin planned, he will not be spared. But all we can hear are the screams of the desperate girl who cannot do anything. The notification popped up, congratulating Lin on getting the level cap of 30, and since the qualification has reached the highest level, the experience was converted into health value of 50, along with strength and defense of 10. Lin has also acquired the elf skill stealth, along with the elf skill of night vision. As the scene shifts, it was the night, and we come to the elven tribe treehouse, where some male elves were moaning while telling the clan mother that they cannot do it anymore. Hearing that, the elven mother smiled, telling them that it was enough, and they were already out of potions, so they can't hold it any longer. We see that the clan mother was a little disappointed, telling the male elf that it was really heartbreaking, because if she knew that this would happen, then she would have caught more goblins last time. After all the deeds were done and multiple elven males were left stranded onto the bed, the clan mother turned towards his guard, asking about why Kasana was not back yet. The guard immediately told the clan mother that the princess has been gone for some time and she was not back when she should be back long ago. The guard asked the clan mother if she wanted to send some people to see if they can kill more goblins and raise the level of the warriors in the tribe. Hearing this, the clan mother tapped her head while ordering the guard that it was up to him to take some warriors to the goblin tribe and support the elven princess in whatever way they can. But suddenly, they heard someone telling them in an evil voice that their elven princess will not come back home today. The guard was immediately ready with his sword almost unsheathed as he asked about who dared to come in the clan mother's room without permission. But before he can even see, the guard was immediately shot by multiple arrows of the goblins and was immediately dropped onto the ground. Meanwhile, the clan mother was easily able to stop the arrow that was shot at her by her hand, but it was of no use, because Lin and the other goblins have already entered inside the room, while telling the clan mother that their elven princess has been captured by the goblins, and she will soon bear the child of our boy Lin. And due to this, the goblin tribe and the elven tribe were now the part of a family. The clan mother was snapped into anger as she heard this, while she immediately took out the sword behind the hilt and asked our boy Lin about what he did to the elven princess. But Lin was still smiling, pretending to not hear the question of the clan mother. Seeing this angered the elven clan mother even more, while she screamed that she is going to kill our boy Lin and immediately jumped towards him with insane speeds. But what Lin said in the next line shocked the lady to the core. Lin informed her that her whole tribe was now getting murdered and tortured, so the clan mother should surrender obediently, and then Lin would consider treating her pretty well. But suddenly, as the clan mother attacked our boy, she stopped moving and cannot comprehend about what happened to her body. She was laying down onto the ground with her back on the top, as Lin informed her with a devilish smile that the arrow she caught just now had Goblin's body fluids inside of it, and once it comes in contact, the body will be paralyzed quickly. So now, Lin wanted the clan mother to be a little more honest and cooperate. Even when the elven clan mother did not want to do it, she had to do it because of her condition. Lin immediately grabbed the lady, showing interest in her talking about upgrading tools and making stimulating drugs. Lin had already realized that the elves have always used the goblins in this way. But he started mocking the lady, telling her that even she could not expect that one day the goblins will come to the elves to settle the accounts. Lin immediately put out his sword onto the neck of the elven lady to threaten her, while she was thinking that this goblin must be the new leader of the tribe that Kasana was talking about. But suddenly, the elven mother can hear multiple cries of pain and agony, along with the cries for help, as she asked Lin about what was happening. But he just smiled, telling the lady that the elven tribe was getting treated in the same way as the goblin tribe. Finally, Lin grabbed the lady and got him near the window, telling her that they should talk about cooperation when they had the time. The clan mother was now shocked to the core as she saw the massacre that the goblins were doing with the innocent elven tribe members, while they were screaming in pain and agony for the clan mother to save them, because they did not want to be taken away or being killed by the goblins. The elven mother was really angry, as she asked our boy Lin about what he had done to the elven tribe. But our boy just became Thanos and told the lady that he was maintaining the balance, like everything should be in the world, and now the strength of the goblins was no weaker than that of the elves, and the elven clan mother will have no ability to resist. Lin started explaining with a serious face that when the elven tribe was strong, they slaughtered the goblins mercilessly. So now that the goblins were strong, they will naturally come and take revenge. Lin was pretty surprised that the clan mother was not able to grasp this concept of reality. Lin immediately came closer to the lady, telling her that he needed more and stronger goblin warriors, so he still needed the lady for this act. He immediately took out a knife and put it on her neck, telling the clan mother that what happened to the elven tribe depended on the attitude of their clan mother. It was as if seeing all the pain and agony, along with the cries for help, broke the elven mother from inside, as she was down there, sitting on the ground like a shocked statue. She knew that she can do nothing but just beg to our boy Lin, because as long as he did not kill the children of the tribe, it was all good. And the clan mother was ready to do everything that she can. But finally, she said it, that she was willing to take the seed of our boy and to give birth to his children. Near the goblin settlement camp, we see that multiple tents were prepared, and Kasana was hugging her mother while crying, telling her that if even the clan mother was captured by goblins, then what can they do in the future? But the mother said sorry to her daughter. From now on, they can only be in the goblin tribe. Hearing that, Kasana started crying more, but Lin was looking at everything from outside the jail, while telling the mother-daughter duo to just stay inside and wait for the birth to happen. Lin told them that he will arrange 3 meals in a day for them, and if the elves messed up their mind, then it was not Lin's fault for killing them mercilessly. The clan mother was hearing everything and agreed without any condition, but she had a request. Lin decided to listen to the request, and the clan mother told him that even when they were not pure elves, the children they were giving birth to were still elves, so the clan mother wanted to take care of them herself. All 3 of them looked at Gabu, who was happily playing with the kids who were elven. Lin guessed that the clan mother was doing this due to her attribute of endless love. Lin turns towards Gabu, telling her to give the elven kids to the clan mother to take care of them. He started thinking that when the elven kids grow up, they also bring power to the tribe that cannot be underestimated. He decided to take a look at his stat. The system congratulated Lin for getting an upgrade, and his health got increased by 200, strength by 30, and defense also by 30. Lin wondered if his upgrade has been unlocked to the highest level, and realized that the recently obtained values were directly converted into attributes and not experience. Lin started smiling as he realized that in the future, they only needed strong women to have children and directly enhance their strength. The current strength was already enough to crush Captain Loader, so Lin decided that after the elves gave birth to their children, he will find the opportunity to meet the brat. As the scene shifts to half a month later, we see that the elves were still locked up, while the goblins were guarding all of them. One of the elves gave birth to her child, but as soon as she saw him, she found it really disgusting. She immediately told everyone that she did not want this kind of child, because it was completely terrible. Lin was looking at everything along with Gabu, while he asked his wife about the number of newborns in the tribe. The lady replied that there should be 30 or 40 of them now. But suddenly, everyone heard that Kasana was screaming loudly in pain and agony. Lin immediately turned around and saw that the clan mother was helping her give birth to the child, and even when she wanted to give up, the mother encouraged her. She immediately turned towards Lin, telling him that this was Kasana's first time giving birth, so she seems to be not able to handle this pain. And as he came closer and knelt down, Gabu grabbed her legs. Seeing this, Kasana did not want Lin to come closer, but Lin immediately scolded her, telling her that they were his children too. And with the help of all three of them, Kasana was able to give birth to her child. After saving both the mother and the child, Gabu was impressed by Lin, telling him that he was really powerful. Both Kasana and the clan mother were relieved after giving birth. But suddenly, they heard an elf crying for help, and as Lin turned around, he saw that two goblins were with an elf once again, because according to them, she was ready to be used again. But suddenly, one of them was stabbed straight up in his stomach by none other than our boy, while he told the other one that if they broke the rule about the mother being able to rest and fully recover before breeding, then they are straight up disobeying Lin, and they were going to die due to it. Lin decided that from now on, each elf will be given one more fruit than usual, and the other goblin was trembling in fear by the death of his partner in crime. The clan mother noticed something and told Lin that he seemed to be really different from the ordinary goblins, but Lin ignored everything, telling the clan mother that as long as the elf was more honest, they will be treated better. We see that the goblin simulator started running and the current plot was captive elves. It told Lin that after his hard work, he captured the elven tribe and fertilized all the females. After the elves become pregnant, they will give birth to a goblin with stronger attributes than normal. Seeing that the tribe members were about to expand, Lin decided to seek revenge on Loader and the others, and he sneaked into the human town alone and successfully found the whereabouts of the Blade Warrior. Now, the system gave Lin 3 options. The first one was to take it upon himself and try to kill Loader and the others, which had the rating of 50. The second option was to lead the goblins to take revenge and cause a massacre inside the town, which had the rating of 30. The third and last option was to just wait and see what happens, because if Lin thought that the time was not right, he should keep observing for a while, and this option had the rating of 10. They started wondering if they can even find the Loader so soon. Even when his current strength was comparable to that of Loader, the strength of his associates cannot be underestimated. But Lin knew that with his current attributes, he should be able to kill Loader very easily. He taps at the first option and the simulation starts. It told Lin that he found the opportunity when Loader was alone, and he chose to attack decisively. Loader was caught off guard and was almost killed. But at this moment, his master, the human swordsman called the Sword Saint, appeared in front of them. She rescued Loader, and Lin died tragically under her sword. Soon, Loader's brave group returned to the capital and never appeared again. The summary of the simulation was that facing the powerful Sword Saint gave Lin no chance of escaping, so he had to be careful. Lin was shocked to see that the Sword Saint was appearing in such a small town, and he did not even expect that Loder and the others would leave the town, because once they left, it would be really difficult to find them. Lin realized that he will have to hurry up if he wanted to take the revenge. As he turned around, he saw that Gabu was giving the fruits to the clan mother. Lin came towards his wife with an idea, telling her that he was going to visit the human territory in the past few days, and he knew that, except for Lin, the warriors in the tribe will listen to Gabu the most. So he decided to leave the tribe for Gabu to manage in the past few days. Gabu was shocked to hear this, while the clan mother started shouting at Lin, telling him that if he goes to the human territory and got discovered by humans, he will definitely be killed. But Lin informed the clan mother that he had a grudge against humanity and he had to take revenge no matter what. But if Lin was so hung up with going to the human territory, the clan mother wanted to help him by using the stealth skill that she had, so that Lin won't get discovered by the humans. Lin smiled while thinking that he was waiting to be discovered by the humans, but he told the clan mother that he did not expect her to still care about our boy after going through all of this. But the clan mother calmly told Lin that she was just afraid that after our boy died, the goblins in the tribe would be crueler to the elven tribe. And her children were all in the goblin tribe, so only when Lin came back safely, everyone would be safe. Hearing everything, Lin realized that the clan mother knew how to survive. After using stealth, Lin started to go towards the human territory, while Gabu told him from behind that she will take care of the tribe with all her might, and the clan mother was smiling. Lin told Gabu that he was not going to get milk, so he will get back pretty soon. Lin got to the Guangming town, where multiple soldiers were walking onto the roads, patrolling the whole town. But we see that in the dark corner, Lin was hiding from everyone while observing everything, thinking that the patrols have become so tight, and the city defense was at peak. He wondered if the Sword Saint has already arrived in the town, but Lin was looking for news about her for a long time, but he was not able to hear anything related to her, and it was really strange for him. As the scene shifts, Lin came to a circular area inside the town, where multiple people were sitting around a fountain. As he turned around, he saw that multiple humans were gathered and reading a poster of some kind. It was the Humans Adventure Team ranking, which stated that the Blade Warriors were at the Platinum level. After looking at the ranking, Lin wondered if Loder has become stronger again, because he was actually ranked first in the whole adventures list. Lin started going away from the crowd while thinking that he had to find more clues about him. Otherwise, his revenge plan will come to nothing. As the scene shifts, Lin came near a big house where someone was loudly laughing and screaming that he was going to treat someone today, and they should all have a drink. Lin immediately stopped after listening to this voice as he smiled and knew that he had finally found Loder. Lin immediately got inside the building, which was an adventurer's inn, where Loder was drinking. Like there would be no tomorrow. I guess that's true. Someone was telling him the story about how he was almost beaten to death by a four-handed demon ape at the time. But fortunately, Captain Loder arrived in time and saved his life. The girl also told him that the leader dealt with the demon, otherwise they would not be able to defeat the creature by themselves. But suddenly, a member from another group came and started making fun of the Blade Warriors. This angered the drunk man who wanted the outsider to go and get out of the place. But both of them were drunk, and they decided to fight among themselves instead, taunting one another into fighting like a man. Everyone was looking at the commotion while the bartender told both of them that recently, an evil dragon on Long Island has reached its breeding season and kidnapped multiple livestock and ate all the humans that it found. The bartender wanted both of them to just go and kill the dragon, if they were feeling this enthusiastic about their achievements. Lin was shocked by the mention of a dragon, and the bartender told everyone that if the evil dragon comes to the town and attacks people, the royal capital would not be able to provide support on the right time. The bartender knew that even if all the adventurers in the town fight with the group of dragon, they cannot withstand their might, and darkness would definitely come to their town. But Captain Loder was as arrogant as ever, while he told everyone that they were just a few dragons, and it should not be something which should be feared. Loder told everyone that he did not have to hide it anymore, so he was telling everyone that the Sword Saint was already on her way towards the town. The Sword Saint was Loder's master, and once she comes and joins them in slaying the dragon, there would be no need for the king to send troops. When the matter would be resolved, then the whole group will return to the capital along with the saint. The whole place was shocked by hearing that Captain Loder has even invited the Sword Saint. Multiple people thought that he was just bragging, but some of them thought that with a saint being in charge, they do not have to be afraid of confronting the evil dragon and its group. And if this succeeds this time, then Loder will be the great hero in the whole town. Loder informed everyone that today he invited all the warriors to drink as a way for celebrating the arrival of the Sword Saint and the success of slaying the dragon in advance. Lin stood up and gave a coin to the bartender, while thinking that the evil dragon was going to attack the town and he had to seize this opportunity without fail. But seeing that Lin was going out, the unknowing captain asked him to stay and enjoy a few drinks with him. But hearing this, our boy smiled, while declining this offer, telling Loder that there would be multiple times for drinking. The captain was pretty annoyed by this behavior of our boy. As the scene shifts, we see that the whole town prepared for welcoming the Sword Saint, while Loder got inside a castle and saw a lady with pretty long hair, addressing her as master and telling her that these days, an evil dragon has been wandering around and getting closer to the people in town. No one even dares to get out of their houses, and the troops cannot wait for the dragon to attack the town. The lady immediately turned around, and the captain got onto his knees. We see a lady with beautiful hair and a heavy armor which covered her slender body, while she asked Loder about if he did whatever the lady asked him to do. Loder informed the lady that 10 dragon-hunting crossbows have been made according to the drawings given by the lady, and they were being deployed at various high points in the town. The saint told the captain to arrange the crossbows well, otherwise none of them would be able to make any difference, and it would be the lady's shame to bear. As the lady came near the window, the people were still cheering for her, not able to believe at the beauty of the lady. But the lady immediately told Loder to evacuate everyone present there because it was dangerous. After some time, the town fell into chaos as everyone saw a crimson-red dragon descending upon the humans and catching its prey with his long legs. The saint was ready along with Loder to finally have a face-to-face with the crimson dragon. She ordered Loder to take his companions and go up the city wall. As the scene shifts, a goblin came running towards Lin, telling him that the dragon was coming, and there were many soldiers on the city wall, but suddenly he was stopped by our boy, while he told all the goblins to just wait and enjoy the show. The army of Wyvern was ready to attack the whole human town from above the skies, but suddenly one of them was attacked by a beam, which pierced the chest of the creature without missing its mark. Both Freya and Loder were shocked to see this marksmanship. As they turned around, they saw that it was Loder's master, the Sword Saintess, who was trying to explain to a soldier about how the dragon-hunting crossbow worked. After giving the practical to the soldier, the lady immediately told them to go to their dragon-hunting crossbow and get ready to defend the town. Finally, they ran towards their weapon and started filling it up. And after a few seconds, all the weapons in the whole town were done preparing. It was as if a massacre was happening, and multiple dragons were shot down by the dragon-hunting crossbow as they started falling onto the ground. One of these soldiers was happy that they got the dragon-hunting crossbow because it was so powerful, but another one was really worried, as he saw that another army of dragons, which was far larger than the first one. They started appearing from the thunder clouds, which engulfed the whole town. The thunder strikes were in the air, but the one who was in shock was the soldiers, as they looked at the sheer number of dragons coming to evade their town. Freya and Loder were together, as they were not able to comprehend about what they got themselves into. Finally, they realized that the whole army was led by a thunder dragon mother, who was much larger and dangerous than the whole army. Even the soldiers were now ready to evacuate, as they were quickly getting ready to run. Jokes aside, guys, this was the literal translation. I don't know what is happening to the original authors nowadays. Anyways, the whole town knew that the dragon-hunting crossbows were not meant to hurt this thunder dragon. It was as if fear stuck their minds as they realized that their dragon-hunting weapon was not meant to be hunting dragons. Suddenly, the dragon saw the whole soldier group, and it started attacking the borders of the town by a large beam of fire. All the soldiers started evacuating the area of effect, knowing for sure that the city is about to fall by the hands of the dragons. But suddenly, the soldiers heard the Sword Saint as she told everyone to not panic at all, because she was going to deal with the Thunder Dragon Mother. But she still wanted all the soldiers to defend the city. She opened a type of portal from the ground and materialized a legendary sword from inside. The dragons started attacking the city by fireballs, but then they realized that the whole city was protected by a blue barrier kind of thing. We see that Lin was observing everything from a distance, and he was surprised that the barrier withstood the attack done by the Thunder Dragon Mother, because that being was a level 79 ancient dragon who had the title of Queen of Dragon Island. The Thunder Dragon had the health of 4100, along with strength of 510 and defense of 580. She got the skills of the Dragon Flame along with demi-humanization, Dragon Roar, and Ancient Call. Even Lin realized that this dragon was an absolute monster in every way. But as Lin started appraising the Sword Saint, he came to know that she was a level 80 Swordmaster, who is the strongest swordsman and dragon-slaying hero, with a health of 1700, along with strength of 690 and defense of 700. She had got Sword Chi, fusion of man and sword, Iron Gale, Splitting Stars and Moon, Swords Reincarnation, and Ancient Sword Intent. All in all, the Sword Saintess was more powerful than the Dragon Mother. She started jumping towards the leader with the intention of killing her. The Saintess landed onto the wings of the Thunder Dragon, as she used her sword to immediately pierce through one of her wings. Observing this, Lin realized that even when the Dragon Mother was a little weaker than the lady, she was still holding up because of her high health points. He knew that this fight was going to go on for a while. Suddenly, as Lin looked up, he saw that the Thunder Dragon Mother took the Sword Saint with her to another place for fighting, and he realized that this was an excellent time for him, because the opportunity to take revenge on humanity has come. He decided to go to the city, and as planned, they will split into groups, and one group of people will cause a commotion with the humans, while the other group of goblins can ambush Loader and take revenge. Hearing the plan, the whole goblin army agreed, and they started going towards the entrance of the city. As the scene shifts, we see that the smaller dragons were still wreaking havoc everywhere, and the soldiers were trying to protect the people. We see that Loader was fighting with one dragon at a time, thinking that these flying dragons were too difficult to deal with. But still, these beasts are still beasts, and they did not have human intelligence, and thanks to his master this time, Loader has also become a brave dragon slayer. But suddenly, someone from behind came running towards the man, telling him that the goblins were invading the city. In the midst of the dragon crisis, Loader was shocked to the core as he turned around and saw that dragons were still attacking the civilians, and he had got another problem to deal with now. He turned towards the man while telling him to not dare and play tricks on Loader. But when the man insisted, Loader wondered about how the stupid goblins came to invade the city in the time of such a crisis. Suddenly, Loader heard a scream of help, and as he turned around, he saw that a goblin was chasing a young girl and was causing a commotion. The man started clenching his teeth, not able to understand about what was happening. Somehow, these soldiers were able to defend themselves from the dragon by using some huge shields. So Loader started analyzing the situation and realized that there were not many small dragons left in the city. He told the soldiers to hold on to their shields and defend the city, while Freya will come with him and deal with goblins. Agreeing to the command of their general, the soldiers kept on defending the city, while Freya and Loader started running towards the goblin. But this time, these creatures were not stupid as they were waiting for Freya and Loader to come to a spot. Freya was a little smart and understood that Loader should not run, as it may be an ambush. But we see that inside the manhole, there was a goblin who was hiding from everyone to pull a surprise attack onto the general. Finally, Lin commanded the goblins to take action, and then Loader realized that he was running to hell. All the goblins captured Freya, while the goblin from the manhole attacked Loader with all his might and damaged his leg. The man was now not able to walk, and the goblins surrounded him. He was not able to comprehend about how both him and the lady can get caught by goblins, and the sheer number of these many goblins was really surprising to him. The soldier saw that Loader was now in the grasps of the goblin army, but suddenly even they were surrounded by the goblins, and the soldiers were going to get a not-so-pleasant surprise. We see that a pair of crimson eyes were coming closer to the soldiers, and Loader screamed at his soldiers to watch their backs. But before they can process anything, Lin cut their brains into half by just a clean shot. Both Freya and Loader were shocked to see the mercilessness of our boy Lin as he came closer to them, while he was laughing, telling Loader that he did not expect even in his dream that he will get to catch both Loader and Freya in just one go. The arrogant Loader still thought that everything was under his control, while he started abusing the goblin leader, threatening to kill her, but it was getting annoying for our boy to still look at the face of the arrogant Loader. He immediately kicked the man straight up onto his face, while telling him to first observe the situation before daring to speak. Lin came closer to Loader as the goblin started tying Freya by a strong rope. Our boy ordered his army to take the two people out of the city with the help of the sewers, while he wanted others to follow him to the city wall and kill all the soldiers who were handling the dragon-slaying crossbow. The whole goblin army agreed to what Lin was saying and started transporting the arrogant couple. As the same shifts, we see that the sword saint heard whatever was going inside the city, but she was a bit busy with the matter in her hand. She immediately realized that it was the goblins who dared to plan a sneak attack at the time of the crisis. But noticing this, the Thunder Dragon Mother told the lady that they were running out of time to take care of themselves. As we get a closer look, we see that the Thunder Dragon Mother transformed into a really curvy human as she was fighting with the Sword Saint with all her might. The Dragon Mommy launched herself into the air, her body crackling with an aura of immense power. Her eyes burned with a fierce determination as she prepared to deliver a devastating blow to the Sword Saint, who stood calmly before her. If you also like the Dragon Mommy, then hit the subscribe button and leave a like as it supports the channel a lot. The Sword Saint, a figure of legendary prowess, met her gaze with an unyielding stare, a slight smirk playing on her lips. "Worried, are you?" she taunted, her voice dripping with cold confidence. "Let's see just how much dragon blood you really have." As the Dragon Mommy surged forward, the Sword Saint's hand moved with blinding speed. Her sword, an extension of her very being, was unsheathed in a single fluid motion. Without hesitation, she unleashed her ultimate technique, steel gale cuts. The air around her hummed with lethal energy as she executed a series of precise, rapid slashes, each one carrying the weight of her formidable skill. The Dragon Mommy, sensing the deadly threat, instinctively raised her arms to protect herself. Her teeth clenched tightly as she braced for impact, the force of the attack slamming into her with the power of a tempest. The ground beneath her cracked and splintered under the pressure, but she held firm, managing to block the onslaught just in time. Her breath came in ragged gasps, but she stood defiant, her eyes locked on the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint, seeing her opponent's resolve, remained unfazed. Her gaze was calm, almost serene, as she assessed the situation. In her mind, the battle was nearly won. She had to deal with the Dragon Mommy, but her thoughts drifted momentarily to Loader and whether he had already taken care of the dragons and goblins. Her moment of reflection was abruptly shattered by a thunderous explosion that rocked the city behind her, sending several knights hurtling through the air like rag dolls. Startled, the Sword Saint turned her head to see smoke and flames billowing from the heart of the city. Confusion flickered across her face as she realized that the situation was far from over. The riot she thought was contained was escalating rapidly. Meanwhile, the Dragon Mommy, sensing the shift in momentum, began to rise, her expression twisting into a grin as she saw the goblins arriving at the perfect moment. With the Sword Saint momentarily distracted, the Dragon Mommy seized the opportunity. Her form began to glow as she transformed into pure energy, using the last of her strength to escape. Goodbye, she taunted, her voice echoing as she soared into the sky, fleeing from the battlefield. The Sword Saint, now fully surrounded by her own powerful aura, turned back just in time to see her adversary escaping into the night sky. Realization dawned on her that this was not just a minor setback. It was a significant failure. Frustration and anger surged within her as she wiped a trickle of blood from her mouth, her eyes narrowing into a glare. Just you wait, she muttered under her breath, her voice laced with a promise of vengeance. I'll follow you to Dragon Island, and I'll wipe out every last one of your kind. As the hours passed, the city sank into darkness. The Sword Saint, her resolve as strong as steel, returned to the streets where the remnants of the battle still lingered. The air was thick with the scent of blood and smoke as she cut down the remaining goblins that dared to cross her path. Her sword gleamed in the dim light, dripping with the blood of her enemies. Holding her weapon in one hand, she extended the other, her posture commanding respect as she approached the surviving knights. "Where is Loder?" she asked, her voice cold and steady. The knights, battered and bruised, looked up at her with a mixture of fear and admiration. They had failed in their duties, and they knew it. One knight, gravely wounded and slumped against a wall, lifted his head with difficulty. Beside him, a woman with torn clothes trembled in fear, clutching at her tattered garments. The knight, his voice hoarse with pain, revealed the grim truth. Loder and Ephraia had been captured by the goblins. The Sword Saint's eyes flashed with fury, her teeth grinding together in anger. She couldn't comprehend how this had happened. The city was strewn with the bodies of fallen knights, a testament to the ferocity of the goblin attack. "These goblins," the knight continued, "they're unlike anything we've ever faced. Their strength, it's like they're a whole different species. Not even Loder could defeat them." The Sword Saint fell silent, her gaze dropping to the blood-stained ground. The weight of the situation pressed heavily on her shoulders. She turned away from the knight, her fists clenched so tightly that her knuckles turned white. With a determined glint in her eye, she made her decision. She would march into the haunted forests and annihilate every last goblin tribe. No one would be spared. But just as she prepared to leave, the woman beside the wounded knight grabbed her arm, her eyes wide with desperation. "Please," the woman pleaded, her voice breaking with fear. "Don't go. If you leave, who will protect us? The goblins. They might come back." The Sword Saint paused, her resolve wavering. The townspeople began to gather around her, their faces pale with fear and exhaustion. One by one, they knelt before her, their eyes filled with hope and despair. "We're from the town, from the Empire," they explained, their voices trembling. "Please, stay with us. Protect us." The Sword Saint stared at the ground, lost in thought. These people were right. As much as she wanted to rescue Loder and Ephraia, her duty was to protect the innocent lives before her. If Loder was captured, it was because he wasn't strong enough to prevail. She would ask for help from the royal family. They could spare troops to deal with the goblins while she remained here to defend the city. Meanwhile, in the distant goblin tribe, life continued as usual. The goblins and elves carried out their daily tasks, oblivious to the turmoil in the city. Suddenly, the quiet was broken by the excited cries of little goblins, who ran through the village announcing the return of their leader. Lin and his group had returned, bringing with them 2 human captives, Ephraia and Loder. The captives were bound by their hands, their expressions grim as they were led into the heart of the tribe. The goblins and elves gathered around, curious about the new prisoners. Ephraia was unceremoniously thrown to the ground, landing hard on her side before being dragged to sit beside a large rock where Loder was already seated. The goblin leader, wearing a crest that signified his rank, turned his back on them, issuing orders to his followers to behave themselves. Loder, his hands still tied, glared daggers at the goblin leader, his eyes burning with fury. He watched as the leader approached an elf, scolding her harshly. "These goblins," Loder muttered to Ephraia, his voice low and filled with disdain. "They even keep elves as captives. They're more organized than we thought." Ephraia, her breath coming in labored pants, blushed slightly as she listened to him. Despite the dire situation, she managed a weak smile. "There might be a hero among them," she whispered, her voice strained but hopeful. Concerned, Loder leaned closer, his expression softening. "Are you feeling any better?" he asked, his voice filled with genuine worry. In response, Ifreya clasped her hands together, closing her eyes as she concentrated. Slowly, a golden energy began to shimmer around her body, a sign of her innate power at work. "The poison," she murmured. "It's strong, but my body, it just needs a little more time." At that moment, Lin appeared, his hands casually tucked into his trouser pockets. A smug smile spread across his face as he observed Ifreya's recovery. "Impressive," he said, his tone laced with sarcasm. "To think the poison would lose its effect so quickly. Your resilience is truly something to admire, Ifreya." She opened her eyes, and fear gripped her, making her tremble uncontrollably. Loder's eyes were filled with hatred as he glared at Lin. But before anything could happen, a goblin appeared, seizing Loder by the arm and placing its other hand on his head. Meanwhile, Lin grabbed Ifreya by the leg, causing her to panic. She tried to pull away, demanding to know how he knew her name and what he intended to do. Lin's smile only grew wider as he taunted her, asking if she truly wanted to know his plans. With a malicious grin, he dug his sharp nails into her leg, making her scream in agony. Lin relished in her pain, savoring the moment. Loder, helpless nearby, tried to intervene, but the goblin held him back. Loder's anger boiled over as he shouted at Lin to stop, but the goblin struck him hard across the face, ordering him to be silent in front of their boss. The force of the blow knocked Loder to the ground. As he struggled to get up, Lin finally withdrew his nails from Ifreya's leg. Glaring at Lin with contempt, Loder realized he was dealing with a highly intelligent goblin. He warned Lin of the consequences of capturing them, reminding him of the Sword Saint's power, which could wipe out the entire goblin tribe in one strike. But Lin only smiled calmly, revealing that the Sword Saint was also on his list of prey, though the time for that had not yet come. He had already taken measures to cover their tracks, ensuring that no one, not even the Sword Saint, could find them. Standing up, Lin wiped his hand with a handkerchief and instructed the goblin to send the younger goblins to hunt more monsters in the forest. While Ifreya writhed in pain on the ground, the goblin bowed before Lin, acknowledging his command. The situation had escalated to the point where the humans could not ignore it, and Lin knew he had to complete his evolution before they could retaliate. Lin then placed his foot on Loder's chest, warning him that he was about to ask some questions and that Loder had better answer them, or else he might lose a part of his body. Loder gritted his teeth, realizing the danger he was in. As Lin leaned down, his body radiating a menacing aura, he unsheathed a dagger and demanded to know if humans enjoyed secretly imprisoning and torturing goblins. Panicked, Loder stammered in denial, insisting that Lin was talking nonsense. But Lin, unimpressed with his slow response, swiftly sliced off Loder's ear. Loder clutched at his bleeding ear, writhing in pain, while Ifreya, trembling with fear, looked on helplessly. Lin, his expression cold, asked Loder if they truly believed their actions were for the sake of humanity, or if they were simply trying to elevate their status as heroes. He accused Loder and Ifreya of slaughtering an entire goblin village, actions that had earned them praise among humans. Lin scoffed at the idea of saving humans, suggesting that it was easier for them to kill both humans and monsters alike to maintain their hero status. As Loder and Ifreya panicked, unsure of how a goblin could know so much about their deeds, Lin calmly placed a hand on his face and told them that the conversation was over. He revealed that, unlike them, he didn't need to pretend to be righteous because he was inherently evil. He promised to teach them a lesson they wouldn't forget. Lin then turned his attention back to Ifreya, who blushed and called out to Loder for help. But Lin's intentions were clear, and he began to torment her further, causing tears to well up in her eyes. Loder, desperate and enraged, ordered Lin to stop, but two goblins restrained him, tying his arms. Lin cruelly reminded Ifreya of the words she had once spoken to him, telling her that this was just the beginning and that she should brace herself. He placed a hand on her shoulder, grabbed her by the neck, and with a sinister grin, informed Loder that he was about to witness a show. As the goblins approached Ephraia, Lin stood back, his evil smile growing as he watched what was about to unfold. Loder was overcome with fear, knowing exactly what was going to happen next. As Ephraia lay helpless on the ground, the goblins began to tear off her clothes.
It was a fine day in the goblin camp, and one of the goblins told the other one that it was now his turn to guard the woman captive. He even told the current guard that the leader wanted them to not treat the psycho woman that harsh and keep her alive. Hearing that, the guard started laughing, telling his subordinate that whatever the woman got was well-deserved for her. We see that Ephraia was now in tatters. Her clothes were almost gone, revealing everything that should be hidden. Hit the like button and leave a like, as it supports the channel a lot. Loder was looking at the woman in despair, telling her with a cracked voice that she must hold on, or otherwise the goblins will have their way. On the lady. Before he can speak any further, a goblin smashed his head onto the ground by its leg. But Ephraia slowly told Loder that she was fine. But just by hearing this much, the goblin guard immediately came up, telling the female captive to shut up. Both the elven clan, mother and daughter, were looking at this situation, realizing that Lin must be enemies with these two humans, so they are getting such harsh treatment. Even Kasana realized that the humans were in worse condition than them, because at least the elves had fruit to eat. But suddenly, Gabu came in inside their camp with multiple apples, while telling the ladies that she heard Lin say before that he wanted to seek revenge from the humans, and this must be the reason why these two were treated in such a harsh way. The clan mother started remembering about the rule that Lin told her. If all of them did what he said, then they will be repaid with kindness. The lady understood that Lin was the most unique goblin that she had ever seen. Slowly but surely, the clan mother was getting mesmerized, and she really wanted to have something deep inside of her by our boy. She wants to be conquered by Lin at the night, and again get treated in a bad way. But Kasana was looking at the pathetic clan mother, telling her to stop having weird thoughts. As the scene shifts, we see that a goblin came towards Lin, telling him that the second-generation goblins who went out on hunting were back. But Lin was shocked by this, asking the goblins about why the group came back so early today. But as he turned around, he got greeted by a large, humongous goblin with a club resting onto his shoulders. This creature was a gob maniac of level 33, and even Lin was shocked by looking at his level. He guessed correctly that the second-generation goblins can break through level 30 and evolve into a large species really quickly. And even the gob maniac's attributes were almost catching up with Lin himself. But the question still stands about why did these goblins came back so early? Lin wondered if their hunting time was really spent well. But the goblin informed him that they have killed all the nearby monsters, so now they can only go to the west of the forest. But as they got to the west, they encountered several large goblins who were slaughtering their own kind from another tribe. Lin was shocked by this revelation, asking the gob maniac about which tribe of goblins resides in the west. The goblin informed their leader that they were called the Blood Fang tribe of giant goblins, and each and every one of them was really, really huge, just like Lin's meat. The gob maniac even tried to team up with other goblins to look up for monsters, and then they found several tribes that have been attacked, and the attacker left bloody fang markings onto their bodies. But instead of getting fearful, Lin started smiling as a weird aura surrounded him. He found the big goblins interesting and thought that if he captured their leader and created a third generation of stronger goblins for them, then his whole tribe would have a better chance of resisting the human race's suppression. But suddenly, Loder started smiling as he coughed and told Lin that he was just stupid for dreaming of conquering tribes when he was really about to die trying. Loder told our boy that no matter how powerful they become, his brother was a knight, and the goblins would be defeated by him in just a matter of time. But Lin turned around with a really serious look on his face, telling Loder that if he did not speak any further, then he will be forgiven. But as Loder did not stop laughing, Lin immediately told the goblins that there was a human who did not get a proper treatment inside the tribe. Multiple goblins immediately gathered in front of Loder and started playing, or should I say, torturing him. Loder was not able to comprehend about what was now going to happen to him after this. The goblins took turns one by one, as some inspected Loder's mouth, or some inspected some really delicate parts. The goblins were amused that even the males in the human species were having such tender skin and flesh. Even when Loder was getting harassed and tortured, he kept on screaming in annoyance that all the monsters in Lin's tribe would be eradicated by the knights of the city in just a matter of time. But Ifria was smarter than Loder and just kept quiet because she knew about what was going to happen to her foolish subordinate. Just after a few hours, Loder was unconscious by the continuous playing of the goblins. It was the time of the night, and the whole goblin tribe was celebrating and roasting meat in an open fire, while Lin was sitting with both the clan mother and Gabu as the lady asked him if he was going to attack the Bloodfang tribe next. Lin smiled as he told the ladies that he wanted to be the strongest, and for that, he did not just want to attack the Bloodfang tribe, but also to capture their leader. Lin was happy as he told the ladies that from now on, his tribe would be called the Tian tribe. Lin immediately announced this name, and all the second-generation goblins started cheering with one another, happy to know that now they have an identity of the tribe. The goblins started dancing and drinking while shouting the name of their tribe with pride. As Lin sat down and started eating, Gabu told him that there were so many tribes which seem really powerful, so it is going to be difficult to attack and possibly capture their leaders. Lin grabbed the bite of the meat and told Gabu to not worry at all, because our boy still had one trump card that he was not using yet. As soon as we hear this, we get a close-up of Ifria once again, who are still hanging by the chains like a dog, obediently following Lin's order. It was the next day, and Lin was already out in the fields, getting mesmerized by the view that he has got. We come to know that he has come to the Bloodfang tribe to see about what kind of strength they possessed. Our boy had come to the forest in the west, which was named the Enchantment Forest. He saw large buildings and realized that he was near the tribe. He thought that there were indeed big goblins there, but they should not be dumb enough to not solve the problem by talking. But suddenly, Lin saw that all the goblins of the tribe were really fearful, and suddenly, the leader of the Bloodfang tribe started coming out from a gate. Lin was shocked to see that their leader was a heroic species of goblin. We come to know that the leader was a Warhammer goblin of level 50 and had a huge amount of stats, which made him almost undefeated in the current situation by our boy. Lin gave off a nervous smile by looking at this new obstacle.
Lin was looking at the leader of the Bloodfang tribe, who does not seem to be that powerful. Just with a combined combat power of 900, a dozen goblin warriors should be able to deal with the leader. But it was not really easy to catch him alive. Due to their sheer big size, the effect of toxins would really be less effective on them due to their huge body. And since the paralyzing toxin was not that effective, Lin started thinking of another way, and suddenly his brain started having some evil thoughts. He realized that it would be great if Freya used the imprisonment technique that she used previously on Lin. Our boy knew that finally it was time for everyone to hit the subscribe button and leave like, as it supports the channel a lot. Finally, it was time for Lin to go and see Freya firsthand. We come to the Goblin tribe of our boy, where we see that a Goblin minion was telling Lin that if they followed his instructions anymore, the human female will soon be lifeless. Hearing that, Lin just smiled and saw the body of the lady. He looked at the lady in disdain while grabbing the container of water. He started coming near the lady who was mumbling and telling everyone to kill her so that she can atone before the Lord. But Lin came closer to the lady, knelt down and started wiping up her scars. She was feeling so warm that she wanted to know about who tended to her so greatly. But as soon as she opened her eyes, she saw that the tender was none other than the Goblin himself. Freya started screaming with all her might, telling Lin to not come near her or harm her anymore. She was acting like a maniac, telling Lin that she was going crazy in pain because of him. But suddenly, Lin slapped the lady with a bang and clenched her waist towards him. Lin half-hugged her to cover her body, while telling her that her punishment was now over. As soon as Freya heard that, she started crying like a child, still asking Lin if this was really true. Lin told her that he always keeps his word, but Freya will have to choose a new belief if she wanted to escape. Lin smiled as he schemed the devil plan, while Freya asked him about what belief Lin was talking about. He told the lady that she must choose to believe in God and then everything will be all right. But on the other hand, she had another option to just forget everything and believe in Lin. Our boy wanted the lady to become one of his pets, so that she can avoid suffering day after day and live a happy life. Hearing that, a sudden shift in behavior happened to the lady. Freya was acting like a hungry dog, licking each one of Lin's finger without any disgust. Our boy realized that his plan worked and immediately started consoling the lady, telling her that she did choose really wisely. Lin commanded the now possessed lady that from now on he was her only master and he can call her whatever he wanted. The lady replied with a woof, agreeing to her new master. Lin immediately picked up the lady and started going towards the well full of fresh water. It was time for his new pet to take a bath properly. Freya called Lin as his lord, telling him that he was now so kind to her, and for that, the lady was willing to give everything up. The lady and Lin took a bath to freshen themselves up, while Freya was enjoying this new treatment. Lin started smiling while he remembered his previous life, where the same lady tortured him until she was satisfied and Lin was lifeless. But this was not going to happen again. Lin snapped back to the present, telling the lady that he wanted her to use the skill of Holy Light Cage in front of him. The lady was already so traumatized that she forgot what the Holy Light Cage was. She was asking her master about what that was, and Lin immediately grabbed a book which had everything written in it. Freya got some new clothes and came out of the water. Finally, she read the diary and immediately started chanting the spells which were written on it, and after some time, a large cage made up of holy light appeared in front of Lin and the lady. Lin commended his new pet for a job really well done, and finally, they start walking towards the cages where they kept their captives. One of them was Loder, too, who saw that Freya was walking head-to-head with Lin. Loder was in complete shock as he immediately got near the fencing, asking Freya if she had recovered. Loder wanted her to kill the goblin in the quickest way possible and use magic to restore the man's body quickly. Loder was smiling intently, knowing that he was now saved, but he was not aware of the reality. Lin immediately turned towards Loder, telling him that he was gravely mistaken, and Freya had already willingly taken refuge in the Goblin tribe. Loder thought that our boy was spouting utter nonsense, and he started screaming that there was no way that the daughter of the leader of the Holy Order can be domesticated and take refuge inside the Goblin tribe. But Lin smiled at Loder's anger telling Ephraia to demonstrate how lovable and faithful of a pet she was become. Hearing that, Ephraia started kneeling down near the legs of her new master and just acted the same like a dog, telling Lynn and Loder that everything that she was doing was really voluntary and no one has forced her to do so. Seeing that, Loder's face was of utter shock, not knowing about what to do. He was getting crazier by each passing second, saliva drooling all over from his mouth. He started laughing maniacally while telling Lynn that his actions is going to make the goblin race disappear from the whole world, and the meaning of Lynn's existence is going to be slaughtered by the powerful human race. Loder was now completely snapped, while he smiled and laughed with a large mouth, telling Lynn that the Holy Order was going to kill them all. Lynn was a little shocked to know that Ephraia was the daughter of the leader of the Holy Order. He even thanked Loder for telling them such important information. Our boy decided that he is going to reward the man well, so he told the gobmaniacs to not let the guy rest for some time. One of the goblin minions told Lynn to not worry at all, because he was ready to take care of Loder. Meanwhile, Lynn smiled and knew that he had to go do his real business. So he wanted Ephraia to come together with him, hearing that the lady just followed our boy like a obedient pet, to take down the Bloodfang tribe. As the scene shifts, we come to the forest where the Bloodfang tribe resides, and we come to know that even the chief of the Bloodfang tribe was going to attack the tribe of our boy in a few moments, and all the preparations were ready. The huge and ugly goblins were attacking our boy because he had got all the elven females inside his tribe, and now the goblins of the Bloodfang tribe were not getting to have any fun, knowing the plan of the leader. All the minion goblins started hooting and screaming, cheering for their leader and his might. But this was not going to go for long. Another ugly goblin came running towards his leader, telling him that a goblin from another tribe broke inside their defenses and said that he was looking for the leader. Upon hearing this, the leader was shocked, asking the minion about which weakling was showing this stupidity by coming to the tribe. But even before the minion can answer, Lynn started coming towards them while telling the leader that as our boy knew that the fatso was a heroic goblin with intelligence close to a human, he wanted to talk to him. Lynn had a devilish smile on his face, while a purple aura surrounded him all over. Looking at Lynn, the tribe realized that he was pretty different than the others. The leader wanted to know if our boy was a mutant, but Lynn replied that he was just a little smarter than any average goblin. But coming straight to the point, our boy gave a pretty good smile while telling the leader of the Bloodfang tribe that he was the leader of the Tien tribe. He immediately declared that he was going to defeat the leader of the Bloodfang tribe and take all his forces together with him. Suddenly, the smile on the face of our boy disappeared, and he told the goblins in a serious tone that they were having only two choices. They can either submit to the one or only Lynn, or they can go to hell before their time comes. Guessing the name of the tribe, the minions realized that Lynn was the leader of the tribe that was keeping all the elven females in captivity. Our boy got to the leader, telling him that he had got really good genes, and he can come with Lynn without any type of massacre. But the Bloodfang tribe leader was full of stupid pride and ego. He called Lynn an idiot on his face, and was happy that our boy himself got inside his tribe, because now he was going to finish the leader of the Tien tribe and take the elven ladies for himself. The minion goblins, as dumb as ever, wanted their boss to kill Lynn without any mercy and immediately grab all the elves for themselves. But suddenly, we see that even when our boy was grabbed by the goblin leader, he smiled while telling the leader that whatever he did was just a waste of words. Hearing this, the eyes of the leader goblin was red-shot, and Lynn told the leader at that moment that if he didn't want to capture the leader alive, there was no need to waste so many words, but he still did it anyway. We see that Lynn materialized his knife immediately and slashed the hand which was grabbing him in an instant. The red fluid was splattering all around the screen, and the hand was now a lifeless, without any movement in it. The leader was screaming in pain and agony, as he told his minions to immediately grab Lin and gave him death on the spot. As soon as they heard it, all the ugly minions were ready to avenge their boss. But Lin was not finished. He disappeared right in front of the goblins and, suddenly, a knife came towards one of them, straight onto their chest, damaging this creature in an instant. Lin teleported behind the ugly, long-nosed goblin in an instant, but it was not a teleportation. It was just the stealth skill that our boy acquired. All the goblins were shocked about how Lin did it so silently, but it was all due to the silent step skill. Finally, Lin stood up and told all his goblins to come out and attack the Bloodfang tribe, and as soon as they heard it, all the minions of our boy used their silent step skill to approach the goblins and encircle them in their trap. The leader realized that Lin was negotiating from the start to just let the guard down. And now that this had happened, the leader has fallen into the scheme of our boy. The leader decided that there was nothing else to do except running, because due to his high speed, no one should be able to stop him. But it was evident for the leader that even if he was going to escape, he was first going to kill our boy. And that was his one and only mistake, and it was really his last mistake, because as soon as the ugly goblin started throwing a punch at our boy, we see that Lin called out to Ephraia, and from behind, the lady immediately used the holy light cage and trapped the goblin in just one go. The ugly goblin leader started grinding his teeth, because he was not able to believe that Lin was having a mini plan inside his plan of his bigger plan, and as this cage was of a light attribute, goblins were not allowed to touch it. Immediately after imprisoning, Ephraia ran towards Lin and fell onto the lap of our boy, as he smiled and told the lady pet that she was really well behaved like a cute puppy, and that he was going to give the lady a reward when he gets back. Just hearing the word of reward, it was as if the lady was hitting multiple bursts of happiness. I know what you are thinking, but that word can give me a strike too. She immediately wanted to go back to the tribe, but we see that Lin ordered his minions to grab the leader of the Bloodfang tribe, who was bounded into the holy chains of light attribute. Even when the leader hated our boy Lin, this was a win-on-win situation for him, because he had got the Bloodfang leader in his tribe. Lin got back to his tribe after making multiple efforts to subdue the large and ugly goblins of the Bloodfang tribe. He started cleaning his knife with a cloth, as he knew that there was no immediate threat remaining. While Loader was looking at him, not able to believe that Lin was able to subdue such a huge beast by himself. Meanwhile, Lin told both Gabu and the Elven clan mother that in the Goblin month, they should let the other goblins do the task of artificial insemination, so that they can make more stronger goblins with the ugly ones. Both the lady agreed to what Lin was saying, but they were shocked when they realized that they will have to take care of Ephraia too. Our boy got to the clan mother, telling her that he needed help in dressing up because he was going to meet a friend. The clan mother was shocked, wondering about when Lin had made such a friend in the midst of these many battles. But Lin just smiled, telling the ladies that meeting his friend was really vital for the next thing he had planned. Lin realized that if whatever Loader said was true, that the human race's reinforcements should arrive in the human towns soon. And with Lin's current strength, he can still fight against some knights. But if he met the Sword Saint, then he will definitely die, and it will take our boy some time to cultivate the heroic goblins, so he needed to find a helper to help them hold back the Sword Saint. Lin realized that it was finally time for him to meet the purple gold dragon mother, but the place was at least 100 kilometers away from some stranded island, so Lin brought multiple bodies of large creatures, while thinking that the most convenient way to reach the island was to lead the dragon to the island itself. Hoping that his plan would work, Lin immediately got inside the carcass and waited for a dragon to come by, because such a strong smell of blood from a body should quickly attract the flying dragon. And it was the same as Lin thought. A dragon came from the island by being attracted from all the blood and immediately took all the bodies with him to eat. But even Lin was hitchhiking the ride along with the dragon, and his plan was successful. As the scene shifts, we see the dragon soaring through the sky, and Lin was finally able to travel to the Dragon Island. The dragon immediately dropped down the bodies for their queen, and Lin landed into a dark cave. Once again, whatever Lin expected was true, and the dragons saved the food for the dragon mother, and his next task would be to find where she was. But suddenly, a really scary eye opened up behind Lin, shocking him to the core. The creature was telling him that something bad was really mixed up with the food, but the dragon immediately recognized Lin, telling him that he was the goblin leader who attacked the human town that day. But the dragon really wanted to know about what Lin was doing, sneaking up inside the Dragon Island. The dragon lady intimidated, telling him that she can eat him whenever she wanted, but still, she wanted to know his agenda first. But even in front of a beast more than 100 times of himself, Lin confidently told the creature that he was there to discuss cooperation. Even the dragon mother was surprised by hearing this. At the mere fact that a small and puny goblin was ready to discuss something with the large and mighty dragon, the lady got interested and immediately started transforming back into her human form. And damn, I do not have to tell you anything about what I think. The lady decided that she will humor our boy, and if she finds that the plan is good enough, she will leave him unharmed. Lin was still serious, knowing that this could go the wrong way any second. He asked the lady if she wanted to take revenge on the Sword Saint. Lin proposed that they should join forces, and it would not be like how the last raid ended, because the dragon lady got into trouble. Even the dragon mother was shocked by knowing that just a low-level monster was actually plotting against the Sword Saint. She actually got a bit interested and came closer to our boy, asking him for a plan to deal with the Sword Saint. And hearing that, Lin started explaining with a serious look that he needed the dragon lady to send dragon soldiers to harass the people in town from time to time. But suddenly, the lady grabbed Lin from his soldier and cutely came near his ears, asking him about what he was going to do, and about how a group of little goblins were daring enough to attack that crazy Sword Saint. The dragon mother really wanted to know from Lin about what he was going to do. She started getting seductive, closely checking out our boy and his muscles, while Lin smiled, telling the dragon mother that to deal with someone like the Sword Saint, head-on confrontation was not enough. They will have to attack her heart, and killing her was the best way to defeat her. Hearing just the word of killing, the dragon lady gave off a devilish laugh. She told Lin that borrowing the goblin's strength to kill people without getting their names dirty was exactly what the dragon mother wanted, and this plan did not even harm the dragons in any way. Knowing that the negotiations were going smoothly, Lin asked the lady if this much explanation was enough, and even the lady was satisfied by this much. But suddenly, she grabbed Lin by his cheeks and immediately came closer to his lips. I think this lady will even approve to the plan about what Lin was thinking of doing with her. But anyways, the lady was really getting seductive, telling Lin that she did not expect anyone smart enough among the measly goblins, and the more she watched over boy, the more she started liking him. She really wanted to give our boy some tasty reward, and I think this reward is something really physical. After the dragon lady approached Lin, he realized that the female dragon was in her breeding season, and that's why she was really becoming hyperactive. But suddenly, the lady realized that Lin's body was really small to satisfy her, so she decided that she will subscribe to the channel and leave a like, as it supported the channel a lot. She decided that she will give our boy some other rewards first, but she was in a dilemma about what gift to choose to give to Lin. As the scene shifts, we come to Lin's tribe, where Loader was tied onto a cross made of wood, and his condition was becoming worse and worse, as he thought that it has been too long. But still, the knights haven't come to save him. He knew that if he stayed in the tribe for any longer, he will surely post it to pieces due to all the torture. But there was no way to escape, because goblins were everywhere in the tribe. All of a sudden, Loader thought that maybe he can escape if he tries to get up to some high place, because goblins are all short in height, so maybe that will work. But suddenly, all his plans were now gone into the gutter, as he saw a large dragon flying in the sky, coming towards the tribe. Seeing the creature, Loader started screaming that it was a fly dragon. He wanted the goblins to let him go because he did not want himself to be buried to death just by some dragon's flames. Even the goblin soldiers were a bit worried, telling each other to be careful and defend the tribe, because there was no reason for a dragon to appear inside the tribe, or was there? Both Ifreya and the clan mother were looking at the dragon, and suddenly, the latter noticed that there seemed to be a person riding on the dragon. Even the dragon seemed to be harmless, as instead of attacking the tribesmen, she immediately landed peacefully to the ground, and we come to know that the man riding the dragon was none other than Lin himself, who told everyone that he was back in the tribe. The goblins were really happy to see their boss, as he turned around and told the dragon to take a good rest and not wander around too much. Gabu immediately joined our boy, while the goblins were still praising him. But for the poor loader, everything was quite opposite, because he was scared to death by the dragon. But now he knew that the dragon was in full control of our boy, so he wondered if Lin was even a goblin or not. He wanted the knights to save him as soon as they can. As the scene shifts, we come to the human town and see that a large horse was getting ridden by a man in a shining armor, and multiple subordinates followed him. They were none other than the royal knights who were talked about by Loder so much. The whole army bowed down in front of the sword saint, but as the time was really scarce, the lady wanted the army to arrange a rescue plan for Loder and Ifreya as soon as possible. As the same shifts, we see that the goblin simulator was running, and the current plot was raising the third generation of goblins. It told Lin that through a sneak attack on the human town and the Bloodfang tribe of goblins, he achieved good results, and in order to compete with the Sword Saint and the human royal family, he will have to let Ifreya and the others to level up in the demonized forest. After 1 month, Lin will reach level 50, and the goblin will reach level 60, along with Ifreya, who will reach level 45. Once again, there were 3 options present to our boy. Number 1 was that if his strength was not enough, he will continue to kill monsters in the forest to level up. This option had the rating of 0 points. The second option was to find a way to capture prisoners and breed more goblins, which had a rating of +10, and the third option, who needs them to accelerate the upgrade process and go directly to 1 month later, and this option had a rating of 20. Checking this option surprised Lin to the core, because now he had the option to just skip the 1 month and all the heavy training part. He wondered if it was really all right to do so. After making up his mind, he decided to choose the third option and turn on the time acceleration process. But suddenly, a notification told him that the demonized forest can no longer give him enough experience. The system told Lin that everything seemed successful, and he gained 20 points out of 100 in the rating. He even got 20 life points, and the time progressed to 1 month later, where Lin woke up from his bed all of a sudden. He immediately got up while wondering if this is what time traveling felt like. He looked at the status window and saw that he was now a level 50 individual and has gathered multiple attribute points. He realized that even when his level went up with a lot, his strength and other attributes were not increased by that much, but his train of thought immediately got stopped by Gabu, who came running towards his room, full-on panic mode, telling Lin that multiple goblin babies were getting stillborn. Lin was shocked by hearing that and ran towards the ladies, who were shocked to see that multiple goblin babies were stillborn. Lin was not able to understand about why this was happening. He asked the clan mother about what was happening, but even she does not know anything, because this generation of goblins were too weak to begin with, and only 3 of them were barely alive. But the Tide Loader started laughing intensely after hearing this, calling Lin a brainless idiot who was still trying to produce stronger offsprings even when he was failing. Lin was really angry by this behavior, asking Loader about what he knew about the death of the creatures, and the man revealed that the higher the level of the goblins, the harder it is for the cubs to survive due to the immense strength their body can't handle. And there was no way that Lin can produce such strong babies even by himself. But then, Lin started smiling, thanking Loader for giving him such information. But sadly, it was too late for this time, and as this delay has caused multiple losses of life, Lin turned around, telling the goblin soldiers that Loder was now theirs to play, but they should be careful not to beat him to death. The goblin soldiers smiled, thanking his boss, but Loder was still not ready to give up, telling Lin that someday he will become a devil, and then he will possess our boy. But before Loder can continue any further, the soldier immediately grabbed him and started having fun. This time, Lin knew that it was too late to cultivate new hero species of goblins, but the tribe needed a large number of them, otherwise facing the Sword Saint and the royal family would be really difficult. He wondered if there was any way to level up the goblins. But suddenly, the dragon came behind and was glaring at our boy with a really devilish intent. Suddenly, she came closer and started rubbing herself onto Lin. Even he wondered about what was happening with the creature, because everything was quite new to him after 1 month. But suddenly, he remembered that a female dragon takes on a human form during their breeding season, and this would create a special situation. But before Lin can continue thinking, the dragon started transforming into a human, and we see that she had become a seductive lady with pretty prominent features. She started grabbing our boy while he realized that this was the special reward left by the dragon mother. The seductive lady immediately grabbed and pushed Lin onto the ground, and this time, the lady was the one who started making out, even before Lin could do anything. In the midst of all the fun, system notification popped up, telling him that he had gained an achievement, and now his HP, strength, and defense values were increased to 1500, 520, and 1200 respectively. Lin was pretty much realizing that the dragons had so much potential that the lady he had almost broke our boy's waist while breeding. But it was necessary for Lin to turn himself into a heroic species. Even when Lin knew that he needed to swallow the dragon blood to evolve into a heroic species, the dragon lady still tried to get all the juice of our boy for herself in frustration and anger. But just when he was thinking about this, the dragon lady came behind him, growling and smiling like a demon. Lin immediately turned around, telling the dragon to finish her work before she can use him to vent all her anger out. Our boy wanted the dragon lady to give all the other goblins some dragon blood first, and then come to him. But as the lady turned around and started running with a maniacal face, all the goblins were scared, not able to understand about what was going to happen to them. As the scene shifts to the night, we see that all the goblins were now dancing happily in front of a large fireplace because all of them had leveled up after swallowing some dragon blood from the lady. Even those who thought that they cannot evolve any further were now upgraded. But while the others were dancing, Lin was still deep in thought, sitting near the lady dragon in her original form. He was amused by the legendary dragon's power, because not only him, but all the other goblins were now a heroic species. However, the current comprehensive strength of the tribe was a bit low, and it was time for him to add some more equipment. Finally, Lin ordered the system to open up the store, because as the leader of a heroic tribe, Lin was the one who had to look out for everything. He looked at the points he had, and realized that these points were enough to exchange for some high-end and practical equipment. He was surfing around the store, looking at various crossbows and bows, which can absorb elements like water, wind, thunder, poison. Lin looked at the elemental arrow, knowing that the small and nimble weapon was suitable for long-range attacks and absorbing elements. As for the second one, Lynch saw a one-on-one rule-based ability, which can catch up to 3 weapon attacks bare-handedly. And even when it was cheaper than the first ability, it can be a lifesaver in certain situations, especially with the Sword Saint. Lin decided to buy this 2 equipment and finally exchanged the points for it. After the exchange was successful, Lin smiled, while thinking that he needed to try these advanced weapons to really get the feel of it, but he can't seem to find anyone. As soon as the poor loader heard it, he thought that it was him who was going to be the target practice for our boy. As Lin started coming towards the man with the crossbow he got, Loder was filled with intense fear and pain even before it even happened. And just like that, the male knight became the first test subject for the new powers and equipment acquired by our boy Lin. As the scene shifts to the magic forest, we see that a team of 2 females and 1 male was slaying the monsters in the forest, getting angry and frustrated because low-level monsters can't give them any experience or even become interesting. The ladies were not able to understand about why fighting these low-level monsters was such an important job. She thought that she would have followed the Sword Saint to guard the town and slay the dragon instead. But the male character with them told the ladies that the mother of dragons frequently disturbs the human town, and the saint has no intention of caring about the goblins. So she left the following team with the opportunity to make some merits for themselves by killing these low-level monsters that does not require much effort. So the man told the lady to cheer up and not waste this opportunity that Loder created for them. But suddenly the lady noticed that there was something going inside the deep forest. And as all of them got ready, they saw that it was a giant spider monster ready to slay the team. The mage was really disgusted by the appearance of a large and ugly spider. But the archer lady told the mage that it was just a level 3 insect, so there was nothing to be feared by this ugly monster. But the man was still fighting as he sensed something, telling the ladies that this fight was not over. As the man turned around, he saw a large and ugly goblin with crimson-red eyes who was coming towards the whole group. As the man looked at the giant goblin, he immediately realized that this was a hero species. He mistook the giant goblin for the leader of the tribe and smiled, thinking that it was good for him that he did not have to find the leader separately. Hearing these foolish talks, the goblin just smiled. But the arrogant group just got ready, knowing that if they defeated this problem, then all the credit of saving Loder would be theirs. As the goblin started raging and screaming, he told each and every human team member to subscribe to the channel and leave a like, as it supported the channel a lot. Hearing that, the captain immediately called out to all the archers, telling them to cover him. But a man equipped by a heavy armor told the captain to not be patient because he had killed a lot of goblins along the way. But this time, the armored man wanted to have some credit. The captain was a bit shocked, but the man explained that he had killed multiple giant goblins, but had never killed a heroic species. And this time, he wanted to gain this achievement. The captain withdrew his sword, telling the man to finish the job instead, realizing that it will all be over pretty soon. The man was now happy, asking the captain to just wait and see how he kills the goblin by just one move. The man ran towards the goblin while screaming the name of his new attack, which was Intermediate Martial Arts, Storm Spear. But what happened next surprised every human to the core. The goblin immediately caught the flying spear by bare hands, not even scared in the process, and it was going to get worse, because the goblin was ready to throw the spear back at the human team. The captain immediately told the ladies to open up the protective shield quickly, or they will not be leaving this place alive. But even after multiple layers of protection, as the goblin threw the spear, it started going towards the shield made by the humans, penetrating it with such brute force that it almost broke the heaviest armor, which was materialized by the mage of the team. The captain immediately ordered that the team should not get close to the ugly goblins, because they were really powerful, heroic species. But the archer lady was getting arrogant, telling the captain that it was just one huge goblin, and she had got bows and arrows which were going to perform. So she immediately readied her bow and was ready to attack from the insides of the barrier. But before she can even think of attacking properly, one of the assassin goblins immediately came behind the lady, sneakily attacking her and pressing his hand through the chest of the female. The captain realized that the team was getting attacked by multiple assassin goblins, and he wanted the other members to stabilize the formation and surround the other ranged enemies in the middle. Heading to the commands of their leader, every team member agreed. But it was of no use because the meat lady immediately told the captain to turn around, and as he did so, he saw that a large number of assassin problems along with multiple huge species of goblins were coming towards them, to catch them once and for all. And as the time passed, all the humans from the groups were caught and tied down, while a goblin started moving towards the mage, telling the leader that she was his to take. But the leader immediately tried to stop him, telling him that all the humans that they found were trophies to their tribe, and our boy Lin told them all to just capture the humans that they find in the forest and bring it to the tribe first. But the goblin told the leader that as they had already killed so many humans, they were strong enough. And from now on, they should control their own findings without listening to the leader too much. Somehow, all the other goblins were convinced by this manipulative talk, telling the leader that the goblin was right, and now that they were the strongest, they should have the final say in the tribe. They started manipulating the leader, telling him that he was the strongest goblin, and from now on, they will all listen to him. Even the leader was getting influenced by all the sweet talks by the other goblins, but he still decided to take all the humans to the tribe first. And as the scene shifts, we come to the tribe where all the goblins started screaming and dancing happily as the heroic species returned with multiple humans as their captives. But the clan mother, along with Gabu, was sitting with Lin, asking him if he was sure that he can control that many goblins of heroic species without any problem. One of the goblins immediately started screaming and telling everyone that the captain of the group was his trophy. But the leader immediately told him that he should keep the man down because he had intelligence and information that the tribe wanted. But the goblin was getting arrogant, telling Lin that if he wanted information from the captain, then he should trade one of his women with the heroic species to play. And this shocked both the clan mother as well as Gabu, and even Lin was not able to hear such insolence. But he just smiled, telling the goblin that he was moving ahead way too fast. But the goblin told him that the leader was way stronger than Lin himself, and our boy just smiled, realizing that the heroic species leader was the backbone of the delusional assumption. Lin just told the gob-maniac to just capture his subordinates and then he can be spared, but the goblin was too arrogant, telling him that the leader was not going to listen to him, and now they were going to kill Lin to take over his tribe. But as this ugly goblin was actually getting really arrogant, the leader immediately grabbed him by his head and slammed him down onto the ground, and everyone saw that what the leader did and started distancing themselves from him. The goblin started telling Lin that after upgrading, he seemed to become more intelligent in many ways, and he was different than all those arrogant guys. But he also believed in absolute power and made Lin remember that even he defeated the old leader before becoming the new leader. So for now, even the goblin wanted to try and defeat our boy in a battle. Hearing this, Lin started laughing while telling the goblin that he was happy to see such a tremendous growth of his children, but still, he was the leader of the tribe, and he had to maintain this position. As Lin was saying this, flames started erupting from his head to toe, and as he was gleaming with a fierce aura, he wanted the goblin to say it once again, that he wanted to challenge our boy Lin in a battle. All the manipulated goblins started cheering for the gob-maniac, and Lin just smiled, telling him that he was happy that many goblins were ready to follow someone new. But still, before defeating him, our boy wanted to make sure that he was really going to challenge Lin without any hesitation. Our boy just summoned the fireball and showed it to everyone, signifying his determination to defeat even his own children to show his power. He told every heroic goblin that if they wanted to still keep following him, then they should come to his side, or otherwise they will not be shown any mercy. Meanwhile, the captain of the human group was looking at everything, realizing that it was Lin who was leading all the goblins and was the leader of the tribe. He thought that he's getting lucky that they were fighting among themselves, and this was a good opportunity for him to escape. He saw that the disparity between the two sides was so huge that even if the captain used magic, it will not help him. But as soon as the old leader dies, he thought that he will escape. Lin told the maniac there were really just a few goblins who were ready to follow a new leader. But the son just told his father that he was different from all of them, and he just seek true strength. The goblin immediately took out his sword and started running towards Lin for attacking, but our boy swiftly dodged this slow attack. Meanwhile, on the other hand, the captain was shocked that the goblin guy was really stronger than when he fought with the humans, but Lin was able to dodge even this powerful attack with such swiftness. Even Lin told his son that he was doing really awesome. He immediately summoned a fireball into his sword and told his son to try this attack instead. Even the opponent was really confused, witnessing new weapons, which he had never seen before. And the fire was coming towards him with incredibility fast speeds, and he knew that he cannot dodge it, so he decided to hit it instead. Even Lin was pretty surprised that his son had become so powerful that he broke through the fireball and was coming to hit him without even hesitating. Lin was finally enjoying this battle and started smiling in between. And suddenly, a huge eruption took place in the battlefield, shocking each and every one, friends and foes alike. But as the maniac looked at his sword, he saw that Lin was able to block this attack single-handedly without breaking a sweat. This was the new skill that he got, and it really saved his life. He just smiled, telling the goblin that his sword was really powerful, but it was a pity that his opponent was Lin himself. The battle raged on for multiple hours of struggle, and Lin asked his son if he wanted to continue further. But the gob-maniac admitted defeat and was ready to die instead. Lin smiled at this answer, while all the other goblins dropped down into the ground too. Lin just smiled, thinking that his son has really got some guts. All the other problems started bleeding in to not kill them for their disobedience. Play contact, all the goblins were just a bunch of spineless trash who are willing to follow whoever the strongest is. The maniac was getting healed by a Freya, and Lin told him that as long as he continued to loyal to him, he was not going to get killed. But all these filthy and manipulative goblins were not to be left alone. So the maniac was ordered to kill them all. He thanked Lin for the kindness and swore his utmost loyalty to our boy, telling him to leave those trashy creatures to him. And before these goblins can even do anything to save themselves, they were wiped out of existence by him. Lin ordered all the other goblins to devour those who were traitors, so that they can acquire their power and get level-ups. Meanwhile, the group captain saw that Loder was tied down onto a staff, asking him about what was happening with him, and Loder explained to the captain that Lin was not an ordinary mutant, but a monster that even the Empire was afraid of. Lin started coming towards Loder, telling him that he was sorry that he was fighting his own mates all of a sudden. But Lin laughed at Loder, telling them that it was worthless of him to even think that someone like the captain would be able to save him. But now, Loder realized that it was all the fault of the Sword Saint for not protecting Loder and just hiding in town. But the captain told Lin that once she deals with the female dragon, she will lead the other royal knights to kill the goblins. But Lin asked the captain if he was still thinking that the dragons were attacking the human town out of their own will. But Lin started smiling, telling the man that he was happy by knowing that the things with the dragon clan mother was still going well. The human town started thinking that dragons were working at their own will, but realizing his mistake, the captain just started smiling, telling him that if he had obtained all the information he wanted, Lin should just give him the pleasure of afterlife. He wanted to not end up with the same fate as Loder, and just requested Lin to kill him quickly. And as Lin was still human from his heart, he agreed to the last request of the captain and relieved him from his life. As the scene shifts, we come to the room of the Sword Saint, where someone was calling out to her, and she suddenly woke up, asking the soldier about why he was so panicked, because the flying dragon had already left the town, and the king knights on patrol should already be back. But the soldier informed the lady that the whole brigade of knights have been wiped out, and only one person has returned alive. This news shocked the lady to the core as she wondered about what was happening with the brigade. Inside the premises of the Sword Saint, a healer told the lady that she tried treating the Blade Knight soldier with every medicine she can, but he was so seriously injured that the recovery potion was of no use. The saint immediately asked the soldier about how he got such heavily injured, and where were the other knights. But the soldier replied in an almost whispering tone that they have encountered a group of heroic goblins when they were going to save Ephraia and Loder, but just then they got ambushed and toyed with before their demise. Just before drawing his final breath, the soldier told the lady to be careful, because the goblins in the forest were really unusual. And with that, the body of the soldier rested onto the soft mattress, while the healer tried to check him up, but it was no use. The Sword Saint was really angry, turning around. While a mage of their group told her that no matter if they are heroic or not, they were just some filthy and ugly goblins who were waiting to be dealt with. But the Sword Saint still wanted to remain calm, telling everyone that the intrusions of dragons were becoming more and more frequent in the human town, and the goblins will try to take advantage of the situation at any time. So if there was even a possibility of a sneak attack by the goblins, the lady was not going to risk it. She immediately turned around, telling one of her soldiers that she needed their help to resist the raid of dragons in the human town, so she ordered the soldier to bring his people inside the town for help in the raids, because the lady wanted to kill the goblin leader, along with the purple gold dragon mother by her own hands when the time comes. Looking at the anger and frustration of the lady, the soldier, try telling her that maybe the Silver Blade Knights will return alive, because they were quite powerful. But even the mage was skeptical about it, thinking that there was no way that a member of the Blade Knight would be stranded if everyone was alive. But suddenly, heavy footsteps approached the hall, and someone called out to the Sword Saint from behind, telling her that there was no need to bring in reinforcements. As the lady turned around, she saw a tall man full of coat and robes who was fixing his belt and was wearing a mask and cowboy hat. He was telling the lady that when the soldiers become arrogant, they will definitely be defeated. And it was not surprising that the Silver Blade Knights were finished due to their carelessness and not due to the goblins alone. We come to know that this man was named Kasimov, who was the leader of the Death Knights. He wanted the matter of the Blade Knights to be given to him by the lady because he wanted to rescue people and exterminate goblets by himself. But the lady was getting skeptical because even a knight group has been defeated in just one day, and Kasimov still wanted to go and fight with the goblins alone. Hearing this, Kasimov started laughing frantically, while he immediately grabbed his mask, telling everyone in the hall that he faced 4 Titan warriors by himself and survived. So now, even if he dealt with a group of heroic goblins, they will not be able to hurt the man no matter what. The man immediately pulled down the mask while telling the lady to just wait for the good news. And as his whole face was revealed, we see that Kasimov was a half-zombified human whose half-face was completely burned due to a tragedy of some kind, and he was really looking horrifying than even the ugliest monsters that you have seen in the series. As the scene shifts, we come to Lin's tribe, where it was a nice and peaceful day, and we see that our boy was standing on the ground with the opened system panel, which was running one of his simulations again, as the current plot for Lin was that he resisted the human race and let the giant goblins make out with the dragon mother for successfully creating a heroic tribe, and then he cleared out the rebels' subordinates and got the king's power to make more goblins, and the elven clan surrender to him. But the good times did not last long, and the god of death, named Kasimov, was ordered by the Sword Saint to attack the tribe alone in the middle of the night. Lin was able to subdue Kasimov, but the goblin tribe suffered heavy damages due to him. Reading this, Lin started wondering if this Kasimov guy can severely damage the tribe by himself, because it was too naive to dare to launch a sneak attack alone in a tribe full of goblins. Lin had multiple options in this situation. He can move the tribe to avoid being hunted or prepare in advance and wait for the night attack. But Lin chose to take the initiative and capture Kasimov before he can even attack, because he thought that if he was waiting for the hunter to come into the attack on his tribe, then he might as well take the initiative, and maybe then he can really avoid losses. The simulator gave 20 points to Lin out of 100 for a life and death duel with Kasimov. And even he realized that this man was really powerful, and before taking action, he must first understand the origin of Kasimov himself. As the scene shifts, we come to the punishment area of the tribe, where Loder was still laughing frantically by the fact that the god of death was coming to the Goblin tribe. He was really in a bad situation, but he still can't just shut up. According to Loder, finally, some decent guy was going to hunt the goblins instead of mere losers. And if Kasimov was going to come, then according to him, Lin was really going to be in big trouble, because this man had killed several Titan warriors with his own hands and still survived. But now, Lin was curious because Loder seemed to trust Kasimov too much, and he didn't even know about what the Titans were. Loder started informing Lin that Titans were enemy soldiers who were trained by the opponent country using Titan genes, and they were capable of tearing apart level 5 monsters with their bare hands without even breaking a sweat. And if Kasimov was able to kill such powerful beings, then there was no way that Lin is going to survive his massacre. Our boy realized that the man incoming for the hunt really had got some tricks up his sleeve, but Loder was still laughing like a madman, almost losing his mind, telling Lin to just wait and watch. But looking at the seer confidence of Loder, our boy realized that it was better for him to be careful and first send someone to test out what Kasimov was really capable of. And as the scene shifts, we see that the man was traveling with his horse, as he still had his cowboy hat and mask on. And in the depths of the magical forest, he was all alone, wondering about why there was not a single monster in the entire demonized forest. It was really abnormal for this phenomenon to happen. But suddenly, as the man was going deeper inside, he saw the remains of equipment used by the Blade Knights. But instead of getting really disgusted, Kasimov was really enjoying the smell of the distant pain and agony caused to the Blade Knights as he imagined what the knights felt during their demise. He really wanted to get to the Goblin leader and give him a taste of how powerful the man really was. But suddenly, he heard a soft voice falling out to someone for help, asking if there was someone who would be able to save her. Kasimov really wondered about where the voice was coming from and turned around to look for her. After hearing the voice of the lady, Kasimov immediately started going towards the direction of the scream, in curiosity to find out if what he was thinking was true. After a while, Kasimov reached the place where a lady was fallen onto the ground, sobbing and screaming in a low-pitched voice, and we all see that this lady was none other than Ephraia herself. But the hunter did not know that, and just asked the lady about who she was. Hearing that, Ephraia immediately turned around, even surprising Kasimov along the way, because she was looking really desperate for anyone to save her from the life she had been living with our boy Lin. Finally, after a while, the man realized that the lady in distress was none other than Ephraia herself. And as soon as he realized that, Kasimov asked her if she knew where Loder was, because he was nowhere to be found. The lady started crying, telling Kasimov that she was the one who somehow escaped the Goblin tribe, and for saving her, Loder was already dead due to the assault of the goblins. But hearing that, Kasimov wanted to know the location of the tribe of the goblins so that he can eradicate them by himself. But Ephraia was just waiting for this question, acting like a scared cat, and telling Kasimov that the Goblin tribe was not far from where they were standing. Ephraia started pointing out on a direction, telling Kasimov to go that way, to find out the location of the tribe. Even when the man was a bit skeptical, he found no reason to not trust his past subordinate, and immediately started going towards the direction pointed by Ephraia, with the help of his horse. But Ephraia was a bit shocked, calling out to Kasimov and screaming, telling him to save her before something happens to her. But the type of man he was, Kasimov immediately told the lady to just run along the side of the road so that she can escape the forest. The man did not want to be bothered during an important mission, and as the scene shifts, we see that Kasimov was going deeper in the jungle while riding his horse as he left the lady behind and activated his professional skill of Night of Despair. Ear activated whenever he was alone, and he got a 30% attribute bonus, and every time he killed an enemy, he will get a 20% attribute increase with no upper limit, and this buff will last until the end of the battle. He was not able to believe that Loder was dead by the hands of some measly goblins, but he had confidence that no one can hold him back after his Night of Despair skill got activated. Kasimov devised a plan of doing a sneak attack first and stack up his passive skill, so that no matter how powerful the leader of the Goblin tribe may be, it will not even matter. As the scene shifts to a few moments later, we see that Kasimov was going towards the forest full throttle, but suddenly, a tightrope struck the leg of his horse, and his horse immediately tipped over onto the ground. But somehow, because Kasimov was really agile, he jumped away from his horse, saving himself from falling and taking damage. But he was really surprised to see that the sneak attack he had been planning all along was now failed, because he was attacked instead. But surprises were still to come, because as the hunter turned around, he saw that it was none other than the lady herself, who was coming towards the man. He was shocked to know that the lady did not leave the forest yet, and she was still coming after the man. But what he did not know is that the lady is already the subordinate of our boy, as she immediately used her staff to do a holy light attack on the hunter, critically damaging him due to the surprise. But on the other hand, Kasimov was not able to understand about how the one he had to save was almost trying to kill him. He asked the lady about what she was doing and why she was not getting out of the forest. But Freya made a neutral face like she was getting disgusted by the hunter, telling him that her master wanted the hunter dead, and obeying her master was her own desire like a loyal pet. Just after telling this Kasimov, the lady started getting surrounded with a golden aura of holy light as she immediately used the holy light impact attack onto the hunter, engulfing him from head to toe with holy light energy, heavily damaging him by each passing second. But suddenly, as the attack finished, a poisonous smoke erupted from where Kasimov was standing. He did his devouring souls attack while he was trying to save himself, also attacking the lady at the same time. He dematerialized himself as poison mist with the help of his skill and immediately grabbed the hair of the lady, asking her about what kind of evil had possessed her for her to dare to attack her own subordinate. But as the lady was not ready to tell the hunter anything, he thought that Freya was being stubborn and told her that she was a nice woman and killing monsters was not the only thing that the hunter liked from his heart. He decided to not show any mercy to the lady, even when she was a former subordinate of the human town. Meanwhile, the man was also thinking that as the guard of the lady was down, it was a good time for him to stack his passive, because the lady might have more people, who might do a surprise attack onto the hunter. But suddenly, as he tried activating his skill, Kasimov realized that along with him and the lady, someone else was there too, because his status of being alone was not getting activated. Suddenly, a voice rang through his ears, telling him that his professional attributes and equipment were really tricky, and it was no wonder that he had to come and destroy the whole Goblin tribe by himself due to these skills. We see that it was our boy Lin who did a sneak attack on Kasimov and grabbed all his weapons so that he was unable to attack. As soon as Freya heard the voice of her master, it was as if she felt like she was in heaven due to some suspicious reasons. Lin was inspecting the long sword, which was brought by Kasimov in the forest, and then realized that if Kasimov used this weapon and stacked up his passive, then the whole Goblin tribe may suffer a lot of casualties, because the weapon can increase critical hit damage by 90%. But on the other hand, Kasimov was not able to believe that such a lowly creature was actually able to take away the sword of a hunter in an instant. But if Freya was really not able to resist the urge of going back to her master, and as he saw this, the hunter was not able to believe that Lin was the one who asked Freya to do a sneak attack on the hunter. But suddenly, Freya sat down onto the knees of our boy Lin and acted like a cute puppy, which was not digested by Kasimov in any way. He thought that in order to survive, the lady was willing to become a slave to the filthy goblin. But Lin just smiled, telling Kasimov that the lady was a really good pet who was really loyal to our boy no matter what. But Lin was really disappointed onto the hunter, because he thought that maybe this new character was somewhat really overpowered, and it would be a little problem to solve this issue. But it turned out that the hunter was really just a murderous psycho who likes to rely on assassination to stack up his passive attack and then become powerful. But this much straight insult was really too much for Kasimov, as he wondered about how Lin got the attribute information of his skill. But he was getting overconfident, thinking that even if he was not able to use any weapon or any skills in front of a lowly goblin, he would be able to defeat our boy Lin with just his bare hands. Thinking about it and smiling, Kasimov immediately jumped towards our boy in an attempt to defeat him in a single strike. But suddenly, a large army of huge goblins and a dragon head popped out of the trees of the forest, surprising Kasimov to the core as he realized that our boy was not alone at all. Lin was the leader of the goblin tribe, and it was now clear from the help he had got as he started smiling, telling Kasimov that he is wondering about who was going to go to hell due to the carelessness. And after the sentence was finished, the lady dragon immediately used her fire breathing to engulf the half-faced hunter into flames, as the human started feeling an intense burning pain and started screaming with intense pain and agony. We come back to Lin's tribe, where everyone was happy as they saw that their boss, Lin, came back to their tribe, along with some new prey. The scene shifts to Loder, who was still thinking of the demise of Lin was imminent this time. But suddenly, a French fry dropped down onto the ground near his legs as Lin asked the prisoner if this man was the omnipotent god of death he praised in the previous episode like crazy, telling him sarcastically that even when he was a god of death, after overhearing his skills, Lin was easily able to defeat him without any efforts. As mad as Loder already was, he immediately started panicking and screaming. The realization struck him that another one of his teammates was already dead. He started blaming the Sword Saint for everything, thinking that in order to protect the measly humans in the town, she was just sending inefficient reinforcements to save Loder, and due to this, all the humans were becoming nourishment for the goblins to defeat and upgrade. This strategy was not going to work at all, especially if they were dealing with a goblin like Lin, and Loder thought that maybe the Sword Saint was actually scared of fighting with our boy. He picked up an apple and smiled while thinking of the Sword Saint, remembering that when he last used the system to check, he found out that the Saint only had 3 knights under her control, and now the Silver Blade Knights has been broken by the hands of our boy, and once the news of Kasimov's defeat is sent back to the lady, it will definitely slow down the momentum of the Sword Saint and her group. Lin took a bite from the apple, and while savoring it, he thought that in order to save the situation, the Sword Saint was going to do something after the news, and to check what she was going to do, Lin was going to use the simulation system and explore the future beforehand. To know every possible outcome, he immediately ordered the system to start the simulation, and as time passed, Lin was laughing maniacally while his eyes were glowing in crimson red. He thought that Sword Saint was really going to become a greedy lady, and he was sure that he is going to win the battle. They were fighting without any problem. He immediately called out the Gobmaniac, ordering him to call all the goblins immediately, because Lin will have to take them to do something big tomorrow. Even the goblins were really fired up when they saw that their leader was actually this enthusiastic about something. Meanwhile, Lin was engulfed with a fiery aura of passion and strength as he thought that this time it was his turn to actually cause ruckus in the human town. As the scene shifts, we come to the human town, where the sword saint was asking a soldier about where the body of Kasimov was found. The soldier nervously told the lady that the body was found outside the city in this dire condition. The whole audience in the castle was not able to believe that Kasimov was defeated by the goblins in just one day, but the sword saint knew that it was her only subordinate, and he was really defeated. The lady started thinking that these successive failures to exterminate the goblins and the frequent harassment by dragons were no coincidence. The lady came to the conclusion that everything which was happening was a conspiracy between the purple dragon mother and our boy Lin the goblin. They were using the civilians of the human towns as bait so that the powerful saint will not go leaving the human town, and the goblins can chip away their army one by one. She understood that she can no longer be passive and immediately started screaming at a soldier to go and gather all the members of the Battle Cry Regiment. They were ordered to go to the royal capital immediately and find support, because now there was no time to delay in exterminating these dangerous goblins. The soldier agreed and immediately started running away, fulfilling the orders of the lady. And as the scene shifts, we come to the forest where 4 people in a group were passing, and a soldier in their group was confused, telling the captain that even if they rode a high-speed horse to the royal capital, the fastest round trip will take 4 days, and even when they all mobilize, what will they do if the city is destroyed? Even when the soldiers had fast feet, according to the man, the captain should have been gone to the capital alone to bring in reinforcements to defend the city. But before the captain can even speak, one of the mages immediately started screaming at him, telling him that this was the plan of the sword saint herself, and if they encountered any kind of sneak attack by the goblins, someone can escape and report the news and bring back more helpers. With the strength of Theseus' word saint, it was not a problem to directly rush out of the city and destroy the goblins or flying dragons, but the problem the army was facing was that other than the sword saint, the knights of the town were not able to handle goblins or dragons, and the sword saint was not leaving the city, because as soon as she goes out, the goblins and the dragon can straight up attack the town and wreak havoc. And thus, the sword saint made the strategy of breaking out and bringing in reinforcements in order to protect the people of the town, along with the knights who were going to exterminate the goblins at the same time. So now, the group must break out and gather reinforcements on their own while sticking to the plan. But as soon as they reached the bridge, which connected the royal capital with the forest, they saw that the bridge was completely destroyed. The mage realized that this bridge was deliberately destroyed by some wild creatures and suggested that they should take a detour. But the captain knew that when they will be taking a detour, the goblins can really ambush them and defeat them without any effort. Even when the bridge was destroyed, the captain decided that the best place for them to be was where they were standing, because if they go back, they will be ambushed by goblins and whatnot. Finally, the captain ordered the group to start cutting wood and making a bridge by themselves. And until then, they will camp on the same spot. The whole group agreed and started working. And before night completely fell, the team was able to complete the bridge so that they can cross it and reach the royal capital. The captain immediately ordered the whole group to cross the bridge quickly because night was going to fall and it is really going to be dangerous. As the scene shifts, we see that as the soldiers were crossing the bridge, everything suddenly became dark, like it was midnight. But as the captain looked up, he realized that it was not time which passed, but instead, a large dragon was looming over the heads of the group, and on top of that was a figure who was none other than our boy Lin himself. Captain realized that goblins and the flying dragons were in the same group, but it is now a bit too late to realize that. Lin started smiling while he sarcastically told the group that their hands and feet were looking really weak from above. But still, the fleet was so stubborn that they decided to build a bridge instead of taking a detour. But Lin had already thought that the group will think that the goblins will ambush them, and so he let them build the bridge and decided to catch them when the group would be crossing it. Everything was clear to the captain as he realized that it was our boy Lin himself who destroyed the rope bridge, but he was still so dumb that he threatened Lin that he is going to defeat him right away. But everything was a failure, because as soon as the dragon started using her flames, the human group was immediately scattered, running for saving their lives before attacking. Finally, Lin had a devilish laugh as he told the dragon to immediately burn the bridge, which was hardly made by the group with a whole day's work. As the humans saw their bridge collapsing once again, their will was completely shattered. But still, the captain is so dumb that he again threatened Lin that he was going to capture him and torture him slowly and painfully. And with that, this chapter comes to an end. Hit the like button and complete today's like aim of 500 likes. Also subscribe and join the channel to support me financially and get a shout out in the next video. Thanks for watching. After listening to the dumb threat of the captain, Lin smiled while he was riding the dragon, telling him that whether he can defeat Lin or not actually depended on whether the captain can defeat his goblins and the dragon mother who was coming towards them. We see that as the bridge that the humans created was burning, multiple goblins surrounded the whole team, which was supervised by the captain. The mage lady, along with the dwarf, was not able to do anything in this situation, and they realized that even after these many problems, there was still the flying dragon group, which was coming towards them at any second now, which will make everything even worse. The mage lady realized that if the flying dragon army came towards them while goblins were attacking them, then the things would actually turn out pretty bad. But the captain was not ready to listen to his subordinates at all, telling them that it was not a problem, and instead, it was an opportunity for them to solve the problems of the human town. The man wanted the dwarf to hold on and counterattack the goblins which were coming towards them, and after that, he wanted the dwarf to dash himself out from the circle of goblins with his high-speed razor sprint, so that he can go back and report the news to the capital and call the saintess. The captain was stubborn and was not even ready to realize that they were in big trouble. He still thought that he would actually be able to defeat Lin pretty easily, because for him, our boy was just a measly goblin. The dwarf knew that he cannot defy the captain and got ready to hold the goblins off along with him. And the captain started dashing in his heavy armor towards the goblins with all his might. They were still believing that measly goblins cannot gain so much intelligence, that they can attack in coordination and unison. For them, even living in groups was not possible according to the captain. He started dashing and protecting himself while doing a counterattack, thinking that even if they can hold on until the sword saintess arrives, then it would be a win for them, and they would be easily able to defeat all the goblins once and for all. But suddenly, the mage lady realized that something was not right, as she started looking at the goblins who were licking all over their lips in greed by looking at the lady and her features. She realized that the goblins have deliberately let the captain and the dwarf go, because now the mage lady was completely alone, and the goblins had got their prey for the day. She realized that the goblins did not do a breakout due to the captain, but instead, they were actually intelligent and did it deliberately. As the captain and the dwarf were gone, Lin started laughing maniacally, telling the lady that there was no such thing as a mother dragon present in the forest, and it was just a way to create fear into the minds of the captain so that he can call the sword saintess over into the forest from the human town. But actually, Lin had some really devilish plans, and he told the mage lady that they were a bit skeptical if they should conduct a goblin meeting inside the human town or not. After the sword saint leaves for the forest, Lin was going to really do something bad. Meanwhile, after the captain and the dwarf break away from the circle of goblins, which were closing in on them, the captain gave orders to the male team to shoot down the dragon rider, so that they can damage the forces of our boy and hold on until the sword saintess arrives. They started running towards the gob-maniacs and clashed with the heroic species of goblins, and the captain was using his measly human weapon against Gabutan. As he struck his axe with the heroic goblin's sword, the captain was not able to believe that this goblin hybrid was matching him in terms of strength. But suddenly, the captain realized that the sword which the heroic goblin was using was actually the sword of Kasimov. He was shocked to the core and immediately stopped for a moment as he created a distance between him and the strong creature. Meanwhile, our boy Lin was watching over the thing which was turning out as a movie while he was riding the top of the dragon, thinking that the captain and his team was completely delusional and they are not going to get any chances to survive on that day. Finally, our boy decided to enter the battlefield himself and immediately jumped from the dragon, landing onto the ground with a devilish laugh on his face, announcing to everyone that, as the time they had now was limited, they will have to kill the whole group of the knights faster and swiftly before the sword saint actually arrives in the forest, so that they can ambush her too. Meanwhile, the heroic goblin defeated the captain of the group and immediately grabbed his axe, because it was a really useful weapon. The gob maniac used the wind suppression scythe to deeply damage the captain of the group. Even he realized that after being born as a human, this was his limit. He knew that he cannot hold on any longer and that his whole team was now doomed due to his foolishness. And as he looked around at his teammates, he saw that all the other people were already defeated, and the goblins started eating and chewing them while they were screaming in pain and agony. He realized about the mistake he has done from the start by thinking that he can actually defeat the goblin leader with just a small group of people. Lin told the captain that his biggest mistake was to actually look down onto these measly goblins and to think that he can defeat them all alone. As Lin turned around in the opposite direction, he saw that one of the goblins was already enjoying the mage lady which he caught, and he told the gob maniac that they did not have much time left, so they should immediately devour all the bodies to gain their abilities and evacuate after cleaning the forest, so that the sword saint did not find anything suspicious when she comes into the forest, and the sneak attack would be successful. The goblin who has got to keep the lady was happy from Lin, thanking his boss again and again while enjoying his new prey to the fullest in every way. As the scene shifts, it was already the next morning inside the western forest, where the sword saintess has arrived with multiple soldiers, but she was shocked to see that all the people who were sent as an advanced group to scout the goblin tribe were already finished. And the only one left to cry over them was the dwarf who ran away to call out to the saintess. He was still dumb enough to think that he can avenge his captain with his own strength as he looked at his bones. But the sword saint was actually shocked by looking at the forest and realizing that there was not even a single body present there, except the captain. The dwarf started explaining to the lady that the knight group was defeated by a group of dragons and goblins cooperating with each other, and among the group was one of the goblin who could control a dragon. He told the lady that the dragon rider must be the goblin leader of the tribe. The lady was shocked after she heard this, because she had never thought that the dragons and goblins will work together. She realized that after the whole knight group was massacred, the goblin leader must have used the dragon's breath to burn the evidence clean, and he was the same leader who used the dragon breath once again to burn the whole bridge, so that the group cannot cross the forest and inform others. The dwarf requested the sword saint to somehow defeat the dragon and the goblins for the sake of the humans. But the lady was now in the dilemma, analyzing the body of the captain and finding the traces of the body being burned by dragon flames. She analyzed that the remaining bones must have been bitten repeatedly by the goblins so that they can devour them. But she was confused because the dwarf also turned the lady that many dragons were coming, but there was not a single trace of any dragon in the whole forest. Finally, it was as if the lady had got multiple thunderbolts into her mind as she started running along with her soldiers following her with insane speeds. The lady realized that the goblin did not want to attack the saintess at all, and instead they just wanted the lady to go away from the human town so that our boy can actually attack the town instead. Hearing this, the dwarf's face has become pale while he realized what he had done by calling the saintess in the forest. But now, it was already too late, because as the scene shifts and the saintess arrives into the forest, she saw that the whole town was massacred and completely destroyed, as like an earthquake had hit the whole human town. The lady immediately dropped onto the ground, not able to believe what she was witnessing. She was not ready to even accept that something like this had happened to the human town that she swore to protect. And with that, this chapter comes to an end. Hit the like button and complete today's like aim of 500 likes. Also subscribe and join the channel to support me financially and get a shout out in the next video. Thanks for watching. As the Sword Saint looked everywhere around her, she saw the huge destruction, which was caused by all the goblins from the tribe which were sent by our boy Lin. And even when she tried to talk with the citizens of the human town, they were straight up ignoring her. Even when she got to a child who just lost his father, he immediately started screaming at the lady, telling her to just go away and pretend of protecting the town like she always used to, without doing anything else. Because when the lady should have actually protected the town from the goblins, she was not there, and the goblins wreaked havoc everywhere, not ready to stop until they destroyed everything inside the human town. The boy told the lady that she was just a liar who was pretending that she was strong. This shook the lady to the core, but this trashing did not stop at the kid. Each and every person who was alive in the human town was against the Sword Saint now. They were not even ready to listen to the apology of the lady, telling her that if she can't protect the humans inside the town, then there was no point of her being a saint, because all the humans supported this Sword Saint and the Holy Regiment when they were in vain. But when the normal citizens needed the support, the Sword Saint was not there in the town, and the human town did not need people like the lady, who just pretend that she will protect everyone when the time comes, but does exactly the opposite and runs away at the time of need. Even when the lady wanted to say sorry and apologize to each and every member of the town, it was as if their words have stabbed onto the stomach of the lady as she started crying, not able to handle this amount of negativity. But the townspeople kept blaming her for everything that happened in the town, as if it had all happened because of her. They were not even ready to stop, and even when the lady was not in a position to hear anything else, they kept on blaming her in front of her, telling her to go away. Meanwhile, in the sky, we see that the dragon mommy was looking at everything, and was really surprised because our boy Lin had really did whatever he promised. He had defeated this Sword Saint of the humans without a head-on confrontation and turned her into a lady with a broken heart. The dragon lady just smiled, getting impressed by our boy and really looking forward to meeting him in her den after some time. As the scene shifts, we come to the Goblin's tribe, where everyone started praising their boss, Lin, as he came inside the tribe along with multiple hybrid goblins who were talking about how they conquered the human town and the Sword Saint at the same time without much effort. Our boy asked Gobutan about how did he get the things which was assigned to him by the leader. Lin wanted to know if anything started going wrong along the way when they were wreaking havoc in the human town, but the goblin just smiled while looking at a cage, telling their boss that their attack has went smoothly and the whole human town was now obliterated, and the goblins have also brought back a lot of trophies and prisoners with them to pass their time when they get bored. Inside the cage, we see that there were many human females who were sitting, while realizing that their life has now become hell. The goblin started explaining that some of the women were voluntarily ready to get captured by the goblins because they wanted to save their lives no matter what. And in addition to everything they did, they headed to Lin's command, and also gave the girl named Kalia a cart of gold and escorted her and her family out of the city without causing any harm to her, because she was the only human who wanted to help Lin without anything in return. Lin was now happy from what the goblin did, and just like other hybrid goblins, Lin allowed this one to give priority to devouring monsters too, so that he can get even stronger. Meanwhile, Lin thought that Kayla was the only person who believed in him in his previous life, so sending her away from this place of strife was a reward which Lin wanted to give the lady for being so kind to him when our boy was not strong. But suddenly, Lin got back on track, smiling devilishly and thinking that this time, the Sword Saint has completely collapsed after this attack. As the scene shifts, it was the next day, and we see that Lin had reached the Dragon Island once again with the help of his dragon, and looked at the dragon mommy, who was sleeping in her den. As the lady woke up, Lin started praising the dragon mommy, telling her that it was due to her that they were able to conquer the human town so easily, along with the Sword Saint, who would not dare to do anything else for the time being. Even the dragon mommy agreed, telling Lin that it was really heartbreaking for the lady, and she had fell so ill that she would not be able to survive another incident like this. And hearing that made the dragon lady really happy, but as Lin started to sit down inside the den, he told the dragon mommy that she will still have to ask her dragons to constantly go to the human town and harass the people inside it, so that the pressure onto the Sword Saint will be continued without any break, so that she can become weaker and weaker. But the lady was in some other mood as the dragon. Mommy immediately came near Lin and started licking her lips while asking our boy about what kind of gift she should ask for compensation, because flying back and forth every day was really tiring, and her chest and shoulders were really hurting due to it. But before our boy can even reply with any word, the dragon lady came insanely closer onto him and immediately started kissing our boy like crazy. Not able to control herself, she started dematerializing. The scales which were covering the important melons of the lady, while telling Lin that she wanted him as a reward for now. Even Lin was impressed by these cheesy lines from the dragon mother, but he was a bit confused, asking the lady if she was sure that she wanted Lin itself. But the dragon mommy playfully told Lin that the dragon lady that she gave him as a gift was already having a big belly due to constantly doing dirty things with Lin. But now the dragon mommy wanted to ignore it. But if Lin tried to reject her at this moment, then she will definitely get angry, and then there was no stopping her. The lady started grabbing the neck of our boy, but he immediately calmed the situation down, telling the dragon mommy that, how can he just a weak goblin be worthy of the great mother of dragons? But as the lady completely dematerialized all the scales of her body, she playfully told Lin that he was not an ordinary goblin, and the dragon mommy was actually surprised by the potential of our boy to convert into a goblin king. The mommy started explaining that their ancient dragon clan has always worshipped the strong, and as a result of their nature, they only wanted to be with the strong and become the mother of their child, so that their child can become even stronger. After hearing this, Lin looked at this moment as an opportunity, thinking that it was better to obey the orders of the dragon mommy than being disrespectful, so that he can enjoy the night of his lifetime. As the camera pans away from the dragon and our boy Lin, the whole den was able to hear the noises of both. Finally, after Lin was done with the lady, a notification popped up, telling Lin that he had got a large amount of attribute points, just because he did it with a dragon. Our boy immediately got dressed and realized that he will have to leave quickly while the dragon mother was still sleeping. Otherwise, things would not go smooth as he planned. Lin immediately grabbed the lady dragon that she got and flew away from the dragon island when he had time. Meanwhile, we see that the dragon mommy was already awake, getting impressed by Lin and thinking that he is exactly the type to dominate the whole world and become the Goblin King. As we come to another morning onto Lin's tribe, we see that Cassandra was screaming and had took the whole tribe onto her head, because Lin had told her and the clan mother to leave the tribe and go home. But the daughter was not able to believe that our boy was going to kick them out. But Lin also had a valid reasoning. He explained that now that he had captured many humans from the town to take over the task of growth, the elves can have the freedom. But deep inside, Lin knew that he was just playing a gamble, because the versatility of elves far surpasses humans. But as not every elf was taking interest in our boy, he wanted to win their hearts rather than forcefully suppressing them and make them willingly follow him. So that's why Lin made this plan and decided to tell the elves to have their freedom back. Meanwhile, the elven clan mother turned around and told Cassandra that she and her crew should feel free to leave if that's what they desired. But suddenly, after saying that, the elven clan mother immediately bent onto her knees, telling Lin that through each and every time when there is chaos in the Goblin tribe. She would like to help our boy in resolving that, and the clan mother wanted Lin to become her guardian, and she decided to serve our boy for eternity. Lin started smiling as his plan was going really good. He told the elven lady that she was quite clever, because staying in the tribe might prove useful to her too, as she was getting a powerful guardian, who was way more overpowered than any other spirits. Lin knew that the elven clan mother stayed behind, hoping to get stronger and sharper. But just then, Cassandra started screaming at her, telling her that she should not possibly keep all the good things to herself. Even the daughter bends onto her knees, telling Lin that she was not going to leave either, and from then on, she wished to follow only her dear mother and the goblin chief Lin, and as both the mother and daughter knelt down, all the other elves immediately dropped onto the ground, praising Lin and telling him to keep them in the tribe and not let them go away. And Lin started having a devilish laugh because he was witnessing everything in front of him just as he wanted. And for the final nail in the coffin, Lin immediately started acting like a prestigious man, telling all the elves that since they have chosen to stay in the tribe with him, they were no longer prisoners, but rather, they became his loyal crew, and Lin would vow to keep them safe. Hearing this, all the elves became emotional and started thanking and praising our boy. Meanwhile, Lin was happy by the fall of the Sword Saint because it meant that there were no foreign threats which were coming at the tribe for the time being, making it the perfect golden era for growth. Our boy decided that in this peaceful time, they should cultivate a legion of heroes with the help of elves and the Dragon Lady. But suddenly, the hybrid goblin from behind told Lin that the humans they captured were too puny for his taste. And just then, the clan mother saw an opportunity, telling Lin that she can lend a hand with artificial ding-dong, so that the goblins don't have to do all the work with the females with whom they don't want to do it. And even Lin realized that it was the only way to increase their forces now. But suddenly, a goblin soldier came behind Lin, screaming and telling Lin that a hybrid named Goblin was acting really weird, and then it seems like he is completely dead. The goblin wanted Lin to come and take a look, and even our boy was surprised because Goblin was a second-generation goblin who was quite powerful. As the scene shifts, we see that Lin came running towards the tribe and saw a goblin who was dropped onto the ground full of wounds. The other goblin soldiers explained to our boy that even they did not have any clue about what Goblin was doing because he was just hiding into their houses, scratching like a madman, and finally, he ended up scratching himself to death. But suddenly, everyone witnessed a deadly transformation, as Goblin started having long teeth and multiple spikes started coming out from his body as his whole physique started changing. Even Lin was quite literally shocked that Goblin was coming back to life, and he had now become a really vicious creature. The system told our boy that Goblin had now become a level 50 mutated goblin with the occupation of the berserker. The creature had the title of resurrection from the dead and a mutated body. His skills now included Bone's word, bone growth, and martial fighting, and even Lin knew that if he had not gained a lot of attributes from what he did to the purple dragon mother, he might not have been able to control Goblin right now, because he was really powerful and had grown exponentially. And suddenly, we see that the goblin was just looking deadly, but he was dancing and getting happy, that he was not dead and had came back stronger than ever. Even Lin was surprised by the strength and wisdom that Gobusen had now, because they have really grown significantly, and now he just had to exclusively work on increasing his skills so that he can nurture the next generation of goblins without any problem. Finally, Gobusen agreed to whatever Lin was saying and started dancing and chanting. As the scene shifts to 3 months later, we come back to the tavern in the human town, where people were discussing among themselves about how the Sword Saint was doing. Another one of the adventurers told everyone that if it was him instead of the lady, he would have lost his mind ages ago, but she was still strong, not ready to give up. But suddenly, they heard an ominous but quirky voice who told them that a bunch of goblins can only be handled by the Blood Rage Hero Brigade. As the adventurers turned around, they saw that it was Prince Sisir of the Blizzard Warriors, who was a Diamond League group, made for extermination and assassination. As the scene shifts, we see that the Goblin Simulator was running and telling Lin that after a smooth 3-month period of growth, our boy would have amazed a legendary army of 153rd generation goblins, and meanwhile, the royal family has announced a bounty of 300 coins on Lin, and the capital has already called out to multiple adventurers group from different levels all over the world to rush into the human town, just to eradicate the whole goblin tribe. The simulator summarized that Lin was going to face opponents of the Diamond League this time, and he should be prepared to respond. Finally, the simulation was completed while telling Lin that he had just 1 month to prepare. But our boy was not able to understand about how they were going to defeat a diamond-tier adventurer, because they were at the peak of humanity, and they should be even more powerful than the Sword Saint that he fought 3 months ago. Lin immediately dropped down onto his couch, wondering if there were no hints for him this time, or if he would be relying solely on his own wits for dealing with the diamond threat. But suddenly, his train of thoughts immediately stopped as the clan mother and Gabu came towards him with a report. Lin wanted the woman to start blabbering, and both the ladies started explaining that the new batch of young ones have grown up, but the mystical creatures in the forest were really not coming out, leaving everyone hungry and restless. Added to that, the nearby iron mines have already exhausted, leaving the soldier goblins poorly armed and under-equipped, hindering their training effectiveness. Finally, Lin realized that the resources in the forest were scarce, and the situation in the human town was also becoming unusually strange due to powerful warriors appearing. Our boy decided that a change was really necessary, and to truly settle down and find a place was what they needed right now. Lin decided to build a fortress in strength and overflowing with resources so that no one can touch them. Finally, our boy announced to the ladies that they were going to move their complete tribe over to a different place, and even when Gabu was a bit shocked, the clan mother calmly agreed to whatever Lin said, and as the scene shifts, we come to a serene waterfall where inside a dark and desolate cave, Lin and the goblin group gathered. It was the waterfall cave with a labyrinth inside. It was an intricate and unfathomable place, which was just perfect for settling down. Finally, Lin started ordering around the goblins to clear out all the rubble and set up the defenses. He wanted to make sure that the prisoners and the young goblins were all settled. Finally, each and every goblin soldier started making their place, working to make this cave suitable for dress. Finally, Lin stood up onto a cliff inside the cave, while announcing to each and every goblin present there that he was going to give them a feast of their life, and that from now on, this whole labyrinth was his domain. So the goblins should follow the rules, otherwise it would be the end of them. But the goblins were already really happy, praising and thanking of a boy for whatever he was doing, while they also worked to constantly upgrade the place they were in. As Lin continued working on to the new cave which he found for the settlement, he upgraded it to suit the needs of the tribe, and started wondering that it was finally time for him to uncover the mysteries of the warriors of Human Down, because if what the system claimed was true, then they must know everything about those high-level monsters in the human town before they can embark on their next grand scheme, so that it would actually be helpful for them. As the scene shifts, we come to the bar inside the human down, where the bartender was asking the prince about what he was doing. In the middle of the goblin business, because the prince and his brigade has a reputation that they only slayed high-level creatures, and even the bartender wanted to know about what he was doing in the case of goblins. But the prince sighed, telling the bartender that he had no choice but to dive into these measly matters by himself, because he had to save his utterly useless cousin Loader this time from the clutches of the filthy goblins. But suddenly, as the bartender was still listening to the situation, an old man started screaming at the prince from behind, telling him that now the prince was going to take all the bounty, and the old man made this trip to the human town for nothing. The voice was so loud that everyone inside the inn turned around and started looking at the old figure who had a red emerald staff onto his hand while he kept laughing like a goofball. He took a stand that he definitely wanted to take the boundary for slaying the goblins, and if the prince did not let the old man join, then it will cost him 1,000 gold coins instead. It seemed like the old man also had a reputation, and he was named the Grey Hat Wizard Gru, who was the captain of the diamond level, Grey Hat Heroes. The prince just turned around, smiling at the old man, complimenting him for his high and bold spirit. But the prince was not ready to share the bounty, but before they could discuss any further, a third high-level character got introduced, who was a goofy, middle-aged man with a sharp mustache and was laughing like a maniac, telling everyone that if they think that the Sword Saint is already down, then they are so wrong about it, because the lady was a cold-blooded woman who never gave up, and they always saw her coming back, along with the legendary adventurer, Lucilina. Hearing the name of Lucilina, all the men inside the inn were now silent, because she was a really dangerous character. She had rumors about how she only worships money and kills indiscriminately, without looking at the goods or bads. But another man inside the bar immediately stopped the crowd from hushing, because even talking about such a dangerous lady might mean that something bad is going to happen to them. We come to know that this middle-aged man was named the Brilliant Charlie, who had the title of the Wandering Hero. The prince was quite surprised that even Charlie came for the legendary quest, but Charlie immediately stopped them at their place, telling them that he was not interested onto the bounty at all. He was going to slay the dragon for just the fun of it, but even when he defeats the dragon, he would be considered one of the strongest warriors in the whole world, and then he will become an epic adventurer, and that's what Charlie wanted all along. But someone from the group immediately started telling them that they should never underestimate the goblins along with the dragons, because though these filthy creatures may be lowly, but their ability is to evolve and adapt was nothing sort of astounding, and especially the mutants, who become absolutely terrifying after they evolve. Hearing this, the old man immediately remembered that whatever Charlie was saying was exactly right, because he had been kicking around for nearly a century now, and he had seen more women that the youngsters can even fathom. But even in that time, the inferior race of goblins has lingered since the ancient times. They have always been the eternal nemesis of all the human clans, along with multiple species, because no matter how many millennia they slayed, the jobs of exterminating the goblins was never done. And clearing out the whole tribe was quite a pesky task, even for the kingdom. The old man admitted that if it were not for the bounty, he would not have into this mess. Even when the prince was still laughing, deep inside, he was listening to the old man really carefully, because he knew that even the mighty sword saintess, along with several knight squads, have faced setbacks at their hands, so they must tread into this goblin case really carefully. Finally, he smiled once again, telling the old man that they should team up and take out the goblins together, and once the deed is done, the prince was ready to give all the bounty to the old man. Hearing that, the old wizard started smiling wickedly, smelling some kind of a scheme coming from these kind words. But he sarcastically told the prince that, since he was so generous, the old man was thinking of joining forces with him. Meanwhile, The old man was also scheming that, if any kind of heavy danger arises, then the blizzard scored of the prince would take the lead, and he and his daughter would be saved without any problem. All this planning and strategizing was taking a toll onto his old body, and he felt like he just climbed the mountain. As the scene shifts, we see that the prince and the old man was sitting outside the inn while they looked at the map. The old man started explaining that they should gather a squad and charge right into the heart of the forest to unleash the chaos upon the goblins when they least expected. But when the prince carefully scouted the map, he saw that there are too many variables in this plan, so they should scout the forest first and then make a detailed plan about it. But the old man was getting restless, telling the prince that the young folks these days were acting so cautious, and it was becoming quite a hassle. As he was getting tired, the wizard immediately told the prince to do all the planning, and until then, he will rest. But the prince immediately looked around and saw a man who was fully covered into a heavy armor from head to toe, and thought that this mysterious man was a peculiar character. Even the wizard was surprised to see that the OG goblin slayer himself, who was going to show up in the matter of some measly goblins. The prince was making a face that you should have been making if you know who the goblin slayer is. He immediately ran towards the OG, apologizing to him multiple times. But the goblin slayer was not able to understand about why the prince was stopping him in between of the road and apologizing out of nowhere. But the prince noticed that instead of his real voice, the goblin slayer was using a robotic one to disguise his identity. As the prince was not ready to digest this attitude of the goblin slayer, the wizard immediately came between the two egoistic people, telling the prince that the goblin slayer is actually a legend who has taken down a goblin's chieftain, and he had single-handedly slaughtered thousands of goblins in his lifetime. Hearing that, even the prince made an offer to the goblin slayer for him to join the team of the prince, so that they would take down the goblin's tribe easily. But the goblin slayer immediately turned around, telling the prince and the old man to get away, because they would only drag him down and slow him without any real purpose. The old man was now really angry, thinking that the slayer was becoming pesky. He sarcastically and angrily told the goblin slayer that whenever the goblins come after him, then he should not go crying towards the team of the prince for a rescue. The old wizard was taking it as a thing on his ego while telling the prince to stop dwindling and strike while the iron was hot. He wanted to claim the bounty onto the goblin tribe before the goblin slayer did, and even the prince was now shocked by this, wondering if they would really want to do this without preparing a little more. As the scene shifts, we see that the goblin slayer, along with the other people, were walking outside the boundaries of the kingdom, onto the forest, and Lin was watching everything from a higher cliff while using his eye of appraisal. He scanned the goblin slayer from head to toe, getting shocked and surprised, because he was a level 65 individual whose existence is a testament to the carnage of goblins. He had the defense of 450, along with the special skill of Mighty Blow. He had the composite power of 3,000 as he used the rusted broadsword. Even Lin wondered about what kind of monster had the composite power ranging from 1,000 to 3,000. For a moment, Lin thought that the system was malfunctioning, but the AI immediately told our boy that everything was just fine, and the appraisal was true. But suddenly, as Lin continued looking, he saw that after the goblin slayer, multiple teams and brigades also set out from the kingdom. As he scanned the important figures, he came to know about the prince, who was the valiant paladin and the master of ancient relics, along with Gru, who was the master sorcerer and an extraordinary being. But with the combined power of just 1,300 and 1,400, Lin realized that these two high-level players were not so bright and they would not be much of a challenge. The real thing that is going to happen is actually the goblin slayer versus our boy, Lin. The old man and the prince decided to keep a sharp eye on the goblin slayer, because he was a pretty mysterious character. As the scene shifts, we come to the desolated grounds of Lin's goblin tribe, which was abandoned now, because they had found a new place. But the mage was not able to believe that such a large settlement of goblin was not discovered. till now, and along the way, they have also stumbled upon numerous battle scars which are left behind, signifying the past battles that Lin had with the others, which served as a proof that Lin and his goblins must have fought with the people which came before their group. But suddenly, the prince started going somewhere and immediately called the mage behind him. The man had spotted something which he was not able to believe that he found. The prince immediately knelt down onto the ground and grabbed some blonde hair into his hand, giving it to the mage to give a sniff and tell its identity. What the prince thought was indeed true, and the mage informed him that this hair belonged to someone from the elven species. But the prince was not ready to believe that our boy had the help of elves, because they were instinctive rivals, and their species were fighting with each other for centuries. But the old man grabbed something from his waist and opened up a bottle with a blue butterfly inside. He threw the strand of hair inside the bottle, while telling the prince that they have scouted the entire forest and have seen each and every nook and cranny there is to check. And as the evidence was suggesting that the elves were present in the tribe, it was highly probable that they have helped the goblins and our boy Lin in their escape and cloaked their tracks so that no one can find them. After making the butterfly sniff the hair for a few seconds, the old man released the creature, and it started going at the direction where the scent took it. He explained that these blue butterflies were highly sensitive to any kind of scent from any creature, and they can uncover the trails of even goblins or spirits. As the butterfly started going away, the prince and the old man were following its tracks. But as the scene shifts, we see that even the butterfly lost his sense of smell because there was a river in between the tracks of the goblins, which dissolved all the smell of the goblins, and the elves must have left. Knowing that this plan had failed, the prince suggested the old man that they should just wait for the goblin slayer to make his move, and then strike first. But the old man had an ego as big as a giant, as he was not ready to get defeated by some measly, mysterious brat who thinks that he is the strongest. He smiled while he discovered something amazing and told the prince to check out the edge of the forest across the river. And as the prince turned around, he had the happiness on his face which cannot be explained, because the old man had already spotted a goblin who was patrolling the area. The prince immediately ordered the whole brigade to follow the goblin, even if it is running through hell, and the small goblin was deeply terrified, running away for his life. But what he did not know was that our boy Lin was already setting everything up, and the goblin was a bait, which the prince and the old man already took like complete idiots. We see that Lin was standing on cliff with a giant red dragon who also smiled after looking at her master. But suddenly, as Lin dropped his gaze down onto the river, he saw the goblin slayer who was coming near the river, and the man immediately started taking off his armor. Lin started thinking that even when he originally made the plan to counter the prince and the mage first, he should have a look at the identity of the goblin slayer, as it would help him in the future. But for Lin, it was the greatest reveal of his life, because the goblin slayer was not a he, but a she with beautiful golden hair dangling through her body and her curves showing up, barely hiding the most important parts of her body. It was as if the lady goblin's lair was luring Lin to come at her, but our boy was as Chad as anyone can get, not going anywhere near that woman. But he was still surprised that the legendary goblin slayer was actually a woman in a giant armor. Lin was noticing all her distinctive features, and as he looked at her ears, he realized that the goblin slayer lady was not completely human, and she was possessing extraordinary strength even when she had such slender body. She was so powerful that even in between the forest filled with dangerous creatures, she was taking a bath. Calmly, but Lin was continuously sensing a kind of bait which was thrown at him every now and then by the goblin slayer, because she was making deliberate poses to attract the goblin towards her. Lin had immediately realized that the goblin slayer must have sensed him and was trying to deal with him in her own way. But as I have told you all, that Lin was as Chad as anyone can get. He immediately jumped onto his dragon ride as the creature started flying with insane speeds. Lin decided to ignore the Goblin Slayer for now, because the woman he met was quite a tricky one. Lin decided not to deviate from his plan and deal with the old man and the prince first, so that the Goblin Slayer is left alone. But just when Lin left the scene, we see that the Slayer lady swiftly turned around, laughing while looking at the sky, licking her fingers seductively, telling herself that she was sensing a giant energy source from our boy. Even the Goblin Slayer wanted to savor the taste of our boy and play with him for a little while. Meanwhile, as the scene shifts, we see that the goblin who was running away from the prince had stopped and fallen onto the ground, and the team, which was chasing the goblin, also stopped. The prince wanted them to be on their guard because one goblin meant that there must be others around. But before they can even process about what to do next, multiple fire arrows were shot towards them in unison. In the hurry to protect his teammates, the old man immediately shouted at them to clear the way as he materialized a large fireball spell and blocked all the metal arrows, burning them in the process. The prince was somehow left alive, thanking the mage for protecting him and complimenting the old man that he had still got the same energy that he had got a few decades back. But the old man was getting annoyed, telling the prince to just shut up and fight with whatever was coming next, because the attack was still not over. But suddenly, we see that it was the goblin hybrid who was running towards the human group with a giant axe into his hand. The mage immediately turned around and understood that the goblin was a hybrid hero type, and that they are really going to be messed up if they got caught by this monstrosity. A massive explosion tore through the battlefield as flames erupted from the attack which was done at Gobutan, consuming everything in its path. But the hybrid goblin held his ground as his body was getting blazed by the fire behind him. Even so, when the attack had hit him, the group was struggling to contain the devastation. As the dust and smoke cleared near the attack, Gobutan emerged from the smoke unscathed, with just a few bruises in his body. The old mage was clutching his glowing staff tightly, not able to believe that the goblin was still alive. He was experiencing true fear as he shouted on the soldiers to retreat. But the hybrid goblin was not ready to let them escape as he roared and charged towards them. Meanwhile, the prince warned every goblin that he is going to slash them without second thoughts, but the goblins rushed forward in a chaotic swarm. Meanwhile, looking at the situation, the old mage barked at the prince from the rear, pointing out the mysterious armor the goblins were wearing, warning the dumb prince that close combat would be dangerous. Suddenly, the old man summoned a magic circle radiating a brilliant blue aura from all around, healing and restoring the energy of the team. Meanwhile, the prince was ready to protect the old man. It was time for the humans to strike back as a mage unleashed an icy spell from above the ground, making ice spears rain down, freezing the goblins at their place. But this was still not over. A ground elemental mage used his sand-binding spell to stop the charging goblins at their place. Even a dark, poisonous rain began to happen due to the mages, eroding the shields and armor of the filthy goblins for the humans. Goblins were feeling immense pain and agony, and some of them even collapsed. The clash between the goblins and the filthy humans were still going on, while Lin was having a look at everything from above a rocky cliff, surrounding himself with a red aura, while he ordered the goblin soldiers to create an opening for their other strongest fighter to storm the enemy's position. The battlefield goblins agreed to their leader, and a hybrid goblin hurled himself off the cliff as he jumped towards the battlefield. The ground beneath him cracked and exploded on impact. Even the old mage was shocked to see that there was another hybrid goblin present in the battlefield all of a sudden. He clenched his teeth, not able to process about what he should do next, but the goblin was crazy, not ready to leave the old man alone. Even when the mage was cursing all the cursed goblins, it was no use, because he was already getting attacked by a powerful hybrid. Meanwhile, Gobutan was also leading his army towards victory, as he started slamming his fists and raising his axe against the arrogant prince. But he was still not ready to give up, calling out all the shield bearers to the front and telling them to deal with the charging goblins. But it was as if the humans were running towards their demise by their own self, while the prince used them as a sacrifice and started doing his ultimate attack of holy light, which is going to apparently help him in vanquishing the evil spirits. Such a large flame tornado started erupting from the ground where the prince was standing, while Lin was looking at everything, and the prince told everyone to gather around him and form a blizzard formation. He wanted the mages to circle around the wounded people and unleash the healing magic circle to swiftly restore their strength. The prince still thought that they are going to wipe the goblins out completely, but even Lin realized that the diamond team of adventurers were having skills which truly surpassed his wildest expectations, and any other large goblin tribe would surely struggle against them. But it was not going to be the case with our boy, because the humans have stumbled into the wrong place, calling out the goblin god for a measly battle. Lin immediately ordered his lizard serpent friend to join the battlefield, who the freshly made mutant, as he was having a maniacal look on his face, and his horns and spikes started breaking the ground. With each impact, the old man started shivering in fear, screaming at everyone that it was a mutant goblin who was attacking them. Meanwhile, we see that the beautiful goblin slayer lady was actually looking at everything from a distance, complimenting our boy Lin and his army, thinking that goblins are really magnificent and powerful creatures, because they always get powerful when danger strikes. Meanwhile, we see that the game was over for the old mage, as the lizard serpent actually attacked the old man without much effort, breaking his staff, which was glowing radiantly on the ground, taking its last few glows. All the mages were captured by the goblin army, while they started smiling and torturing the humans. But still, the prince was not yet caught, but he was heavily wounded, regretting the decision of coming to that place alone without much preparations due to the ego of an old man. Even when the old man was begging the prince in his weak voice to hurry and save him, there was no way for him to do it. The prince was not ready to help such a foolish man who was letting his comrade die due to his unsatisfied ego, and the prince was so angry that he immediately started running away, leaving the old man behind and thinking that the goblins were like little devils. This time, the old man knew that his long life was finally coming to an end. Even when he continuously begged for help, the prince was already away, and there was no one else left for him to rely on. Meanwhile, we see that the prince was in no better condition, running from the relentless air attacks of the goblins, as multiple arrows started piercing his once unbreakable armor. The prince was dumb enough to not think that there should be some kind of backstabbers, who would be lurking in the shadows like Valorant, who always kill the one who is trying to escape to another site. Suddenly, amidst the chaos, the prince heard loud footsteps coming towards him, and as he looked above, he saw that it was the goblin slayer in his full iron-clad armor. He started addressing the goblin slayer as a lord, not knowing her true identity, begging him to save the prince no matter what. But it was too late, as the goblins already were behind the back of the brat, ready to kill him instantly, without much thinking. The darkness was oppressive, engulfing the surroundings as the faint echoes of desperate struggle reverberated through the air. Blood splashes smeared across the jagged walls, each crimson streak a haunting testament to the unfolding brutality. The prince stood amidst the chaos, his face pale and drenched in sweat. His eyes, wide with terror, darted around as his uneven breathing betrayed his fear. Tears streamed down his cheeks, and his lips quivered in a silent scream, as if words could not capture the torment he witnessed. Around him, the battlefield lay in utter devastation. Armored soldiers and goblins littered the ground, their lifeless forms sprawled in twisted heaps. Swords jutted from bodies, their steel glinting faintly under the dim light as blood pooled beneath them. The metallic stench of death hung heavily in the air. The prince, battered and weary, sank to his knees, overwhelmed by the horrifying scene. Before him stood the Goblin Slayer, an imposing figure cloaked in heavy armor, his presence commanding and unyielding. The prince, trembling with gratitude and desperation, expressed his thanks in a shaky voice. His words carried sincerity, but also the weight of fear as he looked up at the towering warrior who had saved him from certain death. Yet, the Goblin Slayer remained unmoved. His gaze, hidden behind his helm, was cold and dismissive. Mocking the prince's intentions, he brushed aside the heartfelt gratitude. "Repayment is unnecessary," he said with disdain. "Someone like you has no place near me. Stay far away." The prince tried to protest, his voice faltering as he warned the Goblin Slayer of the dangers ahead. But the warrior's confidence was unshaken. "The greater the challenge," he replied curtly, "the better." With that, he turned and disappeared into the shadows, leaving the prince alone amidst the carnage. The forest ahead was treacherous, the rocky terrain narrowing into a deep ravine surrounded by jagged cliffs and patches of sparse greenery. Sunlight pierced through the canopy above, casting faint shadows that danced on the ground. At the heart of this foreboding landscape stood a massive goblin, its hulking form radiating malice. Its crimson eyes glowed with a sinister light as it held an old man in its clawed grip. The goblin's twisted grin spread wide as its guttural laughter echoed through the confined space, a sound laced with cruelty. The goblin's triumph was short-lived. Without warning, it flinched in pain, an unseen strike piercing its shoulder. A sharp cry escaped its lips as it released its captive, the old man crumpling to the ground. Staggering backward, the goblin's eyes widened in shock as its immense strength faltered. Within moments, it collapsed heavily, its lifeless body sprawled on the blood-stained ground beside the old man it had terrorized. Above the ravine, other goblins gathered, their weapons glinting menacingly in the fractured sunlight. Their red eyes burned with rage as they glared at the scene below. On the cliff's edge stood Lin, his posture calm and commanding. His sharp gaze swept over the battlefield with a calculating air, his lips curling into a sly smile. There was a strange, almost sinister satisfaction in his expression, as though he reveled in the unexpected turn of events unfolding before him. The goblins froze in place, their confidence shaken. Then, from the shadows, emerged the Goblin Slayer, his form cloaked in impenetrable armor. His presence was imposing, his blade gleaming with a deadly light. He stepped forward with purpose, addressing the goblin leader with biting disdain. The leader, incensed by the insult, roared in fury, declaring the Goblin Slayer a threat that must be eliminated. The goblins charged en masse, their war cries piercing the air as they rushed toward their foe. Unmoved, the Goblin Slayer stood his ground. His armor, reflecting the fading light, gave him an almost ethereal glow. His crimson eyes burned like twin embers beneath his helm. In one fluid motion, he unleashed an upward slash that tore through the goblins with devastating force. The impact of his strike sent bodies flying, the sheer power creating a shockwave that rippled through the battlefield. For a brief moment, silence fell, as if the very air held its breath. High above, Lin observed the chaos with a sharp, calculating gaze. The air around the ravine began to ripple with a dark, malevolent energy. The massive goblin's corpse, seemingly lifeless, began to twitch. Its form twisted grotesquely, sprouting jagged spikes as dark red energy pulsated through its veins. With a guttural roar, the creature rose, transformed into a monstrous embodiment of chaos and destruction. Its glowing eyes burned with unbridled fury as it charged forward, its claws slashing through the air with lethal intent. The ground shook beneath its weight as it dashed toward the goblin slayer, leaving deep scars in the earth. The creature's roar echoed through the battlefield, a sound filled with savage rage. But the goblin slayer stood firm, his stance unyielding. With a mocking tone, he taunted the beast, goading it into reckless aggression. As the goblin lunged, the goblin slayer moved with precise, deadly efficiency. A single, decisive strike severed the goblin's attack, leaving it incapacitated. Unrelenting, the goblin slayer raised his axe high, channeling immense power into the weapon. The goblin's quick reflexes brought the battle to a temporary standstill. With a mocking sneer, it unleashed a sticky, mud-like substance that clung to the goblin slayer's armor. The adhesive was heavy and restrictive, and even with his immense strength, the goblin slayer felt its burden. He quickly realized the goblin's cunning plan to immobilize him entirely. Struggling under the weight, he knew he had to act swiftly and strategically. Above the fray, Lin observed the scene from atop a fearsome dragon. His crimson eyes glinted with malice, analyzing every movement with precision. Lin's sinister smirk hinted at a brewing ambush as he planned his next move. With a command, he directed his goblin army to encircle the goblin slayer, ensuring no escape. The goblins moved into formation, their spears gleaming menacingly under the sun as they prepared for the assault. The dragon beneath Lin let out a deafening roar, shaking the battlefield and asserting its dominance. Meanwhile, the goblin slayer remained steadfast despite his struggles against the adhesive substance. Determination burned in his eyes as he vowed not to succumb to the goblin's ploy. He braced himself for the next clash, fully aware of the overwhelming odds. Suddenly, massive boulders rained down from above, crashing into the earth with tremendous force, sending debris flying and shaking the ground violently. Yet, the goblin slayer was unfazed. His sharp instincts and agility allowed him to dodge the falling rocks with skillful precision. Seizing a moment of opportunity, he leaped into action, his sword glowing with a radiant energy. With a single powerful strike, he cleaved a massive boulder clean in half, the sheer force of his attack leaving destruction in its wake. As the dust settled, he drove his sword deep into the ground, landing with a thundering impact. Exhausted but resolute, the goblin slayer knelt beside his embedded blade, using it for support while catching his breath. From a distance, Lin watched with a mix of amusement and arrogance. Smirking, he mocked the goblin slayer's apparent exhaustion, noting how the prolonged battle seemed to be taking its toll. Yet beneath his taunts, the warrior's unwavering resolve hinted at strength yet to be revealed. Then, in a moment that stunned all who bore witness, the goblin slayer raised a trembling hand to his helmet. Slowly, he removed the battered helm that had shielded him through countless battles. It fell to the ground with a metallic clatter, and the truth was unveiled. A golden-haired elf stood in its place. The elf's eyes glowed with an ethereal light, exuding a presence both gentle and fierce. This was no hardened soldier, but a warrior of extraordinary grace and power. A stunned silence fell over the battlefield, broken only by the sinister laughter of goblins lurking nearby. Their twisted faces contorted with glee as they drooled and leered at the unmasked warrior. Emboldened by the revelation, the goblins took this as a moment of weakness, relishing the thought of an easy kill. But little did they know, their target held strength far beyond what they could comprehend, hidden beneath a guise of exhaustion and vulnerability. The battle was far from over. Lin was watching the female goblin slayer as she was desperate and weak, not even able to move. But suddenly she started punching the dead body of the old mage and tore through his chest without much effort, taking out the old man's heart as she started licking it, telling Lin that a human's heart was actually the finest delicacy in the whole world. As the goblin slayer started devouring the human heart, Lin realized that something was wrong and that he had underestimated the lady. not thinking the plan through and attacking without much thoughts. After devouring the human heart, the lady had a sudden surge of energy emanating out of her, while a large horde of goblins circulated her. But the goblin slayer was slashing and hacking every goblin soldier who was coming on her way, using her devouring ability to finish off all the goblins as they got lifeless. Looking at the massacre of his friends, even the spiky goblin was not ready to give up, running towards the lady thinking that he will conquer her. But it was of no use, because even the spiky goblin was slain as soon as the goblin slayer's sword touched the monster's chest and pierced through it. We come to know that this lady was even fully equipped with goblin-slaying magic and lethal poison, and one of the strongest hybrids of Lin's team was not able to even scratch the delicate skin of the lady before it exploded into multiple species, getting obliterated out of existence and lying lifeless on the ground after being paralyzed by the poison. Meanwhile, Lin was noticing everything from above the cliff, realizing that the female goblin slayer was also having the other goblins' devouring ability, and in the heat of the moment, Lin did not think it through, and now, minimizing casualties was the priority, and retreating was the wisest move. Finally, Lin started calling out his slave Ifreya, telling her to come back with him onto the dragon, while he told all the other goblins to fall back immediately so that they can retreat. But suddenly, the female goblin slayer started speaking, telling Lin to stop and not run away, because it has been ages since the lady has actually seen someone as unique and intriguing as our boy, and she was baffled by the fact that there was a goblin with the strength of mighty warriors, and all the lady wanted was just to have one close look at our boy and his muscles, along with the meat that Lin actually possessed. And in exchange of that, the goblin slayer proposed that she was going to spare every goblin's life, along with giving Lin the antidote for her poisoned dagger, so that his army can actually be healed. But Lin was not such a weak man, not falling for the goblin slayer's tricks, telling her that it was all nonsense. And as the lady and our boy had just met, he was not ready to believe any word that the lady actually said. But hearing these words coming out of a goblin's mouth, the goblin slayer was actually intrigued, wondering about why Lin was not believing her. After realizing that she was armed, the goblin slayer started unbuckling her armor bit by bit, slowly taking out each and every piece of equipment that she has on her, exposing her slender body and just leaving the two important melons covered. The goblin slayer started smiling and asked Lin if now our boy will believe the slender lady and come closer. Looking at this behavior, even Lin was shocked, wondering about why the strange goblin slayer took off her armor of resilience. But he knew one thing for sure, that this strong woman was actually cooking some kind of scheme up. But since she had already taken off the armor which was greatly protecting her, Lin decided to land down to the ground and have a nice talk with the lady, so that she can join the tribe of our boy and help him in increasing the numbers of the goblins. Finally, Lin got down from his dragon. Agreeing with the goblin slayer lady on talking, and the lady started complimenting our boy and his hybrids, telling him that the spiky goblin was a nice hybrid, who had really blew the expectations of the lady out of the water. But Lin was no less. He was a mighty warrior who was looking mostly like a man, but his smell and physical appearance was not letting the lady believe that he was not a goblin. But Lin was not there to spend any more time than he actually requires to, telling the lady that as she had seen our boy from top to bottom, she should give him the antidote and bring the hybrid to life. But hearing these words coming out of our boy's mouth, the lady started smiling and licked a nail from her seductive tongue, telling Lin to not worry and just meet the demands of the lady. Suddenly, the nail struck straight onto the chest of our boy, and it was as if he was completely hypnotized. Meanwhile, the goblin slayer was actually getting happy, telling Lin that she absolutely adores hunting down powerful goblins, and she has a little fun with them now and then before finishing them off. And even when our boy was actually looking like a lowly goblin, he possessed the brilliance of a goblin king, and this was actually thrilling for the lady. Lin realized that he had been double-crossed by the Goblin Slayer, and that it had bin careless of him to fall right into the crazy women's trap. But surprises were still not over, and as Lin turned around, he saw that the whole goblin army of our boy had turned against him, and they started going away even when Lin was screaming at them to stop. But just then, the Goblin Slayer got down to show the two important things to Lin, telling him that they were under her control now. And Lin can't even know what his army was up to until the lady decides to tell him. As the hypnotized army started going away, the Goblin Slayer started jumping onto the back of Lin, while promising to not kill him yet and to always stay by his side. Lin was shocked by this sudden turn of events. But the Goblin Slayer immediately slammed the boy down, grabbing both of his hands and wondering about what kind of existence Lin will become if he becomes powerful. Even before our boy can process anything, the Goblin Slayer started kissing him intently and extensively, and both of them started doing the stuff which is always censored in a manhwa. But still, you know what I mean. As the scene shifts, we see that the coward prince was actually still alive, wondering about why all of a sudden deep moans were coming from the battlefield. Gathering all the determination that he can, the prince decided to actually peek from the bushes, and what he saw shocked him to the core while shivers ran through his spine. Because he had seen a large piece of meat, which was devoured by the Goblin Slayer. The man wondered about why the Goblin Slayer was a female, and why she was doing stuff with the goblins. But as the prince was now a witness, all the other goblins circled around him and immediately knocked him out, catching and dragging him onto their new cave. As the scene shifts, we see that the Goblin Slayer was still commanding all the goblins, while Lin was giving her a tour of the goblin's den, telling her to stay alert, or all the goblins will not even think twice before killing her. But this intimidation was not having any effect on the Goblin Slayer, while she told Lin that she wanted to see our boy on his peak, and as for the consequences of entering the den, it was all right, because all the goblins were still under her control. Even our boy was getting frustrated, wanting to know about what power the lady was possessing, because it was really bizarre. He wondered about why the lady was able to command all the goblin subordinates of Lin, and even he was not spared by the spell of the lady, even when he was way stronger than her. But the Goblin Slayer started smiling, telling our boy that if she spilled all the beans, she wanted to always tag along with our boy inside the goblin's den. Lin had no other way to know about the secrets of the lady, so he said yes. And another shocker befell onto the head of our boy, while the Goblin Slayer told him that she, the descendant of the actual Goblin King. Lin was shocked to know that the lady was the Goblin King's offspring, and was carrying his lineage with her. But one question still remained about why the Goblin Slayer looked like a human, even when he was a goblin child. The lady turned around, telling Lin that it was so because her mother was actually human, and she was someone from a human town which was caught by the army of the Goblin King. And then, the Wild King defiled her mother, thus resulting in the Goblin Slayer lady being born. Now, she knows that the higher ranked the goblin is, the harder it is for them to reproduce with people and give offspring. But somehow, the Goblin Slayer managed to survive, staying strong and healthy, and she was surviving even when her father tortured her and bent her into his will. But finally, over a decade ago, the lady personally defeated the Goblin King, who was always trying to force her into doing his things, and after killing him and devouring his body, she gained various unimaginable powers for herself, and then she slaughtered the entire undercity of the Goblin King to take her revenge. After listening to the story, Lin wondered if it was the power of the royal blood that was granting the lady control over the other goblins, and the lady started explaining that she had infused her blood into the forging of her weapons, and if any goblin was struck by the same weapons, it is as if they had etched the code of their own demise into the weapon's soul, and now they will all get controlled by the lady at will, not able to defy her and completely falling under her hypnosis. The lady was almost like a psychopath, smiling while rubbing her headgear, telling Lin that she became the goblin slayer out of sheer hatred for goblins, and due to the goblin instincts, she was not able to keep herself calm for too long. So she did some naughty things with the goblins before slaughtering them, as this was her personal hobby. For the time being, Lin understood why the lady had such a mysterious personality, which was the really twisted, because even Lin was almost feeling a little sorry for her. But one thing was for sure, and our boy realized that the lady was a natural-born goblin slayer, which was a weapon of destruction, and if she turns against the goblin tribe on any day, it would become bad news for Lin and the others. Lin started smiling, not letting the goblin slayer lady know about his worry, telling her that they shared something common between them, so they should join each other and help each other out in any way possible. Hearing that, the lady started laughing wildly while covering her mouth, thinking that it was intriguing about how Lin was so ready to cooperate when she thought that maybe he would be afraid of her. In reality, the lady thought that maybe she will have to resort to some tricks to control of a boy and his army, so that she can have her way with them. But now, it seems that doing it won't be that necessary, because Lin was already up for helping the lady without the use of any underhanded tricks. Lin thought that maybe the lady was going to really join him, but suddenly, the goblin slayer immediately put her helmet back on, telling Lin to forget their cooperation in the forest for the time being, because the situation in the human town is actually a mess right now. So the lady decided that she will head back and be our boy's eyes and ears from inside the human town, so that he can plan his further moves without any worries, and for the time being, it was better for the goblin slayer to stay in the human town rather than joining Lin inside his cave. Even our boy was shocked, sarcastically telling the lady that even he did not know that she had such a kind heart. But the lady started flirting with our boy, telling him that as he will always be belonging to the goblin slayer lady, she would be the first to protect him at all costs. Lin was actually really confused by this sudden flirting, but he decided to let it go, because the lady did not mean any harm to him. As the scene shifts, we come back to the goblin cave, where Lin was looking at his stats, which were greatly increased after playing with the goblin slayer lady while their battle. Lin was not able to believe that a woman of the noble goblin king blood would be boosting his stats so much that it was feeling like an achievement. But suddenly, Lin heard the prince who was calling out to Loder as both of them were kept as prisoners on the same place. We realize that the prince was actually the cousin of Loder, and he was laughing and insulting Loder, telling him that his sorry state is going to drag his family's honor through the mud. And it was due to this reason that the sword saintess was not bothered to come and save him. But instead of getting triggered, Loder was continuously laughing and calling out to the prince as a pathetic loser. He told the prince to first analyze the place and take a glance over the burning campfire. It was then that the prince realized that his situation was even worse than his cousin, and he is going to meet his death in just a few moments. Just when the prince started crying, one of the goblins lifted him up and started going towards the hot pot, so that they can have a proper meal which consisted of the arrogant prince as the main ingredient. Realizing his situation, the prince started screaming at the goblins, asking them to spare him, and in exchange, he can give them all the money and women they wanted for the entire tribe. But this negotiation was of no use, because the goblins were ready to cook some fresh meat. But suddenly, to everyone's surprise, Loder stopped the goblin and told him that he wanted to see their leader, Lin. The healthy goblin stopped walking, while Lin started coming towards Loder, getting a bit surprised that even after being silent for so long, he was suddenly opening his mouth on that day. The man turned towards Lin, telling him that if he let the prince go, then Loder will grant him any one wish which he told the man to do. Lin signaled to the goblin warrior, and the prince was thrown back to his place while he was crying in front of his cousin, telling him that he was wrong, that he criticized him and made fun of him. He wanted Loder to abuse him, if he will feel good after doing so. But Lin was still wondering about how Loder was having such a leverage that he was thinking that he can negotiate with the leader of the goblin tribe, especially in the state that he was. But just then, we see how broken Loder has actually become, as he demanded Lin to chop off one of the legs of the prince and let him go to the human town, so that he can carry the news that Loder is alive back to the Sword Saint and their family. And after they know that Loder is actually alive, they will be bound to send more people to rescue him. And then, this is when Lin will devour even more powerful foes and not even spare the arrogant Sword Saintess this time. The prince was shocked by the sudden change in behavior of his cousin, realizing that he is completely broken, and now he just wanted revenge. Lin knelt down near Loder as he saw the devilish smile which was coming out from the man, who was continuously telling Lin that all the people of the human town deserved to perish, and if he got the chance, then Loder would kill them all personally. Lin was smiling by this behavior of the man, promising him that he was going to grant his wish because he liked the plan. But suddenly, the Elven clan mother came behind Lin, asking him if letting the prince lose like this after catching him would not just be asking for trouble, as it had the danger of getting the goblin tribe exposed to the humans. But Lin just turned around asking the lady if she trusts him or not. As the scene shifts, we come to the human town, and inside the inn, a soldier came running towards the bartender, telling him that it was all over for the humans, because he had just spotted the prince, and he was coming towards the royal city with a broken leg and a large amount of wounds. Everyone inside the inn was shocked by this news, because they all knew that the prince was on the trip to slay all the goblins with the goblin slayer. They were not able to believe that some mere goblins took out the prince so easily, and it meant that the whole team has actually failed. One of the customers asked the soldier if all of the noble squad met their ends by the hands of the goblins, and just then, we see that the goblin slayer lady has arrived, still altering her voice and telling everyone that every single person of the royal crew was defeated by the goblin tribe, and only the prince, along with the goblin slayer, remained. She got to one of the chairs in the inn and sat down on it, while a bald man asked him if he was successful in slaying the goblins himself. The lady started smiling with that altering voice, telling everyone that all the goblins, along with some mutated ones, were taken down by him without much worries, and this shocked both the bartender and the bald soldier, while everyone inside the inn started cheering for the legendary goblin slayer who had made the goblin tribe perish once again. Everyone was happy after they heard that the goblin slayer actually killed all the goblins, and the bartender gave all the members of the inn a drinking party, telling them to drink all they can because it was on the house today. Meanwhile, everyone was shocked, not able to comprehend about how the goblin slayer was able to defeat all these special type of goblins, including the colossal types and even the mutated ones, when all the other people from the brigade were completely decimated by the goblin tribe. But suddenly, everyone noticed that something flew inside the inn by the window, and it startled everyone present there, and following the thing was a large flock of bats, which started pouring inside in great numbers. Everyone was startled by this sudden interruption, but the goblin slayer remained calm, telling everyone that the bats were none other than the cold-blooded mercenary squad who like to make a hell of an entrance anywhere they go. One of the bats started smiling while hanging onto the ceiling upside down, asking the goblin layer about why he was not seeking out the hideout of the goblins, when he saw hundreds of goblins and already defeated them after meeting them. The commander wanted to know if the goblins has actually reached the fabric nest of the mother yet, because goblins were just pesky little creatures who are amusingly weak and utterly laughable. So, They did not have so much brain to find the fabric nest and get to the mother that we were talking about. But to this question, the Goblin Slayer told the bats that the hideout's location of the goblins was clear, and once the Goblin Slayer wrapped things up in the inn, he was going to head back. But since the bat was already there with his army, the Goblin Slayer wondered if the creature has actually got what it takes to handle some measly goblins. This was nothing but a scheme of the Goblin Slayer lady, so that she can provide Lin with some new creatures to feast upon. But the bat fell for the trap, telling the goblins along with everyone else to rest easy and leave the mission of finding their hideout and killing the rest of the goblins' tribe to the mercenary squad. Hearing this, the Goblin Slayer was smiling inside her armor while standing up and telling everyone that he was not a fan of teaming up with people and working at night, so the bats will have to go alone, and the Goblin Slayer will not accompany them. But not knowing of their demise, the mercenary squad was happy, thinking that they will get the bounty and keep it to themselves instead of sharing the Goblin Slayer. As the scene shifts, we see that it was the nighttime and the moon was shining brightly, while all the bats started searching in the forbidden forest for the hideout of the Goblin tribe. All these subordinates were telling their commander, after scouting, that there were no big troops around the hideout and no one was protecting it, and even the scent of blood they were following there was gone. So they knew for sure that the goblins were inside the hideout cave, and knowing that the security was lax, the commander decided to let the bats enter the cave without any delays. The mercenary squad started their coordinated plan of taking over the cave, while multiple soldier goblins saw many bats incoming at their hideout. They started standing up, realizing that the bats were invading, and they will have to be unfazed and draw them out. But some soldier goblins were nothing in front of our flock of 100 vampire bats. After fighting with them for a while, the bats were able to defeat all the goblins. The commander laughed at the small number of goblin soldiers, thinking that it was just a joke, and keeping only one mutated goblin at the entrance of the cave was a wrong move by the goblin tribe's leader. They even wondered if they were at wrong place, because the commander guessed from the number of goblins that it must be a mid-sized tribe instead of a big one. But the commander remembered that the Goblin Slayer told them that he had slayed many goblins who were big in size and mutated. So maybe only a few of them were left and were somehow guarding their hideout. Thinking that, the commander of the bats started smiling, thinking that it was the perfect time to invade the hideout and drain the blood of the goblins while they were in deep slumber inside their tribe. The bat ordered all its subordinates to charge inside the cave and drain all the goblins dry of their blood. But as soon as one of these subordinates started going towards the goblin to drain his blood dry, he was shot by some kind of a projectile which was emanating a golden aura from everywhere. And just with one shot of this energy attack, the bat was dead on the spot. As everyone else in the army turned around, they saw a beautiful lady who was protecting the goblin tribe with her powerful magical spells. As the commander turned around, he was shocked to see that inside the goblin tribe, a human was present, and the human was none other than the holy daughter of the temple, Ephraia. Ephraia started using her magic staff as she materialized a holy staff in her hand, while all the other goblins sneaked onto the bats, burning the ground below them so that they cannot escape. The commander realized that they were trapped by the goblins and were tricked by them and their deceptive plan. All of the other vampire bats wanted to know from the commander about what their next move was. But before they can even process about what they should do, we see that it was none other than Lin who came from behind the cave, wondering about why the mercenary squad dared to come inside the hideout to suck his blood. Even he wanted to know about what kind of tricks the vampire bats of the mercenary squad have got. But hearing that, the commander snapped out in anger and used its wings to cover itself completely as it started getting engulfed in a dark aura surrounding it completely. And after the process was done, we see that, as everyone else would have guessed, the Bat Commander subscribed the channel and left a like on the video to transform into a beautiful lady with her sexy dress, which matched with the theme of a vampire. The lady elegantly pulled her hair back while realizing that sucking the blood of the goblins was not possible, so they will have to slice and dice them to win this invasion. The system popped up, telling Lynn that the lady was called Lilith, and she was a level 61 vampire with an armor, which was having 2,800 damage resistance, along with 500 defense and 500 skill points in blood-sucking and bloodlust each. Even Lynn realized that these stats were all of the charts, but he was still lucky because Lynn had caught the wind of the bloodless mercenaries' ambush plans through the system earlier, which gave him enough time to gear up and counter them properly. As the scene shifts, we see that Lilith was flying in the sky while sending multiple shock waves through her bat wings, and the goblins were unable to counter them. Due to the shock waves sent by the wings, the lady was able to blow the fire off, but Lynn was just smiling, while getting amused by the desperate attempts of the lady to make her mercenary squad escape. Lynn still had a trick up his sleeve, and he told Ephraia to cast an energy buff on each and every goblin of the group as they started glowing with a golden aura. It was so blinding that all the bats, along with their commander, was not able to see properly. The commander Lilith was not able to comprehend about how only a goblin leader wielded holy magic. But before she can even process about what she should do about it, multiple bat ladies of her army were fainted due to the purifying effect of the holy light magic. Meanwhile, Lynn started smiling, telling the commander that fighting the goblin tribe would not do them any good, so they should just sit down and talk it out instead. But hearing that, the lady was only smiling with an ominous smile. Not ready to give up, but Lynn exposed the lady completely, telling her the fact that he knows that she was before the bounty too. But Lynn still wondered about why the bloodthirsty vampires and their mercenary group wanted to make money, even when they were the most powerful. But hearing that, the lady started blushing, not able to believe that someone complimented her and her army. But she still kept her composure while telling Lynn that the Holy Church and the Sword Saint were not the forces to be trifled with, and they had made an agreement with the vampire bats banning them from drinking human blood. So they were now earning money to buy it and fulfill their desire of drinking human blood by collecting it through the blood banks. After hearing this explanation, Lynn realized that if he can win the whole mercenary squad over, it will alleviate the tribe's potential to multiple folds. Lynn stood confidently before a group of vampires, observing one of them, weakened and leaning against another for support. The man suggested a collaboration with Lynn and his followers, a proposal that left the ladies of the vampire group stunned. Lynn, with a sly grin, raised his hand and offered them something they desperately needed: blood. The vampires, pale and fragile, exchanged uncertain looks, but they were in no position to refuse. As they gathered around, Lynn seized the moment to taunt them. "Your current blood reserves won't last long," he declared with a knowing smirk. His words struck a nerve, highlighting their dependency on outside resources for survival. Lynn made his offer more enticing, explaining that goblin blood, while normally of little value, contained special properties. These properties, he said, could replace the human blood they had been relying on. But the catch was that the vampire ladies had to embrace a more primal form of existence, becoming like succubi. The vampires were confused, their brows furrowing in confusion. Some of them whispered among themselves, exchanging doubtful looks. Lynn, watching their reaction, let out a subtle cough, masking his amusement at their naivete, or perhaps hiding his excitement about the potential partnership. The story began to unfold, revealing how succubi had discovered a valuable substance, a white sauce, that provided them with sustenance without the need for violent bloodshed. For centuries, Succubi had been using this substance as their primary nourishment, relying on it to survive without harming others. This discovery had freed them from the vicious cycle of hunting and killing, offering a stable and sustainable way of life. A goblin among Lin's followers fell to the ground, his body trembling from exhaustion. His wide-open mouth and vacant expression revealed the toll their sacrifice had taken on him. But Lin, undeterred, stepped forward, flexing his own muscles and those of his followers. "We may lack many things," he said confidently, "but we certainly have the strength and especially the white sauce." The vampire ladies, skeptical but intrigued, listened closely as Lin offered them an endless supply of this special white sauce in exchange for their cooperation. He proposed a partnership that could benefit both sides, promising them a stable future if they agreed to work together. The vampire leader, a strong-willed woman with piercing red eyes, hesitated. She voiced her concerns about their loyalty to Baron, their longtime master, and the dangers of acting independently. Yet her resolve remained firm. The suffering they had endured for centuries had pushed her to consider any potential solution, even one as unorthodox as Lin's offer. "If this works," she declared, "it could be the answer we've been searching for. We no longer have to risk our lives for survival." With that, she stepped forward, her decision made, and began the process of extracting the white sauce. The other vampires gasped in disbelief, watching with wide eyes as their leader took the first step toward this new method of nourishment. The atmosphere in the chamber grew tense as they anxiously waited for the results. Moments later, the results became clear. The leader's expression shifted from doubt to astonishment as she realized that the white sauce was indeed a perfect substitute for fresh blood. A loud gasp echoed through the chamber, followed by a chorus of excited exclamations. "Is it really true?" one vampire asked, her voice filled with disbelief. "I want to try it," another eagerly proclaimed. The scene quickly descended into chaos as the vampire ladies clamored to test the substance for themselves. They rushed forward, their enthusiasm spilling over into frantic energy. One vampire lady, trying to maintain order, shouted for everyone to calm down, but the situation was spiraling out of control. Amid the commotion, Lin let out a sigh of frustration and called for one of his subordinates to help steady him. His hand trembled slightly as the chaos intensified. Just as things seemed to be getting out of hand, Lin was saved by the graceful clan mother of the elves, who stepped in to offer him support. She teased him gently, commenting on how difficult it must be to handle the eager vampire ladies. "Indeed," Lin muttered. "This group of bloodsuckers has completely lost their minds." The elven woman, addressing him by his clan's name, offered a reassuring smile. Lin, grateful for her support, finally took a moment to catch his breath. As the situation calmed, the vampire leader, now convinced that Lin's offer was genuine, stepped forward with renewed determination. "I agree to the partnership," she declared, her voice firm and resolute. "But what do you expect from us in return?" Lin gestured to the dark, vast cave that surrounded them, its shadows a perfect sanctuary for the vampire ladies. "This cave," he explained, "is a perfect home for you. It is hidden from the outside world, and it will provide you with all the privacy and security you need." He laid out the terms of their agreement. The vampire ladies would protect the cave from intruders, ensuring its safety. In return, they would have access to the white sauce, allowing them to thrive without conflict or the need for constant hunting. The vampire leader, her resolve unshaken, nodded. She understood the significance of Lin's offer. It was a rare opportunity, and one they couldn't afford to pass up. "We will protect the cave," she promised, "and in return, we will have a future, free from the dangers that have plagued us for so long. With that, the agreement was sealed, and Lin and the vampire ladies embarked on a new alliance. Lin's confidence in the partnership grew as he watched the vampire group settle into their new life, no longer dependent on the perilous hunt for blood. The dark cave became their sanctuary, a place where they could live peacefully, and the white sauce proved to be the key to their survival. The vampire leader stood still, her eyes fixed on the ground as she silently pondered Lin's offer. The cave was dark, and the flickering shadows only seemed to amplify the weight of the decision she had to make. After a few moments, her expression shifted. A confident smirk spread across her lips, signaling that she had made her choice. She gave Lin a brief, calculating glance before turning to walk into the depths of the cave, her silhouette fading into the shadows. Lin watched her retreat with a sly smile, a hum escaping his lips as if he were already plotting his next move. The scene then shifts to a peaceful city under the cover of night. The streets are quiet, the soft glow of streetlights reflecting off the cobblestone roads. However, the tranquility is soon shattered by a loud, angry voice from a nearby building. Inside, the sound of insults and frustration fills the air as one man curses another, calling him a failure. The voice belongs to an adventurer in a bustling tavern where tensions are running high. At a table in the corner, two adventurers are locked in a heated argument. One, a brash and boastful man, mocks his companion, accusing him of pretending to be a high-ranking diamond adventurer, claiming that even Goblin territories are too dangerous for him. The other man, red-faced and fuming, retorts angrily, accusing his opponent of dishonesty and greed, refusing to share any rewards from their past quests. The argument intensifies until both men slam their hands onto the table in frustration. The noise reverberates across the tavern, drawing the attention of the patrons. Just as the conflict seems on the verge of spilling over, the tavern door creaks open and a woman steps inside. She's dressed in elegant white armor, and the delicate movement of her handkerchief to her nose catches everyone's attention. One of the adventurers, still seething with anger, freezes when he sees her. His eyes widen in disbelief, and he stammers in awe. "Sword Saint." The room falls silent as the adventurer approaches the woman, his voice filled with admiration and relief. "Sword Saint! You're alive!" he exclaims. His words are full of joy, as he had believed she was lost to a previous battle. Soon, the other adventurers gather around the Sword Saint, drawn to her presence. They take seats at her table, with the sword resting confidently by her side. One of the adventurers, emboldened by her presence, suggests an ambitious plan. "We should unite all adventurers for an assault on Dragon Island," he says. "We can finally wipe out the goblins and dragons in one decisive blow." But not all the adventurers are as enthusiastic. One man hesitates, voicing his concerns about their limitations. Do we, as ordinary adventurers, really have the strength to take on such a mission? He questions nervously, unsure if they can truly contribute to the effort. As the tension builds, another adventurer steps forward with a casual grin. "Count me in," he says nonchalantly, as though this were just another quest. "It's just lending a hand, right?" He introduces himself confidently as Allison, a diamond-ranked marksman, and offers his assistance in the battle to come. "I'll lead an organized group and help safeguard our path to victory." The Sword Saint, seated gracefully at the table, acknowledges his offer with a faint, approving smile. She then assigns him the important task of dealing with the goblin threat. But Allison, with a calculated gleam in his eye, approaches the Sword Saint, his tone suddenly more serious. "I also need your help," he says, mentioning her rumored expertise in magical transportation. "Would you be willing to guide me to Dragon Island? I would be honored to have your protection for the journey." The sword saint nods with her usual poise. "I can help you," she agrees calmly, her voice unwavering. Allison expresses his gratitude, calling it an honor to fight alongside her, but as he steps back, a sly smile crosses his face, betraying his true intentions. In his mind, he dreams of using this mission to elevate his status, his eyes set on becoming a legendary adventurer, and he would do whatever it took to achieve that goal. Deep within a cavern, a glowing and spiked sphere hovered above a shimmering blue pool. Swarms of dark dragons circled the space, their wings casting shadows on the walls. A dragon-like woman cradled the glowing sphere protectively, shielding it from harm. We come to know that it was the purple dragon god woman. Suddenly, rain began to fall, the droplets finding their way into the cavern and creating an eerie echo. The woman stirred, her eyes opening wide with confusion. She held the spiked sphere tighter, glancing around nervously as though sensing something unexpected. Looking up, she spotted a massive dragon soaring through the stormy sky above the rocky terrain. Her lips moved, murmuring words that reflected her growing awareness of the situation. She seemed surprised, perhaps at the resilience of someone or something she had underestimated. Her attention shifted back to the glowing sphere in her grasp. Holding it closer, her sharp nails pressed into its surface as if she were protecting her most precious treasure. The woman's expression softened as she whispered to the sphere, calling it her child. Her voice turned tender as she spoke of its father, someone she described as special. She placed her lips gently on the sphere, cradling it as if it were alive. Suddenly, the air around her shifted. A surge of purple flames engulfed her, transforming her into a fierce and menacing figure. Her once soft demeanor was replaced by a fiery, commanding presence. A voice echoed through the cavern, mocking her transformation and challenging her to act. From the flames emerged a massive dragon, cloaked in purple fire, its roar shaking the ground. The cavern trembled beneath its sheer power. In the distance, a battlefield came into view. The ground was littered with the remains of enormous creatures, their severed limbs and tails scattered among pools of blood. A figure stepped forward through the carnage. She was a warrior clad in white armor streaked with crimson. It was none other than the sword saint, as her calm, determined stride was a stark contrast to the chaos around her. Her gaze locked onto the dragon, whose purple flames danced wildly in the dim light. The woman addressed the beast with unwavering resolve, calling it the mother of purple dragons. Her voice carried both accusation and challenge. The dragon responded with a mocking laugh, taunting her for a past defeat at the claws of a griffin. It questioned her courage, mocking her determination to stand against it again. But the warrior wasn't deterred. Drawing her sword, which glowed with radiant blue energy, she declared that she didn't need the dragon's protection. Instead, she accused it of threatening her people and vowed to end its reign of terror. Her promise was clear. The dragon's life would be ended by her blade. With a fierce battle cry, she lunged forward, unleashing a wave of blue energy from her sword. The dragon's eyes glowed with rage, its mouth opening wide to release a torrent of purple flames. The flames tore through the air, clashing with the warrior's energy in a violent explosion. The shockwave rocked the battlefield, splitting the ground and sending debris flying. The warrior was pushed back, the force of the dragon's attack nearly overwhelming her. A nearby stone wall crumbled under the onslaught, leaving destruction in its wake. Amid the chaos, a man dove for cover, narrowly avoiding the deadly flames. Trembling, he looked up at the massive dragon, its size dwarfing everything around it. Before he could react further, a firm hand grabbed him from behind. It was the woman, scaling the dragon's jagged scales with incredible agility. Purple energy crackled around them as she climbed swiftly toward the beast's head. Back on the ground, the warrior charged again, her glowing sword radiating power. She delivered a devastating slash aimed at the dragon's body, creating another massive shockwave. The battlefield trembled as the dragon roared in pain, its body glowing ominously with purple energy. "Stay back!" the warrior yelled at the man, her voice firm and commanding. "Don't interfere." The dragon, enraged, unleashed a new attack. Opening its jaws wide, it released a torrent of magical energy. Purple crystals erupted violently from the ground, targeting the warrior with incredible speed. The shards tore through the battlefield like spears, piercing the earth and creating craters where they struck. One of the shards found its mark. The man cried out in agony as it almost struck his leg, his screams echoing across the battlefield. He clutched his mouth with embarrassment, desperation etched across his face. The warrior gritted her teeth, refusing to back down. Her glowing sword pulsed with energy as she prepared for another strike. Despite the overwhelming odds, her resolve remained unshaken. This was her fight, a battle to protect her people and defeat the dragon that threatened everything she held dear. The dragon roared in fury, summoning another wave of magic-infused crystals. They shot through the air with incredible speed, aiming to overwhelm its opponent. But the warrior didn't falter. With her glowing blue sword, she closed the distance, unleashing her ultimate technique. Her sword, blazing with radiant energy, struck directly at the dragon's massive body. The force of her attack, known as Steel Gale, sent a storm of energy tearing through the beast. Red cracks spread across its scales as the powerful blow shattered its defenses. The dragon howled in pain, its massive form collapsing from the sky and crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar. Amid the wreckage, the glowing spiked sphere, once held so protectively, lay shattered on the ground, leaking a strange, shimmering liquid. In the aftermath, a smaller green dragon emerged, perched on a rocky ledge. Its claws gripped the crumbling rock beneath it, and its eyes burned with fierce determination. The blonde warrior stood atop a towering boulder below. Blood dripped from her injuries, and her face bore scratches from the intense battle. She clutched her arm in pain, but spoke calmly, noting how her strike had been slightly off target. "I was aiming for your head," she remarked, her voice steady. "But it seems I only grazed your eye." The dragon woman, wounded and enraged, struggled to her feet. Her breath was ragged, but her determination was unbroken. "You're insane!" she spat, glaring at the warrior. "I'll fight you to the death!" Despite her injuries, the dragon woman charged forward, her resolve unwavering. Just as their battle seemed ready to continue, a voice echoed through the chaos, cutting through the tension and stopping them both in their tracks. The green dragon was unable to walk properly till now, as he falls down from the cliff and got near his mother, who was standing firm even after all her injuries in front of the sword saint. But looking at her baby, the purple dragon mother told him to go to the sanctuary, which was embedded into his memories, because that's where true safety lies. The baby dragon kept on crying for his mom. But in front of his very own eyes, the lady slaughtered the purple dragon mother and beheaded her mercilessly, and even after looking at that, the baby dragon was ready to fly away. But the man accompanying the lady was not ready to let the desperate being go away, materializing a few light balls into his hands, while telling the lady to let him take care of the baby dragon. As the man was throwing multiple energy balls towards the flying creature, he immediately spewed some green goo-type thing, which got onto the face of the man, and we come to know that it was acidic in nature, as the man started screaming in pain and agony, his skin burning from the acids thrown at him. Feeling pity after looking at her companion, the sword sent used a blue-colored healing liquid to nullify the pain and at least make the wound normal. As the scene shifts, we see that the man was clenching his teeth in anger, and half of his face was completely burned due to the acids thrown by the dragon kid. He wanted to take revenge from the creature, wondering about where he went, but the sword saint told the man to let it go if he really honored his pride and did not want to kill a kid. The sword saint wanted to go to the human town because the work there on the Dragon Island was finished, and she thought that she will need to find the band of goblins who were threatening the peace of the human town by getting the backing of the purple dragon mother. As the scene shifts, we see that the dragon lady has transformed back onto her original form, while her head was severed. But she was still alive for some more moments. She realized that her magic was completely over, and even when she wanted to, she would not be able to move her body. She had a final glances at her baby, asking him about why he was standing there in front of her head, and why he was not going to the sanctuary instead. But the baby was not ready to leave his dying mother, telling her that he was going to take her mother to the sanctuary too, so that she can have the fruit of knowledge, and the dragons in the sanctuary will surely have a way to bring the lady back to life. But even when the dragon tried and tried again, he was not able to pull her mother along. All the desperate crying and pain was not able to help him drag even a single bone of his mother with him. After a lot of desperate attempts, the dragon had realized that he will have to devour the whole body of his own mother to gain the strength to bring her head back to the sanctuary. After the devouring was complete, we see that the dragon was now completely grown up, and he started roaring fiercely, frustration visible in his eyes as he was having a sense of disgust and hate towards humans. But now, the only thing which mattered to him was the safety of his mother, as he grabbed the head and started flying towards the sanctuary. As the scene shifts, we come to a place full of lava, where a giant tree protruded in between the mountain. The dragon landed onto the ground with the head of his mother, his sharp claws clenched onto the hot ground as he started walking towards the directions. He remembered from his memories, but suddenly, the claws of another dragon attacked him, and the head of his mother was now thrown several meters away due to the impact. The dragon who attacked the green dragon was a soldier who told the Dragon King that he had captured the peculiar outsider. But this does not matter to the green dragon at all, because he was just crying for his mom. Meanwhile, the Dragon King was shocked to see the skull of a familiar dragon, asking the green dragon boy if it was the skull of the shining purple dragon. The Dragon King wanted to know about who the mysterious and peculiar dragon was, but as soon as the soldier left his head, the boy started telling the Dragon King that the skull belonged to his mother, and he was guided at the sanctuary by the legacy which was etched into his memories. The dragon started bowing down and begging to the Dragon King, asking him to save his mom. Meanwhile, other dragons gathered in front of the skull of the dragon mother, realizing that such sharp cuts and a trace of divine energy was the doing of none other than the Sword Saint. They started feeling pity for the purple dragon because she could have inherited the crystal power of the old Dragon King. But some were still not pleased with her, thinking that her severed head was the result of stubbornly chasing after the outside world, even when they did not agree to her. The Dragon King came near the dragon boy, sniffing him up and realizing that the green dragon was undeniably the child of the purple dragon mother. But he was not exactly a pure-blooded dragon. The king wanted to know about who was the boy's father, and hearing that, the dragon bowed his head, telling the king that even when he have never met his father in real life, his mother once told him that his father was a really powerful goblin. This shocked all the other dragons present in the audience, while the soldier once again grabbed the head of the dragon boy, telling everyone that a goblin descendant was an utter disgrace to the dragon lineage, and they shall devour the little runt, so that this disgrace can immediately be over for them. But Dragon King was in deep thoughts, stopping the soldier immediately, because the purple dragon was of the lineage of the crystal dragon bloodline, and the green dragon was the last descendant. If they killed him, then there would be no one to inherit the full power of the old dragon Crystal King. But after all, the dragon was also a goblin by nature, so the Dragon King thought that if he wants to stay, then he will have to prove his worth through trials. The Dragon King finally made a decision, telling the boy that if he wanted to save his mother, then he must survive the trial of fighting with the dragon soldiers. And after this announcement was done, the soldier did not even wait for a moment, immediately going towards the dragon boy, even when he was not ready, thinking that it would prove to be a delightful entertainment for him. The green dragon was shocked looking at his enemy coming towards him with insane speeds. The massive dragon soldiers stood his ground while he engulfed the whole dragon kid inside his stomach. Multiple dragons were looking at him in amazement, not able to believe at what he did. The dragon started spewing out torrents of flames, trying to declare his own victory, but suddenly the dragons stopped at its place while the dragon kid started biting his insides every now and then to set himself free. The dragon wanted help from his companions, but one of them smuggled, telling him that according to the king's decision, they will have to win on their own, or they will not get a proper victory, and it was against the rule to help each other in this fight. After a lot of torment and agony, the dragon was finally defeated as his stomach burst open, and the green dragon kid came out of it like a hero while he started flying around the battlefield, getting happy that he survived. And now, he can finally save his mom. After a lot of enthusiasm, the dragon finally landed onto the ground, and the Dragon King told him that from now on, he was the member of the dragon's lair, and his name would be Nidhogg. But the dragon kid did not care about the new name at all, asking the king about how they are going to revive his mother instead. The Dragon King told Nidhogg to take the head of his mother and find the world tree. Everyone started looking at a direction which was full of lava and molten rocks, while in a distance there was a huge tree towering over the sky. The king explained that the head was grafted onto the roots of the world tree to create a wooden dragon, and it was the only way to revive Nidhogg's mother. As the scene shifts, we see Lin, who was using his goblin simulation system, and it gave him a summary that Lin had took advantage of the cave terrain and set traps and defenses, along with the help of the elves and vampires. Lin has also fought off multiple invasions of adventurers. However, because of this, Lin had lost many of his men even after claiming the great victory, and due to this process, Lin was getting 80 points out of 100, along with 80 life points. Lin realized that in order to cope up with the cleanup by hundreds of adventurers, he had already made full preparations, and now he just needed to speed up the progress and reach the day of great success. Finally, Lin shut down the system and got out on the main entrance hall of the cave, where multiple goblins were standing and hailing Lin for being too awesome. All the living goblins were devouring the ones who were defeated due to the massacre done by all the human adventurers. Even Lin realized that many of his high-level goblins has lost in battle, and these lifeless goblins were enough to allow the remaining big goblins to evolve into the heroic species, overall increasing their combat effectiveness. Lin was staring at the condition of the den with crimson eyes while he put one of his foot onto the head of a human soldier. After devouring more than 100 corpses, the goblins finally reached level 50 and completed their pending evolutions, thus becoming the greater, heroic species. They have become Glutton Goblin, with the overall strength improvement of 1,100 points and exclusive skills that included Meat Shield and Gluttony. Another type of evolution was the Giant Hammer Goblin with their exclusive skill of Giant Hammer Fury. Finally, it was the Dark Goblin with the exclusive skill of Razor Hand, because these were the assassin types. The reason why goblins were hated in humanity is because they devoured their prey to level up, unlike humans who only need to kill their enemies to do it. As Lin was walking around the den with this thought, he saw Loader, who was in a pretty bad condition, and his sanity was completely lost after being kept as a pet for so long. Meanwhile, we see that Lin was approached by the vampire leader, who was complimenting Lin for being so resourceful, because it had been a long time since she had drank human blood satisfyingly, which made her replenish her mana, along with other abilities. To repay this kindness, the vampire queen sent someone to help Lin in finding out the whereabouts of the Sword Saint, and Lin was curious to know about it. The vampire lady started explaining that after the sword, Saint learned that hundreds of adventurers have died. She left the human town on a horse, and she had planned to call back the legendary hunter group to deal with Lin and all the other goblins. The vampire lady warned Lin, telling him that whoever was coming was once a member of the Saints group, so they were pretty powerful. But Lin was smiling, thinking that as the saint was out of town, he can finally get some fresh air. The vampire lady was shocked, wondering about how Lin can smile at this moment, and did not even look a little scared. But suddenly, the happiness was interrupted by a goblin soldier who came running towards Lin, telling him that something bad had happened. Lin wanted to know what the report was, and the goblin explained that not far away, a group of goblins from another tribe were heading towards their cave. Lin immediately realized that the goblin tribe which was attacking them could be the previous owners of the cave because there were no other tribes within 100 miles radius. As the scene shifts, we see that the goblin soldiers were silently climbing onto the walls while Lin got ready with several heroic species guarding him. They wanted to capture all the other tribe members without much fighting. But suddenly, Lin saw a beast goblin, which was a level 50 beast with the title of Beast King Hybrid, along with God's blessing, Hero's Power. Lin was surprised to see a new heroic species that he had never seen before, and even the beast's strength was quite good. Lin wondered about the kind of tribe which was attacking them, because even rare heroes can be quite a big asset. He immediately ordered his subordinates to get ready, because they needed to capture the whole team alive so that they can be asked about their whereabouts. The subordinates were ready to catch the beast alive onto their master's order, while the beast goblin was actually shaking the whole ground as he was walking, wondering about why. There was a paint smell of blood in the water. The goblin boss started laughing, thinking that maybe some food has slipped into the cave and then lost their life inside. So now, they should get ready for a big meal. But suddenly, all these happy plans of the beast goblin were thrown into the same water of the river while they were caught by the assassination goblins who gave many cuts onto the body of the boss. The beast immediately retaliated, telling his men to prepare to fight. But just then, we see that Lin's mutated goblins started attacking from inside the cave, and every other goblin soldier started running away, thinking that they were done for. The beast was not able to comprehend about what was going on, while his soldiers were getting defeated again and again by the help of the mutants. A soldier realized that his nest has been occupied, and that he will have to go back and report to the Lord. But before he can actually do that, Lin fired a crossbow at him, and the arrow started flying towards the beast with insane speeds. The goblin soldier was shot down by Lin, and the beast realized that the goblin they were dealing with were not just some low-level scraps. The beast was also shot with multiple arrows, and it resulted in him getting completely poisoned, and due to it, he had slept like a baby onto the ground where he was planning to fight. Lin saw the beast with an ominous look as he chained him inside the cave with 2 huge chains, not letting it even stand up for resisting. Even then, the beast was not ready to answer to any questions which the boy asked, because according to him, Lin was a low-level scum who cannot question a mighty being. Lin just smiled after listening to this, telling the beast that he still needed a bit of social beating like the humans. The beast was not ready to believe that someone as puny as Lin would tame such a wild beast like him, and there was no way in hell that he would be afraid, or at least that's what he thought, because 10 minutes later, Lin gave him the inhumane treatment, which he learned from the humans, and this made the beast open his mouth like a crybaby. He told Lin that he will answer to any question that Lin will ask, because he cannot bear the pain and agony. Lin started swiping off his hands while he smiled, asking the beast about the tribe he was from and why he was there in the cave. The creature started explaining that he was from the Beast King tribe in the western demonic forest, and the cave they were in was actually the old residence of their boss, and he had asked the beast to come back and get some treasure. But the creature never expected to meet some unexpected and inhumane goblins who would torture him like this. Lin wanted to know about the leader of the tribe and the class of goblin he was in, and the beast cried while telling Lin that his boss was the Goblin Lord, and soon he will evolve into a dominant one. Lin was shocked by this revelation because he knew that the dominant leader would be a great problem for him. The beast wanted to save his life at all costs, telling Lin that he was sent to the cave for a very important mission of grabbing a valuable treasure for his boss, and the beast assured Lin that if they do not find it in this cave, then they can actually torture the beast even more. Lin was shocked by the mention of a treasure, and the beast explained that it was a level 7 magic ring which was created by the former leader of the Ghoul clan, and it can seal the opponent's soul into itself. Depending on the strength of the captured soul, different power increases will be obtained. After a while, we see that Lin has already formed the search party and had found the treasure, which was a really great item. The beast was smiling and crying at the same time, telling Lin that he had said what he needed to say, so he wanted to be free this time. But Lin was a really devil goblin as he grabbed the hand of the monster and cut it fiercely, dropping a few milliliters of blood onto his ring, activating the soul-capturing process while smiling devilishly, and telling the beast that only his body would be free to go. The ring started giving off a green aura, while the soul of the beast goblin was completely captured inside the ring, granting Lin all the powers of the beast, increasing his overall strength by 200. Lin started smiling, realizing that even if it was only a 200 increase, but if he replaced the soul inside the ring with a more powerful soul, then the nature will be completely different. He knew that the overall strength of the Beast King tribe was definitely comparable to that of a human city, and now that the things were completely in the control of our boy, he decided to take advantage of Beast King tribe and deal with the pursuit of the human race. But suddenly, Lin's thoughts were interrupted by the Goblin Slayer lady who came behind him while she wondered if the Beast Goblin was from the Beast King tribe. The lady was shocked after looking at the beast, telling Lin that he cannot afford to offend these tribe members because the whole tribe was under the jurisdiction of the Great Tomb, and even the Royal Empire was not qualified to fight against it. Even the Goblin Slayer was not ready to mess with the tribe, and here Lin was the one who actually killed one of their important men. Lin realized that he did something troublesome and asked the Goblin Slayer lady about the origin of the big tomb because it was sounding so scary. The lady started explaining that the Great Tomb was the ruler of the thousands of miles of demonic forest in the west of the continent, and their lives a 12th level monster, which was a world-class existence. Lin was not able to comprehend the power at first, but then he realized how big the trouble was. But suddenly, Lin smiled once again as he got an insane idea in his head. The lady knew that Lin was cooking something up and asked him about what he wanted to do. Lin started releasing the soul from his ring while asking the Goblin Slayer lady to control him with her blood-controlling skills and order him to return to the Beast King tribe, so that he can report the truth about the robbery of the ring. But the only thing that Lin was going to change was that ring was not robbed by the goblins, and instead it was robbed by the royals of the human town. Lin was smiling devilishly while the beast goblin was ready once again, and Lin told the lady that he had told the vampire queen to go in first and set up an ambush in advance, and now he was thinking of using Loader as a hostage and wipe them out to get more experience points. He was going to target 2 birds with 1 stone. As the scene shifts to the royal capital of the human town, we see that the prince has returned back inside the palace, and the count of the region was ordering him to go to hell because he had brought shame to the family after boasting too much about his achievements. The prince was trying to explain his situation to his father, telling him that those goblins were not only powerful, but also very intelligent, rendering all the humans useless against them, and even the gray hats were all dead, only leaving Loader alive, who was a prisoner of the goblins. Hearing that, the count was furious, as he grabbed the handle of his chair. We come to know that his name was Pheromone, and he was having some serious blood pressure problems, as he immediately stood up, pointing fingers at his own kid, telling him to be ashamed of what he did with after being returned alive. Everyone outside the palace was laughing at them, telling the count that his sons should have died bravely in front of the despair instead of running like cowards. But the prince was not ready to give up, continuously apologizing to his father while being knelt down on the ground. This made a pathetic little scene inside the palace, while everyone was despising the prince. But despite all this, a huge, ominous image of Lin appeared inside the head of the prince, while he almost became insane, telling his father that everything that was happening was terrible, and the goblin they dealt with was really scary. But the father only cared about the royal reputation, which was tarnished by the prince, telling him that he was a disgrace for the capital. The man ordered the soldiers to drag his own son out of the palace and throw him away. But suddenly, someone entered the palace while telling the count to not be so angry. It was a tall man with a funny-looking coat who was smiling as he got to the count, offering him that he wanted to join hands to wash away the shame of their family. The count was still angry, but he calmed down, asking the man about what he meant to say, because even Pheromone knew that the king has ordered the soldiers of nobles above the rank of viscount and beyond to stand by at all times, and this meant that they cannot be mobilized at will. And besides the capital, the king has already sent a message to the Sword Saint. So there was no need for any of them to react. But the man in front of the count, who was named Stanman, laughed everything off, telling him that his vision was still too small, because if the Sword Saint were to solve all the problems, then the king would believe that only the two families of Pheromone and Stanman are incompetent in doing the task. The man asked the count if he wanted this, and this made the man become stupefied. The man once again started explaining to the regional count that he just needed to let the prince go to the king and report the complete situation about the goblins to him, and if the king agrees, then they will have more than 1,000 soldiers, and in front of them, even the goblin overlord will be defeated. Even when this plan was rationally made, everyone inside the palace found it pretty reasonable, and even the count started wondering if he should say yes or no. Finally, Pheromone agreed to the offer of the man, while telling the rubbish prince to follow him and see the king. As the scene shifts to a few days later, we come to the den of the goblin tribe where multiple goblins were screaming as they closed their ears due to a loud banging sound. We see that Loder was made a table, and an apple was put onto his head while Lin practiced his aim and burst open the apple in one shot. Lin was surprised that this handmade pistol was so useful, except that it consumed a bit of gunpowder. An elven lady was standing in front of Lin as she was getting mesmerized by the new toy in the hand of Lin. She started clutching the necks of our boy while asking him to teach her. The goblin was mesmerized by the beauty of the lady, telling her that when he will have time, he will surely teach her. But suddenly, this blissful act was stopped by a goblin soldier, who told Lin that a large number of human troops have gathered in the human town, and they were fully armed. Another mutated goblin came from behind, telling Lin that there were a lot of goblins approaching who were looking like they were from the Beast King tribe. Lin started smiling with excitement, as he knew that the fun was really about to begin. As the scene shifts, we see a flashback of the Beast, who got back to the Beast King and told them that the human army came to steal the ring, and it was difficult for the goblins to escape back. This made the king so angry that the Beast Goblin lost his life from the hands of him, while the king thought that everyone in his army was completely useless. The king was almost looking like a gorilla as he started roaring in anger, ordering all the minions to gather for getting the rings back, while devouring any humans who came in their way. All the goblins immediately got ready at one command of their king, and on the other hand, we see that the royal capital has prepared a lot of soldiers onto the human town. Multiple mascots of the town welcomed Pheromone and Stanman, and the man in the front was actually the new mayor of the human town. Stanman wanted to know about the location of the Sword Saint, and one of the soldiers told him that she had left for something and will not come back for the time being. Both Pheromone and Stanman really got angry at the humans for this, telling them that as the saint was not there was no need to waste any more time in the town. But suddenly, the man who accompanied the Sword Saint came in front of Stanman, telling him that he was a dragon slayer and a brave warrior who fought alongside the Sword Saint. Even when Stanman was frustrated, he immediately calmed himself down, knowing that he cannot angry the saint in any way. He excused himself, telling all the people that they were here to defeat the goblins. But suddenly everyone was completely shocked as they heard rattling noises all over the town, and it was none other than a large horde of goblins from the Beast King tribe. The human soldiers were in deep shock, wondering about how goblins were able to climb the heavily guarded city walls. But the real fun was just about to begin. Pheromone thought that the goblins were walking right into the trap, and he ordered all the soldiers to charge at the goblins to defeat them in one go. All the humans, including him, started charging at the goblins without knowing the outcome or the result. Pheromone started slashing multiple goblin soldiers with his sword, even killing a lot of them in the process. Meanwhile, the man who accompanied the sword saint was also using his magic to shoot purple bullets towards the goblins, which exploded and lethally damaged the creatures, defeating them in only one shot. But as the scene shifts, we see that a huge dragon was hovering over the human town, looking at the massacre which was happening. And it was none other than Lin who was riding the dragon, laughing at the situation and thinking that the scene was livelier than he ever imagined. We see that this time the human down was winning from the goblins, while Pheromone stood tall in front of a lifeless goblin body, telling everyone that goblins were just low-level thrash, and there were no threat that the humans cannot handle. He thought that all the other people who got to the goblin tribe before him were just useless and incompetent, because for him, killing the goblins was really easy. He knew that if they can continue like this, then the battle will be over in less than an hour. But suddenly, the man was shocked from head to toe as a soldier got thrown away towards a horse from a serious impact, and as the human turned around, he was terrified to see what he was seeing. Even Lin was surprised by the appearance of the Beast King, who grabbed multiple humans from his hair tendrils and was throwing them along like broken toys while torturing them from his tentacles. The Beast King was a really ugly goblin lord who had multiple hands, and his legs were completely full of claws. The Beast King was a level 79 goblin, with the skills which included the Beast King Roar, Brutal Blow, and Armored Skin. Even Lin was shocked to see these high stats, wondering if he would even be able to defeat someone this powerful. Lin was not even feeling like touching the Beast King or going near him, because he was looking really disgusting with saliva drooling all over his face and a menacing look onto it. Pheromone immediately started to call off his soldiers, telling them to back off before it is too late. He wanted all the soldiers to come back quickly, while Stanman was shocked to see that a dominant species goblin was attacking the human town. Pheromone immediately gave up, telling the other man that they should let the royal members deal with it. But suddenly, a cute but sharp voice called out to Stanman, and as the man turned around, he saw that it was her daughter who told him that she and her team will lure the Beast King away and the soldiers will take care of the rest of the army. We come to know that this girl was named Laura and she was Loder's cousin. Stanman immediately came towards his daughter, telling her to not be a loser like Pheromone's son, and the lady immediately obeyed to her father, while going towards the Beast King with insane speeds and a huge dark sword onto his hand. The other team members were also helping the lady, as one of them threw a fireball towards the Beast King like a laser beam, making the ugly face of the creature even uglier. But this was slowly angering the Beast King even more as he started crawling onto his forelegs like a crazy spider and roared onto the human team. As the Goblin King decided to follow the lady, she started running away from the city, thinking to lure the ugly creature out. But this was really hectic for Lady because if they ran any further, they will run into the Goblin tribe of Lin, and that will be big trouble. But as the scene shifts, we see that Lin was looking at the Beast King while riding the dragon, as we are clarified that it was not Lin who was in trouble, but instead, it was the girl with the golden ponytail instead, because she was going to face a great threat. As the scene shifts, we see that whatever Lin thought was indeed true, and almost all the humans of the lady's team were crushed by the Beast King like measly dolls, while a yellow-haired boy was not able to comprehend about how just a goblin can do this much, thinking that his teeth will be the man's first trophy. But another team, made with blue flames emerging from his hand, told the blonde guy to not be angry and just continue to disperse the siege so that Laura can have a chance to launch a fatal attack. Meanwhile, Laura was continuously dodging the Beast King's claws and was somehow able to keep up the fight. She knew that she will have to win this battle because she was the role model in the college in which she was studying, and now it was really time for her to shine. The lady immediately readied her sphere and used advanced martial arts technique of Holy Sphere of Evil Breaking. This made the Beast King use the Beast Roar because the holy light was really painful for his skin, and it felt like it was burning. Meanwhile, Lin was looking at everything, realizing that the overall strength of the ponytail girl was 1,700, while others were around 1,000. It was not such great of a difference. Still, Lin did not expect the fight to last till now, and it was getting quite interesting. But the Beast King has properly snapped with anger, abusing the lady and asking her about how she dared to do a sneak attack at him. It was as if the goblin started engulfing himself with some kind of a purple aura, and everyone was getting shocked by this sudden revelation because this was making the goblin ready for the real Beast King's roar attack. The creature started powering up all the trees, and branches near him were getting slashed in half. The second round of the fight was soon going to begin. After the Beast King roared, Lin was shaking along with the dragon, not able to believe about how powerful the roar of the Beast King actually was. It was really an earth-shattering sound wave, which was damaging the ears of Lin even when he was so far away. It was far fiercer than anything he had ever imagined. But Lin still tried to calm the dragon down, ordering her to get even farther away, so that they can be out of range from the heavily damaging roar, and subscribe to this channel, along with you guys, to help it reach 10,000 subscribers as soon as possible. On the other hand, the humans who were fighting with the Beast King Goblin on the ground were not so lucky, and the whole team of the lady was shattered on the ground, being crushed like dolls from just one attack. Laura, who had a little more strength than the other teammates, was just sitting with her legs shaking like crazy. She wondered about why this was happening to her and how a goblin can be this powerful. She was not able to believe that the strongest adventurers of her university were defeated by just a single roar of the beast, realizing that the goblin was totally out of her league. Only a single beast, King Roar, was enough to shred the lady's body and giving her multiple wounds all over her body. But as the Beast King was not satisfied, he started approaching the lady, getting ready to do what you all know. And a horrifying face was made by Laura, as even she knew about what goblins do to their prey. She started crying while screaming for help, just hoping that someone will come to her rescue. But only screams echoed through the outskirts of the forest, and even when all the people inside the city were able to hear the scream, they wondered about what was happening. Meanwhile, inside the city, Stanman recognized his daughter's voice, realizing that something must have gone wrong with her and her team. But the mayor was not ready to let the counts go, telling them that their safety was paramount. But Pheromone and Stanman decided to go outside the city at all costs. And as soon as they reached the outer perimeter, the burnt face man accompanied them and pointed out towards the forest. He spotted a crimson aura which was looking really ominous and was surrounding something huge. The man wondered about what on earth that thing was, and it was none other than the Beast King, who was walking towards the humans once again, after clearly decimating the daughter of Stanman. She was grabbed by one of the tendrils of the monster and was hanging like a lifeless body. Stanman was furious after looking at this decimated state of her daughter, and a surge of fury ran through his blood as he started cursing the Beast King, telling him to give his daughter back to him. Even when Pheromone tried to stop the man, he was in too much rage, not even making sense. All the soldiers tried to call Stanman back, telling him that they have completely cleared out the goblins from the whole human town. But they did not know about the impending doom which was waiting for them. As Stanman started running towards the Beast King, the wild creature just smiled, getting ready to devour another prey. Even when Stanman was full of energy and the feeling of revenge, he was not able to stand even for 1 second in front of the giant Beast King, who got ready with her insane punch, which was enough to shatter all the bones inside the body of the man. Stanman was crashed onto the ground after the punch, not even able to say something when he wanted to. But the humans were not ready to give up, still doing their feeble spear attacks onto the Beast King. As the monster turned around, he saw multiple soldiers who were hiding behind large metal shields and were poking their long spears onto the tough skin of the creature. Meanwhile, Pheromone called out to the burned mage, telling him that it was now his chance to finish off the Beast King with a crushing blow, and the mage decided to use all his mana and materialize a large explosive fireball with both of his hands, which looked like Kamehameha. The man was supported by all the soldiers as he jumped onto the air with the help of their shields and took the fireball, screaming the name of the glowing fire orb skill, while he reached the Beast King in a few moments and used the explosive attack straight onto his face. The attack was so disastrous that it was glowing the whole night sky, and all the goblins, even in the forests, knew that they were in danger, and they started running away towards their territory, leaving the Beast King alone. After the attack was finished, the man was panting heavily because all his mana was exhausted. But as he looked at the Goblin Beast King, who was completely fried because of the explosive attack, he started laughing like a wild creature, thinking that he had won. His whole mouth was opening really widely as he started screaming and announcing to everyone that the victory was theirs to claim. He thought that he alone defeated the boss Goblin without anyone's help, becoming the true legendary adventurer of humanity, and that this feat would be written down in history books down the line. But he was not able to comprehend about why the Count Pheromone and one of the soldier was still shaking, even after the Goblin King was dead. As the scene shifts, we see that even when the upper skin of the goblin was burned badly, he was not defeated at all, getting ready to devour the mage with his sharp teeth. Before the mage can even process about what was so surprising for the Count, he was completely devoured by the beast, half of his body still laying down on the ground, and his head getting crushed by the jaws of the Beast King. This shocked both Pheromone and the soldier to the core, as they knew that the danger was still not gone, and the Beast King was still alive, even after such a powerful attack, which was done by someone who had slain a dragon along with the Sword Saint. After the roar was finished, Lin wanted the dragon to go closer to the Beast King so that they can see about what had happened. Lin and the Lady Dragon were shocked, wondering if the Beast King had begun to evolve himself because the power was out of the charts. Just a few moments before, the Goblin King was actually full of burn marks, but now, not even a single one of those marks was visible onto his face or his body due to his constant evolution. The Beast King was having a menacing look on his face while he was still standing and smiling devilishly, with multiple teeth protruding out of his ugly mouth. After multiple evolutions, the creature had become a level 80 brutal goblin. Lin was shocked to see that this brutal goblin's strength has reached 3,100, and now he can finally subscribe to the channel along with you guys and help the channel reach 10,000 subscribers easily. The goblin was furious on the failed attempt of attacking him, and he immediately grabbed Stanman, ready to eat him without leaving even a single bone. Lin knew that although he had just evolved, its overall combat power score had not been too high in a short period of time, but it was still a very terrifying existence, only from the fact that he was looking really ugly and pathetic. The brutal goblin was not ready to leave anyone and ate the human without thinking twice, complimenting him as a crunchy snack. Lin knew that at this rate, the brutal goblin was surely going to become a winner if he continued to devour the human race, and this was not good, even for Lin, because the goblin had devoured all the experience points. Lin thought he would have to help in the process of suppressing the brutality of the giant goblin, because he was not going to stop otherwise. The brutal goblin was so insane that he started killing his own kind when there were no humans to kill, and as the goblins were running away after looking at him, they started begging to the Goblin King to spare their lives, promising that they would not run away after looking at him ever again. But it was as if the brutal creature was bewitched, and he started screaming that everyone, humans and goblins alike, who dares to take a step back from him will be punished regardless of their race. Listening to this threatening voice, the goblins understood that the beast Goblin King was not sane anymore, and the goblins started running towards the humans without even thinking twice. Pheromone was shocked, as he was standing near the city gate with multiple soldiers who were ready to protect him. But looking at such a large goblin horde coming towards them with relentlessness, even Pheromone told all the soldiers to retreat back to town and close the gate, because they knew that they were not going to defeat the goblin army or the insane Goblin King. Meanwhile, as the goblins were ready to do anything their king told them, they started running into the human city gate, because the boss wanted them to not leave even a single human alive. The goblins were screaming with all their might, while Lin was looking at everything from a distance, getting happy that all the goblins ran into the city. It was as if Lin was planning something, and as soon as the goblins got inside the city, Lin produced a loud whistle, signaling to his own goblin tribe that the danger was clear for the time being, and that they should pick up all the lifeless bodies that was the result of the aftermath. All the goblins were coming out of the bushes and the forest slowly but surely, while one of their captains told them to be quick on their hands and feet and grab all the bodies they can for experience. After a while, Lin sensed a sudden change in the energies of the forest, and as Lin looked around, he saw multiple beams of energies coming towards the city gate. Lin wondered if the Goblin King was back in action, and immediately told his goblin tribe that they should retreat without thinking twice. As the scene shifts, we come inside the human town, where we see that Pheromone was trying to hide behind a building, but the Goblin King was not ready to leave him alone, telling him to get out of hiding so that he can make the death of the human quick. Knowing that he had nowhere to go, Pheromone started screaming at the Goblin King, telling him that he does not have whatever the goblin wanted, and even if the creature kills the human, it would not benefit anyone. But Pheromone was so dumb that even in front of such a colossal monster, he was not ready to act normally and still insulted all the goblins, calling them as filthy creatures. This made the Goblin King snap as the whole heavy creature jumped towards the human and grabbed him in one go, with such tight fists that multiple bones inside the body of the human broke with this just one move. The Goblin King came insanely closer to the human, asking him if he had picked up the soul ring or not. But to the goblin's surprise, before the human could even answer, 3 flashing lights emerged from behind, and even before the Goblin King could dodge them, those strikes protruded through his chest, and the goblin started screaming in pain and agony. The light was nothing more than a golden holy sword, which damaged the goblin really heavily due to its light attribute. As the creature was screaming in pain, he wondered about who was so powerful to dare and come in his way. But as the dust and the smoke cleared, we see that it was none other than the sword saint, who was standing onto her holy sword while balancing with only the tip of her toe. The lady was looking at the goblin with disgust, and this time, even the king knew that someone powerful had arrived in front of him. The Goblin King immediately slammed down onto the ground, realizing that he was not able to get up even when he wanted to. But suddenly, a blue spear passed through the legs of the Goblin King, making him have a round 2 of a large amount of pain. The spear returned back to his owner, who was a bald man with a lean body and a golden black armor to protect him. This man was named Marshall, and another old man named Austin, asked him if it was necessary for Marshall to bully a goblin before killing him like that. Another team member from the Sword Saint team was a girl named Emma, who was disgusted all the way by how Marshall treated the creature. On the other hand, Pheromone was on cloud 9, realizing that finally, the Sword Saint had arrived in the human town and the members of her old hunter group were also with her. The whole night has passed, and it was almost the time for the sun to rise up. While Lin started looking at the hunters who were at the party of the Sword Saint, he never thought that they will show up at a time like this, and he was even all set up to try and tame the savage beast, but it seems that he will not need to lift a finger at all because the hunters were already there. As the scene shifts, we see that the brutal goblin was still trying to intimidate the humans as his goblin minions were following him. But they were surprised when they saw that the goblin started eating them all like food for his own nourishment, trying to heal his wounds. It was his brutal instinct which was helping the monster heal when he was devouring his own kind, offering him a potent remedy. Lin was shocked to see that the Goblin King has got that type of a talent too, but judging by the creature's injuries, a full recovery will take some time, or a lot of goblins for him to eat. Lin was smiling at his scheme, knowing that everything was turning out perfectly fine. The hunter from the Sword Saint team wondered about why the goblin was not ready to die when he was pierced through the neck and chest. But the lady knew that as the goblin was actually so high-leveled that he cannot be killed so easily. As the Sword Saint drew her sword once again, the brutal goblin was shocked as he started to reason with the lady, telling her that he was just there for searching the magical soul ring and the humans started attacking him, when he was not even looking for a fight if he found the item. The goblin decided that he will return to the great grave and will never come back to the filthy human town. This shocked the Sword Saint to the core as she realized that the brutal goblin was actually the keeper of the grand tomb, and he was just there because he thought that Pheromone have snatched the soul control ring from his cave. But Pheromone started screaming at the goblin, swearing on his honor as a count that he will never stoop so low and steal from the pathetic goblins. The Sword Saint realized that something was off and immediately thought that it must be Lin who had planned everything out. The old man from the hunter's team told the Sword Saint that he thought that the goblin she was mentioning was in front of them and they were already fighting him. But the saint corrected the man, telling him that the goblin in front of them was the keeper of the grand grave, which was hundreds and maybe thousands of miles away, and attacking the human town after coming to such a distance was not at all feasible for the brutal goblin if something was not triggering him. She realized that this kind of mischief can only be attempted by Lin, who must have been lurking nearby. Another girl from the group was not able to believe that a goblin can scheme to lure the brutal monster out of the great grave, and made both the goblins and the humans fight so that they can tear each other apart. They were not able to believe that some goblin can be able to do such a thing and pull off something so complex. But Pheromone started screaming at the hunters group, telling them that he was not there to care about anyone, even if it was a goblin, because another count, Stanman, and his daughter both fell from the hands of the brutal goblin, so letting the creature return was not really an option. The old man from the group started smiling with a devilish aura in his eyes, while he told everyone that he should step in and take care of everything, and it even made the goblin sweat a little because he knew that he was not fully recovered. But suddenly, a golden tornado started coming towards the humans, and struck the ground so hard that all the other people were not able to see anything at all. This was the signal for the monster to run away while he still can, and he did it immediately while the Sword Saint was trying to look at the savage monster. She looked at the sky and immediately spotted Lin and his dragon, who was looking at her with crimson eyes while he thought that the savage goblin was still having some value for him to exploit, and it would be such a waste for the creature to fall by the hands of these humans. So he had decided to help the goblin by stirring up some chaos, and then the creature would make a run for it. Now that the same thing had happened, Lin decided to wait for a perfect moment to strike when the creature was still weak, and control him with the soul control ring. Lin called out to his dragon, telling her to start flying towards the direction of the goblin. But the Sword Saint has already seen the boy and was determined within herself that she was not going to let Lin slip away. She was not able to comprehend about how such a small goblin was able to plan this well. The lady was ready with her sword as a blue aura started engulfing the weapon, and it was Steel Gale, which slashed into thin air and even shocked Len to the core. The boy started screaming at the dragon, telling her to be careful and fly with caution. Otherwise, she would even have her wings cut down by this sword attack. As Lin looked at the point of impact, he saw that the slash was enough to cut even mountains, and Lin was lucky that he dodged all of them. Otherwise, the whole journey would have become a one-way ticket to his doom. As the Sword Saint was not able to hit the goblin, she was getting frustrated while she dropped down on the ground and started screaming, telling Lin that no matter where he ran, she will still hunt him down and personality take him out. Lin turned around after listening to that, thinking that the Sword Saint was really a crazy woman who was something else entirely. He told the lady to just wait and watch about how Lin deals with her when the time comes. The scene shifts to the new goblin den for Lin's goblin tribe, which was hidden by the huge waterfall, and a few meters away was the beast goblin who was wounded everywhere but was still running around like crazy after that, deciding to forget about the humans for the time being and dive into the old cave he abandoned so that he can hide for now. The goblin still thought that his abandoned cave would be empty and that after some time he will surely take each and every human down. But as soon as the beast reached the waterfall cave, he started smelling something funny and realized that he will have to subscribe to the channel to help it reach 10,000 subscribers, along with you guys. The cave was having the scent of other goblins. The beast was shocked, wondering about what was going on, because he remembered that the giant goblin told him that the ring was taken by humans and not the goblins. But then, Count Pheromone had screamed and screamed again, telling the beast goblin that he had never been robbed any such lowly things from the lowly creatures his entire life, and he sweared it on the name of the Count, which was unbelievable. The Beast King realized that the goblins inside the cave were the actual culprits, and they were trying to hog in all the treasures for themselves while the king was fighting with the humans. You know, for a face like that, I thought that the Beast Goblin King must be dumb, but he is pretty sharp. Anyways, the beast was so furious that he started screaming towards the cave, so that every goblin inside can listen as he threatened all of them that he was coming to kill them, as they had tried to trick him more than once. The giant goblin started smashing all the rocks and was trying to enter the cave where everyone was. And as this was happening, the elven clan mother, along with Gabu and her daughter, they were suddenly shocked as they were feeling afraid of the giant beast goblin. Gabu wondered if the giant goblin was going to barge in and kill them, but Kasana, the elven clan mother's daughter, was really hot-headed, as she immediately told her mother that she is going to head out and take care of the goblin by herself. The mother immediately smacked her daughter onto the head, telling her that Lin had given them a strict order that they must not expose themselves to the giant goblin, and stepping out of the cave was absolutely of limits, because they can never be found out. Otherwise, it would be a problem for the whole tribe, as the mother-daughter duo was bickering. But behind came the Goblin Slayer lady, who told both of them to not worry at all, because she was the one who trusted and had faith in Lin, that he would never let the tribe down. But suddenly, a hoarse and threatening voice came into the ears of the elven lady, and it made her a bit worried. As the scene shifts, we see that as the goblin was punching the rock, he was stopped by none other than our boy Lin, and turned around, starting to look at the leader of the goblin tribe, who was flying onto his personal dragon. Lin was shocked that such a huge goblin was actually able to run really fast, and ended up right where he wanted him to. As the goblin wanted to run away, Lin became serious, telling him to not even think about escaping his hunting grounds. He ordered his dragon to use High Flame's flamethrower and started almost melting the upper skin of the giant goblin with the high temperatures. Just then, Lin took out his sneaky crossbow and started shooting arrows towards the giant goblin. But for his size, this monstrous goblin was really fast and nimble as it dodged each and every arrow and jumped towards the dragon for an attack. The goblin punched the dragon down, and she got slammed down onto the ground away from the river. But the goblin was shocked as he saw that from all the dust and debris. It was Lin who was having crimson-red evil eyes, and he was the one coming out from the dust, but something was shining brightly onto his left hand. It was none other than the soul ring which the goblin was trying to find at the first place, but it was not humans who took it, but the goblin leader himself, and now the beast also knew it. The goblin was shocked and tried to ask Lin with a threatening dare, telling him to return the dark soul ring to him at once, but Lin just smiled while flaunting his hand, telling the goblin that he was not feeling like giving it to him. This made the giant goblin snarl with anger, while he immediately pounced and launched himself towards our boy. Despite being such a huge body, the goblin possessed immense power as well, but everything was really going to be useless in front of Lin, but still, the goblin was having a scary face while he was ready to become one-punch man and straight-up squash the tribe leader. But as the punch of the goblin landed, he realized that his punch had missed and instead hit the ground, while Lin had already dodged the attack. The goblin tribe leader sarcastically told the goblin that with his giant and fat body, he was nowhere in the condition to keep up with the Goblin King candidate. Lin immediately took out one of his weapons and was ready to smash the heads of the giant Goblin King, and this is what happened. And a lot of blood got splattered all over the battlefield. But this was not really enough to finish the giant goblin, as it growled once more. But suddenly, a system notification popped up, telling everyone that Lin was trying to use the transcendent skill of echoing roar, which was the same skill used by the giant goblin. Hearing that, the giant was not able to believe about what was going to happen to him, but we all know that this fight was going to come to an end. Lin immediately wiped his mouth off from the blood of the previous attack and unleashed the skill of the echoing roar, roaring so loudly that it can be heard several kilometers away, and this much sound was already able to break someone's eardrums. The giant Goblin King fell down by his back, and foam was oozing out from his mouth, signifying that he was done for, just smiled after looking at himself, thinking that he was just trying out his luck with the skill, but never thought that he would actually land it. But suddenly, even after so many powerful attacks, the savage Goblin King was once again standing up, and he apprised our boy with a ferocious punch full of killing intent. Lin started flying away due to the impact of the punch and stopped several meters away from the goblin. But the creature was so fast that immediately caught up with our boy and threw another punch straight onto his face. Somehow, Lin was able to defend from this attack by blocking, but he knew that the savage goblin was having the power of 2,700, and having such overwhelming aura was a really dangerous thing. But Lin was lucky because the savage goblin was already badly injured right now, plus the fight with the hunters group and the sword saint took a toll on his strength, so the punch was not that powerful. On the other hand, the goblin was getting shocked, because by each passing second he was getting weaker, or maybe Lin was the one who was getting stronger and stronger because for now, the boy had withstood one of his most powerful attacks. The savage goblin was still calculating everything, but suddenly Lin used his claws and attacked the goblin straight onto the middle of his chest, making him howl in pain and agony while he wondered about what this attack was. He was not able to believe that he was defeated by someone half of his size, and while screaming and loathing Lin, the savage goblin finally fell down. Lin started cleaning up his face while telling the already unconscious goblin that as there was not a scrap of food outside the den, there was no way that the savage Goblin King can sustain his life, and that's why Lin had thrown a punch onto the creature's weak spot, which was now spelling the savage goblin's certain doom. Lin had a serious disgust in his eyes as he told the unconscious goblin that if he was not somewhat useful till now, Lin would have already plunged a blade straight onto his heart. As the scene shifts, we come inside the goblin den near the waterfall and see that Lin had carried the body of the savage goblin inside while telling the goblin slayer lady that this huge creature was hers to command. The lady was not able to understand about what Lin was plotting this time, wondering if he was thinking of sealing the soul of the savage goblin into the ring and amplify its power, because if it is strength that Lane wants, then the savage goblin is a really great subject, and it would be a smashing success. But Lin started explaining to the lady that the strength-gaining plan was already halted by the Hunter Squad and the Sword Saint, and now Lin was also exposed of actually making all the plans and attacking the humans. So now he had to think of something else rather than simple strength boost. He knew that among the Hunters and the Sword Saint, there was someone called Marshall in the group who was gifted with the extraordinary power to vanish into the earth itself. So now Marshall can effortlessly track Lin and everyone down by burrowing on the ground, and no matter how much strength Lin gathers, this was going to pose a problem. After hearing everything, the Goblin Slayer lady wondered about what Lin's grand plan for countering Marshall was, and Lin just had a devilish smile on his face while he asked the lady if the savage Goblin King was actually from the Great Tomb. Lin had an idea inside his mind and told the Goblin Slayer lady that they were going to leverage the connections of the savage goblin and have the Great Tomb's people take care of the Hunter group and the Sword Saint. But this was too dangerous, as the lady told Lin that the things lurking in the Great Tomb were really powerful, and it was best if Lin did not have anything to do with them. But Lin started dropping down on the ground while giving the savage goblin his soul ring, telling the Goblin Slayer lady that this was the best way for them to approach this situation. Finally, Lin wanted the lady to command the savage Goblin King to report to the Great Tomb and offer up the soul ring so that the people of the Great Tomb can unleash vengeance with unrelenting fury. The lady was shocked, knowing that Lin was not at all afraid of the consequences. But even when the Goblin Slayer lady cannot handle a boy, she still knew that Lin was going to be the new Goblin King due to this daring and decided to go on with the plan. The lady immediately took out her gloves and had a small cut onto her hand by a small blade. She started the process of mind control by dropping a bit of her blood onto the head of the unconscious savage Goblin King, and after the spell was complete, the lady commanded the savage king to stand up. The spell started working immediately, as we see the giant and deadly claws of the savage goblin protruding out. The huge creature bowed down to the Goblin Slayer lady like she was some kind of a princess, and he greeted the lady by calling her master. The Goblin Slayer lady immediately told all the plans to the savage king, and the creature was ready to fulfill every command of his new master. After the whole thing was done, the scene shifts to the outside of the den, where multiple goblins were eating the flesh of their prey so that they can get even more powerful. Suddenly, a notification popped up, telling Lin that he had now amassed a stunning total of 300 life points, and he can now buy a new skill. The first skill Lin saw was looking at was to summon a 6-tier magical beast that obeys his every command. Lin wondered if he should trade his points for this skill so that he can shield himself with the magical beast when the time comes. But upon further checking and a little bit of thinking, Lin realized that this skill was not too good, because a level 6 beast was just as tough as the savage goblin, and even if 3 savage beasts showed up, they would still not stand a chance against the Sword Saint and the Hunter group. Lin immediately swiped the skill away, thinking that he should pick up some solid skills and level himself up. The system was giving him multiple skills and abilities, and one of them was distorted fusion, which allows the user to steal parts from their opponent's body and seamlessly merge them with their own body. Each stolen part would grant the user a significant boost in his abilities, but the user would not inherit their innate talents, and his own form remains unchanged. Other than this skill, Lin had also got the option of an ability called the Blood of the Ruins, and this attack imbued a ruinous effect, nullifying the opponent's divine abilities and crippling all the attributes for amplifying damage dealt to those affected by the curse. Lin started thinking, and after a while he realized that even when distortion fusion was not looking that powerful, Lin also had his Gene Devour ability, and if this attack was used along with this ability, he would become an unstoppable force. Because Lin could even blend in with the wings of the majestic dragon, flying and attacking by himself, or perhaps even merging with more powerful opponents and using their own powers against themselves. Perhaps Lin would encounter some opponents like Medusa and steal their gaze so that he can use her petrifying powers. But still, Lin was also being attracted to the other skill, because it was the sole attack which was capable of defying the divine abilities of the Sword Saint. Even when distortion fusion was amazing, right then, there was not a single monster around for Lin to fuse with, so it was useless anyway. So he decided to have the Blood Ruin skill instead. But to his surprise, as soon as the skill was activated, the system congratulated him for unlocking the Miracle of Life effect, and the whole 300 life points which were consumed were given back to Lin. This made our boy so happy that he started screaming and complimenting the system, telling it that if the system was a person or a woman, she would have been treated like a royalty by him. Meanwhile, all the other goblins were looking at their leader with confused and suspicious eyes, wondering about what was going on. As the scene shifts, we see that now Lin had both the abilities, and he was having an almost uncontrollable laugh on his face, not able to believe that his two wishes were granted in one go. But suddenly, two females called out to Lin, and as he turned around, he saw that those women were none other than Gabu and Ifreya, who wanted to know about why Lin was behaving suspiciously. The boy just calmed down and told the ladies that it was nothing, but Gabu had heard about how Lin was talking about some women, and she wanted to know if this was what he desired and if it was time for them to have some fun together once again. Lin was somehow able to get out of this hot situation and disagreed from doing multiple deeds with Gabu and Ifreya because he was already tired after dealing with the brutal goblin who was chasing him down multiple times a day, and now he was about to lose it. But suddenly, another goblin came inside their room and informed Lin that the human prisoner they had was causing trouble again, and this time he had seized not one, but two weapons. Lin was shocked, wondering about what Loder was doing, and asked the goblin to let him have a look at the prisoner. All of them ran towards Loder, and we see that the man was even more insane, looking at the weapons of his sister and father, crying out loud and telling them that he had failed them both, and now he had let them down. According to him, it was his fault that doomed them all, and as Lin came behind Loder, he started smiling maniacally and turned towards the goblin, asking him, while immediately grabbing his legs, if his father and the others were still breathing. But Lin seriously told Loder that his father was bitten to death by the giant, brutal goblin in one savage chomp, and his sister was continuously defiled by the same goblin for quite some time and then lost her life. This made the already insane Loder stand, as he started smiling once again, and suddenly he abrupted into crying while his whole body was shaking. He realized that he should have never, ever crossed path with Lin or any goblin, and never should he have tried to play clever games in front of him. Now, all he wanted was for Ifreya to keep on living, and that was all that mattered. But he saw that the lady was going nowhere and was happy with Lin, but still, he was hopeful that someone from the church will swoop in and save the lady. Suddenly, Loder jumped up and started running towards the wall, slamming his head onto the wall and hurting himself heavily in the process. Loder was groaning in pain and agony while both Lin and Ifreya kept looking at him, and after a while, Lin was unable to bear it. After all that torment, even Lin was having human feelings and was feeling bad for Loder, who had lost everything. He immediately summoned a knife onto his hand, telling Loder that after all this time, his hatred for Loder has completely vanished and only pity remained. So now, he was going to strike him with this knife and finish his life once and for all by easing his suffering. Lin did the final deed and let the soul of Loder rest in peace. As the scene shifts, we come to the Forest of Grand Tombs, where the hypnotized savage goblin was roaming around, calling out to Mr. Bull, telling him that he was the mighty chief of the Beast King tribe. He wondered if the bull was actually at home, and suddenly, a huge, thumping noise started coming from inside the forest, and the ground crumbled as the beast goblin saw a giant creature in front of him, who was breaking multiple trees and rock formations only by grabbing a hold of them. In front of the giant bull, the giant goblin was looking like a small ant, as the creature wondered about who was summoning him outside. The goblin started telling the bull that he was just reclaiming what was rightfully his from the humans, but they left him utterly unfulfilled and defeated him instead. The bull was the ferocious demon of power, and the giant goblin started giving him the soul ring, telling him that he was moving in now, and it was the bull's turn to act up. And for that, the goblin was ready to give him his relic forged by the ghouls. As the bull picked up the soul ring, he wondered about what the goblin wanted from him to give him such a valuable treasure. He wanted to know from the goblin about what he was trying to do and what he wanted the bull to do. But the goblin said only 2 words to the creature. He asked the bull to help him in defeating the humans who had humiliated him and complete his revenge. The bull was shocked as his eyes started burning with a crimson aura. At first, the goblin thought that maybe the bull was angry, and he actually was asking the goblin if he had any idea of what he was saying, because the Grand Tomb Forest had made a pact with the holy church of the human town to never set foot in the realm of mankind. Even when the beast goblin was shocked, he knew that whatever the bull was saying was true. But still, the surprises were not over because the bull thought for a moment and decided to help the goblin anyways. The giant creatures started laughing maniacally while telling the goblin to go and round up some people for revenge, because now he was all in for it, as he had not hunted for fresh blood, and it has been ages since he had saw fear onto the faces of the humankind. A few days later, we see that Lin was still inside the waterfall cave, looking at his system, which told him that he was now a level 70 goblin with multiple skills and 2,000 health points, along with 550 strength and 710 defense. He realized that after a few days of practice, he had pretty much mastered the art of wielding the blood of ruin. And even when his levels were up now, he knew that he can still progress further. But Lin started scratching his head, not able to realize about how he should progress further, because even when his levels were up, the Sword Saintess boasts a total power of at least 4,000 points, and going there was going to be tough for Lin. He realized that he had no choice but to team up with the brutal goblin and the gang of the Grave Tomb to take the hunters and the Saintess down, because after all, he was fighting with someone who should be the boss of Nightmare Mode. But now, as they were on the brink of breaking through, he knew that if he teamed up and crushed the human town, then he will forge an entire army of hero-class warriors, including himself, who was going to get a lot of experience. As Lin was thinking about his plans, someone from behind called him out, and we see that it was none other than the Goblin Slayer lady, telling Lin that the savage goblin squad has marched up to the cave entrance, just waiting for Lin to show up. Lin realized about what he should do and got ready, but the lady immediately stopped him for a second, grabbing him by the neck and asking him if he needed the lady to tag along with him to the human town as well. But Lin was serious, telling the lady that it was a clash tailored for the mightiest wielders of the Sword Saint's path, and if things go south, Lin can always make a run for it. But if he had other people with him who he should take care of, it will become a pile of more weight to his shoulders, and his burden would be a bit heavier. The Goblin Slayer lady started talking seductively, telling Lin that as she had already handed over the entry permits to the brutal goblin and the bull, he should now invoke the human's might and bend them to his will, and added to that, he should not dare to let the lady down, or else she will have to dish out some serious punishment for Lin. But hearing that, Lin just dismissed the thought and left the lady hanging, telling her to forget it and not talk about punishing him when the work was not even started. Lin started going out of the waterfall to address both the bull and the goblin, while the Goblin Slayer lady started licking her tongue, thinking that things were going to be interesting for her. The scene shifts to the outside of the cave, where we see that Lin comes out in front of the brutal goblin who was still bowing down in front of his master, without the others knowing. But suddenly, a few voices came from behind, asking the brutal goblin if this was the friend he was looking for before the attack. As Lin turned around, he saw multiple bulls who had a crimson aura surrounding them, and Lin realized that they were the ghost species. But the bulls were not happy by the fact that the brutal goblin had befriended an inferior species, and a filthy goblin at that, with low blood and power levels. But Lin ignored everything, scanning the ghost species from top to bottom, realizing that the one who was talking to the brutal goblin was named Dali, and it was a level 80 bull ghost species with the occupation of berserker. He had the title of the level monster and cannibal, along with the overall life points of 2,300. Lin was shocked that the brutal goblin was able to find a group of ghost bulls who specialized in eating people for attacking the human town. But the bull was still not happy with the brutal goblin, telling him that according to him, the most shameful goblin class was the Phoenix class dominant goblin. But the brutal goblin had befriended someone from even lower class than him. Lin tried to ignore all these talks, and even when the brutal goblin tried to explain to the ghost group that Lin was having the strength which was almost equal to his, no one was able to believe him and just wanted him to lead the way and show them the human town. But Lin just smiled, realizing that in any way, they are going to do his work. As the scene shifts, we come to the outer gate of the human town, where multiple bull ghosts appear, and the brutal goblin was looking like an ant in front of them, even when he was a giant in front of the humans. He stopped at the outer gate, telling the ghost species that this was the human town, but there was a woman with a sword inside, and she was very powerful. But the bull did not seem to care too much, and he was just smiling, telling the brutal goblin that he always liked strong food, and this one was no different. After a while, the whole human town started feeling earthquakes and wondered about what was going on, because it was all of a sudden that this thing was happening. But one of the soldiers immediately told the others to look at the outside, and they noticed multiple ghost bulls who were charging with their heavy weapons inside the human town. All the soldiers started screaming, realizing that it was a bull ghost, and an army of them is coming, so they should hide as soon as they can. Otherwise, they will be devoured by them. They started running and fleeing while telling everyone else that the ghost species was coming. And meanwhile, Lin was flying above the human town, looking at the situation, wondering if the ghost species of bulls are really so scary, because in his opinion, intelligent goblins are much more scarier than the demons who had just brutal strength. But the scenery was a sight to behold for Lin, because the human town was getting destroyed, with multiple buildings blown into smithereens due to the sheer strength of the ghost species. He knew that as long as he can take over the town, the place will become his city sooner or later. So even if it is destroyed, it can be remade later. Meanwhile, all the ghost bulls were enjoying the delicious and fresh meat they are going to get as prey, and as one of them was going to eat a human, suddenly a golden strike hit him from behind, and it damaged him so much that it left a mark on his thick skin. The ghost bull slammed down on the ground while leaving the human alive for a few moments, and as the man turned around, wondering about what had happened, he saw the sword Saint, along with her hunter's group, as she was standing elegantly, while the old man of their group wondered about why there were so many ghost species bulls present there. And suddenly, another one of them just saw the brutal goblin rummaging the place around and realized that it was the same guy from the great tomb, and he must have been the one who had brought the ghost species along with him for revenge. The man was now regretting about why they did not kill him right away when they had a chance, and this would not have happened. The Sword Saint realized her mistake, telling the man that this was her oversight, and she should not have chased Lin, and instead would have killed the brutal goblin instead. But the Sword Saint started powering up, thinking that this was an error that she should make up for. As the blue aura started surrounding her, she charged onto the army of ghost species and the brutal goblin, and she was running so fast that it was getting hard for the creatures to track her. But suddenly, one of them was able to get a hold of her and was ready with a ferocious punch, slamming the ground, and a lot of dust and debris started flying. But the Sword Saint was still not damaged and was able to stop the attack of the ghost bull with only one hand, surprising even the creature itself. As we see Lin, who was watching everything from above a tower, he was getting amused by the power that both the ghost species bull and the Sword Saint possessed. Even when the bull's overall strength was slightly lower than that of the Sword Saint, they are evenly matched in strength. And as long as the bull can hold her back, it will be easier for Lin to take action and help the ghost species in taking over the human town. Suddenly Lin turned around and saw someone who was using the earth magic to encase himself in a lot of mud for fighting with the brutal goblin, thinking that by this ultimate attack, he was going to kill the filthy creature. But Lin started smiling, realizing that the man was using earth walking, and this is what the boy had been waiting for, immediately jumping away from the tower and attacking the man, making his ability stop, and the explosion happened suddenly, which damaged the man instead of the brutal goblin. The brutal goblin was ready to devour Marshall after the attack of Lin, and when the man was still unconscious from Lin's explosion attack, the brutal goblin saw it as an opportunity and wanted to get all the powers of his new prey. But suddenly, the girl saw everything and realized that her comrade was in danger and immediately summoned her bow and arrow, shooting towards the brutal goblin with an ultra-tier technique named God's Piercing Arrow. A golden tornado erupted from the arrow and started going towards the brutal goblin, but suddenly it was all deflected by another explosive attack, and the girl wondered about what was going on. On the other hand, we see that it was Lin who was glowing with the golden energy after devouring multiple light attribute soldiers. He was so flexible and fast that he was able to dodge the attacks, while thanking his sharp reflexes for backing him up and letting him dodge all the archers of the lady on time. Lin turned towards the brutal goblin, telling him to leave Marshall to him and go deal with the other puny soldiers. Even when the brutal goblin was not happy that his master has interrupted his meal, he was still under the control of the Goblin Slayer lady and was ready to do the task which was ordered by a boy. Lin started smiling while he got to the human, realizing that his stuff was top-notch and his skills was also worth devouring. But Lin started licking his lips while activating his devourer technique, making the girl puke as she saw everything, while he devoured the body bit by bit, breaking every bone inside. The girl thought that Lin was really a monster, but when he told everyone that he was a human, he was still treated as a monster. So he decided to become one anyways. As the scene shifts, we see the old man, Austin, who was fighting with multiple ghost bull species, and as he also saw what Lin did to his friend Marshall, he thought that the goblin was really a wretched beast and wanted to kill him, no matter what. The old man jumped towards Lin, who was having a crimson or inside his eyes. While the man used another ultimate technique named the Breaking Rock Hammering Attack. Even when Austin wanted to intimidate the goblin, but on the other hand, the goblin was unfazed, looking at Austin in his eyes while using his swift dodge technique, glowing with a golden aura once again, and dodging the ultra attack as it got wasted. Austin realized that something bad was going to happen to him as a goblin was behind him when he cannot do anything. Lin smiled, realizing that the old man was seeing his grave. At this moment, he immediately activated the ultimate arcane technique, and Austin realized that he was not going to survive this. Lin punched through the man's chest once again and used the chest-piercing punch technique to blow him into smithereens. On the other hand, we see that the girl had saw everything once again from the top of a building, as Lin was devouring the old man to get his skills, while nothing but only his bones were visible. She was not able to believe that Austin also got devoured alive by a goblin while he was screaming in pain and agony, not able to bear the pain of the flesh breaking out of his body. As the whole devour was complete, Lin stood up, cleaning his mouth while the system congratulated him for being leveled up to 75, with a total power of 3,200. The boy was satisfied by the level increase, because even he would not have thought that he would level up 5 times just after devouring an old man. As he had finally hit level 75, Lin knew that his original power has soared to 3,200. And now, he was much more capable and destructive than before. But suddenly, we see that the lady was screaming while she used her holy bow and arrow with the holy technique as she saw the head of Lin, knowing that she can hit it. At the same time, Lin started going away, so instead of his head, he got pierced through his right hand, suddenly getting a sheer amount of pain and agony. Lin immediately looked behind, while knowing that it was the lady. She started firing multiple arrows at Lin, but as his reflexes are really good now, he was able to dodge each and every one of them with precision, even when Lin was lethally wounded by the first one. Lin was thankful that his reflexes has increased even more, otherwise it would have been lethal. If another arrow would have hit him, but the girl was not ready to stop showering the battlefield with multiple holy golden arrows, not ready to stop until had avenged the 2 hunters. Even when Lin was able to dodge all the arrows, he still was feeling a lot of pain because the arrow which had hit him had light properties, which was destructive for goblins. He was not able to comprehend about why the lady had turned her bow and arrow into a frickin' sniper rifle and was shooting whenever she had a chance without even reloading. Lin knew that if he was not protected by multiple stone walls, which was slowing the arrows down, there would be no way to avoid them, and he would rarely get injured. But suddenly, Lin started smiling as he saw the brutal goblin who was back after killing multiple soldiers. Lin immediately had another order for his pet and told him to go and topple the clock tower, which was used by the woman as a sniping ground. The brutal goblin immediately agreed and started running towards the clock tower, while the lady was surprised, not knowing what to do in such a short time. The brutal goblin was so powerful that only one of his slam attacks was able to crack the whole clock tower up, and even the lady started shaking up due to all those tremors she was feeling. She knew that now she cannot aim or attack anyone properly. But Lin was just trying to seize this exact moment, running towards the clock tower and throwing 2 daggers at the lady with insane speeds, while materializing them from his inventory, knowing that they will be hitting their mark pretty soon.
The archer lady started falling, and to protect herself, she started jumping around the rocks and landed to the ground somehow. But Lin had did something else along with sending the brutal goblin servant to demolish the watchtower. He saw that the lady had dodged the move completely and realized that he will have to wait for her skin to cool down before striking. And for passing time, he started running away from the lady and acted all goofy, which angered her even more. The lady thought that Lin was running away from her because of being scared, and she thought that it was working, and she arrogantly told the goblin that, he cannot slip past her watchful eyes. The lady started charging the arrow up once again, and the bow started glowing with a golden aura as holy energy started accumulating over the tip of the arrow. But we see that from the other side of Lin, the beast goblin was also trying to help him, and the ladies suddenly stopped running. But on the other hand, we see that even she was shocked as her legs stopped moving, and it was feeling like she was completely drained of energy. She was not able to comprehend about why this had happened to her, and she was also not able to believe that her legs gave out at such a crucial moment. She knew that she will have to just hang in there for a little longer. But even this was not really possible right now, as she tried opening her eyes, but they were closing in again. She knew that she can do this, but she was not able to resist the urge of sleeping due to something which had interfered with her body functions. The lady slammed down onto the ground and finally fell asleep, and we see that the beast goblin king started going towards the lady with a grebe and menacing aura surrounding him. I know you all must have already know about what the beast king was going to do, but it was not true, as the beast goblin king wanted to devour the lady instead of doing something bad with her. But just when the goblin was ready to eat the flesh, Lin immediately stopped him from progressing any further, telling him that the lady was his to claim and that the servant should step aside. As soon as the goblin beast king heard this, he heeded to the command of his master Lin and started going away, while Lin started approaching the lady who was really unconscious. A devilish grin appeared onto the face of Lin, as he realized that the lady had a really incredible spirit, and it would only be a waste to just eat the lady and not do anything else. Lin grabbed the body of the lady and picked it up, as he started going somewhere, while telling the beast goblin king to keep on guarding. And as the scene shifts to a few minutes later, the lady finally opened her eyes and realized something. Lin did not do anything to her when the lady was unconscious, and wanted her to first wake up so that she can see the horror by her own eyes. As soon as the lady opened her eyes, she saw the naked goblin, who was having a pretty build-up body with a lot of strength. But still, the lady was not able to move even a muscle, and started cursing the goblins, who had done something to her, which resulted in this situation. But no one was there to hear the screams of the lady, while Lin started bowing down towards her, telling her that she was just going to find out in a moment about what true manhandling feels like, and this made the lady scream even higher than she had ever screamed before. On the other hand, we see that Sword Saint had still being fighting with the boss of the Ghost Bull Spices, and finally, the huge creature was slain, and the Sword Saint was the winner of the match. She was really breaking a sweat while realizing that it took way longer than she had expected to kill the boss of the ghost species bull. But as she turned around, she saw that no one was present there, and then she heard the scream of the archer lady and realized that something was insanely wrong. The lady, on the other hand, was having a really bad situation with torn clothes and shaking hands everywhere. She was having a blade near to her stomach, and even when the Sword Saint saw that, she knew that she cannot reach the place in time. The lady started crying intensely, already realizing the fate which the archer lady had got, but she still tried to stop it no matter what. But this was not at all possible, because even before the lady can reach her friend, she stabbed herself and dropped down onto the ground, sending shivers down the spine of the Sword Saint. She started screaming the name of the lady and ran towards her, finally reaching her after a few minutes. But this was not really a good situation for her to be in. Despite this situation, the Sword Saint knelt down, picking the friend up while telling her to not dare and leave her alone in the battlefield. But the archer lady then informed the Sword Saint that Marshall and Austin were already defeated by the brutal goblin and the ghost species bull, and as they were already gone, so the archer lady was going too. The lady decided to stab herself in the stomach, because she refused to bring a goblin's child into the world of humans, and now everything was onto the Sword Saint to avenge her team and take revenge for them too. After saying only this much, the lady finally passed away, and her hand fell onto the ground. Meanwhile, we see that the Sword Saint was completely surrounded by multiple ghost species bulls, as they realized that the boss was slain by her, and they thought that whoever devours her shall then become even powerful than their ex-boss. All the bulls started screaming in unison that they should kill the lady on the spot, and whoever gets to devour her will take the prize. But on the other hand, thus Sword Saint had snapped in anger due to her friend's loss. She immediately started picking up her sword while a golden but angry energy aura started surrounding her. She was gleaming with red-crimson eyes, while telling all the ghost species bulls that they were doomed to perish, because now was a really bad time to mess with her. The Sword Saint was seething in anger, while she was plunging her sword onto her chest without a moment's thought. Even when she was groaning with pain and agony, a sudden surge of power can be felt by everyone, as her eyes started gleaming with a crimson aura. The soldiers, along with the ghost species monsters, were also shocked, wondering about what the human was doing. But suddenly, a golden orb surrounded the Sword Saint, and she started floating in the skis, while being protected by the barrier and launched by a golden light. On the other hand, the good-for-nothing city count wondered about who and what the Sword Saint really was. Instead of answering this question, the lady told all the soldiers to hustle up and get out of the battlefield. Otherwise, they are all going to get doomed by a large-scale attack going to be used by her. The soldiers immediately started running as soon as they heard the Sword Saint. Meanwhile, the others who saw this terrifying face of the Sword Saint was not able to believe it, talking with each other about how they are experiencing such wraith for the first time. And now, the Sword Saint was even scarier than the monsters they were fighting. As the scene shifts, we see that the whole town was engulfed in an earthquake, and as the land started shaking, even Lin felt it, turning around and wondering about what was going on. But as the boy turned around, he saw the golden ball made by the Sword Saint, and he saw that the Sword Saint was now having wings on her back and her clothes were almost gone, giving her a new look which was indeed commendable, while the lady was gleaming with the golden aura, giving her enormous power and almost looking like an angel from the heaven. The boy knew that it was no good, as his feet started glowing with the golden aura too. Lin knew that he and the other army were the Sword Saint's target, and on the other hand, all the ghost species bulls started running here and there, trying to escape the golden light, because they knew that it was not going to help them at all. Some of them were trying to run away, while the others thought that the Sword Saint was just using a trick, and that they should still be able to defeat her. But finally, it was too late, and the Sword Saint started materializing a light sword into her hand, slashing the ground with an enormous strike and a resolute face, which was having no mercy at all. The ground was struck by the powerful sword, and the land was divided into two parts, making the lava beneath the earth visible, and the ghost species bulls were not able to believe that they were split into two halves from exactly the place where the land had been split. The ghost species bulls were slowly but surely losing their lives, while wondering about what had happened in an instant. But before they can think even further, they were shocked to see that the Sword Saint was back in her usual form, and as she descended, all the ghost species bulls who are now lifeless, while the lady was still gleaming with a golden aura, and a system notification told her that her overall combat power was now 5,000. As the scene shifts, we see that the human town was now completely calm, and people started gathering away the debris, which was the result of the mayhem. But on the other hand, Lin was completely all right, thanking his reflexes that he managed to escape just in the nick of time. Lin had realized something after looking at the Sword Saint, that even when he thought that the lady was actually a swordsman, she was actually a wizard with the title of the Sword Saint, because the wizard class was the only class who can enhance their combat powers through the use of holy magic. But Lin wondered if it was really necessary to go to such extremes to increase her powers, because it was having really bad side effects. On the other hand, the Count started praising the Sword Saint, telling the lady that she was truly deserving of the title with an unblemished record, as the invincible holy sword within her was now guarding the kingdom, which is absolutely formidable. All the other soldiers were also chanting praises in the name of the Sword Saint. But on the other hand, the lady was not feeling well, because after her powers were over, suddenly, her combat power plummeted from 5,000 to a mere 2,500, and it was going even lower due to the side effect of the magical increase. But now, looking at the stats, Lin was laughing at devilish laugh, as the Sword Saint realized that the fight was still not over yet. She knew that Lin was still alive and well, because she did not see any body which resembles the one of the Goblin. She started getting ready while opening the cork of potion and trying to drink it to restore her energy and combat power. But before the lady can do so, Lin immediately attacked with his holy whirlwind, breaking her armor and straight up attacking on the same spot which had been wounded by the previous enhancement of power. The whole potion was now shattered, and the Count, along with all the other soldiers, wondered about what had happened to the saint. As the Count looked up onto the watchtower, he saw Lin, who was standing firmly with the magical crossbow in his hand, and all the soldiers realized that the despicable goblin was now doing sneak attacks too, because the sword saint was weak after doing such a powerful attack. The lady was somehow able to stand up, and the Count told her to take care of her wounds, while he decided to take care of the goblin for her. We all know how this is going to end, but still, the guts of the man is pretty amazing. But Lin also knew that the Count was no match for him, asking him if he was really being serious right now. The Count started engulfing himself with whatever little energy he had, and he started running towards the goblin, calling him out as despicable and shameless. As the man was running with all the power he had, Lin immediately readied his crossbow and shot a fire attack onto the man, making him unconscious in just one hit with a smile on his face, which signified satisfaction. The boy calmly laughed and asked the Count about why he was trying to reason with a goblin if he was not human to begin with. According to Lin, they should already know that goblins don't reason, when they disagreed on the fact that Lin was a human at all. Meanwhile, all the other soldiers wanted to become heroes, and thought that they could actually take Lin down and avenge the Count. But man, how foolish they are, I don't even know. Lin was smiling while looking at his prey, and he took out a small sword from his robe, jumping around and slicing each and every one of the soldiers. But the others were still not ready to give up, as a superior ordered his subordinates to not back down and fight until the sword saint revives herself. But as soon as the leader told the subordinates to offer their hearts, Lin surprisingly lunged one of his hands onto the chest of the leader, grabbing his heart out and gladly accepting it as a sacrifice, because the man wanted to offer up their hearts anyways. The man was shocked with his eyes bulging out, while Lin just smiled, telling the man that he was free now and that the goblin will gladly take his heart away. Lin used the whirlwind of fury attack and immediately pierced through the chest of the person who wanted to sacrifice his heart for the nation. Lin was smiling with a devilish look on his face, while the sword saint was not able to believe that Lin took every word said by the soldier literally and personally. She was so angry that she started behaving like a really angry cat, swinging her sword all around and trying to attack Lin with all her might. But as she was slow, Lin was constantly teasing her, calling her a grandma and whatnot, for not being able to catch up to him. Meanwhile, the sword saint was trying to not fall for a mere goblin's taunt, but it was still affecting her because of her not-so-calm condition. The lady wanted to give a surprise to the filthy goblin, and she was ready with her knife and a nice and firm, exposing kick, going straight up for the goblin's face. But Lin was able to detect even that, immediately protecting his face from the attack, so that he does not get injured. But still, the kick was so ferocious that even Lin slid several meters away after embracing the whole impact. He started breathing calmly, wanting to heal himself a little bit, while realizing that even when the Sword Saint's power has been dropped by around 2,500 points, she was still a really formidable opponent. After a while, Lin was ready for another round and activated his transcendent arcane art, getting ready with a blue aura all around him, while he opened his mouth and used his deafening roar attack, which was causing intense pain and agony to all the soldiers, who were having their ears open, making them unconscious after experiencing a lot of pain and agony. Even the Sword Saint was going in some kind of a trance, not able to understand about what was happening to her. But it was not so easy to defeat her as she woke up, knowing that it was dangerous, and immediately jumping away from Lin's attack range, using her holy sword and sending multiple golden slashes towards Lin for attacking him. But our boy is too fast for these attacks now, and he was able to dodge these slashes effortlessly, while also realizing that using some evil monster skill against the Sword Saint has little effect, and he knew that if this fight continued like it was going on, then they might end up hurting each other, or Lin had to consider even losing everything. He was still at a disadvantage, because the Sword Saint was having the holy attribute, which was capable of suppressing any evil being if it overpowered them even slightly. The Sword Saint was really angry, screaming and telling him that it was finally the time for her to settle the score and take revenge for all her fallen friends. But Lin was just smiling after listening to this, wondering if the Sword Saint was a masochist, enjoying the taste of failure whenever she got it. This vulgar remark angered the Sword Saint even more, while she jumped above the ground and told the filthy goblin to shut up. But Lin was not ready to give up, getting ready with his huge knife to defend against the Sword Saint. The lady used another holy blade slash and broke the rocks lying on the ground, because Lin was easily able to dodge it before it even landed, and the lady was really getting annoyed by the fact that Lin was constantly dodging all of her attacks. Finally, she ordered the reinforcement soldiers coming towards her, suggesting that they should go in together and take the goblin down by a surprise attack. But before the soldiers could even reach him, Lin grabbed the neck of one of them and threw him towards the Sword Saint. Now, the lady was in a dilemma. If she protected the soldier, she would get hurt, and if she left, then the soldier would get hurt. At the end, the lady decided to jump away and let the soldier get immensely hurt, while she saw that the other reinforcements who were there just a moment ago were now completely blown away by Lin, as he started running away from the human town. The Sword Saint was saving the soldiers, or what was left of them, and was screaming at the goblin, telling him that if he had got guts, he should stop hiding and face the lady by standing his own ground. But Lin was there to play dirty, and was not going to show any humanity or mercy to the Sword Saint, utilizing the art of dodging and hurting many human soldiers in the way. Lin knew that at least in terms of speed, he can far surpass the Sword Saint without doing much efforts. But the Sword Saint was not at all happy by this behavior of the boy, calling him out as a dirty scoundrel, telling him to stop, wondering about how Lin dared to run away after damaging the life and property of the human town. But in reality, Lin was just waiting for the Sword Saint's power to finish and her faith to break, so that her defenses can weaken even more. And then, the boy will seize the moment to unleash the blood of ruin attack and transfigure himself to finish the fight, once and for all. The scene shifts to 1 hour later, where we see that the saint was really shattered, as she saw that all the soldiers present in the human town were taken by Lin, and they were screaming in pain and agony while calling out to the lady, begging her to just take their life and end it peacefully, because they were not able to bear the torment of the pain any longer. They wanted the lady to just avenge them, but even the Sword Saint did not know about how she will do so. Meanwhile, Lin was making fun of the Sword Saint, telling her that it was such a drag that she had to protect so many humans. So the goblin was making the work easy by killing them instead, and he was trying to tell her that either way, the battle will end in her utter defeat. But now, the lady did not even care, telling Lin to not even think about escaping. But still, Lin knew that the lady was completely broken, and now was the time to do the final move. He threw away one of the soldiers towards her and ran away, and without even thinking anything, the Sword Saint slashed the soldier instead of Lin to throw him away. And now, Lin was smiling with a devilish face because he knew that his plan was successful. Now, the Sword Saint was unhinged, and chaos will surely subdue everyone inside of it, as the Sword Saint was having only one thing in her mind, to take the filthy goblin down. She was now not even looking at what she was doing, slashing multiple soldiers who she swore to protect, only due to her seething rage for the goblin. She was going against her very own code of protecting humanity at all costs. Meanwhile, Lin was able to dodge each and every attack, knowing that there was no way that the Sword Saint can hit him when she was so angry. He was just smiling contently, while realizing that the Sword Saint had a knack for killing, which was far more impressive than slaying actual monsters. After a few moments, the Sword Saint calmed down, and finally, the horrifying realization struck her about what she had done in the fit of rage. Her sword was dropped by her, and she turned around, looking at her hands and realizing that she had taken so many lives and precious souls that she swore to protect instead. And now, the Sword Saint was actually broken physically and mentally, while she grabbed her head, and Lin realized that this was his moment to shine. Lin smeared some of his blood onto his blade and threw it straight towards the lady, piercing her chest in one strike and making her almost fall onto the ground. Not able to believe at what had happened, the Sword Saint was powerless, not able to awaken her godly powers anymore, as she slammed down on the ground, and the golden aura started going away in the sky. The sword saint realized that the great divine being had removed its blessings from her head. The lady did not even have enough power to prove that it was not her fault, and that she just promised to protect everyone, but she was not able to do so due to the rage. But she knew that it was too late, and that the divine being had cast aside the legendary sword saint. The lady was not able to take on such harsh reality and fell unconscious onto the ground, while it started raining heavily. On the other hand, our boy Lin was getting happy because finally, the sword saint was corrupted by the ruins of blood, and her divine power was utterly lost due to her lost fate and intentional killing. The boy was not able to believe that even when the sword saint was a woman of incredible strength, she harbors a deadly vulnerability of faith, which was a really dangerous thing. But Lin was thinking about something else and wanted to have some really powerful offspring too. So he wanted to give the sword saint even more agony by making her an obedient doll of his, so that the sword saint can join the goblin army, and together they shall topple those who wield power through superstition, or through oppressing the normal human beings, as it shackles the world and does not help anyone else. As the scene shifts, we see that the light rain has turned even more fierce, and it has converted into a thunderstorm, but Lin was unbothered by it, as he was preparing to do some things which was essential with the sword saint. Lin's complete body was exposed as he sat down near the lady, getting ready to do his stuff and to increase the number of his children. But suddenly, as Lin was enjoying the experience, the brutal goblin came running towards him and shouting at everyone to run, because the people of the holy temple were now coming towards them. Lin was shocked, wondering about what the brutal goblin meant, but it was at this time that Lin heard some rattling noises from behind. And as he turned around, he saw people covered in armors from top to bottom, and they were marching towards the goblin and the sword saint in unison, while one of them was looking clearly powerful than the others and was leading them. He immediately got ready with his holy sword and used an attack called the Bishop's Cross, and realizing that it was really going to be dangerous, Lin immediately jumped away, leaving the body of the lady before doing something really terrible to her. Before Lin can actually start the main part, he was interrupted by the bishop, who was not ready to let the sword saint become dirty by some goblin's offspring. He was standing near the sword saint with a whole team of soldiers, while not being able to believe that even the sword saint had to face the misfortune due to the filthy-looking goblin. According to the bishop, Lin was just a little goblin who was having a really fragile and harmless facade. But inside the facade lied a terrifying power and visage, which was incomprehensible by anyone else, making Lin the classic example of a devil. But Lin was not affected by all this senseless talk, because even when he was a human, he was not treated right. The bishop ordered all the sentinels of the temple to channel their energies in the name of the divine, and gather all their strength so that they can guide the world towards peace, and then finally, finish off the filthy goblin. As soon as this announcement was made, the holy soldiers started channeling their strength together, and they were ready to trap Lin and exterminate him forever. Lin knew that something dangerous was going to happen, and the minions started running towards him with insane speeds, not ready to stop, no matter what. They started attacking Lin with their intense barrage of holy swords, but the boy was somehow able to protect himself by the power which was given to him from Ifraya. He was not able to believe that the holy soldiers were wearing such heavy armor, but they were still moving at lightning speed, which made them uncatchable, and along with that, all the sentinels were having an overall strength of 3,000, which was way above the sword saint. Lin was not able to comprehend about how someone even powerful than the sword saint had arrived to exterminate him. But as the sentinels were swinging their swords and slamming them towards the goblin, he was somehow able to dodge the attacks and made them miss. He realized that the guys were way more powerful than he had ever imagined. But still, Lin was not ready to give up, slitting his hand and throwing his transfusion blood onto the eyes of one of the soldiers, immediately causing his eyes to burn, as the soldier dropped down and started crying in pain and agony, realizing that his divine power was completely decimated due to the overwhelming strength of the transfiguration blood. The bishop saw all this happening in front of his own eyes and ordered all the other sentinels to not follow Lin no matter what, because he was too powerful. Knowing that this was his opportunity, Lin started jumping away and got out of the human town while the soldiers kept watching, realizing that the goblin was truly a demon in the form of a filthy creature. On the other hand, as Lin was running away, he wondered if this was the real strength of the holy temple, because even the minions and the sentinels who were on the bottom line had the power level of 3,000 and above. He realized that he needed to overhaul his entire plan and make himself and his goblin army stronger if he wanted to destroy the humans. Meanwhile, the bishop came near the sword saint and decided to head back together with her, because the saint had really needed medical guidance, along with the cleansing of her soul, or else the fear inside of her will lead her astray into the abyss. Hearing that, one of the sentinels wondered if they were not going to address the goblin catastrophe, along with the divine attendant, Ifraya, and her disappearance. The bishop covered the body of the lady with a cloth and picked her up, while telling the sentinel that he was already late. And as for the divine assistant, the bishop has chosen the new divine attendant instead of Ifraya, and now there was no need for the holy temple to search for her anymore. As the scene shifts, we come inside the jungle, which was far away from the human town but was near the cemetery. We see that somehow Lin was able to slowly grab the bodies of the ghost species bulls, and he knew that even when their bodies would have been buried deep. But humans were not doing the good job, and the corpses of the ox demons still remained, which meant that all the goblins can feast to their heart's content and gain new powers, which are going to be interesting to watch. Not able to believe at what had happened, the sword saint was powerless, not able to awaken her godly powers anymore, as she slammed down on the ground, and the golden aura started going away in the sky. The sword saint realized that the great divine being had removed its blessings from her head. The lady did not even have enough power to prove that it was not her fault, and that she just promised to protect everyone, but she was not able to do so due to the rage. But she knew that it was too late, and that the divine being had cast aside the legendary sword saint. The lady was not able to take on such harsh reality and fell unconscious onto the ground, while it started raining heavily. On the other hand, our boy Lin was getting happy because finally, the sword saint was corrupted by the ruins of blood, and her divine power was utterly lost due to her lost fate and intentional killing. The boy was not able to believe that even when the sword saint was a woman of incredible strength, she harbors a deadly vulnerability of faith, which was a really dangerous thing. But Lin was thinking about something else and wanted to have some really powerful offspring too. So he wanted to give the sword saint even more agony by making her an obedient doll of his, so that the sword saint can join the goblin army, and together they shall topple those who wield power through superstition, or through oppressing the normal human beings, as it shackles the world and does not help anyone else. As the scene shifts, we see that the light rain has turned even more fierce, and it has converted into a thunderstorm, but Lin was unbothered by it, as he was preparing to do some things which was essential with the sword saint. Lin's complete body was exposed as he sat down near the lady, getting ready to do his stuff and to increase the number of his children. But suddenly, as Lin was enjoying the experience, the brutal goblin came running towards him and shouting at everyone to run, because the people of the holy temple were now coming towards them. Lin was shocked, wondering about what the brutal goblin meant, but it was at this time that Lin heard some rattling noises from behind. And as he turned around, he saw people covered in armors from top to bottom, and they were marching towards the goblin and the sword saint in unison, while one of them was looking clearly powerful than the others and was leading them. He immediately got ready with his holy sword and used an attack called the Bishop's Cross, and realizing that it was really going to be dangerous, Lin immediately jumped away, leaving the body of the lady before doing something really terrible to her. Before Lin can actually start the main part, he was interrupted by the bishop, who was not ready to let the sword saint become dirty by some goblin's offspring. He was standing near the sword saint with a whole team of soldiers, while not being able to believe that even the sword saint had to face the misfortune due to the filthy-looking goblin. According to the bishop, Lin was just a little goblin who was having a really fragile and harmless facade, but inside the facade lied a terrifying power and visage, which was incomprehensible by anyone else, making Lin the classic example of a devil. But Lin was not affected by all this senseless talk, because even when he was a human, he was not treated right. The bishop ordered all the sentinels of the temple to channel their energies in the name of the divine, and gather all their strength so that they can guide the world towards peace, and then finally, finish off the filthy goblin. As soon as this announcement was made, the holy soldiers started channeling their strength together, and they were ready to trap Lin and exterminate him forever. Lin knew that something dangerous was going to happen, and the minions started running towards him with insane speeds, not ready to stop, no matter what. They started attacking Lin with their intense barrage of holy swords, but the boy was somehow able to protect himself by the power which was given to him from Ifraya. He was not able to believe that the holy soldiers were wearing such heavy armor, but they were still moving at lightning speed, which made them uncatchable, and along with that, all the sentinels were having an overall strength of 3,000, which was way above the Sword Saint. Lin was not able to comprehend about how someone even powerful than the Sword Saint had arrived to exterminate him. But as the sentinels were swinging their swords and slamming them towards the goblin, he was somehow able to dodge the attacks and made them miss. He realized that the guys were way more powerful than he had ever imagined. But still, Lin was not ready to give up, slitting his hand and throwing his transfusion blood onto the eyes of one of the soldiers, immediately causing his eyes to burn. As the soldier dropped down and started crying in pain and agony, realizing that his divine power was completely decimated due to the overwhelming strength of the transfiguration blood. The bishop saw all this happening in front of his own eyes and ordered all the other sentinels to not follow Lin no matter what, because he was too powerful. Knowing that this was his opportunity, Lin started jumping away and got out of the human town while the soldiers kept watching, realizing that the goblin was truly a demon in the form of a filthy creature. On the other hand, as Lin was running away, he wondered if this was the real strength of the holy temple, because even the minions and the sentinels who were on the bottom line had the power level of 3,000 and above. He realized that he needed to overhaul his entire plan and make himself and his goblin army stronger if he wanted to destroy the humans. Meanwhile, the bishop came near the Sword Saint and decided to head back together with her, because the saint had really needed medical guidance, along with the cleansing of her soul, or else the fear inside of her will lead her astray into the abyss. Hearing that, one of the sentinels wondered if they were not going to address the goblin catastrophe, along with the divine attendant, Ifraya, and her disappearance. The bishop covered the body of the lady with a cloth and picked her up, while telling the sentinel that he was already late. And as for the divine assistant, the bishop has chosen the new divine attendant instead of Ifraya, and now there was no need for the holy temple to search for her anymore. As the scene shifts, we come inside the jungle, which was far away from the human town but was near the cemetery. We see that somehow Lin was able to slowly grab the bodies of the ghost species bulls, and he knew that even when their bodies would have been buried deep. But humans were not doing the good job, and the corpses of the ox demons still remained, which meant that all the goblins can feast to their heart's content and gain new powers, which are going to be interesting to watch. The system congratulated Lin on reaching level 80, and the scene shifts back to the den, where all the main female waifus were waiting for Lin. And as he arrived, they wanted to know about how the attack proceeded, and if he won, Gabu wanted Lin to spill all the beans along with some white juice while he told her about what was going on. But the elven mother and daughter noticed that Lin had powered up once again and was now ever more powerful and had a lot of stamina. Lin smiled and told the ladies that everything was still according to plan and that he was going to make the Sword Saint his own in record time. The Goblin Slayer lady was not able to believe that Lin actually defeated the Sword Saint and even planted his seeds inside the powerful lad. Why for future siblings? But Lin explained that even when he was able to do so in some seconds, he wanted to have a bit more fun. But when things were really heating up, the holy sentinels and soldiers swooped in and whisked the Sword Saint away. Hearing that, the Goblin Slayer lady immediately started grabbing the shirt from below and wanted Lin to give her some white juice because she cannot wait. But as Lin had already done it with the Sword Saint, he wanted the ladies to cut him some slack because he had something serious to discuss. Lin started explaining that even when they have achieved a resounding victory and bought precious time for their tribe to grow, they needed to relocate to a new sanctuary, so they don't have to live in fear of human retaliation and retribution. The ladies wondered about where Lin was deciding to go, and hearing that, the boy just smiled, telling the ladies that it was a place where even the most devout of the holy sentinels would not dare to tread lightly. And it was none other than the Grand Tomb, from where the ox species came. As the scene shifts, we come to another settlement of the goblins who escaped from the water den, and now they were getting ready to travel and go to the Grand Tomb. As Lin was watching over all the soldiers, we see that their number has really increased a lot, and Lin started thinking that as the Grand Tomb had a pact with the Holy Temple, they will have to respect each other's boundaries, and as they are not going to attack each other, the conditions were already ripe to forge a massive goblin horde, and now, all that was left was to gather a treasure troop of breeding tools. Lin was referring to the females of various towns in the way. The main thing was to capture the females and not to kill anyone, but if they resisted, then Lin ordered all the goblins to do as they see fit. The whole goblin army was already following Lin's lead and were ready to wreak some havoc while they relocated to the Grand Tomb. In just a few days, they traversed through 10 villages, but they still only managed to gather around 230 females, and it was way lower than the required amount. They were still miles away as Lin did all the analysis, while telling all the others that 700 kilometers along the road, there were 19 villages and 2 towns, so capturing over 1,000 people should be a walk in the park if they used those towns. Just when they were traveling, Lin spotted a little town which was a little ahead of them and decided to raid it. And upon the order of their leader, all the goblins got ready, while Lin wanted the soldiers to wrap it up in record time and hit the road to the Grand Tomb. As the scene shifts, we come to the same cozy little town, where all the males were gathered along with the mayor as the soldiers were asking the mayor if they really needed to be so dramatic. Because according to the news, it was just a bunch of goblins raiding the village, and anyone can take care of it without any worry. One of the adventurers straight up told the mayor that he had slain so many goblins that he could build a mountain of their bodies this time too. All the other soldiers also thought that this was going to be really easy, not getting ready to fear a bunch of goblins and instead slay them when the time comes. One of the soldiers planned with his companions that they should just wait at the town's gate, and the moment they show up, they should take down one and all without any hesitation. But the soldiers who were doing reconnaissance were already afraid of the goblins, knowing the real terror of Lin and the monsters that he carried for an army. He tried telling all the other soldiers that these goblins were different, and they were clearly terrifying along with being even bigger than any average goblin he had seen before. But one of the adventurers just smiled it off, telling everyone that it was just a minor issue and they did not need to dwell on it, because even if the goblins were strong, the adventurer can take care of it, and he can handle them with ease. We come to know that this person was a level 50 adventurer named Ace, who was already so high up the clouds that he cannot see reality. The mayor noticed something and ordered all the adventurers to get ready, because he knew that the goblins should be passing by the town any moment now. The soldiers stationed at the watchtower looked at the field and announced that the goblins were already inside the town, and Ace was standing in front of all the soldiers, while he decided to have a little contest to see who can slay the most goblins, deciding that the loser will buy drinks for a whole month. But he does not know that he will have to be alive to drink something. But anyways, the people thought that Az was serious, telling him to forget it because they knew that Ace was the strongest of them in the whole town, and no one can hold a candle against him. The man was really getting pumped up, thinking that it was really going to be dull because it was just some goblins. But he still decided to get it done so that he can earn some more money and mayor's favor. He wanted all the other soldiers to take a breather, deciding that whenever the time comes, he will handle the goblins alone. But as he turned around, he saw that all the others were clearly shaking due to fear. And as he turned around again, he saw the large goblin horde which was coming towards them, along with a flying species which was indistinguishable from the distance. As Lin started descending towards the humans, we see that from all the dust and smoke, multiple goblins were charging towards humans with insane speeds, and the adventurer was the first one to fall into his knees, peeing his pants, as he was terrified by the first look of a dragon, not able to believe that such majestic creatures really existed. And another major thing was that the dragons were assisting the goblins in their hunt. All the other soldiers started running for their lives while realizing that the sentinels never told them that the goblins had allies who were clearly monsters. Meanwhile, Ace was not able to stand up, asking all the other companions to wait for him. But this was not enough, as Lin was getting really frustrated, realizing that so many people in the town were already geared up and thought that they could take down the goblin. But now the whole massacre begins, as Lin ordered the soldiers to go inside the town and capture whatever they can find. The goblins started attacking all the houses and the inns where the soldiers were hiding. Meanwhile, the companions of Ace were screaming at him, telling him that he should not have promised to handle the goblins when he cannot do so, and just that and pee his pants over and over. Meanwhile, Ace was not able to understand about why the goblins were so terrifying, when the ones he had killed were always so tiny and measly with almost no brains. He was sure that the attackers were some other species with the facade of being a goblin. But just then, one of the mutated goblins appeared in front of Ace, which made him scream like a terrified girl after looking at a lizard. And before the goblin can even do something to him, the man collapsed and was unconscious. Sarcastically, Lin told the adventurer that he thought that this was going to be fun, but the whole town was massacred in record time without much efforts. Lin and his army finally entered the Grand Tomb, where multiple ghost species monsters welcomed them, or at least were wary of them, not knowing what goblins were doing there. We see their leader, a griffin-like creature, who told Lin that the scent of humanity could draw in all the monsters from miles around. He wondered if this was the goblins' first venture into the Grand Tomb and if they didn't understand the actual danger. But Lin countered by telling the griffin leader that humans, during production, sweat profusely, and that their overwhelming odor could even mask the scent of goblins. Now Lin began to understand why you all should subscribe to the channel, so that you can get the latest chapter of your favorite series the fastest. Lin realized about why the humans were so resistant to and fearful of the Grand Tomb. After seeing so many monsters in one place, Lin knew that no human could surpass them. He bowed down and started explaining to the leader that the ghost species had helped him in many ways, so now he wanted to return the favor. There would be no problems caused by him or his goblins in the Grand Tomb. But suddenly, the griffin saw a horde of humans in the goblin tribe and was furious with Lin, asking why so many humans were present in the Grand Tomb and whether he understood the pact made between the Grand Tomb and the Holy Temple. The leader wanted to know if Lin actually wanted to die. But Lin immediately explained that they were the Goblin production army, and they were all females, already worn out from continuous production work. Knowing they were harmless, the leader calmed down, telling Lin that if he had any other questions, he should feel free to come to him. In the meantime, the leader would ensure the goblins' safety, allowing them to thrive smoothly in the Grand Tomb. Lin smiled, thanking the leader for letting them stay, addressing him as Lord, and telling the griffin that he was always welcome to visit again. The griffin was pleased after taking a few bags of meat and started flying away, saying he would inform the other esteemed elders in the Grand Tomb. Watching the griffin leader fly off, Lin finally calmed down, knowing that at last he could develop without a care in the world. Lin entered his tent where the newborn goblins were and asked Gabu if she had counted how many there were. The lady informed Lin that there were 3,000 goblins, and if they went for a second production run, they could double that number in no time. But the problem was that after testing 10 mutated species and their progeny from the dominant species, not a single one had survived. Lin knew this would happen, as hybrids were rarely healthy. He understood that the mutated and dominant species could hardly reproduce anymore. So he started leaving the tent, telling Gabu that it was enough for now. They should go and capture some animal monsters and start production with them, so that more lowly goblins could be produced to fill the lower ranks. As the scene shifted to night, we entered the main tent where Lin was resting, thinking that capturing monsters no longer required his personal experience, and that it was much quicker with the simulation system. He ordered the system to initiate life simulation, and the system began booting up, informing Lin that the current storyline had just started and he had stepped into the Grand Tomb. The system told Lin that after enduring countless warships, he had finally found a place to settle down and thrive for the long term. It was time to produce a horde of lowly goblins to expand his power, so Lin began marching into the enchanted forest with his army, ready to capture multiple monsters. They slew them all and took them away to serve as the next generation of goblin cuisine. After a few days, they captured 500 seventh-tier beasts, the flesh-eating rabbits and the crying-face monkeys. On the way back, the goblin army captured a 7th-tier magical beast, the Thunder Mane Bear. Its power soared to an impressive 3,000, making it a strong candidate for enhancing the goblin lineage potential. Lin also snagged several other 7th-tier creatures, significantly boosting the entire tribe's strength. After a month of settling in the Grand Tomb, the tribe had expanded again, and its production tools were increased by another 3,000. But just as the goblin tribe was basking in the glory of their rapid progress, a surprise attack by the humans damaged much of the goblin workforce. Lin was shocked after reading this, wondering who had launched the sneak attack. He couldn't believe that even in the Grand Tomb, humans could enter. He wasn't ready to accept that there were humans brave enough to break the treaty. The simulation gave him 3 choices. The first, instead of facing the problem head-on, the goblins would also become sneaky and counterattack. The second, hold the line and fight the humans head-on. The third, clarify the other party's intentions. Lin wanted to choose the third, but the simulation told him that the humans remained silent. By the time the goblins realized what was happening, soldiers were descending from the cliffs one after another, unleashing a brutal massacre on the tribe. Then a few holy guards appeared from both sides, completely surrounding the goblins. After a fierce battle, Lin managed to escape with only a handful of survivors, leaving behind a scene of utter defeat. The simulation awarded him 10 points for choosing the wrong situation, and then it ended. Now Lin was in a dilemma, knowing that the humans had lost their composure. The goblins needed to come up with a plan before it was too late. He got up and stepped outside his tent shirtless. He called out to the brutal goblin and asked him where the griffin leader resided in the Grand Tomb. The monster obeyed his master and told him that the griffin and his tribe were settling down amidst the towering, majestic trees of the nearby forests. Now that Lin knew the location, he started laughing, knowing that this time the goblins had to seize the opportunity to uproot the thorn in their side. The human town, the empire, and the holy temple would not stop without receiving a proper beating. As the scene shifted to the morning, we saw both Lin and the griffin leader talking together while the creature wondered how Lin knew the humans would show up. Lin had already traversed 1 month of time, but the griffin was still not ready to believe it, thinking that the Grand Tomb had a pact sealed with the church and thus could not be entered by humans. Lin couldn't tell the leader where he got his information, so he lied, telling the griffin that he had seen the vast army approaching while he was outside. Along with the events that unfolded before the goblins arrived, Lin was certain the humans were coming to challenge them. The griffin decided to trust the goblin leader, unfurled his wings, and went on a reconnaissance mission, telling Lin not to worry because he wouldn't let the humans run wild in the Grand Tomb. It wasn't just him. The other host species would not allow it either. As he flew away, the griffin told Lin to wait for his report so that he could return and find him. Lin laughed and thanked the griffin leader. Meanwhile, we saw a huge army of humans approaching the Grand Tomb, led by someone who rallied their morale, telling them they must be ready to fight with all their might and not return until the goblin horde was completely vanquished. Upon hearing that, the whole army screamed and hooted, ready to face the situation no matter what. As the human leader scouted for a way into the Grand Tomb, he caught sight of a dragon soaring through the skies. It was Lin's mount, silently watching the area from above, ever vigilant, knowing full well the simulation couldn't be wrong. The human leader, a familiar face from the town the goblins had previously ransacked, narrowed his eyes. He wanted to confirm whether Lin was the one commanding the goblins, the mastermind behind the chaos. But Lin, calm and composed, didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked the human if they had forgotten the pact between the Grand Tomb and the Holy Temple. But the man unsheathed his sword without hesitation, snarling that exterminating a rat didn't require adherence to some old contract. With thousands of soldiers gathered behind him, the leader scoffed, asking Lin if he truly didn't see the sheer force amassed to crush the goblins. He promised that he would shatter every last one of their bones, all to avenge his grandfather and the Sword Saint. But hearing the name, Sword Saint, only made Lin laugh, dark and wicked. He stepped forward and taunted the leader, telling him that the Sword Saint's taste had been even sweeter than honey when she had screamed in pleasure. That insult ignited the fury of the human leader. He roared at Lin to shut his filthy mouth and turned to his second-in-command, ordering a full assault to reduce the goblins to dust. But the sentinel beside him advised caution, urging him to wait for the scouts to return. Charging into the grand tomb blindly, he warned, was a gamble that could not be taken lightly. Lin's mocking voice cut through the air. He asked if the humans were speaking about someone else, and then, with a smirk, he lifted a corpse high into the air. "Is this the scout you were expecting?" he asked coldly. The scene flashed back to 10 minutes earlier, where 2 human scouts had discovered the goblin's location, watching from a cliff above. They whispered in disbelief, stunned that a mere goblin had managed to gather so many human females, magical creatures, and other powerful species under his banner. No wonder the Sword Saint had fallen prey to Lin's treachery. The scouts agreed to report back immediately, but as they turned to leave, they were ambushed by hybrid goblins and ghost species. The monsters didn't hesitate. The scouts never stood a chance. Back in the present, the sight of the dead scout enraged the human leader. He screamed for his troops to charge into the grand tomb and wipe out every last goblin, packed or not. Wild with rage, he jeered at Lin, claiming that he was trembling in fear. But Lin only laughed harder, amused by the man's delusions. The human leader boomed that this was the price of provoking the mighty lions of the Empire, the so-called protectors of humanity. But just as the army prepared to advance, the sky darkened with the shadow of beating wings. The griffin leader descended upon the scene, his voice sharp as a blade as he asked the humans what business they had in the grand tomb. The human leader immediately recognized the danger. This was no ordinary beast. The griffin was one of the grand tomb's ruling species, a man-eater who would not tolerate such disrespect. The griffin questioned whether they had forgotten their sacred contract with the holy temple, a pact that forbade humans from setting foot inside. One of the human soldiers scoffed, declaring that the griffin wasn't even worthy of negotiating with humans. That was the final insult. The griffin's eyes glowed with fury. He told the humans they had grown arrogant in their peace and freedom, but now that era was over. Once the elders of the tomb awakened, they would claim back their power and forge their own empire from under the humans' nose. But one of the sentinels stepped forward, warning the griffin that they were here under orders from their superiors to eradicate the goblins. If the griffin stood in their way, then he too would fall. The red-haired human leader, still brimming with confidence, waved his hand and ordered the troops to advance. He believed nothing could stop them. But now the griffin had enough. He soared into the sky, his voice a thunderous roar as he called the humans fools for thinking they could waltz into the grand tomb as if it were their playground. He summoned his army, and in an instant, a wall of ghost species appeared, towering, monstrous figures standing between the humans and their prey. The human sentinel faltered. He couldn't believe it. The monsters of the grand tomb had chosen to shield the goblins, but the leader was too deep in his rage to care. He believed he could slaughter them all. Still, the sentinel leaned in, quietly urging the prince to retreat. The casualties would be too great if they fought now. The young prince stared at him, stunned. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. The proud lions of the empire retreating from monsters. It felt like betrayal. To him, soldiers existed to fight to the last breath, not turn tail. But the sentinel reassured him this wasn't a retreat, but a strategic withdrawal. They would return, stronger, better armed, and prepared for a full-scale war. As the human army pulled back, Lin watched from the shadows above, a wry grin playing on his lips. He turned to the griffin, casually remarking that all of this seemed a bit excessive. There was no need to go so far for goblins who could clearly protect themselves. But the griffin only laughed, his eyes gleaming with newfound resolve. He explained that this was the perfect chance to send a message to the humans. The monsters of the grand tomb would no longer cower in fear. The griffin then turned serious and told Lin to hurry up and expand his tribe. A great battle was on the horizon and they would need his strength. The higher-ups were watching him closely. If Lin became the Goblin King, he would earn the right to enter the true depths of the grand tomb, where the real treasures awaited. A wicked smile spread across Lin's face. Red energy began to swirl around him. He could already taste the power waiting in the shadows below. The scene shifted to the Holy Temple's grand hall, where chaos roared among the crowd. Angry humans pressed against the guards, their voices rising as they demanded the execution of the Sword Saint. To them, she had become unworthy of wielding the sacred blade. They remembered the horror in the town, not the goblins she was meant to fight, but humans she had turned her blade upon. Whispers of her betrayal had spread like wildfire, rumors that she had lain with a goblin and now bore its child. The woman they once revered had revealed her true face, they said, using human lives as shields while protecting monsters. Within the temple, the chief hurried through the corridors, muttering grimly that the problems never ceased, one arriving before the other could be resolved. He entered the inner chamber, calling for the Sword Saint, only to stop short when he saw her cradling a newborn goblin in her arms. The child was hers, born of the very creature they sought to exterminate. He stared at her in disbelief, thinking that if he had foreseen this disgrace, he would have stopped it long before it came to pass. But now it was too late. He warned her to step away, claiming the goblin child might be dangerous. And as he drew his sword with heavy reluctance, he was stunned when the woman blocked him immediately, protecting her child with a quiet, fierce determination. He tried to reason with her, urging that for the sake of the people, the temple, and the future of the empire, she must abandon this madness and return to the righteous path. But she had already turned her back on that road. Her voice was cold and calm as she grabbed his sword and turned it against him, warning that if punishment was inevitable, she would accept it, but she would not surrender the child. Just as the tension reached its peak, a burst of golden light surged through the room. A sacred technique had been invoked, supreme sacred technique, and the radiance struck Alice, disorienting her. The chief turned, stunned, to see the cardinal standing at the doorway, his divine power still shimmering in the air. As Alice blinked through her daze, the chief stepped aside, telling the cardinal that he would leave the matter to him, for it was too painful to bear. But Alice, regaining her senses, refused to yield. She said she would accept divine judgment herself, acknowledging that her secret power was no more and her former glory was gone. The cardinal, however, told her that it was not divinity that had abandoned her, but she who had turned her back on it. Without hesitation, he extended his hand toward the child and declared he would purify the filth. A pulse of holy magic radiated outward, draining the goblin infant's life force with chilling efficiency. Alice, still too weak to act, could do nothing but watch in horror, her arms trembling as she reached out in vain. Outside, the crowd still murmured, waiting anxiously for a verdict. When the chief emerged from the temple, the gathered humans cheered, assuming justice had been carried out. But their cheers fell to silence as the chief tossed the limp, lifeless body of the goblin child onto the stone steps. Gasps rose from the crowd as they stepped back, the sight silencing them more effectively than any decree. The chief's voice carried across the courtyard as he told them that he had delivered the justice they demanded, and warned that any further slander against the former Sword Saint would bring severe consequences. The crowd, cowed and confused, dispersed in silence. Within the temple's throne room, a servant rushed to report that Alice had vanished after breaking out of her confinement. The chief listened in disbelief, shaken by the turn of events. Far away in the goblin tribe's domain, a mutated goblin boasted to Lin that he had unlocked magic, but the others were more interested in reaching level 70. Lin, lounging atop a boulder, watched them with half-lidded eyes and a smirk. He reminded them that the enchanted forest was crawling with magical creatures and told them flatly that if they wanted power, they'd have to go out and earn it. He mocked their soft behavior, saying they'd become lazy and ungrateful, caring more about levels than survival. They should be praising him, not whining. The goblins hesitated, clearly afraid. They knew what the enchanted forest held: death lurking behind every shadow. But Lin's aura flared a deep red, his tone sharpening as he asked if they were seriously talking back to him, their leader, without even considering the consequences. That was all it took. The goblins bolted, scattering toward the forest in fear. Even those not assigned to the task fled, not wanting to provoke Lin's wrath. He sighed, watching them go, thinking that they all just wanted to leech off of him anyway. As he turned, he saw a familiar figure, wings beating slowly as it descended. The Griffin Lord had returned. Lin blinked, wondering aloud what had brought the beast here this time. The Griffin landed with a sly grin and told him that he had someone to introduce, another lord whom Lin would benefit from meeting. Lin's grin widened. Making new acquaintances meant more names to throw around when things got rough. It was a perfect opportunity to build political cover. If a threat ever appeared that he couldn't handle, he could simply invoke the name of one of these powerful lords. The Griffin gestured for him to turn, and there stood a giant reptilian creature, shimmering gold in the sunlight. It was the golden-haired lizard master, a subhuman race with a recorded power level of 3,990. Lin appraised the lizard calmly. Not the strongest he'd seen, but certainly worth entertaining. The creature moved with a purpose, its eyes fixed in the direction of the human settlements. Lin tilted his head slightly, asking if the lizard was intrigued by the humans, and the Griffin Lord nodded in affirmation. As the lizardman started going towards the human captives in the cage, he told the Griffin that the humans were looking absolutely delectable. So the lizardman proposed that they should just split the humans in half and not give anything to the Goblin. But the Griffin informed Lin that the lizardman was not subscribed to the channel, so he did not get the latest chapter of his favorite series the fastest. The lizard had told him before that he wanted just one human, and that it would be enough. But now the lizardman was actually getting really greedy, telling the duo that in his domain, everything was his to take, and goblins were just some lowly, worthless tribe who were nothing more than insects. But still, the Griffin stopped the lizard and his filthy plans, telling him that as he was in charge of the North District, the lizards should head back to the south and keep watch over there. Hearing that, the lizard was actually getting annoyed, telling the Griffin to stop pretending, as the bird's kind has not even tasted human flesh yet, and they still dare to call themselves the cannibal griffins. The lizard was not ready to give up, telling the man that he was more than fair by giving half of the humans to the Griffin and taking the other half himself, wanting to know from the Griffin if he agreed to the idea. The lizard was ignoring our boy Lin like your ex ignores you, but the boy was not really going to give up, calling out to the lizard. And as he turned around, the creature saw that Lin was full of a fiery aura, asking the Griffin about where the creepy reptile came from and why he wanted half of his captives, wondering if the lizard can even digest that much, and if he knows how precious they actually were. Hearing that, the lizard turned around, looking at Lin with anger and asking him if he was talking to the Lord Lizardman himself. The creature was considering Lin a lowly trash breed. But before the boy could even show him his place, the Lord Griffin intervened and stopped Lin from showing his true powers. He told the lizard for the last time that he should hurry up and get out of the North District, or else the Griffin was afraid that the lizard would end up with more than what he could handle. The filthy reptile was still not getting the seriousness of the situation, suspecting that the Griffin just wanted to claim all the humans that Lin had got for himself. So he decided to slay the little goblin leader in front of him first, so that then they could divide the humans together. But hearing that, as Lin was actually getting furious, the Griffin started attacking the lizard before Lin could do anything due to the fear of our boy's true potential. The lizard was somehow able to protect himself, complimenting the Griffin for being ruthless. But he knew that the Griffin could not keep protecting the place every time. So when he would not be guarding, the lizard would be back, and then he would take all the humans instead of only half of them. Even the Griffin did not expect him to be so greedy, so he apologized to Lin and told him that the lizard's greed knows no bounds. But Lin told him not to apologize for someone else, because if the boy wanted to kill him right now, he wondered about what the folks in the Grand Tomb would do. After some thinking, the Griffin told Lin that if he overpowers the lizard men, then he can probably become the southern god of the Grand Tomb, and then all the area would be in his command. Lin wondered if, after becoming the Southern Lord, he would get to slay the monsters, because he knew that the moment he became a lord, he couldn't just go on a wild rampage with his subordinates slaying monsters like he did right now. Lin smiled and told the Griffin that he does not need any help from him. And as the scene shifts, we see multiple corpses of the ghost species, and the carcass slide on the ground while the hybrid goblins were eating the flesh out of them and evolving themselves. One of the hybrid goblins evolved with a purple aura surrounding him, as he felt that he had grown a lot taller than before. The hybrid wanted to test out his powers, and he started swinging his lethal tail, which was having multiple pointy blades embedded onto it. With only one swing of the tail, he was able to cut off a whole section of the forest. And now, he was able to summon blades all over his body, and he realized that his power had been significantly amplified after devouring such powerful beings. As the scene shifts, we come to the southern area of the Grand Tomb, where we see one small reptile who is going inside and out of a river for hunting its prey. But suddenly, the reptile was astonished as he saw a goblin's hand approaching him. And in just a split of a moment, the creature who was making the family his prey had become prey itself. After hunting, we see that it was none other than the hybrid goblin who was devouring the flesh of the reptile. And even when this one was a bit smaller than the others, he was already over a meter tall and was having deliciously flavorful and naturally fresh meat, along with a slight sweetness. The other goblins were also eating their prey while complimenting the flavor, which was absolutely delicious, telling the others that it was on par with what humans can cook out of chicken or any other meat. One of the goblins was so fulfilled by this meal that he wanted to eat more. And suddenly the trio of the hybrid goblins got an idea, and they had a devilish laugh on their face, which was completely evil. As the scene shifts to the swamps of the southern area, a reptile mother was finding her child, while one of the reptilians informed her that her unfortunate kid was running wild every day. So it was a really bad situation. The citizen just hoped that the kid does not get snatched up by some monster who was lurking outside. But hearing that, instead of getting worried, the female was laughing, telling the citizen that as her husband was a lord, there was no monster who would dare to do anything to her child. Or if they do so, they should face severe consequences. But suddenly, out of the bushes, a voice called out to the female, asking her if she was looking for something. And then the carcass of a reptile got thrown towards her, and she realized that it was her son and no one else. The female reptile wanted to know about what kind of monster the hybrid was, barring him and threatening him by telling him that the child he devoured was of the southern lord. But the hybrid goblin was as arrogant as he could be, wondering about what was it all about. He instead started hitting on the reptilian lady, telling her that she was looking absolutely stunning with that terrified look on her face. But as soon as the reptilian soldier heard it, he grabbed a spear from his room and wanted to execute the goblin for daring to challenge their lords and showing utter disrespect to his wife. The soldier called out to the others and started going towards the goblin to finish him. But before he could move even an inch further, one of the assassination hybrid goblins got him from behind and pierced his heart out of his chest. Before the soldier could do anything, he was completely helpless and lifeless, while two hybrid goblins surrounded the reptilian female. And the bigger one grabbed her mouth, realizing that the really delicate females should be saved for their boss, Lin. But the lady was not ready to give up, calling out to all the other soldiers and crying for help. All the other soldiers of the reptilian clan started surrounding the three hybrid goblins, who realized that a monstrous invasion was upon them. And they also knew that the hybrids belonged to the goblin clan. But as their lord was away, they wondered about what they should do. Knowing that it was not a good idea, the soldiers still did not have a choice and decided to forget it and just grab their weapons to fight back. The reptiles were not happy with the infiltration of the goblins. Getting ready to fight them off and thinking they would deal with some measly goblins easily, the soldiers started running toward them. But they did not know the real powers of these troublemaking goblins. One of them started surrounding himself with a blue aura and caused multiple explosions. Another one of the spiky goblins began throwing his spikes in all directions, damaging and poisoning multiple lizard guards, then eating them as soon as they got unconscious. One of the lizard soldiers thought he was going to get the upper hand by stabbing the goblin in the back while he was still eating his prey, but he didn't know that the goblin was faking it. He knew the lizard was behind him all along. As soon as he came closer, the goblin immediately struck his knife through the soldier's head, making the top fly off like a spinning Beyblade and instantly rendering him lifeless. The whole lizard tribe was destroyed. The goblins ate and enjoyed until they were full. The three of them decided to head back to the goblin drive, because Lin had told them not to wipe out any of the species completely and instead just wait for them to breed, so they could come back later and have immense growth once again. Meanwhile, the huge hybrid goblin had both the mother and daughter of the lizard lord, deciding to take these female lizards back to the boss so that he would get appraisal and compliments in the tribe. As the scene shifted, we saw that one of the soldiers was still alive, even though his hand was amputated. As he somehow gained consciousness, he saw that the lizard lord was back, wondering where on earth he had been before. As the scene shifted again, we saw the lizard lord wondering what had happened to his tribe. As he looked around, he saw destruction and mayhem. He stopped in his tracks, growing slow and shocked at the same time. Out of the fallen soldiers, one of them immediately ran toward the lizard lord, telling him to hurry and save his wife and daughter because they had been captured by the goblins when they raided the lizard tribe. The lord could not believe that the goblins he had thought were measly were the ones who had taken his wife and daughter. He thought it was impossible, as he had just returned from the goblin tribe, and he believed there was no way their measly goblin leader would send someone back for revenge so quickly. According to him, those inferior creatures would not even dare come to the reptile tribe because they were far superior. This made the lord's blood boil as he wore an angry look on his face and started sniffing around for the scent of his lady and daughter. He realized that their scent was intertwined with the aroma of goblins, and he feared something naughty might have happened. The lord immediately started running, realizing that the goblins had indeed raided the village, and that it wasn't false. He decided to take revenge for what the goblins had done and swore that he would wipe out their entire clan. As the scene shifted, we saw Lin sitting outside his tribe with a pot full of food for every member. The 3 hybrid goblins arrived as they told their boss Lin that they had brought him something special to taste. Lin was shocked but smiled when he realized that the 3 hybrid goblins had evolved even further. One of the mutated goblins was now a level 71 bone warrior with divine blessings and vitality, along with the gene-devouring skill. Another goblin was actually the perfect assassin at level 72, with the camouflage scale and winged acceleration. Lin had never expected that one of the goblins would actually reach the power of his wife, Gabu, so easily, especially since, after all, he was just a mutated breed. But these hybrids had far surpassed Lin's expectations. Now the boy was happy. He knew that even if the goblin's attributes were lacking, its overall strength had caught up to that of the female goblin, probably due to his intense growth. He saw that the assassin goblin had also gained some new skills, which were a notch above the previous ones. Lin knew that if he gave gear to this goblin, he would become even stronger. But suddenly, Lin's train of thought was interrupted as he heard a feminine voice from a distance, a lady screaming at the goblins to let her go. We saw that it was the giant hybrid goblin who had actually grabbed the wife and daughter of the lizard lord. She couldn't believe she had been kidnapped, especially as the lady of the lord, and she believed all the goblins would be wiped out, not a single one spared. Hearing this annoyed the giant goblin. He grabbed the female's ears and made her stop. He brought her near Lin, telling him that he had brought a special treat, really fresh and tender, both just ripened and seasoned to the right amount so Lin could enjoy. Lin started smiling, wondering where the hybrid had found these 2 females, but then realized they were from the lizard tribe. Even before the hybrids could answer, the female started laughing, telling Lin that her husband was the lord of the South Realm and that Lin should be scared of him, but still, he would not be spared. Finally, Lin smiled and told the lady that her lord was the one who had threatened to carve up Lin's goblin tribe and take his beloved human females for himself. This shattered the lizard lady, who realized how bad her husband really was. But she still refused to give up, telling Lin that a mere goblin would meet his end soon. Now, the boy was truly annoyed. He immediately took out his crossbow, which had a paralyzing arrow in it, and shot it straight through the stomach of the female, making her paralyzed but still conscious. Lin decided not to keep the female for himself, but instead gave the 2 lizards to the whole goblin tribe so they could have a feast and enjoy themselves as much as they liked. The goblins were drooling as they thanked their leader for the generous gift. The whole tribe started running and screaming, each wanting to be the first to taste the tender flesh. The lady couldn't even scream as the goblins devoured her bit by bit, growing stronger through her flesh. Now, Lin wondered what the hybrids had done to the lizard tribe if they had just snatched up the two females. The giant goblin started explaining that they just happened to run into the lizard tribe while hunting and had pretty much taken care of them all. But, as Lin had instructed, they did not finish off all of them. A few were left alive to breed so the goblins could come back and eat them once they had multiplied. At first, Lin was shocked, and the hybrid goblins thought they had made a terrible mistake, immediately apologizing. But then Lin laughed his heart out, telling the hybrids that it was truly magnificent and worth raising them because they actually knew how to catch fun little treasures and bring them back. The three hybrids realized they were safe and began praising their lord for being so kind and not punishing them. For Lin, he was really getting excited, wondering what the reptilian lizard lord would do next after threatening the goblin tribe, only to return and find his home destroyed instead. As the scene shifted, we saw the lizard man arriving, breaking the front defenses of the tribe in anger. He ran around, screaming at the goblins to bring back his wife and daughter. But his anger quickly turned to horror as he saw multiple goblins eating two bodies, those of his wife and daughter. This time, Lin was laughing as he approached the lizard man, telling him that he had arrived, but too late. The deed was already done. The lizard man, furious, shouted back that he would wipe out every last one of the goblin tribe today. As he said this, the lizard began powering up with a green aura, hurling something poisonous and gaseous toward Lin at intense speed. Lin was glowing with a blue aura as he pushed through the attack of the giant lizardman. The assault left him heavily wounded, but he kept going. The lizard's head twisted from the unexpected strike, but Lin wasn't ready to back down. He turned around and prepared for another charge, sprinting toward the lizard and stabbing it directly in the chest so it would begin to feel pain, and so that Lin could enjoy the sight. Though injured, the lizard managed to dodge the follow-up attack that aimed to cut its throat. It wondered how a mere goblin could possess such strength. Even though Lin had only attacked with a knife, the force had nearly knocked it unconscious, something that should not have happened. Meanwhile, Lin was laughing, though still alert, telling the lizard that since it had been so eager to start trouble, the goblin would be happy to oblige. The lizard, now positioned to the east, realized it couldn't summon other reptiles to support it, which was actually a tactical advantage for the goblin. Still, the lizard was getting increasingly angry at Lin's taunts. It didn't understand how this goblin was so confident, even claiming that he could take it down without needing help. Enraged, the lizard stood up again, the wound in its chest still open, and began powering up as a neon green aura surrounded its body. The energy boosted its strength and healed all the injuries it had suffered so far. The transformation was complete. It no longer looked like a lizardman, but more like a dragon without wings, a long-headed creature with a large tail. This new form came with power so intense that the creature felt it could overwhelm anything. It believed Lin would now truly struggle just to stand in front of it. The hybrid goblins watching nearby also sensed that this aura wasn't normal. They realized that the creature was no longer just a tough opponent, it had become something far more difficult to defeat. Lin, however, remained cautious. He planned to use an earth elemental attack to stop the lizard's movement, then inject it with the blood of ruin so that he could trigger a transfiguration. By then, the lizard would be reduced to a lifeless shell. But before anything else could happen, something surprising occurred. The lizard was suddenly stabbed from behind, right through the middle of its chest. Even Lin was caught off guard, unable to immediately understand what had just happened. The wound was so severe that the lizard again approached unconsciousness. Then, before it could make sense of what was happening, a golden sword radiating holy energy sliced it cleanly in two. As the lizard's body began to fall apart, it became clear who had done it. The one standing behind the lizard and in front of Lin was none other than the sword saint, her holy sword still glowing. She was still dressed in torn clothing, her expression mentally strained, but her eyes focused on Lin. She called out to him, clearly relieved to have found him. Immediately, the two hybrid goblins stepped forward, realizing that the sword saint had somehow broken through into the goblin tribe. They understood they would need to shield Lin. However, they also knew that if the sword saint chose to fight them, they wouldn't make it out alive. Before they could do anything, the sword saint suddenly fell silent and then collapsed to the ground, fainting. She didn't even seem aware of where she was. Lin could hardly believe it. She had made it all the way into the grand tomb, and though worn out, had still managed to perform such a powerful strike. Even Lin, the goblin leader, found himself silently thanking the gods that she had passed out. Otherwise, the outcome might have been disastrous. One of the larger hybrid goblins suggested this was the perfect chance to finish her off now that she had fainted. But when he called the others to help, they slowly began backing away, more afraid of the unconscious woman than interested in taking action. Two of them turned toward a bench and started talking about how bench-like the bench looked, and how the sky was particularly sky-like today. They invited the larger one to join them in discussing the wonders of nature. Lin cut through the scene, telling the hybrids that they should be ashamed of themselves. He reminded them that even though the sword saint had fainted, they were still afraid, and now wanted to kill her without the resolve to do it properly. Instead, Lin calmly sat down with a smile, saying that her life held more value than her death. He ordered that the lady be tied up immediately and prepared for interrogation. The scene shifted into one of the tents. The sword saint lay in the center, still tied up. Lin and Gabu were inside while the hybrid goblin stayed far away, not daring to come near her. Gabu stared at the sword saint with curiosity, noting how smooth and soft her skin was. It didn't feel like a warrior at all. Gabu's eyes sparkled as she realized that the sword saint's entire body had that same delicate texture. It was almost like a shimmering sensation. Eventually, the sword saint began to stir, slowly opening her eyes. Lin smiled as the goblin slayer lady stood quietly nearby. When the sword saint looked around, Lin asked what she was doing here. But as soon as she saw him, she smiled. She said she was happy she had found the goblin leader, clearly relieved and content. Lin remained cautious. He warned her not to move recklessly and reminded her that she was too worn out to take on anyone. But the sword saint didn't react violently. Instead, she looked genuinely happy just to see him. Even Lin was unsure what was going on with her. He turned to the hybrid goblins, irritated. He told them that after everything he'd done to take care of them, this was how they repaid him, by standing around and starring like it was some sort of show. He demanded they restrain her again. But before anyone could act, the sword saint was suddenly gone from her restraints, moving with speed no one could follow. One moment she was tied up, the next she crouched in front of Lin, looking down at something near his waist. Lin flinched, startled, while the hybrids realized they were doomed. If the sword saint didn't kill them, their leader Lin surely would, for being so inattentive on the battlefield. The sword saint Alice immediately dropped onto the ground, shocking even our boy Lin, the goblin leader. As Alice told him that she was not there to fight with the goblins, but instead, she hoped that Lin could once again help her. The boy wondered about what kind of help Alice wanted, and she told him with a wicked and broken smile that she wanted another child and asked Lin if he could give it to her once again. This shocked both Lin and the goblin slayer along with Gabu, who were not able to believe that Alice was actually the sword saint who was kneeling in front of her biggest enemy. And if this was not enough, she was pleading for another baby when it should be considered filth for a holy maiden. Even Lin was not able to believe this at all, wondering if the sword saint was playing some kind of prank on him, and if she thought that the boy was a fertility god or something. But Alice was dead serious and told Lin that the hatred they had between them could be wiped clean with a single stroke, and they just needed to have a fun time. This way, it would be mutual benefit. Alice would get another child and Lin would get to enjoy her once again. But the condition was really strict. She definitely needed to have a child no matter how hard the fertility rates were, and she was not going to settle for just being a doll for the goblin. And if it would be fulfilled, then Lin could enjoy her however many times he wanted. But Lin was shocked, wondering about how Alice could even give birth to their child, and where did it go if it was born. This made the sword saint snap in anger and frustration, while she started screaming once again to the great deity that she was sorry, and that she didn't fulfill the punishment and was stripped of her powers. She thought that it was all those wretched commoners' fault, so she wanted the great deity to give her one more chance to fulfill her punishment. She thought that giving birth to a goblin and raising it right was actually her punishment. Lin understood what was going on. He realized that the holy temple had stripped the sword saint of her power, leading to her mental breakdown and making her mistakenly believe that it was the gods who were punishing her instead. And now Alice was turning her brain into a coping mechanism, trying to escape the real truth of life. And as she had also slain innocent people, then the mental breakdown was imminent. But Lin decided to use it in his favor, telling the sword saint that she had slain so many of her own people, so the gods would surely be furious. However, if she wanted to redeem herself by asking for a child of the goblin leader, then there were conditions to consider. But without even listening, the sword saint was ready to fulfill any conditions that Lin would tell her. Lin started explaining to Alice that she must heed his words, at least during the period of atonement, and while raising the goblin child, and Lin believed that this could be seen as a punishment bestowed upon her by the divine himself. Lin was smiling devilishly while telling this to the lady, knowing that she would fall for it. But with such incredible combat power delivered right to his doorstep, Lin was not ready to not take any advantage of the situation. And even Alice agreed to all the conditions, telling Lin that as long as it was the divine punishment, she was ready to embrace it wholeheartedly. Lin started smiling, realizing that he would be having some really good and tight fun. He told everyone to go away and step outside the tent for a moment while he started going to bed along with Alice, so that they could prepare for the fun they were going to have. Meanwhile, the hybrid goblins were shocked along with the goblin slayer and Gabu about how easily the sword saint was manipulated. As the scene shifts, everyone was out and Alice started taking away her tattered clothes because they were revealing everything already. She lay down in an embarrassing position, but this was making Lin really stiff down there. The lady wanted our boy to lend her a hand, but Lin decided to lend her his rod instead. And since Alice was the one who wielded the holy blade and was having a lot of explosive power, Lin decided to not hold back at all and enjoy having all the fun. Alice screamed and moaned in pleasure while she was out of breath a few minutes later. As the scene shifts again, we see that the goblin slayer lady was just standing outside the tent listening to all those moans while the dragon girl appeared, asking the goblin slayer to stop joking around because Alice was the sword saint and was the mightiest of all the sword saints throughout history. But now that the voices died down, the goblin slayer lady decided to let the dragon go inside and have a look for herself. And this made the dragon girl scream in surprise as she saw that Alice was calmly sleeping with a long cloth covering her body. She was having the sleep of her life, while the dragon was not able to believe that the sword saint had finally been captured by the goblin leader, Lin. Even the goblin slayer lady told her that, seeing as believing, she had to be convinced now. She knew that if this news reached the Empire, it would stir up a kind of storm that would not be controllable. Both ladies decided to do nothing about it. As the scene shifts, we see Lin sitting outside near the jungle with Gabu standing beside him. Gabu asked Lin if she should arrange something for the sword saint. Lin thought about it for a moment while holding a cup of glass, telling Gabu that she would have to make sure the sword saint stayed at Lin's place, just in case she tried to bolt or pull any wild stunts at night. First, Gabu would have to take her to change into fresh clothes and have a nice shower so that she could be happy for a while, helping with the delusion. Gabu agreed and started going toward the tent where the sword saint was sleeping, while Lin began drinking. Lin turned around, telling Gabu that many humans had died recently, and it would not be good for their goblin production farm, so they needed to do something about it. Gabu realized what Lin wanted to say and started going away while agreeing to it. As Lin was alone, he started thinking about everything once again. He knew that when the Lord of the Reptiles was absent from his ruling region, the whole southern region would surely stir up great chaos. Now, Lin needed to pay a visit to the griffin to grab the attention of the grave lord. As the scene shifts, we come to the flesh-eating griffin tribe. We see that as the bird was dealing with her huge monster, she was shocked to learn that Lin had killed the southern lord. Even when Lin tried to explain, the griffin told him there was no need to do it, because even when the situation was tangled, there was still a glimmer of hope. If Lin could take the place of the lizard lord, they might just have a shot at making things right over by the grand tomb. But Lin was not actually interested in ruling any part of the Grand Tomb and wondered if letting one of his subordinates handle it would work. The Griffin looked at the bags of meat Lin had brought, then again at the Goblin leader, telling him it was not impossible, but sending his subordinates instead of himself could be really risky. Lin wondered what was so risky about not going himself. This was when the Griffin started explaining that the Dream Demon of the Southern region had long coveted the position of the Southern Lord. With the demise of the Lizard Lord, the Dream Demon would undoubtedly try to grab the lordship of the Southern region. The Griffin believed that if Lin went there and competed, he could defeat the Dream Demon, but for his subordinates to do so was not so lucky, and they would be greatly affected by it. First, Lin wondered what the Dream Demon even was, what kind of creature it was. The Griffin explained that the Dream Demon was an 8th-level creature capable of manipulating dreams. It could wield the power of dreams to manipulate a person's consciousness. However, since their fighting skills were lacking, they had never been able to take down the Lizard Lord or any other lord to establish their own position. But for Lin, controlling dreams and consciousness was actually intriguing. He thought that if he could plant a hint in the dreams of the Sword Saint, compelling her to follow his command, it would be perfect. Alice would never even think of betraying Lin. Lin had a smile on his face as he told the Griffin Lord that he wanted to meet the Dream Demon as soon as possible, and wanted the bird to take him to the creature, because he wanted to team up with the Dream Demon. As the scene shifts, we see Lin and the Griffin drop down onto the ground of a wild forest full of purple miasma. The Griffin explained to Lin that the place they were at was the dwelling place of the Dream Demons and their leader. As both the Griffin and Lin descended into the eerie jungle, a strange, unsettling energy began to stir. Hovering silently in the shadows, a mysterious figure observed them with growing suspicion. He couldn't comprehend how intruders had managed to pass through his territory. Contemplating whether they needed to be lulled into a sugary sweet dream that would last for eternity, the creature's presence grew heavier. This was no ordinary being. This was the Dream Demon, an undead entity of level 84, feared throughout the Grand Tomb. The demon narrowed his eyes, surprised to see a man-eating griffin and a goblin, of all creatures, daring to trespass. A goblin was far too filthy and lowly to be allowed anywhere near his realm, and yet here one was, riding alongside the griffin as if he belonged. But Lin stood his ground, calm and unaffected by the demon's disdain. He spoke with a quiet confidence, explaining that he had no intention of fighting. Instead, he proposed a deal. If the Dream Demon could assist him in manipulating a certain individual's dreams, he would grant him dominion over the southern region of the Grand Tomb, making him the Southern Lord for eternity. The Dream Demon scoffed, offended by the notion that a mere goblin had the audacity to make offers. As with many monsters in this chaotic world, he underestimated Lin, convinced that someone so insignificant couldn't possibly tell him what to do. That was when the Griffin stepped in, his tone sharp with amusement. He casually revealed that the Lizard Lord, the same powerful monster who had slaughtered the Dream Demon's entire clan and had been his rival for years, had been slain. And not by an army or a legendary warrior, but by the very goblin standing before him, Lin. The demon froze, unable to believe it at first, thinking the Griffin was trying to trick him. But as realization settled in, a twisted smile stretched across his face, and he began laughing wildly. The thought that his old enemy had been defeated at last filled him with such overwhelming joy that he didn't hesitate to accept Lin's offer. He promised that he could manipulate the dreams of even the mightiest beings, and if all Lin needed was control over one human, then the task would be laughably simple. As the Dream Demon basked in his newfound ambition, the Griffin turned to Lin once again, bowing respectfully and announcing that he would return to the Grand Tomb for now. Yet he paused, hesitant, and asked if Lin truly intended to make the Dream Demon a Southern Lord. The Griffin voiced a quiet warning that if Lin thought the demon was tame just because they hadn't fought yet, he was making a grave mistake. In a real battle, Lin's odds would be slim. The Dream Demon could summon hordes of monsters by distorting reality itself, and that kind of manipulation wasn't something to take lightly. Lin, however, simply asked him to wait a bit longer. He had just experienced a sudden surge of inspiration, something like a master plan forming in the back of his mind. The dream demon, meanwhile, was gleefully celebrating his new status, fantasizing about the power and control that would soon be his. But the griffin's eyes narrowed as he watched Lin closely. He began to wonder whether Lin was truly there to collaborate, or if he was thinking of doing something far more dangerous. Absorbing the powers of a creature like the dream demon wasn't just bold, it was suicidal. Still, Lin stood silently, examining the transparent interface of his system window, which now hovered before him. One of his unique skills allowed him to absorb a part of his opponent's body and merge it with his own, each granting him a stat boost. However, the system clearly noted that he couldn't acquire innate abilities, only the physical enhancements. Lin smirked faintly. It was true that a regular goblin would never dare try to devour the power of a dream demon. But he was no ordinary goblin. He believed he could do it no problem. Approaching the demon, he casually suggested they get to know each other better before moving forward. After all, if they were to work together effectively, he needed to understand exactly how the dream demon's abilities functioned. Lin made it sound like a reasonable request, one meant to strengthen their collaboration. Pleased by the attention, the dream demon let out a cackle. He explained that his dream manipulation relied entirely on eye contact. Once someone looked into his eyes, there was no escape, not unless their will was as strong as steel, or unless he himself decided to release them. But Lin had already begun smiling, his expression shifting into something far darker. Without warning, he drew his blade and lunged forward, claiming that while dreams might be impressive, the goblin leader's sword was faster than lightning, and he was ready to take the risk. The griffin shouted in panic, telling Lin not to look into the demon's eyes, but it was already too late. The dream demon had activated his ability, and Lin's body froze mid-strike. The trap had been sprung, and the goblin was caught in its web. From within his mind, Lin was pulled into a surreal dreamscape, his vision flickering until he found himself standing in the middle of a molten wasteland. A giant lava volcano loomed above, spewing fire and smoke as rivers of magma flowed violently around him. He was disoriented and barely able to breathe, overwhelmed by the scorching heat that pressed down on him from every direction. Suddenly, burning rocks rose from the ground and grabbed him by the limbs, holding him in place. They were alive, manifestations of the dream demon's will, each one moving with sinister intent. The voice of the dream demon echoed around him, low and cruel, as it reminded Lin that in this world he was the god and escape was impossible. Within the depths of Lin's dream, it seemed as if he was doomed to be trapped forever. The dream demon laughed with glee, circling him like a vulture, convinced that the little goblin was now powerless. He silently mocked the boy, wondering if he still had the courage to challenge him now that he was cornered inside the very nightmare he had tried to control. But then, without warning, a searing beam of flame erupted through the air, piercing one side of the dream demon's ethereal form. The creature howled in agony, writhing in disbelief as he staggered back. He couldn't understand what was happening. How was Lin able to attack him inside the dreamscape? Turning his gaze toward the goblin, the answer began to dawn on him. Lin was standing tall and completely unharmed. Slowly, Lin stepped out of the molten lava that had earlier seemed to engulf him. His eyes glinted with calm clarity. The lava, the suffocating heat, the pain, it was all fake. It was an illusion spun by fear itself. And Lin had already seen through it. He had realized that in this realm, fear was not just an emotion, it was a trap. The true power of the dream demon wasn't in physically restraining his victims, but in luring them into a mental death spiral, convincing them that they were doomed, and letting their own belief finish the job. The moment one accepted their end, the nightmare would turn real, and they would die within their mind. But Lin was not like the others. He acknowledged that the trick was clever and could easily fool weaker minds, but it simply wouldn't work on him. Deception like this was wasted effort. He called it foolish trickery beneath someone of his resolve. His mind couldn't be chained. Without hesitation, Lin summoned the swirling force of his aura and hurled it at the dream demon with brutal precision. The demon staggered, stunned and helpless, His voice caught in his throat as pain surged through him again and again. His eyes widened with disbelief as he tried to comprehend how Lin had gained the upper hand in a realm he alone should have ruled. Before the creature could recover, the scene snapped back to reality. Both Lin and the dream demon were expelled from the dreamscape, crashing into the real world. Wasting no time, Lin called upon his inventory, drawing out his flaming crossbow in a single fluid motion. Without even needing to aim twice, he unleashed a blinding barrage of fire. The arrows struck true, hammering the dream demon with merciless accuracy. There wasn't a single pause, not a single miss. The demon collapsed to the ground, coughing and twitching, trying to make sense of what was happening. He couldn't believe that he, a feared manipulator of minds and dreams, was losing, and to a goblin. Before he could gather his wits, Lin was already sprinting toward him. His speed was unnatural, like a blur racing through the air. In a heartbeat, he was on top of the dream demon, sinking his sharp teeth into the creature's shoulder. The demon screamed again, but it was too late. A soft chime echoed in Lin's ears as a system notification appeared before his eyes. A smile crept across his face. It had worked. He had successfully acquired the skill, dream manipulation. He no longer needed any demon or external entity to wield it. The power was now his alone. Lin's body began to shift subtly as the newly absorbed ability took root. The change wasn't pretty. His hand morphed grotesquely, muscles bulging and twisting unnaturally until a single crimson eye emerged from the center of his palm. The eye flickered with life and malice, pulsing as it scanned its surroundings. With it, Lin could now gaze directly into the minds of others and manipulate their dreams at will. Watching this transformation unfold, the Griffin was left stunned. He had seen many horrors, many miracles, but this defied logic. After the whole transmigration was done, Lin was smiling, having gained all the powers of the dream demon, while the flesh-eating Griffon came down onto the ground, asking Lin if he was all right. But the goblin turned around, telling his friend that it was nothing to worry about. The Griffon was actually scared and wondered how Lin managed to absorb the powers of the dream demon when he thought the goblin was stuck inside the nightmare forever. But Lin just ignored the question, telling the Griffon that it was all good and that they should hit the road as soon as possible. For him, the results were what mattered. And since the dream demon had already been punished, he wanted Gabu to take the position of the Southern Lord instead. Even the Griffon supported Lin, telling him that he would be keeping his back at the Grand Tomb forever. As the scene shifted, we returned to another area where, inside a camp, we saw that Alice was sleeping soundly, but deep inside, she was getting really scared. Lin started entering the dream of the lady with the help of a purple portal, which teleported him into the human town once again. Lin was happy when he saw the commotion all over, where a large number of people had gathered, blaming Alice for committing a hideous act. They wanted her to kill her goblin child, and then they would punish the female who had done such a disgusting act of giving birth to such an ugly species. According to them, someone in the holy orders could not commit such an unforgivable act, and it was completely outrageous. Inside the dream, Alice was constantly getting abused and insulted, being called a disgrace and the greatest shame in the history of the Sword Saints. Lin realized that the Sword Saint was already having a nightmare where the people were against her, and the dream was already tainted by 1,000 voices of people angry at the lady. Lin smiled, realizing that this was exactly the dream he needed to manipulate, and now his work would be easy. Suddenly, a golden light appeared out of nowhere, so bright that it blinded all the people who were chanting in anger. As they turned towards the source of the light, they saw an angel full of wings and a golden aura. They immediately believed that the creature was a great deity who had manifested himself to punish Alice personally. The people immediately bowed down in front of the great deity, unable to believe they had finally met the divine, and the feeling was amazing. But now the people called out to Alice, declaring that she was a blasphemous lady who had broken all the sacred rules, and now the deity should punish her and end her once and for all. The people started screaming at Alice again, saying she deserved 1,000 deaths for what she had done, because it was absolutely unforgivable. As the lady started backing away to save herself, a dark pit suddenly appeared below her feet, and just one step back would make her fall into the darkness. Alice wondered what she should do while the people continued approaching her, asking the great divine to take her out because what she did could not be forgiven. Now Alice didn't know what else to do other than lie down and scream in pain and agony, pleading to the great deity that she had always been praying to him and begging him to save her and forgive her for what she had done. We see that it was Lin who was posing as the great deity. He stopped the people from screaming by taking their voices away and asked Alice if she had any idea of the sin she had committed. The lady was shocked, but still told the great divine that she had slain those she was meant to protect, killing imperial soldiers and causing the death of comrades. But now the goblin started the manipulation, acting as the great divine and telling the lady that those were mere trifles that she thought were righteous, and she was just resting easy, thinking that by giving birth to goblins, she would be granted forgiveness. But that was not true. The lady was even more shocked, wondering if she had committed any other sins beyond killing. Lin, still transformed, told the lady that she had been protecting a bunch of demons who were nothing but selfish little scoundrels. They were greedy and lost in the allure of wine, lust, and wealth, always trying to dominate. They were a species aiming to be number one, even if it meant destroying everything. And for protecting such people, Alice was never going to find any forgiveness. The lady was now broken again inside her dream, realizing that what she had been doing was wrong and that she would not gain any forgiveness because she had been protecting not people, but actual demons all this time. Now, the nightmare took effect, turning all the people around the lady into demons. Alice now thought that this was their actual form. They were filthy demons who wanted nothing but to destroy everything. And the divine told her that by acting as people, they were actually doing sin after sin, and by protecting them, Alice was committing those sins too. Now the lady was completely manipulated, thinking that since the people were demons, they wanted the great divine to kill her. They blamed the lady, saying that she and the green-colored goblins were friends all along, and she should be ashamed of what she did and should be fed to the goblin. Now the demons were running towards the lady, getting ready to kill her on sight. But now Alice was actually angry. The manipulation had fully taken effect. She screamed at the demons, telling them not to dare say anything else. Once again, the lady had regained her power, screaming in anger and calling all the people devils, slaying them one by one, not hesitating for even a moment as she struck down all the goblins. She told the great deity that she had taken the life of a demon, and now, even though she had killed someone, she actually felt good. Even the great deity added fuel to the fire, telling the lady that the demons only wanted her to protect them, but never once thought of protecting her if something happened. And when she tumbled down from her pedestal, the first ones to abuse her and make her feel bad were the people who were actually demons. Now the great divine extended his hand to the sword saint, who was still crying but was now happy because she thought she finally understood her mission. She grabbed the hand of the great deity and decided to hunt down the wicked demons no matter where they were, because this was how she could reclaim her divine power. Even the great deity told her that when every last one of these demons was wiped out, she would get her divine powers back. Additionally, the great deity had already arranged for her to assist the emissary who was punishing the demons, and she had to make sure to lend him her utmost support. Now the lady was confused, wondering who the emissary was. But then she realized that it was none other than our boy, Lin himself. We see that Alice was sleeping while still having the nightmare. But now Lin got out and was laughing intensely because he never expected that his work would be so easy to do. He crouched down towards the lady, realizing that from now on, Alice would not be called the Sword Saint anymore because of what she was going to do. As the scene shifts, we come outside the tents, and after a bit of time passes, we see that inside Alice's room, there was a fruit basket along with some meat and non-vegetarian items. Meanwhile, Lin told the lady that they must fulfill the divine mission bestowed to them by the great deity, and Alice was shocked, wondering how Lin knew everything about this. It was then that the girl realized that maybe the guide the deity talked about was none other than the goblin Lin himself, who somehow knew everything. But Lin started smiling while putting a finger onto his lips, telling her that the divine will must not be revealed to anyone, not even the closest ones. Now Alice thought that Lin was the messenger spoken of by the divine in her dreams, and even though he was a goblin, Alice was ready to accept that. But as Lin started walking away from the tent, the lady immediately got up, asking him what she should do next. But Lin calmly walked away, telling her that he will be present at the place and time whenever the performance is required. The scene shifted once again to a rocky area filled with trees and mountains, where Lin was training Ifraya because she had been slacking off on her training for quite a while. Lin was not able to believe that the lady was only at level 16, and her total score was barely under 1,000. Now Ifraya was trembling, knowing that her master was angry, and she told him that she would definitely strive to improve. After Lin saw the whole notification panel of the lady, he got closer with a smile, grabbing her head and asking her how long she had been slacking off. Ifraya innocently told the goblin that she had only studied for a year, and now she was out in the Grand Tomb, gaining experience with her master, and there was still so much she hadn't learned yet. So that's why her level was really low. But Lin knew that even though he was mocking the lady, her talent was truly impressive and they couldn't let it go to waste. Another scene came over where a lot of goblins had been gathered, and Lin was addressing all of them with a mighty aura surrounding him, telling the creatures that a few hundred miles away from the Grand Tomb lay a human city called Klingberg, and there were a lot of treasures in that town. So the goblin leader wanted his army to go and plunder its treasures, its cuisine, and its women, so that they could enjoy all three and increase their reproduction base. The goblins started hooting and cheering for their leader, knowing that it was going to be fun. And as Lin saw that, he raised one hand into the air, telling the army to gear up because they would be heading out in no time. All the goblins were praising Lin, calling him a genius. But as the scene shifted, we see that Lin was back with Ifraya once again, as he told her that he had heard that the lord of the city was a white hat wizard, and there were heaps of spellbooks there. So Lin wanted the lady to just follow him, and he would take her so that she could grab a spellbook to study and get powerful. Hearing that, Ifraya immediately dropped her head in endless gratitude because she was completely owned by her master chief. But someone heard everything from behind, wondering if they were going to Klingberg because they were a bit short on females, and that city had some beautiful ones. It was then that we saw the voice belonged to none other than the Sword Saint, who was now looking completely different, as Lin had provided her with an armor made completely out of dragon scales. Now Alice actually looked more like a mercenary than a sword saint. Lin was surprised that the lady had that kind of awareness and was not hesitating at all. But Alice turned around, telling the leader that she naturally had an understanding of his mission and what he wanted to do. But now Alice was going to support him too, because those damned, detestable demons who were taking the form of humans had inflicted a decade of torment upon her. So it was time for them to pay up, and Alice would make sure of it. The day passed on, and the next day arrived, where we see that Lin and another flying goblin were flying in the air, heading towards the town and surveying it. As they arrived, they saw that some kind of celebration was going on and a lot of humans were gathered. Lin immediately turned towards the goblin, telling him that he should stay at the camp and keep watch, while Lin was going to head over and check things out. The goblin agreed, and Lin started surveying the whole area. He saw the white hat wizard along with another female wizard who was present near him. We come to know that the old man was announcing something, and from that day on, he declared that his granddaughter, Avery, was going to be the new mayor of the town, making her the youngest female mayor in the entire history of the place. We come to know that the old man was Klein, who was the white hat mage and an 80-year-old individual. So he decided to appoint the arcane wizard Avery as the mayor of the city, and she was also a crimson hat wizard. After the announcement was made, everybody started cheering for Avery, immediately accepting her as their new mayor. The humans believed that it was an honor to be protected by the mighty family of wizards. Now it was Avery's turn to speak, and she thanked everyone for the congratulations while promising to surpass her grandfather's achievements and make sure that everyone in the town could live a happy life. She assured the people that she would never desecrate her holy duty, unlike the Sword Saint, whom she referred to as nothing but a wild woman. Furthermore, Avery became serious, telling everyone that there were reports suggesting that the Sword Saint had been spotted within their city. She requested that if any citizen saw her, they must report immediately, as the Sword Saint had to be delivered back to the holy temple to receive punishment and give the entire nation a proper explanation. The citizens, especially the younger ones, immediately agreed to whatever Avery said, eager to be her loyal dog simply because of her beauty and appearance. But the old man Klein immediately stepped in, praising her for thinking about the town and the empire right after taking office, saying it was a good sign. Meanwhile, Lin had completed his survey of the area and realized that Klingberg town was always well informed about the latest events in the empire. But even then, he hadn't expected the new lord of the town to make such a bold declaration on her very first day, one that was aimed at capturing the Sword Saint. Now Lin started laughing to himself, thinking it was absolutely fantastic, because Avery was going to meet Alice very soon, and she wouldn't be the same person Avery remembered. Lin returned after finishing the survey, and we see that the entire Goblin army, both hybrids and normal ones, was assembled, along with 3 females, the elven daughter Cassandra, Ifraya, and Alice. Cassandra asked Lin how the survey had gone, and the boy began explaining that he had gathered complete information about the city's military strength, which was a little short of 6,000, and most of the soldiers were currently concentrated in the castle. That meant the outer defenses of the city were weak, especially because a celebration was ongoing. Knowing this was the perfect opportunity, Lin gave the order to his goblin army to break down the gates right away, flying towards the city again while the goblins followed him at incredible speed. As the scene shifts to the outer guard of the town, we see that a group of hybrid goblins, along with some normal ones, were ready with a giant log to smash the main gate of the kingdom. 2 guards were standing on top of the castle, noticing that a goblin invasion had begun and that they were coming in large numbers. One of them told the other to go and notify the lord immediately. But before that could happen, both guards were suddenly struck by super-fast arrows, not even getting the chance to dodge them. We see that these arrows were shot from something that looked like a makeshift gun made by none other than our boy Lin. It was used by the elves, who were now praising Lin even more, since this makeshift gun was easier to use than a bow or a crossbow. Now that all the soldiers were down, it became easy for the goblins to break open the main gate of the city. They finally reached the main hall, ready to enjoy every bit of their praise. They were ordered by Lin, who was flying on his dragon, to destroy the big weapon first and then gather at his position. As the scene shifted, goblins were already wreaking havoc, and there was fire everywhere. Seeing that, Avery and her father wondered about the noise, and their celebration immediately came to an end as they turned around and started heading toward the fire. Everyone saw a huge dragon in the sky and immediately panicked, realizing it was a far greater threat than they had imagined. There was no use in fighting it. Even though Avery told everyone not to panic, it was already too late. She immediately ordered all those who could reach the shelter to head in first so they could save themselves. While the civilians were running toward the shelter, Avery's grandfather started flying into the sky to get a reconnaissance view of everything. After analyzing the situation, he told all the guards to be on the front lines because the goblins were invading and heading toward the main ceremonial ground. Avery was shocked at the mention of goblins, but even she was acting carelessly, immediately relaxing and assuming the goblins were just lower-level monsters. She ordered the soldiers to deal with them quickly and promised they would have a drink when they returned. The soldiers immediately agreed with what their new settlement leader had said and started heading toward the goblins. Avery started shouting again in her usual tone, telling everyone to carry on with their missions because it was still her birthday. In the name of the Klin family, she would distribute food and gifts to all the soldiers who killed goblins so the common people wouldn't have to worry. After that, as the scene shifted again, we saw that from the fire emerged multiple hybrid goblins who were mercilessly slaying the soldiers who had come in hopes of receiving rewards. These goblins were clearly not the weak ones Avery had imagined. They completely dominated the area without much effort. As the scene changed again, we saw the old wizard coming face to face with Lin, complimenting him on being able to control a dragon. Seeing that, the old man immediately realized that a goblin with a dragon must mean that Lin was the one who led the Sword Saint to her downfall. Hearing that, Lin smiled, saying he didn't expect his fame to spread so much. But it made no difference to the old man, who was ready to attack regardless. He immediately summoned his magic and told Lin that he was troublesome, so it was important for the wizard to take action. He asked Lin if a goblin had ever considered the consequences of charging toward a wizard with such power. Then we saw the wizard smiling devilishly as he summoned some kind of frozen gem, which was glowing with a faint blue color. As the wizard manipulated it, a huge asteroid began falling from the sky. It broke apart slightly due to the planet's gravity, and it was completely made of ice. Lin was shocked. He hadn't expected something that massive to appear so suddenly. Before the asteroid could reach him, he moved to get out of its trajectory. But the game wasn't over yet. The old man, Clint, was able to control the trajectory of the asteroid with his magic and the crystal. Lin started smiling, knowing that this chase wasn't going to end so easily. He leaned forward on his dragon and told the old man that if a chase was what he wanted, then he should have a gift that was grandly prepared by the goblin leader himself. Now Lin wasn't facing the old man directly. Instead, he headed toward the villagers at insane speeds. When they saw the goblin leader approaching, the villagers immediately wet their pants in fear. It wasn't just the dragon that scared them, but the figure riding it too. Lin looked like an evil version of Batman. The civilians ran away, screaming for help, even when they knew there was no one who could help them now. Meanwhile, as the asteroid's trajectory continued to follow Lin, everyone realized that if it hit the land, it would be their end. Even Avery realized what Lin was doing. He was heading toward the civilians on purpose. Realizing this was bad, she started to panic, knowing Lin was planning something. At that moment, Lin told the red dragon to use the skills she had mastered. Hearing that, the dragon immediately bent her head and used her firepower to propel herself and Lin out of the asteroid's path. As a result, the asteroid was now heading straight for the main building of the city, instead of chasing Lin and the dragon. The wizard Avery was shocked to see a meteorite about to crash onto their castle. She immediately used her transcendent magic so that a portal could be opened in time. A black teleportation portal appeared, and as it ripped apart, they could see outer space, where the meteorite was falling through, safely going outside into space without touching even a brick of the castle. After taking the whole asteroid in, the portal's work was finished, and it began disappearing. Avery sighed in relief, thinking that everything was over. But just then, she noticed that her main opponent was already gone due to her carelessness in focusing on the asteroid instead of the goblin leader. She was frustrated, thinking that just when she had met the leader, he had vanished after playing tricks. As the scene shifted to another place, an old man, referred to as a grandfather, looked at Lin and his mighty dragon who were flying high in the sky. The old man wondered where his asteroid had gone. Hearing this, Lin just chuckled, then had a straight face, telling the old man that it was due to his granddaughter that the asteroid was gone, and that if it hadn't happened, the whole castle would have been turned into smithereens. Lin was shocked that the old man wasn't actually concerned about that, and was simply thinking about beating him. Just then, another soldier came behind the old man, barely hanging on because the goblins had taken off one of his hands. He pleaded for help from the healing magic the old man possessed. The man turned around and, seeing the soldier's agony, immediately used his healing arts. His skill was named Earth Nurturing's Embrace Asterisk, which started healing the wounds of the hand. But Lin saw it as an opportunity and immediately threw a fireball toward the old man, aiming to take advantage of his guard being down. However, the grandfather wasn't ready to give up and immediately put up a small barrier to cover both himself and the soldier he was healing. It was getting difficult for him to do two things at once. Now the old man was frustrated. He cursed the goblins, shouting that if they wanted to fight, they should do it fairly and not toy with just an old man. Hearing that, Lin smiled and asked if he was seriously trying to morally blackmail a goblin. Because even when Lin had been a human in his previous life, the goblins he had been training were goblins their entire life. They had no morals or ethics in fighting. They simply wanted to hunt their prey by any means necessary. The old man realized that he had underestimated the goblin leader because, at this rate, their grand army would surely be devoured by the goblins in no time, and they wouldn't be able to do anything about it. The old man decided to retreat and told the soldiers to hold the fortress so no one could come inside. The soldiers began running, hoping they would retreat safely, while all the goblins surrounded them, trying to get through the main gate of the castle. All the soldiers also led the civilians inside, telling them to enter the castle, while a few defended the main gate so the others could survive. But the goblins were actually turning the tide and killing the soldiers with ease. The defenders decided to block the main entrance and close the heavy gate, thinking they were now safe. The soldiers fighting the goblin soldiers realized these were no normal goblins. They were a squad of elite warriors. The soldiers knew they had already lost 3,000 men in this instant battle, while the goblins had lost barely a few hundred. It was not a fair comparison at all. Meanwhile, the civilians were all struck with fear after witnessing what had happened, wondering if they had any chance of survival, especially if the Sword Saint had been with them. But hearing this, Avery got frustrated and told everyone not to forget what she had said and what she had proclaimed. She reminded the civilians once again that the Klin family would not let anything happen to the people of the city, and that they would defeat the goblins and their entire army, no matter what. They were sure that the soldiers and high-class mages inside the castle would protect them, as the place was considered the strongest fortress. No one could even step inside, no matter how strong the monster was, and they would not be able to touch the civilians even if they tried. As multiple soldiers fought the goblins on foot, the mages were casting multiple spells to reduce the number of goblins attacking them. Meanwhile, Lin knew that he was at a disadvantage and told all the goblins to retreat first, so they could work on another plan. But on the other hand, the old man and his granddaughter Avery thought their plan was working, and that the goblins were now scared. They believed they had effortlessly taken down over 10 high-tier goblin species, and that these filthy creatures would not even dare approach the castle again. The old man started boasting, thinking the goblin leader couldn't do anything. He asked if that was all the skill Lin had, because even after defeating the Sword Saint, if not for the surprise attack, Lin would have been dead long ago. Hearing that, Avery was surprised, while Lin listened with a slight smile. Avery realized that Lin was the goblin leader who had defeated the Sword Saint. She wondered if she could beat him, then it meant she was stronger than the Sword Saint herself. The old man started laughing, telling his dear granddaughter that she was right, and that the goblin leader Lin was merely a stepping stone for her glorious future. But he knew for sure that Avery was going to have a bright future with Lin, no matter what, though perhaps in a different way than what she was thinking. On the other hand, Lin was now getting really frustrated because he never intended to wipe out the civilians along with the main forces of the city. But since they were so oblivious to the danger, Lin told them not to blame him for what was coming next. Avery, full of herself, thought Lin was just making bold claims without the power to back them up. She wondered if he still intended to turn the world upside down with his measly powers. But Lin said nothing. He decided to let his actions speak instead. He covered his face and started moving in another direction, ordering some of the hybrid goblins to come with him while telling the others to stay put. All the humans assumed Lin was retreating, thinking they had won. Avery wanted to stop the goblins' retreat. When one soldier approached her, she told him that magic barriers were already set up for the refuge, which were impenetrable. There was no way they could break through and reach the main parts of the castle. As the scene shifted, we saw Lin facing difficulty with his dragon because there was a yellow barrier protecting the place. But one of the hybrids stepped forward, telling his boss to step back and let him give it a shot to test his power on the barrier. The hybrid goblin started powering up like a Super Saiyan, getting really serious. His menacing hands bulged with veins, signifying his true power. The whole earth started shaking, and the barrier showed micro-stutters. The old man witnessed everything and realized the barrier they were so proud of was definitely going to break. And just like that, after a while, the entire barrier broke, and the main gate to the castle was now wide open. All the civilians were shivering with fear, realizing they were done for. Some wondered where Avery was and why she wasn't there when it was time to save them. Others began to think the Sword Saint wasn't so bad after all, and if she had been there, they might have been rescued by now. After breaking the main gate, Lin decided that since the people inside the castle weren't coming out, he would have to find a way to make them. And the civilians were gladly going to help him in this task. So Lin decided to do what goblins do best. Everything spiraled out of control the moment Lin, the enigmatic goblin leader, issued the command for a total siege on Clintburg Fortress. Without delay, swarms of goblins surged into the outer districts, launching an unrestrained massacre against the helpless. Age, gender, innocence, it mattered not. The streets ran red with blood as the screams of the dying echoed through the air. Desperate and heartsick, the fortress soldiers begged Lord Clint to lower the gates so they could rush to the aid of the citizens. But the seasoned lord, bound by experience and bitter understanding, knew that doing so would only hasten their annihilation. Their only hope lay in fortifying their position and enduring. What disturbed him most, however, was how the city's magical barrier, constructed over generations by the finest mages, had been obliterated so swiftly. It made no sense. Something was terribly wrong. Yet the soldiers, driven by fear and love for their families, couldn't comprehend the scale of the enemy they faced. Several began dismantling the wooden blockades near the gate, frantic to escape. Avery shouted for them to stop, urging restraint, telling them the mages were doing all they could to maintain the defenses. But her words were drowned by a sharp, unnatural sound. Turning around, she gasped in horror. Her father had collapsed, blood trickling from a brutal gash on his head. The attacker revealed herself in the worst possible way, the Elf Queen, leading her people with weapons unfamiliar to the battlefield. Though crude by technological standards, the elves' firearms were unmatched in this world's warfare. From the shadows and elevated vantage points, they picked off defenders with terrifying accuracy. As more elves appeared at the base of the fortress wall, panic swept over Avery. She couldn't understand why the elves were siding with goblins, nor how their weapons possessed such devastating firepower. Nearby, Clay was holding off the gunfire with a magical shield, but even he could feel the tide turning. Whether it made sense or not, the truth was plain. The elves had declared humans their enemies. And then the Elf Queen's voice rang out, sharp, commanding, and full of righteous fury. She called her sisters to arms, declaring that now was the time to repay the cruelty their kind had suffered at human hands. Their weapons raised as one, the elves took aim at the soldiers near the main gates. Sensing the impending bloodbath, Lord Clint unleashed a high-tier spell, Heaven's Gate. A massive arch of blinding silver light descended from above, forming a divine barrier between the retreating civilians and the advancing enemy. Gasping for breath, Clint turned to his granddaughter and urged her to flee. The spell was powerful, but even he could not sustain it for long. Before he could finish, a soldier burst through the crowd, panicked and breathless, delivering grim news. The rear exit had been overrun. Goblins had circled around and now surrounded the fortress from all sides. Clint felt a cold dread settle in his bones. Goblins, creatures once beneath notice, had managed to outmaneuver, overpower, and completely encircle them. How had it come to this? Nearby, a trembling man looked to Avery with desperation. He begged her to do something, anything. Surely the city's leader could stop this. Surely she wasn't so powerless as to stand by and watch them be butchered like cattle. Before anyone could respond, someone shouted and pointed skyward. All eyes turned as the unmistakable figure of Sword Saint Alice appeared atop a nearby rooftop. Relief rippled through the crowd. Cheers broke out. Someone cried out that they were saved. Others shouted her name, desperate for protection. In this kingdom there was no greater symbol of strength and justice than the Sword Saint. But joy quickly turned to horror. Alice vanished from her perch in an instant, reappearing at the barrier Clint had cast. Her sword, radiant and blinding, gleamed as she brought it down with unimaginable force. With a single swing, Heaven's Gate was obliterated. The shockwave was so immense that it hurled Avery from the battlements, her body crashing violently to the ground below. The golden slash didn't stop there. It surged forward, tearing through stone, magic, and hope. Clint scrambled to raise another barrier, casting in desperation. But even he, hailed as the greatest white-robed mage of his generation, was powerless. The moment the two forces collided, his spell shattered like glass. The impact threw him from the wall, his body crumpling like a broken doll. When he lifted his gaze, Alice stood on the parapet above, aloof, indifferent. Her cold eyes surveyed the chaos she had created, untouched by the screams or the ruin. With rage and despair twisting his voice, Clint shouted at her. Had she gone mad? Did she not see the evil she was aiding? But Alice gave no answer. Her silence was more chilling than any accusation. She merely stared down at them all with the gaze of someone long detached from humanity. Clint knew then that they had lost her, and with her perhaps the war itself. He turned to Avery and warned her that Alice was no longer who she once was. They had to retreat into the castle. Without waiting, he ran, abandoning the outer walls and the citizens he had sworn to protect. Cries of betrayal erupted behind him. Civilians screamed, begging their lord not to leave them. He had promised them safety. Above them, Lin descended on his dragon, his voice a seductive whisper in Alice's ear. He reminded her that these people had once called for her crucifixion, labeling her a fallen sinner in need of redemption. They were demons wearing human skins, weren't they? His words sank deep, and Alice responded. Like a star crashing from the heavens, she dropped into the heart of the crowd. Terror exploded among them. They shouted that it wasn't true, that Avery had deceived her. They pleaded with her not to believe the goblins, that they had always supported her. But she offered no mercy. Her blade struck like judgment. With a single swing, she beheaded the nearest man. That one act marked the point of no return. Coldly, she declared her disgust. She was tired of demons pretending to be human. If they had once used their swords to kill monsters, then today she would use those very swords to judge them instead. Fear became a storm. Civilians scrambled for the castle gates, stumbling, sobbing, begging for their lives. But Alice followed, slowly, like a specter of death. Their cries echoed off the walls. "Please don't kill us, have mercy." But mercy never came. Within seconds, the screams were silenced. Blood painted the entrance crimson, bodies collapsed one over another, motionless. And from that moment forward, the woman once known as Alice, the revered sword saint, was no longer a guardian of the realm. She had become something else entirely. A fallen angel. As Lin was looking at the fallen angel Alice, he was surprised because her condition reminded him of someone who had spent a lifetime saving the world and its people, yet was nailed to the cross by the very ones he had saved. But as she did not possess the same genuine heart and goodness as that man, she was far easier to control. And Lin was kind of liking this new and wild look that the short saint was showing now. Or rather, he should call her the fallen angel. Lin knew that, rather than being forced into death, Alice would now much rather watch others meet their doom. And that was true to some extent. As the scene shifted, a hybrid goblin with multiple hands was thrown out of a building that collapsed moments later. Avery had used her powers to do it after being threatened by the goblin. She still couldn't believe that the sword saint had actually betrayed humanity and become the fallen angel. Otherwise, there was no way Avery would have ended up in this state. Her clothes tattered, revealing more than she would have liked. Avery wanted the fallen angel to wait until she became the grand sorcerer. She was determined that once that happened, she would beat everything out of the lady. She tried to escape, going deeper into the castle, but just then she saw a small goblin trembling as he drew his knife. He couldn't bring himself to attack and instead begged her not to kill him. He swore he'd never hurt another human and pleaded for her to let him go. Though Avery was disgusted, she couldn't bring herself to harm a child. So she told the goblin he was lucky this time, but warned him never to appear before her again, otherwise, next time wouldn't end the same way. Avery turned away in disgust, slinging a bag over her shoulder. The goblin child remained silent, then slowly began laughing, a chilling sound. Avery felt irritated and disgusted at how the filthy goblin had delayed her from meeting her grandfather in the secret passage. Even though she had been ready to kill him, he was still a child. But everything changed in an instant. Suddenly, she felt something slide into her throat, something sharp and cold. The dagger. The small goblin had slashed her neck, just barely missing a vital point. Avery screamed in pain and disbelief. She had spared this child while he cried, and he had faked it all to stab her. Her legs gave out as she dropped to the ground, watching red flames flicker around the boy as he laughed and mocked her, calling her his little sister. It was then revealed that the boy was none other than Lin himself, who had used a transformation technique to disguise himself as a child. Now he taunted Avery, saying she never should have trusted a goblin, not even in a million years, and she would now face the consequences of her actions. Lin realized that the girl was simply too full of herself, and that arrogance had led to her downfall. He had come to the castle seeking a spellbook but had discovered something far more appealing, a fully grown, striking woman. And now, what he was getting was far better than any book could offer. Avery, trembling in fear, revealed to Lin that the spellbook he wanted was in the castle's secret chamber, and she could guide him there. She begged him to let her go and not to eat her. But Lin made his intentions clear. He did want to eat her, but not in the way she was thinking, and he added it would be quite an experience. Lin crouched down near Avery's face, asking why she was so afraid. Wasn't she the one who had once sought to capture the Sword Saint and wipe out the entire Goblin clan? Avery, now fully exposed, admitted that it had only been a speech to gain support. It had never been her real intention. She began begging the Goblin leader to spare her. But as the lady's expression shifted so quickly, Lin felt disgusted. He knew she was lying. It became clear to him that Avery couldn't be trusted, not even a little. A devilish glow flickered in Lin's eyes, and Avery realized that something terrible was about to happen. Suddenly, Lin pounced on her, grabbing both her hands and pinning them against the wooden wall. He began seizing her legs, calmly telling her that she still had many life lessons to learn. According to Lin, it was good that Avery didn't become the city lord, because with how well she could lie, the people would have surely suffered. But even as Lin spoke those words, his actions didn't match them. He began going places the girl hadn't even imagined. As he continued, a notification popped up in his system, informing him that his attack, defense, and health had increased by 80, 100, and 200 points respectively. Once everything was over, Lin began dressing himself, leaving the lady completely exposed. Even he couldn't believe just how delicate Avery was, how everything shattered with just a bit of pressure. Lin chuckled to himself, remarking that the city lord's precious air was a bit too weak. But just then he heard a strange, familiar voice screaming at him, furious, accusing him of tainting his granddaughter. Lin turned and saw it was none other than Avery's grandfather. The old man charged toward him at insane speeds, kicking up a tornado as he moved. Realizing he had no time to waste, Lin braced himself and let out a powerful goblin howl. The two clashed at point-blank range. Dust and smoke filled the air, but Lin, still full of stamina and blessed with great agility, leapt away just in time to protect himself. As the dust cleared, Lin confirmed his suspicion. It really was the old man. And now he was holding a massive Rasengan in his hand, a clearly Wind-style technique, and one Lin recognized instantly. It had been a close call, but it wasn't over. The old man roared that he would wipe out all the filthy goblins, calling them wicked and disgusting creatures who didn't deserve to live. He charged, Rasengan in hand, even mimicking the pose of Naruto, as if he were the true hero of this story. But just as the old man launched into the air, something came flying at him with terrifying speed. It pierced through the ground and exploded into him, blasting him away and forcing him to cough blood. The man instantly recognized the weapon. It was the sword used by the Sword Saint. He was thrown from the building, crashing down. As he fell, he saw Alice, who still hadn't finished her assault. A faint red aura radiated from her blade as she prepared for the next strike. Without hesitation, the sword flew through the air, piercing the old man's chest and pinning him to the ground. He collapsed unconscious. It was then revealed that the fallen angel Alice was now dressed far more revealingly than when she had been the Sword Saint. Even Lin smiled as he looked at her, stunned that the transformed version of the saint could be even more terrifying than before. The old man hadn't even had time to cast a single spell. He'd been taken out in an instant. As Lin walked toward her, Alice asked if there was anyone else she needed to kill. Lin smiled and told her they were pretty much done for now. Things should be quiet for a while. The scene then shifted to the secret chamber's library, where Lin strolled alongside Ephraia. She was in awe. Hundreds of advanced magical skills were stored within, not to mention 10 types of transcendent spells, 3 ultimate-tier magic books, and even a world-class spell. Lin chuckled and told her that if she liked it so much, she should just take everything. Hearing that, the lady was overjoyed. She immediately bowed and thanked her master, promising that once she had mastered her studies, she would serve him even better and do whatever he asked of her. But just then, Lin turned around and noticed something else. Gold coins and treasures were pouring onto the floor, forming a great heap. See that so many treasures were lying untouched inside the castle. Even he couldn't understand why they were just sitting there. Ray, too, wondered what was going on. Though he knew that the money found here couldn't be used in the human world, Ephraia had the power to grow money through alchemy, and its currency was accepted everywhere. It didn't even exist in the demi-human world, making this a truly rare and valuable find. Lin made a smart decision to keep the treasure with him, just in case. The scene shifted suddenly. A large glass shattered on the ground, thrown violently by none other than the king himself. He was furious, unable to accept the contents of the report. Alice, a sword saint, had joined forces with the goblins and was now responsible for the massacre of soldiers and civilians, the very people a sword saint was meant to protect. The king refused to believe it. He warned the guards that if even a single word in the report was false, he would personally execute every last one of them without mercy. He demanded again, with rising anger, whether the report was true. But the royal guards didn't hesitate. They bowed low and confirmed it. Everything was true. Alice had indeed become a fallen angel. The king could hardly believe it. He had never imagined that a ragtag group of goblins could go so far. But before he could process the shock, another soldier burst into the hall, bringing even worse news. The city of Clintford had fallen. The goblins had invaded and overrun Clintford completely. Elder Clint, the head wizard, made a final stand to protect the city. But then Alice arrived with the goblins, shattered the castle gates, and led a brutal assault that wiped out thousands, including Elder Clint himself. The king stood frozen as the truth hit him harder with every passing second. A noble and holy sword saint had pointed her blade at her own people for the sake of goblins. No matter how he looked at it, it was pure madness. But the king was not one to surrender to despair. As the ruler of the Lionheart Empire, he swore that he would repay everything that had been done to his family and his nation. He gave a direct order for the soldiers to summon all the ministers. He would call upon the old pope because things had gone too far. Without delay, the castle filled once again with the empire's most powerful officials. The king stood tall and addressed them all. He said that everyone already knew of Clintford's fall. For the Lionheart Empire, this marked one of the most painful and unforgettable days in history. It must be etched into their hearts and bones, never to be forgotten. Now they would declare war on the goblin tribes. They would reclaim Ephraia and rebuild Clintford Castle. Gasps echoed through the hall. No one had expected the king to declare open war on the goblins, let alone attempt to reclaim Ephraia. Then an old man stood. He had understood the meaning behind the king's words and suspected why he had been summoned. He was none other than the Pope of the Lionheart Empire. He asked quietly if the king had truly made up his mind, because declaring war on the goblins also meant declaring war against the Grand Tomb itself. The king, driven by emotion and duty, replied that his time was coming to an end. He wished to leave behind a peaceful and stable kingdom. The Grand Tomb had always been a lurking danger, and it could no longer be ignored. But everyone present understood the gravity of the situation. The Grand Tomb was no ordinary threat. It was a nightmare even to goblins. If they were to go through with this, they had to be fully prepared. The Pope, seeing that the king had made his decision, rose and instructed the soldiers to send word to every temple across the land. All forces were to gather at the empire's heart. The soldiers began their preparations. As the king declared loudly, "Victory will once again belong to the Lionheart Empire. It always has." Meanwhile, multiple goblins returned from the raid, heading back toward the Grand Tomb. The inside of the massive structure seemed to stretch endlessly. No matter how much loot Lin had taken, it didn't even make a dent in the space. Elsewhere inside, Lin found himself once again talking to the man-eating eagle. He was confused as to why the eagle had flown directly into the region Lin ruled. It was then revealed that the esteemed one had commanded the eagle to bring Lin into the Grand Tomb for a stroll. The eagle advised Lin not to be too anxious. Such things could happen. Lin was shocked to learn he'd be going deeper into the grand tomb. Still, he didn't refuse. He mounted his dragon and soared through the sky beside the man-eating eagle. As they flew, Lin looked down in awe. The land below was freezing cold, and yet strangely it was filled with vegetation, something that should have been impossible. The eagle explained that the castle below had been built by werewolves, and their king was a level 10 beast. He had survived only thanks to the temples, enduring countless hardships for over 10 years. Lin was stunned. He hadn't even known werewolves existed in this world, but he reminded himself this place defied all logic. Anything was possible. He recalled rumors that werewolves and vampires shared some kind of connection. He made a mental note to investigate further. As the two flew deeper, Lin thought about the structure of the grand tomb. It wasn't just ruled by 4 great lords, it also sheltered many exotic races. These races were often hunted or mistreated by humans. Eventually, they arrived at a dark, desolate castle. The eagle and Lin landed near its entrance. As Lin stepped off his dragon, he heard the crunch of bones beneath his boots. The ground was littered with lifeless remains. He ordered the dragon to stay behind and entered the castle with the eagle. After some time, they triggered a magic circle beneath their feet. Though it was new to Lin, the eagle remained calm. He explained that this was just a lift. It would take them down to the master. The magical elevator brought them through multiple floors, at times leaving them floating in midair. Eventually, they arrived at the lowest level. Lin looked around, stunned by the vastness and darkness of the place. It truly felt like a grand grave. All around, exotic beings stared at him. He saw cyclopes, hydras, and even undead necromancers. Lin realized he was standing in a monster farm of epic scale. Suddenly, the monsters parted. Someone far more powerful had entered the scene. The camera of the story zoomed in on a throne made of bones. Seated on it was a figure cloaked in darkness, a master of death magic and ruler of the grand tomb. A level 100 spirit lord, radiating energy with strength surpassing 10,000 points. Lin's smile turned nervous. He couldn't believe the sheer power this being held. And to think that this being was once defeated by humans, forced into a treaty, it made him all the more cautious. He bowed deeply and greeted the throne's occupant with flattery, calling them esteemed and handsome. The man-eating eagle shook his head. Lin was being far too casual, and it was setting off alarm bells. But before anything went wrong, a soft laugh rang out. A woman beside the throne leaned forward with a smile, calling Lin a little boy. She told him that the king of the grand tomb was actually a queen. Lin blinked in surprise. The ruler of the grand tomb was a woman. The Bone Queen herself finally spoke. She had already heard of Lin's deeds in the Magic City. Now, both women, clearly powerful, were curious and impressed to hear that he had even swayed the Wood Saint to join his cause. And so, Lin's journey into the depths of the Grand Tomb had truly begun. Lin was shocked after learning that the Demon Lord was a skeleton, but somehow, the monster was using something that made it sound like a seductive queen, even after death. Still, Lin didn't say anything and simply smiled, telling the Demon Lord that she had flattered their boy. As they were praising him, Lin told everyone that he had simply gotten lucky, but the Demon Lord was not ready to believe it. Since goblins were an inferior species, there was no way they could achieve so much purely by luck. However, the Demon Lord was not there to punish him. Instead, she wanted to reward him for what he had done. Even the vampire lady was shocked, telling Lin that to bask in the favor of the Dark Lord was a rare privilege not given to many, so he should cherish it. The Demon Lord already knew that Lin was the one who had defeated the Lizard Lord. The flesh-eating Griffon had also reported to her that the Lizard's area was now under the control of Lin's minions. She was now aware of every scheme Lin had devised. She explained that since the Goblin had wanted to plunder the monstrous treasures of the Grand Tomb, Lin would be allowed to do so. But the boy also wanted to become the Lord of the southern region within the Grand Tomb. And on top of that, he was about to receive something even bigger. Lin was now the master of all the monsters in the graveyard. Hearing that, Lin was stunned, wondering what was going on. Everyone else was shocked as well, not expecting such a move from the Demon Lord. Even the vampire lady was stunned and asked the demon lord if she had lost her mind. They had never been interested in the monsters outside the grand tomb, but letting a lowly goblin take control was too much. There was no way goblins could be that powerful. But the demon lord immediately responded, saying her decision was final and binding. As Lin was now part of the grand tomb, he would also have a say at the table of important meetings. The vampire lady realized that if Lin took control of the graveyard's monsters, they would simply end up invading the goblins and wiping them out. The goblins were far too weak compared to the legendary monsters. No goblin could stand against that. But this was part of the demon lord's plan. She turned serious and asked the vampire lady if she was afraid of the goblins. Realizing no one would listen to her, the vampire lady stopped speaking. Lin knew he was becoming part of a bigger scheme and suspected he was being made into a scapegoat. He understood that the demon lord wouldn't give him control of the entire forest within the grand tomb so easily. Still, he let the situation unfold. The demon lord then officially announced that the southern lord and the great lord of the forest would now be under Lin's command. His goblin tribe was permitted to hunt monsters in abundance, but Lin had to take full responsibility, and anyone who invaded the grand tomb had to be punished with all the might he could muster. Lin knew this was a trap, but he knelt and thanked the demon lord for her generous gift, promising her that he would fiercely guard the grand tomb with everything he had. Back in the goblin tribe, Gabu had a glimmer in her eyes. She thought Lin was truly amazing, even someone as powerful as the demon lord was so kind to him, which made her envious. But the goblin slayer lady immediately came up behind her, telling her there was no time to be jealous. They were going to be used as cannon fodder. This was no simple takeover for Lin. He now realized that the demon lord already knew he was being hunted by the human empire. She wanted to use Lin to clash with the temple of the empire and reap the benefits of the chaos without lifting a finger. Even Lin hadn't expected that after scheming against others for so long, he would find himself trapped in someone else's plot, with no way out. The goblin slayer lady also knew that the temple of the human empire was something even the Bone King of the undead had feared for decades. She wondered if they really had what it took to face them now, especially as the temple's forces were already gathering. Gabu realized the gravity of the situation and wondered what they should do, but Lin smiled, clenched his fists, and told the two ladies that he already had a plan, so they didn't need to worry. In the end, the only winner would be Lin and no one else. The scene shifted to a den inside the goblin tribe, where Lin was sleeping and activating his goblin simulator. The simulator told him that even though he was riding a wave of luck, becoming the Grand Lord of the Enchanted Forest and the Grand Tomb with a bit of caution, he was still just a pawn, trapped in a web of conspiracy woven by the Demon Lord and other monsters. Lin was caught between a rock and a hard place. Even as he tried to breed a horde of lowly goblins and secretly trained an elite legion, fast forward 6 months, the Empire's army launched a full-scale assault on the Grand Tomb. The goblin tribe crumbled like a pebble under a steamroller, crushed effortlessly. The whole story ended. Seeing that, Lin realized that even though his army was getting stronger and sharper, it was still not enough to stand against the temple's legions. Moreover, it wasn't just the imperial temple of the empire they had to worry about, but also the horrors lurking in the grave and the monsters opposing his rise. To everyone's surprise, Alice was sleeping next to Lin as he enjoyed his rest. But the boy looked worried. Alice asked what was wrong, and Lin explained that he was wondering if there was a legendary way to skyrocket his strength to epic proportions. Alice sat up and told him it was simple. He just needed to acquire legendary items like the ring he was holding. Lin looked at his hands and realized these were indeed legendary materials. Even though goblins could craft light armor, the ring's strength surpassed that of the fiercest warriors. Magical artifacts could boost power manyfold. Lin became excited, shocking Alice as he grabbed her shoulders, asking if there was any way to acquire magic tools in bulk. He wanted to keep them as a trump card for protecting the Grand Tomb. Alice made a poker face and told him it was impossible. Magic artifacts were extremely rare, and ever since the dwarves vanished, those who could forge them had become even rarer. Lin didn't understand how the dwarves had disappeared. Alice explained that the dwarves had been missing for decades, and humans had no idea whether they still existed. Perhaps the souls trapped in the Grand Tomb held the answers. But those souls were protected by the great gravekeeper. With her cunning mind, if she learned that Lin was probing into the dwarves' whereabouts, his intentions would be exposed. Anyone could use that information to their advantage. Lin realized he couldn't use the souls of the Grand Tomb. He wondered who else he could ask, and then it hit him, the purple dragon mommy. Alice was shocked, while Lin couldn't believe he had almost forgotten about her. The scene shifted again. Lin was riding on her dragon at incredible speed. The dragon was taking him to her homeland. Lin recalled that the purple dragon mommy had once told him they must return to the ancient dragon plain. He had already visited the dragon's lair once and found only a horn that was nearly decayed. Now he had been dropped off and realized the main location was still far. The dragon needed rest. After 5 more days of flying, Lin finally reached the land of dragons. The giant fire tree still stood tall, and the whole dragon continent was filled with lava and volcanoes. Looking around, Lin was mesmerized and intimidated by the scale of it all. The ground was mostly lava, with almost nowhere to stand. He decided to stay with the dragon and take a look around. As they neared the surface, they were spotted by many others. Lin had already heard about an artifact that was hidden in the dragon continent, but he couldn't believe dragons could survive such harsh climates. He thought the dragon he was riding might have been tricking him and that there was nothing here. But as he walked around, Lin felt multiple presences around him. Turning, he saw a giant dragon who roared at him, saying this was no place for filthy goblins and that he should leave before facing consequences. Even the dragon Lin had been riding was now scared of how huge the other dragon was. Lin stood frozen, unsure of what to do. Then, a green dragon appeared with others and told him that in the ancient dragon realm, there was no one who dared to trespass. And since goblins always left a terrible taste in their mouths, it would be better to toss him into the lava than to eat him. The dragons wanted to devour the goblin leader, Lin, in one fell swoop, but Lin tried to calm the situation, telling the dragons that he was a friend of the purple dragon mommy and meant them no harm. Everyone was shocked to learn that Lin knew the purple dragon mommy because she was quite a popular lady even among the dragons. One of the blue ones immediately asked Lin if he was the father of the goblin dragon hybrid. The goblin dragon hybrid kid was named Despair, and the dragons wanted to know if Lin knew who Phil Bass was. Lin was shocked, not knowing any of those names, as the green dragon immediately dropped into the lava to call Despair to the scene. Lin wanted to know who Despair and Phil Bass were, so one of the dragons explained that Phil Bass was the name of the purple dragon mommy, and Despair was the offspring of the purple dragon mommy and some goblin leader. Lin quickly realized the situation and wondered if the dragons could take him to see the purple dragon mommy. The dragons thought for a while, and as one turned around, he told Lin that he should order the female dragon with him to wait outside because she was far inferior and would be cooked alive if she went through the lava. The dragon then stopped, and Lin began following him, while the other dragons whispered about how scary it was that Despair's father had actually arrived in the dragon's domain, and that they wouldn't be able to bully him anymore. One of them also wondered if this little goblin was actually the father of the monster that the green dragon goblin hybrid had become, thinking that it must have been a mistake. The red dragon immediately scolded the gray one, telling him they must not admit any mistakes in front of the goblin. Otherwise, they could be punished for whatever they had done to the dragon goblin hybrid kid, thinking his father was not alive. They knew that if Despair reported them, they would all be doomed. As the scene shifted, they entered a large lava fall. When Lin got through the place, the dragons started flying and told Lin that he should go inside the cave by himself because Despair could be found there. If Lin truly was the dragon goblin's father, someone would definitely come to get both of them later. The dragon did not join Lin because he had to inform the Dragon King about Lin's arrival. The boy waved his hand and thanked the dragon for his kindness, then started walking inside the place, which was filled with multiple monster carcasses, clearly decimated by whoever was living there. Lin wondered if the one he was going to meet was a cannibal because it looked like he was eating everything he could find. As the scene shifted, even Despair noticed Lin with his giant eyes, much closer to him than Lin had expected. Opening his eyes wide, Despair let his presence be known to the Goblin leader. His full name was Despair Nidhogg, though since Despair was a pretty lame name, we'll call him Nidhogg from now on. Nidhogg started looking at the puny little Goblin leader, wondering who he was and how he dared to come inside the lava cave. Lin knew that if he didn't control the situation, things would get bad. Nidhogg opened his mouth and started howling, his sharp teeth clearly visible teeth that could tear apart even the most ferocious monsters. Lin somehow maintained his balance, but the power was overwhelming. Knowing he had to act, he told the dragon to stop and wait a second so he could explain. Nidhogg was still full of anger and frustration, but he stopped, sensing some kind of familiarity. Lin seized the opportunity and immediately asked Nidhogg if his mother was the purple gold dragon mommy named Phil Bass. The dragon hybrid was shocked that a puny little goblin knew his mother's name. He was not as dumb as people might have thought, and he realized something. But before he could process his thoughts further, Lin smiled and revealed to Nidhogg that he was his father. Nidhogg was completely embarrassed and frustrated, proudly telling Lin that his father was a goblin, and that Lin was just a puny little green creature who looked nothing like his dad. Lin laughed, wondering if Nidhogg had ever even seen what a real goblin looked like. After a moment of thought, a large amount of green aura began coming from the dragon hybrid as he started smelling Lin. Nidhogg began transforming, realizing that the scent of the creature in front of him was the same as his own. Green flames spread all over his body as the transformation continued. Lin watched his son curiously as Nidhogg changed back into his human form. The boy told his dad, suspiciously, that he should come with him to meet his mother, and warned that if Lin was lying, he would be eaten without hesitation. Lin was surprised for a moment at the human form the dragon goblin hybrid had taken, but he smiled, knowing he had no other choice. He slightly grinned, ready to go with the boy because it was the only thing he could do. First of all, I know that the dragon, goblin hybrid child is actually a girl, and I mistakenly took her as a boy in the previous episode, so it was my fault. Thank you for pointing it out. Now let's continue Lin's story. Lin was walking with the dragon child, telling her that the dragon horn she had also looked exactly like her mother, but her temper did not. Hearing that, the child became embarrassed and told Lin to stop wasting words and that they should just go. As the scene shifted, we entered the dragon territory where the large tree was situated, and then went deeper underground towards the roots of the world tree. The child walked confidently, as if she knew the place like the palm of her hand, while Lin was struck with awe at everything around him, unable to believe such a place even existed in the world. He smiled as he looked around, realizing that the place was growing more and more magical. The girl suddenly noticed something and smiled as she looked upward, finally calling out to her mom. Hearing that, Lin turned, wondering what the girl was talking about, but before he could even look in that direction, the dragon child asked her mother if the person with her was her father. Lin finally turned his gaze and saw a giant head protruding from the roots of the tree. He was shocked to see that it was the same purple dragon mommy, who in turn was just as surprised to see Lin. She had not expected to ever meet him again. Lin wanted to know how the purple dragon mommy ended up inside the tree, since it was incomprehensible to him. The dragon explained that, in short, she had been killed by the crazy woman who was her only enemy. Now she could only rely on the world tree to survive, as it gave her just enough energy to continue living. It was all because of that crazy woman who wanted nothing but revenge for some measly humans. Lin quickly understood that the crazy woman the dragon spoke of was none other than the sword Saint Alice. He happily told the purple dragon mommy that he had found Alice, and that she was now a member of his tribe and even carrying Lin's child in her womb. The dragon was shocked, hardly able to believe what Lin was saying, but at last she calmed down and smiled as if she had already expected this from him. She complimented Lin, saying he was different from all the others. Finally, we learn the real name of the dragon child, Zio. The purple dragon mommy told Zio that Lin was indeed her father, and that she should not underestimate him because he was truly powerful. The dragon urged Zio to go to her father and live a good life. She explained that although the other dragons in the Dominion called Zio the Despair, in truth she was shy and bashful, only putting on a strong front so others wouldn't think she was weak. The girl became deeply embarrassed as she walked toward her father. She could not even summon the courage to call Lin father, since it was such a new emotion for her. Lin understood and gently patted the dragon child's head with affection. That small gesture alone was enough to make the girl burst with emotion. A green aura surrounded the place, and from within the smoke emerged her dragon form. She flew into the sky in her smaller shape, circling with joy, her happiness evident in her lively flying technique. Even the purple dragon mommy was pleased, telling Lin that their child was growing far too quickly. In less than a year, she had grown bigger than even the deeper purple dragon mothers. She realized this might be because of the goblin blood in the child, since goblins were known for their fast growth rate, multiplying in numbers and becoming stronger much quicker than others. Lin was happy for Zhao, but then he turned serious, facing the purple dragon mommy and telling her that he wanted to ask about something important. Lin continued and asked the dragon mommy if she knew about the whereabouts of the dwarves, because he needed to get something done with them. The purple dragon mommy was shocked, wondering why Lin wanted to know about the dwarves, but she explained that even she had only heard about them since their whereabouts had always been a secret. But then the dragon mommy had an idea, thinking that maybe Lin could go with Zhao so they could see the Dragon King, because she must know the location of the dwarves. However, time was up as the purple dragon mommy explained that since her body was not fully shaped yet, she would have to take a break between conversations. At last, the mommy thanked Lin for helping her get her revenge, deciding that as soon as her body was completely formed, she would go by herself and look at how Alice appeared now after being tamed. Lin thought for a while in silence, but suddenly he heard a call from above from Zio, who finally called him father, wondering if they were leaving. Lin smiled, telling Zhao that they would have to meet the Dragon King before they left. As the scene shifts, we come straight inside a volcano where lava was everywhere, with only a few spaces where someone could walk. Every dragon looked at Lin with surprise, wondering if he was the father of despair, because he appeared no more than a mere goblin. The dragons could not believe that someone could be so close to despair without any harm, since Zio was a dragon who could eat everything. She had already devoured several dragons, ambushing and eating them without a second thought. Meanwhile, some adult dragons constantly thought that the purple dragon mommy had done a bad thing by having relations with another race, because now the pure bloodline of the crystal purple dragons had been lost forever. But Lin ignored everyone, asking only the Dragon King about the location of the dwarf kingdom. One of the other dragons, a white one, told Lin that since the dwarves had been slaughtered by humans since ancient times, they were already in hiding, and Lin should not waste his efforts in finding them. But Lin still wanted to know, asking the white dragon if he had been asked the question, or if he was the Dragon King to be answering so carelessly. The white dragon was shocked, but suddenly the Dragon King started speaking, saying that he actually knew about the dwarves. There was another group of them in hiding, but Lin would only know about them if he promised to fulfill 2 conditions. Lin grew serious as he told the Dragon King to put forward the 2 conditions, ready to assist him in any way possible. The first condition given by the Dragon King was that despair must not be allowed to hunt down fellow dragons anymore. Lin agreed, making sure Zhao would not hunt as long as the other dragons did not bully her. After the first condition was settled, the Dragon King came closer to Lin and told him that if he wanted to know about the second condition, he would need to come with him first. As the scene shifts, the Dragon King was seen flying with Lin deep inside a cave, even hotter than the one before. When the Dragon King landed, the floor was vaporized from the heat, but Lin was able to withstand it due to the dragon blood within him. He wondered if he could speak now in front of the Dragon King, but suddenly a flaming aura appeared before him. As he turned around, he saw that the Dragon King transformed, and in truth, the Dragon King was a dragon queen, as alluring as the purple dragon mommy herself. From now on, we shall call her the Red Dragon Mommy. Lin was shocked to see just how seductive the Red Dragon Mommy actually was, wondering whether he should call her the Dragon King or rather the Dragon Queen instead. The red dragon mommy was alluring, inching closer and closer to Lin, telling him she did not want to beat around the bush with the goblin leader. Her second condition was for Lin to give her a dragon egg, just like he had given to the purple dragon mommy. All Lin had to do was agree and have a good time, and in return, the red dragon mommy would tell him the coordinates of the Dwarven Kingdom. Lin was still in shock, trying to explain that he was only a goblin lord while she was the great red dragon mommy and queen, wondering if she was even serious. But the lady grew angry, telling Lin to stop pretending. With the existence of Zhao, also known as despair, it had already been proven that the goblin bloodline could give birth to powerful half-blood dragon clan hybrids, even stronger than many pure bloods. Now the queen wanted her child to be as powerful as the purple dragon mommy. If Lin refused, he would not be able to escape the lava cave she resided in. It was said that in ancient times, the lineage of the dragon clan was rare, and the succession of power relied solely on the strength of the bloodline. For millions of years, most of the time it had been the crystal dragon who acted as guardian of the top 10 planes. The dragon clans would take turns ascending to become king or queen, wielding the great sword of Erlong and his guardians. Now, after so many decades, the fire dragon mommy was finally managing to ascend to the throne, as it was the fire dragon lineage's turn. Lin immediately realized what was going on, that the fire dragon mommy wanted to use his powerful bloodline to solidify her reign. If he agreed, whatever happened afterward would be beneficial and harmless to him, and perhaps even enjoyable. He also realized that after fathering both the purple dragon's child and the fire dragon's child, both would be his, and they might even help him rule over the dragon clan, whether directly or indirectly. But Lin knew he could not show his excitement. Calmly, he told the Dragon Queen that he was ready to accept her condition, since only he could satisfy such a divine being. Hearing that, the fire dragon mommy licked her lips seductively as she moved even closer to him. She was aggressive, immediately pressing herself on Lin, riding him passionately with expressions of pleasure. Even she did not expect Lin to have something so large and powerful despite being just a little goblin leader. Lin, on the other hand, was confident in his abilities. After the deed was done, he smiled and reminded the fire dragon mommy that, as she was satisfied, it was now time for her to tell him the coordinates of the Dwarven Kingdom. As Lin began fixing his clothes, the red dragon mommy explained while lying down that she recalled something. Over 100 years ago, the Dwarven Kingdom had been built in subterranean chambers beneath the Rocky Mountains. Their branch was extremely secretive, but if there were dwarves still alive, they would definitely be there. Lin was both happy and serious at the same time after learning this. Without wasting time, the scene shifted as Lin flew once again on his trusty dragon towards the Rocky Mountain area. Activating his sharp vision skill, Lin began analyzing the area for any anomalies. Using its X-ray ability, he discovered a huge cave hidden within the mountains. When he deactivated the skill, he saw someone sneaking around near the cave entrance. Lin wondered if this was truly the entrance to the dwarves' underground palace and smiled in excitement, knowing it had taken him many days, but he had finally found something worthwhile. Meanwhile, a dwarf boy climbing the cave walls was trying to pick flowers, thinking that if he could bring back Hydra flowers, Mai would definitely see him differently. Suddenly, a strange voice startled the boy. It was none other than Lin, sitting casually on his dragon as he greeted him. The dwarf boy froze in fear, unable to believe there was a goblin there. In panic, his hand slipped and he fell into the valley below. Blood splattered as the boy lay there, desperately thinking of Mai and wishing he would not die yet, as he did not want to leave before winning her over. The sole reason for his determination was that he wanted to confess to her, and he was still a virgin. Lin immediately descended to the ground, shocked to see that even dwarves could be such love-struck fools, willing to risk everything for affection. At first, Lin considered saving him, but as the boy grew lifeless, he realized this would actually save him trouble. He activated his distortion fusion skill, absorbing the dwarf's body and transforming into one himself. Even the dragon was shocked, wondering how Lin could do such a thing. But Lin turned and told her not to be surprised, since this was the place where distortion fusion was most effective. He told his trusted female dragon to wait on the cliff while he explored the dwarf kingdom, as he did not know how long he would be gone. Smiling, Lin thought about the true value of this journey. Besides acquiring a large number of magical tools, the most important goal was to obtain the dwarves' forging techniques. If his tribe could mass-produce magical tools, it would not just mean creating a hidden army, but something far greater. The scene shifted again as Lin, disguised as the dwarf, entered the cave and emerged on the other side of the cliff. What awaited him was a vast realm stretching across the mountains, filled with enormous forests and towering castles. Lin was mesmerized by the majestic sight, knowing all he had done to reach this place had not been in vain. Lin was stunned as he found himself possessing the body of a dwarf boy, gazing at the bustling and prosperous kingdom of the dwarves. All around, different species were walking about, laughing and relaxing. Some even wore playful costumes, cosplaying as rabbits and bunnies. Lin had never expected the dwarves' main city to be so vibrant and full of life. It was nothing like the dark and solemn Grand Tomb. Compared to that, this place looked like a paradise, almost like heaven itself. But just as he was taking everything in, a voice came from behind. Someone asked him what on earth he meant by calling this place heaven. Lin turned to see a girl with a sharp, dismissive attitude, glaring at him. She demanded to know where the flowers were, the ones the boy was supposed to bring back for her. It was then Lin realized whose body he had entered. The dwarf boy's name was Dennis, and the girl berating him was furious because once again Dennis had failed to please her. She insulted him without restraint, calling him useless. Lin quickly pieced together the situation. Dennis was nothing more than a lovesick fool, chasing after a girl who was nothing but a gold digger. She didn't care for him at all, only for flowers, money, and whatever else he could provide. Unimpressed, Lin turned away, muttering that she was crazy. He had far more important things to do than waste time on shallow women like her. For the first time, the girl looked startled. She stepped closer, asking if Dennis was losing his mind, if he thought he could actually talk back to her after all the attention she had given him. But this was no longer Dennis speaking. It was Lin, inhabiting his body. Lin leaned down and asked her why he should be the one fetching flowers for her. Who gave her the authority to order someone around like that? If she wanted flowers, then she could move her own legs and pick them herself. The girl froze, stunned that Dennis could dare speak this way. Sweat gathered on her brow as she tried to comprehend the change. Lin didn't give her the chance to recover. He shoved her aside with a push and told her to move out of the way. She cried out in outrage, demanding if he had gone insane and how he dared treat her like this. She threatened that he would never be forgiven, that she now hated him completely, and that Dennis was nothing but a worthless piece of trash. Lin only smiled and told her it was good for her to feel that way. The girl had never been humiliated like this before. Her face burned with fury, and deep down she resolved that she would make Dennis regret this moment. The scene shifted. Lin made his way into an old tavern, deciding that since he had no knowledge of the dwarves' kingdom, this was the best place to start. Taverns always attracted all kinds of people, and information flowed freely within their walls. Approaching the counter, Lin set down 2 gold coins and ordered several bottles of wine. As he turned, his eyes fell upon a beautiful woman sitting alone to his left. Lin picked up one of the bottles and walked toward her. With a casual smile, he asked if she would like to share a drink with him. The woman looked surprised at first, then gave a small, amused smile. She told him that while she didn't mind joining him, his attempt at flirting was rather clumsy. Lin only chuckled, pouring the wine as he admitted she had already seen through him. After drinking heavily, finishing 3 full rounds of wine, the lady was completely drunk. She began telling Lin that although his drinking capacity was a little lacking, he was clearly wealthy and far better off than the useless ones who only leech off the adventurers' guild. Lin was curious about what this guild was, but before he could even ask, the woman continued speaking. She explained that ever since the kingdom had disbanded its army, most of the soldiers had turned into adventurers. Over the years, however, ghouls and monsters had grown rampant. Many people had become too accustomed to comfort, and only a few still had the courage or willingness to take real risks. Lin saw an opportunity in her words and smiled, agreeing with her. He said that if someone could solve this problem, it would truly be a great thing. The woman laughed out loud in her drunken state, telling him that if anyone managed to defeat the ghouls, that person would become nothing less than the hero of the dwarves. She added that such a hero could go directly to see the king. Lin realized then that this hero role was genuine. If he could defeat the ghouls, he would indeed have the chance to approach the king, and from there, learning the dwarves' forging techniques would no longer be difficult. That was exactly what he wanted. The scene then shifted to a traveler's inn. Inside, Lin woke up with a painful headache. Looking around, he was startled to see that he had actually spent the night with the beautiful lady who was still asleep beside him. His movements stirred her awake. Lin tried to act calm, though he could hardly believe what had happened the night before. The woman asked if she had drunk too much and forgotten what they had done. She moved closer to him, saying that when he was drunk, he didn't seem like any dwarf at all, but instead turned into an untouchable monster. She laughed, saying this was a side no ordinary dwarf could have, but maybe it was because he was a hybrid with unusual stamina. Lin thought back, realizing how close he had come to exposing himself while drunk, and it was fortunate that his transformation had not been broken. Becoming serious again, Lin knew what his next step must be. He had to defeat the ghouls to earn the king's favor. But the question was, who would believe that a single dwarf could handle such a task alone? The only way forward was to connect with someone from the guild. He immediately began getting dressed. The woman was surprised, asking why he was leaving so early when the sun had not even risen yet. Lin simply told her that he had something important to attend to and needed to leave first. She asked at least for his name and where he lived, but Lin only smiled and walked away. This made the lady even more restless. She called after him not to go, saying she had never had this much fun before and had never felt like she was in heaven until last night. By morning, Lin stood in front of a massive building, the Adventurers' Guild. The place seemed unusually quiet, and he wondered if it was even still active. Still, he entered and soon met two dwarves inside. They asked if he wanted to join the guild to hunt ghouls. The second dwarf seemed pleased, saying it was always good to see young people with ambition, and they warmly welcomed him to their Carmen guild. Though the guild was quiet, it was the only one in the kingdom, so Lin had no other option. Since ghouls were exceptionally powerful, one of the dwarves asked if Lin had any abilities he could demonstrate, just to prove he could hunt. Before he could respond, the dwarf placed a massive hammer on the ground. It was the wielding iron hammer, a weapon capable of granting the user a full-body layer of steel protection. Lin moved through the forest alongside the other adventurers from the Guild of the Dwarfs, their boots pressing softly into the damp ground. Both he and the others wondered aloud why no ghosts had appeared so far. The entire area was unnervingly quiet, even though the forest was thick with fear and a dark purple miasma that drifted through the air like heavy fog. They whispered among themselves, joking nervously about how the ghosts must now be afraid of their companion Dennis, not realizing that Dennis was actually Lin in disguise. They did not know that the one walking with them was someone to be feared far more than the ghosts themselves. As the party advanced, the scene around them began to shift. After some time, shapes flickered in the gloom and 3 ghosts appeared ahead of them, while several more crept behind in the shadows. Yet as soon as the spirits caught sight of Lin in the form of Dennis, they froze. A wide red aura radiated from him, thick and sharp, his killing intent plain in the air. Even an inch closer and the ghosts sensed they would be cut down instantly. The moment they realized the threat before them, the ghouls turned and fled, running back into the deeper parts of the forest from which they had emerged. The adventurers stared, confused by the sight. They whispered among themselves, wondering what had just happened. To them it looked as though the ghosts were mocking them, but Lin understood the truth. The ghouls were not weak or reckless, they were clever, and they had chosen to run the instant they recognized a power they could not handle. Soon the adventurers emerged from the tall grasses that had been covering their path, keeping low in an attempt to shield themselves from the spirits. Yet as they stepped out, the purple miasma thickened and coiled even stronger than before, pressing in around them. Many more ghouls emerged from the deeper forest this time, their forms shifting in the haze. With them came another presence, stronger and heavier, the leader of the ghouls, the true cause of the forest's haunting. The low-ranked adventurers panicked at the sight, their faces pale as they saw the horde gathering before them. They hissed at Dennis to get down and hide too. This was no small skirmish. This was a full horde, dozens of ghouls, perhaps even triple or quadruple the numbers they had ever seen before, moving as one under their leader's command. Fear rolled off the adventurers like sweat. But then Dennis spoke, his voice calm and steady. He told them not to hide but to stand and fight because defeating the ghouls would bring them rewards. The adventurers tried to stop him, stammering that ghouls always attacked in hordes and could not be faced head-on. Yet the boy would not stop. He apologized to them not for what he was about to do, but for ignoring their pleas. He knew he had the strength to overpower them all. In the next instant, Lin leapt into the air. He drew the sword Dennis had been given and faced the screeching ghouls. Their harsh cries tore at the air, a sound meant to weaken the will of any fighter. Yet it did nothing to him. He cut into them without hesitation, hacking and slashing his way through the mass until the ground was littered with critically damaged spirits. The adventurers could only stare, their mouths wide open, their eyes round with disbelief. They whispered to one another in confusion, asking who Dennis really was. This display of power was not right in any sense. The monsters he fought were not mere creatures. These were ghouls, things even seasoned warriors struggled to kill. And yet Dennis cut through them as though he were slicing chickens with a kitchen knife. When the scene settled, the problem of the ghouls was gone. The spirits lay defeated, and their leader no longer stood among them. Dennis held the huge head of the ghoul leader in his hand like a grim trophy. With a calm smile, he told the adventurers they should return and inform the king of what had happened. Shame flushed their faces as they realized how little help they had been. The adventurers could not help but smile as they left the haunted forest. Even though they had not lifted a hand in the battle, they knew that because of Dennis their guild's name would now spread throughout the region. They would be credited for solving the ghoul problem, and their standing would rise. They immediately agreed to everything Lin proposed and began the march together toward the Dwarf King's palace. Morning light broke over the city as the scene shifted. The palace itself came into view, not a towering citadel, but a vast two-story mansion of dark stone and carved wood, large enough to house 20 or 30 people comfortably. It was imposing nonetheless, with tall doors and guards stationed at every entrance. As Dennis and the group approached, a line of soldiers stepped forward and blocked their way, announcing curtly that the king was unwell and could not receive visitors. The dwarven adventurers bristled at this. They had proof that the ghoul infestation had been dealt with and wanted to show it. They argued with the guards, saying that if the palace needed proof, they would present it and demonstrate that the threat had been removed permanently. Yet the soldiers refused to yield. Then, from beyond the door, a soft feminine voice instructed the soldiers to step aside and let the group in. The heavy door opened, and to their surprise, the ruler of the kingdom was not a king at all, but a queen. Queen Dale stepped forward in a crimson dress that fitted her perfectly, a fan held lightly before her lips. Her poise and the sharpness in her eyes silenced the room. The adventurers bowed low to Her Majesty and began to explain that the young man before her, Dennis, had wiped out the ghouls threatening the forest and the kingdom. As soon as she heard the name Dennis, the queen's eyes widened slightly. Behind her fan, she hid a small, knowing smile. It was clear she recognized the name or the person and that she sensed an extraordinary presence about him. Dennis did not look or feel like any other dwarf she had met. His aura was entirely different. Queen Dale listened and then announced in a clear voice that the guild rewards would be arranged later. Someone from the palace would deliver them directly to the guild hall. For now only Dennis was to remain. The rest were to leave immediately. The adventurers were more than satisfied with this, thanked the queen, and departed, still happy about their promised rewards. Left alone, Lin saw his chance. In the guise of Dennis, he said he did not desire gold or ordinary spoils as a reward. Instead, he wished to learn the craft of forging. But before he could finish his request, the queen snapped her fan shut, revealing her full face. She raised a hand, cutting off his words, and said she would have to think carefully about what kind of reward to give. No one in the Dwarven Kingdom had seen such bravery from someone so young in decades. If Dennis truly wanted to master the forging craft, she said, he would have to be ready to pay a cost. Inside, Lin felt a twinge of irritation. After all he had done that day, his heroism still was not being acknowledged. He had fought only to gain the right to learn forging, yet here he was being treated like a petitioner. The queen noticed the look on his face and gave a small, enigmatic smile. She told him not to misunderstand her. But then, with a flick of her fan, she mentioned a rumor that Dennis had spent the previous night with her sister. For that alone he should be punished, she said, but considering that he had rid the kingdom of its ghouls, she would let it pass this time. If he wanted to learn forging, however, they would have to discuss other, more personal terms. Lin froze, trying to make sense of her words. He remembered the blonde lady from the night before and realized what the queen was implying. He also realized he was being framed. Quickly he explained that he had not seduced anyone. Rather, he had been the one taken advantage of after being made drunk. But the queen waved his protest aside. She said she did not care about the details and wondered aloud whether Dennis would show her the same conscience that he had shown her sister. Her eyes glinted over the top of the fan. The air in the room grew heavy. Lin understood that the conversation was no longer about rewards or forging alone. The queen was setting her own conditions, and there seemed to be no easy way out of them. Queen Dale was serious as she started approaching Lin with some inappropriate thoughts, immediately grabbing the boy's hand and pressing it between her soft melons, which are indeed huge. But you all should enjoy the flowers instead and hype the video if you are liking it. Meanwhile, Lin was still maintaining his transformation as Dennis, realizing that the queen was serious and wanted to do some pleasant workouts with him. The queen continued to flirt with Dennis while his hands were in heaven, wondering if he could not just touch her heart and see whether she was truly serious. But deep inside, Lin knew that they had only just met and that it was quite forward for a queen to act like this. Lin stayed serious as he told the queen that he still needed assurance she was not planning to set him up, and if she did not clarify it then, he could not act recklessly. Otherwise, it would have greater repercussions. The queen simply smiled, explaining to Lin that even if he wanted to, he could not act recklessly toward her because she was the queen of the kingdom. Of course, the lady did not know who Dennis actually was or what kind of monster he could become once he transformed back, but for now things continued. Queen Dale told Dennis that she did not care and just wanted a good experience, because the king of the throne was about to die in the Darwin kingdom, and she was going to be the new queen soon. She wanted to find a handsome boy to be her king, and according to her, there was no problem with that. As Dennis was quite muscular, and according to her sister, packed a punch down there too, there was no problem with anything. Continuing, the queen also told Dennis that the king had lost his stamina before even getting old because he had been reckless and messed around every day when he was young and had not trained, so his stamina vanished. All this conversation resulted in the final fact that the queen wanted to have fun, and if Dennis wanted to increase his forging skills with the Darwin equipment, then he would have to listen to the lady. Finally, Lin agreed, and a system notification popped up that his health had been increased by 240, along with power increased by 100 and defense by 102. As Lin was still pushing through and the lady was enjoying the moment, Lin asked her if now she was willing to teach him the forging craft of equipment because she had been satisfied multiple times. But suddenly, while they were continuing their workout, a soldier came running inside the queen's room without knocking first and announced that the king was now in bad shape, and they thought that he had deceased. Before the soldier could even finish the sentence, he was completely flabbergasted, face full of red, wondering what had happened. But the soldier knew his place, and that he could not just ask the queen what had happened. He stayed flustered while he knelt in front of the queen, asking her to go and take a look because the king was not well. Queen Dale immediately got up in her translucent dress while she smiled devilishly, realizing that the day was truly a double blessing for her because she had two great events non-stop. Meanwhile, Dennis got back and started dressing himself, telling the queen that he would head back to the guild first and come to find her later. But the queen stopped him, telling the boy that he had to come with her as the palace would be his home from now on, and he would be the new king while Queen Dale was the new queen of the kingdom. Lin wondered how he could become the king when he still had many things to do. As the scene shifted, many attendants came inside the king's room while the queen was also present. The king was nothing but a frail old man who had no life left, and it looked like he had been lifeless for quite a while. Lin immediately looked at the king and realized that the old man must have been lifeless for a long time and was just being kept in the bed as a figurehead. As the queen realized she had been exposed, she told Dennis not to look at her like that, or else she was going to do something more exciting. She started explaining that Queen Dale was not the king's first wife, and he had only forced her to marry him 10 years ago when he was already old and already unable to rise again and walk properly. So his death was quite imminent. That was the reason why the queen was so anxious to find someone powerful to be her king instead. The queen immediately told Lin that she had to take care of the coronation ceremony in the next couple of days, and until then the boy should be free to explore the palace as much as he liked. Lin formally agreed to the queen, and hearing that, the lady hushed him, telling him that he did not have to call Queen Dale as queen anymore and instead call her his darling with compassion. Even Lin decided to reluctantly go along with the queen for the sake of the magic tool, calling the queen his darling. A few days later, we come to know that Lin was standing in front of a huge treasury door. We come to know that after 2 days of soft and hard persuasion, day and night, the hard work of relentless nights finally paid off, and Lin got the key to the magic tool storage from Queen Dale. Even when the dwarves had not forged any magical tools for decades, they should still have some stock left for emergencies. According to what the queen had told Lin, he got near the lock and started twisting the key, which took 2.5 turns to the left and then 2.5 turns to the right. After that, the final 2 turns to the left, and it was open. But before it was completely debarred, Lin would have to sing some folk songs and perform some ancient dances. Finally, after it was done, a crimson eye opened in the middle of the treasury door, and it started opening with a creaking noise. As soon as the gate opened, Lin, in the form of Dennis, had utter shock on his face because the whole place was completely empty. It was then that the boy realized that the treasury had nothing because probably the lazy king from before had been living off the past for years and sold all the magical tools because he just wanted to have fun. There was no wonder that everyone was living so comfortably because the money was never an issue due to the high-level equipment. But suddenly, as Lin started looking around, he saw a storage box where multiple dwarvian armors and equipment were kept. Lin wondered what the equipment were and started scanning. One equipment was a light green armor, which looked old and dusty, and as the system notification told Lin, he came to know that it was a life armor that survived by absorbing the host's blood. It possessed extremely strong defense and a protective awareness capable of autonomously detecting enemy attacks and activating defenses. Along with that, the equipment also included the cursed blade, which was forged from the spine of a demon dragon. The wielder's obsession increased its power, making the blade even stronger and more terrifying, and more power could be unleashed due to the user's obsession. Along with that, the last equipment was a pendant which was the eye of the dark spawn that comes from creatures of unknown origins, and after their death they are taken by the dwarves. It can use magical forging abilities to create an eye that can see all things, but it also had a controlling nature, and Lin should be careful to not get controlled by it. Lin started looking at the armor, wondering if this was the true power of the dwarves. It was not about forging weapons anymore and felt more like creating life itself, which was sentient. Lin wondered how the armor would behave after getting some fresh blood so that it could work. Lin bit his tongue and dropped a few pieces of blood onto the armor, and as soon as it happened, the armor started acting vigorously as if it attacked Lin, but in reality it was being absorbed by the boy, and he was getting insanely powerful by it, slowly but surely. Lin was absorbing the armor, and he came to know that this armor had 3 forms, one of which had a humanoid look, the second one was bulkier, and the third one was the sturdiest of all, which consumed the most blood. After Lin deactivated the armor, it started getting sucked inside a pendant which was handy and emanating a green color which suited the goblin leader. It was a crystal-like thing, and Lin took it out in his hand, looking at it and wondering how high the defense level of the armor actually was. Now it was the turn for the demon sword blade. As soon as Lin took it in his hand, before he could even lift it, he started feeling the sense of oppression coming from the sword. He decided not to use it himself, and instead give it to Alice when he got back to his goblin army. After the things were finished, Lin realized that it was a pity there were only 3 of these items in the entire magic tool storage, and he could only have the group of now lazy dwarves restart the furnace and forge magic tools properly under him. If they could produce at least 20 items a day, then it would take an additional 2 months to meet the requirement. Lin realized that he would have to stay for a while longer and enjoy his stay in the new Dwarvian kingdom where he was the king, and had a beautiful queen who took care of him day and night. The scene shifts to the coronation ceremony, where we see that finally Dale was announced as a queen, and Dennis was her new king. A huge carriage with golden horses was going along the Dwarvian kingdom, while each and every dwarf was looking at it from the sides as it was protected by many soldiers. All the dwarven females were wondering if what the queen's sister told them was true, and if the handsome guy who was riding with Queen Dale was the most manly in the whole city, having ultimate stamina, which could satisfy anyone. It was also said that Dennis had broken the dwarven historical record of pleasure, which was really enviable for every girl who did not experience him. Everyone was screaming that Prince Dennis was so manly and so handsome, not able to imagine how he could do this. On the other hand, the dwarven men were actually the complete opposite of the females, not able to believe that even with their burly bodies and huge stamina, they could not do it, and how someone like Dennis was able to satisfy all the women. They were not able to imagine how Dennis could have done this and had also made the queen fall for him, wondering that if they were all dwarves, why Dennis was so much stronger than them. On the other hand, our boy was looking at everyone, getting happy that the goblin's racial advantage was doing quite good for him. But suddenly someone came in front of the carriage of the queen, and she started stopping it. We see that it was the gold digger girlfriend of the real Dennis, who started accusing our boy that he was just a big-hearted playboy who not only falsely promised her, but now also lied to her that he loved her. The girl was rambling on, and on while the queen was getting annoyed, asking Dennis about who she was. But Lane, in disguise of Dennis, told the queen that the girl in front of them was just a gold digger who did not deserve the love that Dennis gave her, and she was nothing compared to the dear queen who really understood how good Dennis actually was. Now the girl was being abused by everyone in the audience as they wondered about where the girl came from and if she was out of her mind. Some even more beautiful girls wondered about what kind of person she was, because if they could not get a date, the gold digger was expecting someone to chase after her with that average face. Some girls even thought that the gold digger had a thick skin, and even when it was getting embarrassing, she was not moving at all. But the dumb girl was still going on, asking Dennis about why this was happening, because he had clearly pursued her before. So she wondered about why Dennis had not told her about how amazing he really was, even when she did not let him touch her at all. The gold digger was rambling on and on that she was being betrayed, and even after she had taken the initiative to win Dennis back, the boy was full of attitude and having unrealistic expectations from her. But still, the girl wondered about what the boy wanted so that he could come back. Dennis smiled devilishly while telling the girl that since she had the courage to stop the queen's carriage, he could not forgive her. But if she would let the whole city witness her sincerity by kneeling down and using the most moving way to express her love for Dennis, then maybe Dennis could think about it. The gold digger was shocked, wondering about why Dennis was treating her like that, asking him if he really wanted the girl to do something like this in front of the public. But deep inside, the girl was still thinking about her benefit, remembering that Dennis was the guy who was now the Dwarvian hero as he killed the ghoul. And he was also the manliest man in the whole city, and if agreeing to his request would allow the girl to pursue him again, she would happily be able to do it, knowing the benefits. The girl clenched her fists, knowing that this would be impossible for her to do, but still, she gritted her teeth and dropped down onto the ground in front of the queen's carriage, calling Dennis her master and getting ready to do anything that he desires. Meanwhile, all the audience, along with the queen, were looking at her, not able to believe how thick-skinned the gold digger girl actually was, not able to believe that she really got down to her knees. The girl was listening to everything, but still, even when she wanted to answer them, she did nothing, thinking that as long as she could serve the manliest man, Dennis, then who laughs and who doesn't was not a concern to her at all. But to her shock, Dennis was displeased, immediately telling the guards to throw the crazy woman aside from the street, as she was doing anything in the street without thinking of her dignity, and it was disgusting for Dennis to look at. The queen was surprised, complimenting Dennis that he was really bad, and while the soldiers grabbed the gold digger girl, she shockingly looked at our boy, asking him about why he lied to her, and even after she did everything he said, why wouldn't our boy forgive her? The girl showed her true colors, telling Dennis that she was the one who was allowing our boy to pursue her, and now she allows Dennis to sleep with her, but still, the boy did not want it at all. The soldiers immediately grabbed her away, and Dennis turned around, telling the gold digger that someone like her, who could do such things in public, was not worthy of being associated with him. The gold digger was broken, wondering about how the boy who was in the palm of her hands was gone in an instant after finding a better girl. She wondered about when Dennis's mouth became sharp like this, and since when he had been so cunning. We come to know that after the celebration parade, the whole city entered into the endless drinking and merrymaking for the queen's marriage. And inside the large dwarf castle, many guests had been invited for celebrating the queen's marriage along with the queen's coronation. In the meeting, Dennis was standing in front of pretty women, saying hello to everyone, and telling them that it was truly an honor for him to witness the beauty of so many stunning ladies. We come to know that Lin was talking to 3 ladies. One of them was skilled in creating world-class magical eyes named Duchess Jamila, along with an important royal member named Vinny, and an important dwarven member called Empress Lin. Jamila told the queen that she really knew how to pick men, as the last one gave her the throne, and the new one had a sweet tongue and a lot of stamina that women want. Empress Lin came closer to the queen, asking her if what she heard was really true, and if everything was really that amazing. The queen explained that, after being stifled for 10 years, the god had finally shown themselves to her in the form of Dennis, and the queen even suspected if our boy was actually the embodiment of Zeus to have so much lightning stamina. As all the girls were talking with the queen, Dennis was looking at them from the side, knowing that it was enough for his plans to work. Pouring some wine into his hands, he started thinking that the queen had just taken over the kingdom and is weak in power compared to the king. And if she wants to restart the Apollo furnace that has not been seen for decades and recreate the magical tools, she is definitely going to face a lot of opposition. Lin knew that he would have to actually find an opportunity to help the queen consolidate her power, and it would take a bit of time. The scene shifts again to the queen's chamber, where we see the room was actually empty. But still, Lin was lying down with his ripped body exposed. Suddenly, the door to the queen's chamber started opening, and Dennis was shocked, because this time it was not the queen. The girl in front put her fingers onto Lin's lips, and we see that it was Duchess Jamila herself who told Dennis not to shout, or if he dared to do so, then the lady was going to accuse him of assault. The Duchess was having the most naughty look any female can have while she started rubbing herself up, telling Dennis that she was really regretting not meeting our boy earlier than the queen. Otherwise, she would have shown Dennis a pleasurable time more than the queen herself, who was a newbie. As the Duchess started doing her things, Dennis was shocked, asking her if it would be good for her to be seen like this by the queen herself, while he wondered if the queen of the dwarves, along with all the other women in the kingdom, were always this direct. But knowing that the Duchess was not stopping, Lin immediately grabbed her hands and started to signify his dominance, thinking that even when Jamila was a duchess, she was overwhelming with power and could also forge world-class magical tools. So if Lin would be able to subdue her, then it would help him immensely. The scene with Duchess Jamila and our boy Lin, or should I say Dennis, continued, and we see that Dennis was enjoying the lady quite literally, kissing her at every moment he could. But before they could move any further, the door of the giant room started knocking, and Dennis was shocked along with the Duchess. She immediately covered herself with a blanket, while Lin was confused, wondering why she was suddenly so scared now when she had been so eager just moments before. Dennis opened the door and was greeted by 2 other noble ladies, who wondered if the queen was not in the room because they had been told the queen needed something to discuss with them, but they had not been able to find her. Lin finally stepped out, closing the door behind him, and told the ladies that the queen had not returned yet, and that since it was so late, it was rude to barge in at this hour. He suggested they come later. Both high-class nobles looked at each other and smiled, realizing they could use Dennis to their heart's content. Immediately, they showed fake sorrow that the queen was not there, agreeing they would just have to discuss the matter with Prince Dennis alone. Lin was shocked, wondering what was happening, as the noble ladies barged into the room and immediately sat down on either side of him, touching his six-pack abs like hungry predators. Lin wondered if they really had something important to talk about, or if they just wanted to have fun. The princess still argued that they had an important matter to discuss with Dennis, but Lin was stunned as he saw them not asking anything at all, only pulling at his pants, trying to reveal the hardness beneath. Meanwhile, Duchess Jamila was shocked and jealous of the other noble ladies interrupting her time, like sour radishes. But suddenly the door knocked again, and this time the young sister was calling out for the queen, wondering if she was inside. We come to know that all the ladies knew the queen was not there. They only wanted to meet Dennis for their own fun. Everyone was shocked at the repeated interruptions, and both noble ladies got the same idea as the Duchess, lifting the blanket and climbing inside, thinking no one would find out. But as they entered, they saw Duchess Jamila already inside, now exposed completely. Meanwhile, the young sister wondered if the queen was not there, licking her lips, knowing she would get to taste something delicious again. She thought that if the queen was absent, then she would not be accused of stealing the prince. The sister believed the queen was selfish for claiming Dennis as her own, when she herself had been the first to tell the queen about him. But as soon as the door opened, the sister was shocked to see the three noblewomen coming out of the room together, embarrassed from head to toe. The sister grew suspicious and decided to follow the noblewomen, who were not so noble after all. Lin, on the other hand, left the doors open now, knowing no one else would come. Still, even he did not expect the noblewomen to be so eager about what was down there. However, he knew they would have to find a less busy day to get what they wanted. For now, he knew it was time to move forward with his plan concerning the queen. As the scene shifted to the following night, when the queen had returned, we saw a passionate workout session between Lin and the queen as they moved with friction again and again. The lady softened herself, while Dennis touched her cheeks, explaining that he had a matter concerning the future of the kingdom to discuss. The queen immediately wondered if Dennis could not have chosen a better time for such matters than during such intense exercise, but Lin continued regardless, explaining while she blushed and listened. He told her that their kingdom's strength was weakening, and they should restart the Apollo furnace to mass-produce magic tools to strengthen their national power. The queen was shocked, suddenly brought back to her senses, knowing that restarting the furnace would not be easy. It had been sealed for many years. Moreover, forging magic tools was not simple. The process required magical resources, enchanting, and the blessings of noble deities for success. The queen knew that for mass production, they would need to mobilize the entire nation. But since nobles and commoners had lived comfortably for so long, they had grown lazy and unwilling to work. She also knew that, as a newly seated queen, she could not issue such a big order. Otherwise, she feared she would lose the people's support. Dennis then spoke again as the queen calmed down. He explained that he had a method regarding the common people. He knew all the dwarves in the kingdom were addicted to alcohol, so they could be promised a daily quota of free, high-quality wine if they participated in the forging. For the sake of such wine, they would gladly put in effort, since it would cost them nothing. Dennis moved behind the queen, massaging her as he explained that this method not only showed her concern for the people, but would also help her establish her own prestige, which was a good thing. Lin knew that, as for the nobles, the queen could leave them to him, because he could handle all of them with his intense workouts. The queen enjoyed every movement, surprised that her new Prince Dennis cared so much for her while giving her such pleasure again and again. In the end, she could not control herself any longer, immediately pouncing onto Dennis, telling him he seemed even more captivating after she learned how much he truly cared for her. We come to know that Queen Dale's decree and the allure of fine wine were enough for the dwarves to ignite their passion and proceed as scheduled, creating magic tools with the help of Apollo, as it required mining, enchanting, and forging with the blessings of the noble gods to succeed. The forging methods of various magical tools were still clear in the minds of the dwarves even when they were drunk. To master the dwarf forging techniques, Lin was actually going into the mines himself actively, and knowing this fact, all the females also gathered in the mines. Even the boy never thought that he would have this much trouble working, but for the plan, he could only endure and keep working. As the scene shifts, we come inside the castle. There, both our boy Dennis and the queen were eating together, where the queen was actually complimenting her boy because she did not expect Dennis to be so outstanding, even mining the minerals personally. With the boy's example, the skilled craftsmen would surely follow suit, thinking that it was an insult to them that a newcomer was working so diligently. But Dennis was sure and told the queen that this was something he must do so that he could learn it. Suddenly, the boy grabbed the queen's hand calmly, telling her that since it was the first day of mining, and even though the royal family was covering all the drinks in the city tonight, just to be safe, Lin thought that he would go on a tour to reassure and encourage everyone so that they wouldn't complain. Lin also knew that if he went there, it would help avoid affecting the progress of the magical tool forging. But Dale was concerned, realizing that it was too late and something could go wrong. She wondered what Lin could do if he encountered danger, but the boy just smiled at her concern, telling the queen that if he was the one who had made short work of ghouls, who else could possibly hurt him? As the scene shifts, we see that Lin was near a bar. After talking to all the dwarves, he decided to be on his way, telling everyone to drink up as much as they wanted, but to be sure to work hard because they would have to live the good life they desired after honestly working. The dwarves were all happy, thanking Dennis because of him they now had endless work and never-ending fine wine. They assured our boy that with the drink and the work, they would definitely do their best. Even Lin realized that the fine wine strategy was effective, and he could finally set his worried heart at ease. But just then, Lin noticed another bar, the last for the night tour, but he saw that it was a completely wrecked one with spider webs all around, wondering if many people came there usually since the place was so remote. As he had been tired all day, he thought that it was just right to have a drink and take a breather. So he opened the door, and as soon as it opened, a female voice with a pleasing tone welcomed Lin to Peggy's tavern. She asked our boy if he would like a glass of rum or brandy. But now that Lin had finally entered the tavern, something felt off because it was filled with only females. He knew that previously the taverns were mostly filled with men, and even though male and female dwarves were known for their love of alcohol, the boy knew there shouldn't be a lack of women elsewhere. Now Lin realized where all those women had gone, knowing that the whole female population was concentrated in this bar. Lin knew that he would have to go, so he immediately turned around and tried opening the door, but he saw that it was closed and locked. Lin screamed, asking the ladies why they had locked it. The females immediately grabbed Lin and asked if he was tired from work and wanted some water because he looked thirsty. They grabbed the boy, got a chair, and made him sit while the whole audience of females watched him. The bartender, Peggy, grabbed a huge bottle and came toward Lin, telling him to try the oolong tea they had on offer because it was really, really delicious. The females started pouring the tea into a glass, telling the boy to try it because he would definitely like it. The bartender was laughing, and Lin did not know what to do. But as Lin chugged the whole tea down, many females were happy that he did it in one go, praising even this small thing about our boy. After he drank, the ladies started smiling devilishly, and we see that Lin suddenly let out all the heat from his body, turning into a flamethrower, while all the females wondered what was going on. Lin was feeling all hot and sweaty, wondering what was happening inside his body because it was not normal urges. As Lin finally looked at the bottle, he realized that it was a stamina-increasing tonic, keeping him standing all day with 92% concentration and only 8% wine. After that, the boy knew that he was in big trouble because now all the females were looking at his long-lasting stamina while licking their lips, knowing that they would enjoy everything that was going to happen. After Lin became completely unconscious due to the effect of the drink, he slowly opened his eyes after a few hours. As soon as he woke up, he wondered what was going on because he woke up on a bed full of women, somehow still dressed after they had done all the workout they could muster. All the females were satisfied from the sweat and pleasure that the workout gave them, sleeping along with Dennis so that he wouldn't feel bad. The boy immediately got up and dressed himself while his legs were shaking because it was leg day. we come to know that Lin trained with 20 women, and now he was afraid that he might end up killing himself playing this stamina game. Even though he thought it would be a piece of cake, it was not, and it took a toll on his body. As the scene shifts, we come to the Queen's chamber once again. The Queen was actually really sad because it was all her fault for not stopping the boy from going out last night. In that sense, the Queen was the one who had harmed the boy and not anyone else. We see that Lin was completely crippled and looked like dried grapes while he told the Queen that he felt like he couldn't go on anymore. But the Queen was crying, telling him that he would have to hold on and not leave her because she still wanted to enjoy a lot with him. After listening to that, Dennis was completely unconscious, and his soul almost left his body but was grabbed back. As the scene shifts, time passes, half a month later, and we see that it was now that Lin could finally get out of bed after all this. We see that Lin had actually time-traveled into his future body because he couldn't wait for 6 months. It was the first time for Lin being so miserable that he almost died. He decided to simply simulate the life directly, quickly take the magic tools, and leave this damned place. But as he opened the simulation system, he realized something and slammed his fist, knowing that he had almost forgotten there was one most important thing to take care of. As the scene shifts, we come to the main forge, which was used by the dwarves to create magical weapons, and it was running at full capacity. We see that Dennis was overseeing all the matters as he stood in front of an anvil where a weapon was being forged by a giant hammer. It was being done by the chief forging master named Bill, who told Prince Dennis that he looked much better, and now that he was well, it had really boosted the morale of the dwarves as everyone was working twice as hard. Lin, though disguised as Dennis, bowed down in front of Master Bill, telling him that he was really satisfied with the progress they were making. But this time, Lin told the master that he would like the chief to personally take action and craft for him a special magic tool for specific circumstances. The chief wondered what purpose the prince had for such a special magical tool, and Lin grinned with a wry laugh while he told the dwarf that he wanted to use it to deal with the strongest guys on the mainland, which included the undead faction along with the Holy Temple. These two factions had always been difficult to deal with, and that was also known by Chief Bill. He wondered how the prince actually had the courage to confront them directly, even at such a young age, and even when the strongest on this continent were the dwarves, but they were secretly hidden, while in the mainland, the Holy Temple and the undead were dominating. Dennis's idea of defeating them was not wrong, and it was indeed necessary to prepare a special weapon to face such strong factions. Master Bill told Dennis not to worry and promised that he would give him a satisfying magical tool capable of doing his work. Hearing that, Dennis somehow hid his smile and just bowed down in front of the craftsman, leaving it all to the master of the craft. As the scene shifts, we come to the treasure vault once again, where we see Dennis smiling smugly, realizing that the most important part of the plan was in place. So now all he had to do was ensure that everything was foolproof and nothing would go sideways. He immediately called out to the system, telling it to start simulation life, and the system finally activated the simulation life system for the current storyline of the Dwarvian Kingdom. It told Lin that he had endured countless hardships and successfully arrived at the Dwarvian Kingdom. Lin had also become a popular figure among women, favored by the queen and women across the country. However, due to his overwhelming charm, Lin was crazily besieged by women, nearly exhausting his energy to death in the tavern. To save his life, he would have to stay determined and keep staying in the palace to study the art of forging with Duchess Jamila. As time went by, the production of magical tools in the first month reached an astounding 700 pieces, but in the second month, the female dwarves went on strike as they demanded that Lin share their hardships because not a single one of their husbands was coming home. They were just drinking and working in the mines. For that, Lin would have to compensate and offer himself for their satisfaction. The simulation gave Lin 3 options. The first was to agree with the females and share all those workout plans, which would give him a score of 100. The second option was to avoid it because Lin already knew how bad it could become if they worked out too much, which would give a score of +10. The third option was to just act freely as Lin wanted, which would give 30 points. Lin was now nervous, wondering what he should choose, because the first option was so deadly that he was afraid the females would drain him dry, leading to certain death. Even though choosing option 2 was safe, the females would definitely go on strike, and the progress of magic tool manufacturing would be ruined. Lin knew he could only gamble once, so he chose the third option. As the scene again turned into the simulation, we see that Lin tried to act freely and hired some miners and maids, but still, he underestimated the dwarves' tricks and almost lost his life. To avoid getting drunk at night, Lin started to rely on a large amount of hangover remedies to escape its clutches. After 3 months of wits and battles, Lin finally obtained 50 pieces of world-class magic tools, 1,000 pieces in total, including 700 pieces of Tier 10 magic tools and 250 of Tier 1. Lin had experienced the terrifying aspect of being a lord of stamina and luck for the first time, knowing that males also had to protect themselves when going out and not just expend all their stamina for workouts, as it could lead to certain death. The summary score of the system was 50 points out of 100 and a reward of 50 life points. Finally, Lin had made it to the end, and he decided to escape this hell. 3 months later, we see that Lin had time-traveled through the portal and got out into the future, looking at the warehouse where he had a room full of magical tools and armor. Lin was so proud of himself because he had used the power of national mobilization, which was indeed astounding. And fortunately, even when he thought he might resort to violent means, he didn't have to, as the dwarves were serving him willingly and even increasing their efficiency to the max. Even though there were very few legendary magical tools, producing over 1,000 high-level magic tools in such a short time was far beyond Lin's expectations in every aspect. As Lin was walking around looking at the magical tools, he noticed 2 rings glowing in completely different colors, one red and one blue. He realized they were space magic rings and wondered how such precious items were in his possession. But as he looked closer, he realized they were just copies, probably replicated by some dwarf craftsman. He decided to try out the effect of the red space magic ring first, and as he wore it and punched it into the air, a fiery whirlwind came out of the ring, which didn't even require any magic effort from Lin at all. He realized the effect was simply perfect, and after the ripple effect subsided, the ring also worked as an inventory. Lin was still thinking about how to get the magic tools out of the Dwarvian kingdom, but now with the space rings, he could finally execute his plan. He decided to leave the treasure vault because it was time to find Master Craftsman Bill. Lin wondered how the Master's surprise for him was coming along. As the scene shifts, we see Master Bill at work, going at it with full dedication, not even wincing at the thunderous strikes he was making, each equivalent to causing a high-altitude earthquake. The hammer kept swinging, and every other dwarf was amazed by his determination. As Lin arrived, he sensed a strong sense of oppression. Meanwhile, the other dwarves started whispering to each other about how Master Bill was able to forge a half-moon-level magic tool from incomplete forging blueprints, and about how they needed only the final quenching. One of the dwarves wondered if the master was going to use the extract of dwarven blood so that it could quench even better. Everyone watched as the master took out the spear weapon he made and dropped it into a vicious-looking liquid. It was so potent that lightning was sent down from the heavens and struck straight onto the spear. It was so magnificent that the master held it in his hands, and all the other dwarves knelt down in front of the magnificent lightning spear, while Lin realized that this powerful force belonged to a weapon that was called the half-moon grade magic tool. After the thundering was complete, Forging Master Bill told Dennis that this magic tool was specifically forged for him, as it was the Spear of Zeus. And even when it didn't compare to the original, it was more than sufficient. Bill explained that the Zeus spear not only counters the undead race, but also goes hand in hand with the holy system, making it the optimal choice since they don't counter each other. But the only caveat was that it consumed a tremendous amount of stamina, and only someone as vigorous and energetic as Dennis could wield it effectively. Dennis had a look at the shining spear, which was still pulsating with thunder, and grabbed it from the hand of Master Bill, thanking the craftsman for this. He told the man that he'd be going right now, but Bill immediately stopped him, telling him that he should not rush off like this because the thunder spear was not yet his to claim and would not heed his summons at all. According to the forging master, Dennis would need to do just one more step until it obeyed him, which was none other than blood sacrifice and recognition. As the scene shifted, we see that Dennis had made a wound on his hand and dropped a few drops of blood onto a vicious liquid inside which the forging of the thunder spear was done. Looking at the liquid, the forging master realized that something was wrong, feeling that the aura was not right. Seeing that, Dennis wondered what was wrong with the master, but Bill reluctantly told Dennis that it was nothing. He then got ready to complete the final ritual right away. After all the rituals were done, Bill personally came to Dennis and told the boy that now the thunder spear of Zeus truly belonged to him, and no one else could wield its power, as they would only be devoured by it. The master hoped that it really terrified the enemy that Dennis had talked about, and the boy calmly smiled, telling the forging master that of course it could. Dennis definitely got a strange feeling that the forging master Bill was looking at him differently now. But anyway, he decided to take the magic tool to deal with the holy temple and the army of undead, so he needed to leave as soon as possible. As the scene shifted to the night, we see that Queen Dale screamed inside her castle, not able to believe that Dennis was gone. A servant came up to the queen with a letter, informing her that they had only found the letter the boy had left for her. Dale quickly grabbed it, opened it, and read it in full shock. The letter said that Dennis had embarked on a journey to forge a future for the dwarven people, as he could not rest content with every other faction suppressing them. He wished to become the dwarven people's hope, so Dennis was going to do everything he could for the dwarven glory to shine again. The letter told Dale to wait for the day the boy would return and that there was no need to search. As the scene shifted, we see that Dennis was actually running through the rocks with a huge overcoat all over his body which was hiding him. Just outside the cave was the outside world. Dennis was really happy, still in his disguised form, that he could finally leave that place. But just then, something stopped Dennis in his tracks. It was a giant man with enchanted armor and weapons, which Dennis looked at with great surprise and anticipation. We see that it was the forging master Bill, who first tried to call out to Prince Dennis, but then asked his name exactly, holding a giant hammer in his hand, glowing with dwarvian magic. At first, Dennis pretended, asking Master Bill what he was doing and why he was there, but Master Bill didn't waste a single second telling Dennis to stop pretending. When Dennis bled during the sacrifice ritual, the forging master had smelled a powerful cold and evil aura from the blood, which signified that Dennis was not a dwarf at all. Instead, it was the scent of a race that rivaled theirs, a goblin. Hearing that, Dennis no longer kept a happy face and turned serious. As Master Bill looked at the spatial ring that Dennis wore, he immediately realized it was filled with the magical tools they had been making all this time. Unable to contain his anger, the master immediately ran toward Dennis, but the boy vanished in an instant. Before the old man could process what was happening, a huge kick came toward him, so deadly that it immediately made the giant dwarf crash into the ground several meters away. As this happened, someone put a foot down, radiating a great evil pressure. As the scene shifted, we see that it was none other than our boy Lin in his original form, finally showing his true colors to the forging master. He told him that they didn't have to fight and that Master Bill could return, as Lin really didn't want to kill him. We come to know that since Lin now had the thunder spear of Zeus, his overall strength was 2,800. Even the forging master was shocked to see that Lin was actually a real goblin, a high-ranking demon species at that. He wondered why Lin went through all the trouble of coming to the dwarf kingdom and stealing so many magic tools, and how he dared to do so even when he knew he was wrong. But Lin told the truth straight to the forging master, that whatever he had said was true, and he was going to use all the magic items to oppose the army of undead and the holy temple. It was then that something clicked inside the forging master. He realized that Lin had made him forge such a weapon, one so superior in strength that it even surpassed the dwarven kingdom. The forging master realized and told Lin that he was an extraordinary high-tier, intelligent being with grand ambition, and still, he did not seem to have any malice toward the dwarves, he was just using them. But Master Bill said that since Lin had made full use of him, now, as the weapon craftsman, he would have to make some demands out of Lin too. The old man hoped that Lin would keep his promise that one day he would lead them back to the surface, and that they wouldn't have to hide anymore, because the old man believed that under the influence of Lin's infinite stamina, all the dwarven females could even serve him, and the males would come running over. Even then, Lin turned around, telling Master Bill that as long as he could understand his ambitions, it was good. And if in a few months they could meet again, then the old man was welcome to join Lin's empire with the dwarven clan. It was then that the old forging master realized that it had been so long since he and the others had gone out of the mainland. The outside world had changed so much, and even the goblins were planning to build their own city now. As the scene shifts, we see that time had passed, and finally, Lin had flown with the dragon once again to the forest which belonged to the Grand Tomb. After the time jump of 3 months, a large-scale cultivation had happened in the goblin tribe, and they now had 50,000 new low-tier goblins along with 1,000 high-level, large-breed goblins with hybrid powers. When Lin got back, he immediately took out all the weapons that the dwarves had created in the last 3 months and gave them to the powerful warriors. These included many swords, shields, axes, and halberds that could perfectly release and enhance different magic attack levels, way higher than their capable attributes, as they were crafted from rare ores. Many daggers along with assassination weapons allowed the assassins to do a short-time teleport and give lethal damage when attacking undetected. The shields were actually on par with the goddess Athena, as they came with divine penetration and could automatically block and rebound most magic and physical attacks, even blocking many mechanical gun attacks. Gabu also received beautiful earrings made of Cupid's tears that would protect the wearer in an indestructible teardrop-shaped crystal when receiving damage, and only the power of love could break it. Even the Goblin Slayer lady received a Godhead bracelet, which could integrate an army of soldiers sealed within the divine space, ready to be summoned for battle at any time. They could also be strengthened by the divine essence present in the bracelet. The elven clanmother also received a world-class hunter's longbow, which, after reaching maximum attack, could aim at the enemy and would definitely hit with 100% accuracy. After 3 seconds, it would be fully charged, and no matter any law or shield, the attack could not be avoided by any means. Last but not least was Kylene, who received beautiful earrings which would manifest in the most beautiful form, allowing the wearer to use charm to bewilder the opponent's mind and play with it. Everyone who received these overpowered items immediately thanked their boss, Lin, and assured him that they would follow him forever. But now it was the turn for the fallen angel Alice, as Lin gave her a peculiar-looking dark sword. When she heard about what it was, Lin gave the lady a mission to conquer the power within the sword, telling her that it was really important. We come to know that this sword was named the Ominous Blade, which had many souls of dragons and phantoms inside. If the wearer could conquer them, then she would transform into dark kin form, and all the attacks would carry a blood drain effect. But if the user could not control it, then the souls would corrupt the wearer. Looking at the ominous weapon, the fallen angel wondered if she should not get a holy-type weapon because her attribute was actually heavenly. But Lin started manipulating the lady once again, telling her that, as the weapon contained powerful demons within it, Alice would need to conquer them, because if they fell into others' hands and wreaked havoc in the world, it would be pretty bad. After explaining, Lin asked the lady if this was not a sacred mission, and the fallen angel agreed without any second thought, immediately grabbing the blade and absorbing the devilish aura that was spreading all around. This was so taxing on Alice that she was shocked for a moment, and knelt down as she started having visions of a dangerous dragon-type monster trying to control the lady and have its way with her. As the scene shifted, we saw that the dragon wanted Alice to lose control as it started possessing the lady. The monster wanted Alice to let him do all the work and magnify her hatred towards everyone. And if she did so, the soul promised her that it would give her the power that could help her achieve everything in the whole world. But in exchange, Alice would have to go on a rampage. At first, the soul was actually able to take control of Alice as she raised the weapon against our boy, Lin himself. And even the hybrid goblins were shocked, along with the ladies, wondering if Alice was going to attack their leader, because the aura coming out from the fallen angel was terrifying. They didn't know what to do since Alice was clearly more powerful than them. But on the other hand, Lin was laughing to everyone's surprise. The boy was once again proven right when Alice came back to her senses for a moment, and the demon's soul could not believe that someone was able to resist his control over an individual's body. Alice dared the demon's soul to try and bewitch her, chanting the name of the great deity, wanting the powerful being to stay with her as she screamed its name, purging all the demonic power away. The souls could not believe that someone could resist their evilness, and finally, the ominous blade was in full control of the fallen angel Alice, who smiled before fainting, thinking that the gods were indeed helping her and that this was the right choice she had made. After the whole thing was done, Alice promised Lynn that she would see through the entire process to the end without fail. Lynn, knowing how manipulated the lady was, immediately grabbed her and told her that God was with her every step of the way. As Lynn was kneeling down, Gabu came rushing in along with the Goblin Slayer lady, telling Lynn that a while ago, the man-eating Griffon came to the Goblin tribe looking really ragged with one wing broken and was urgently looking for him. But as Lynn wasn't in the tribe, he left. The Goblin Slayer lady continued that she originally wanted to ask the Griffon what was wrong, but the creature didn't say a word and insisted it was nothing. Lynn knew that if it was the man-eating Griffon, it must be an important matter, so he decided to go and check it out. The scene shifted to the giant bird forest, where everyone was wailing and crying. Just then, Lynn appeared behind them, telling them not to be scared because he was a friend. But as Lynn looked around, he saw that all the bird soldiers were heavily injured. He wondered what had happened to them and how they had been hurt so badly, and where the man-eating Griffon Lord actually was. Then Lynn heard a calm, feminine voice with a trembling tone. It was the Griffon Lord's wife, who said that her husband had fallen. Lynn saw that the Griffon was heavily wounded and wondered what had happened, and how the Griffon Lord ended up like this. The female Griffon explained that it was the lords from the west and north of the Grand Tomb who had done this. One day, the wife saw that the Griffon Lord was severely injured, so he went to the Goblin tribe to ask for help. But as Lynn wasn't there, he didn't ask anyone else from the tribe for fear that they would get hurt because of him. When the Griffon Lord returned, the northern and western lords brought their people, broke off his wings, roasted them, and ate them right in front of him, beating all the soldiers and even trying to do bad things to the female lord. The soldiers were barely holding them off, but it was getting hard for them. Now Lynn was angry. He asked the lady why the lords of the Northwest wanted to attack them, and if they were not afraid of the Grand Tomb. The lady explained that it was because the Griffon had recommended Lynn to the Grand Tomb, and that he had become the Great Lord, which made them angry and hold a grudge. Lynn now understood the full story and told the lady not to worry, apologizing for getting her involved in such an undeserved disaster. Turning around and walking away from the camp, he told the lady that he took full responsibility for the entire tribe's injuries and just wanted her to wait for him. We see that after 1 hour, Lynn had got Freya with him, who was using high-level healing magic called Healing Rain as she was levitating, and causing the rain to turn into one with healing properties, which was healing all the flesh-eating griffins with ease. Meanwhile, the flesh-eating griffin soldiers wondered if this was a high-level healing magic being cast on them because they were already feeling better. They were all thanking our boy Lynn and the Goblin tribe for saving them along with their lord, which was really great. But Freya did not stop, and as the scene shifts, we see that she was using the redemption technique of super high-level healing magic on the flesh-eating griffin lord as he was immediately feeling relief. And as the magic was getting dispersed slowly but surely, the flesh-eating griffin lord woke up, and his wife was the first one who was really happy that the lord was finally awake. But as the creature looked around, he saw Lynn in front of him and wondered about why the goblin leader was there in their nest, and if the griffin was hallucinating or if he was dead because his wounds were not even hurting anymore. But Lynn told the flesh-eating griffin that he was not dead, and that it was all real and not a hallucination because Lynn had come to save him. After a while, we see that both the griffin and Lynn were talking as the bird explained that the damn guys were repeatedly causing trouble for his people, and he could not just swallow it empty-handed. The Lord asked Lynn for help in something, and the boy immediately agreed because he had planned to do it beforehand already. Lynn smiled devilishly as his one eye glared while he told the plan to the flesh-eating griffin that he was going to summon a large number of monsters that would help the bird get revenge. But before that, Lin had something to give to the creature. It was the wings of chaos, which deal continuous slashing damage to enemies on the path, and with it, the flight speed of the creature would be boosted to 200%. The flesh-eating griffin was shocked, wondering if he should even take this because it was a high-grade magical tool and it was precious. But Lin was anticlimactic with this kind of thing, telling him that even when he needed a pair of wings more than anyone else, he was sacrificing it and giving it to his friend instead. And now, he did not want to take it. Knowing that this must have hurt Lin, the bird immediately agreed. But just then Lin got behind the flesh-eating monster, telling him that before attaching the wings, the bird would have to sacrifice the other wing that was intact. So Lin wondered if the Griffin Lord was actually ready, because it was going to hurt like hell. But on the other hand, the Griffin wanted it to be over instantly, so he told Lin to do it. But as it happened, the whole Griffin tribe could hear such an intense scream that scared everyone from kids to adults. But as the scene shifts and the blades were attached, we see that now the Griffin monster was cutting multiple heavy tree logs without much effort, as the blades in the wings were really chaos and sharp as hell. Meanwhile, we see that Lin, along with Freya and the Griffin Lord's wife, were surprised by how powerful the monster had become. Meanwhile, we see that for the Griffin Lord, this new feeling was amazing, as he did not even know how to thank Lin for such a great gift. But on the other hand, Lin was just smiling with a red aura pulsating through him as he told the flesh-eating Griffin Lord that it was nothing, and the material was not as precious to him as the revenge it would bring. He wanted the Griffin to get ready to set off because he could not wait to feel the exhilarating sensation of having revenge. But deep inside, Lin knew that it was perfect for testing the magic tool and to see what kind of effect it would really have. But hearing that, even the Griffin Lord was excited, smiling and telling Lin that he had been longing for this too. As the scene shifts, we come to a different place full of rocky mountains and a giant lake which was going off to distant places. As the scene comes closer, we see a small insect sitting on a branch which was floating through the lake, but it was grabbed by a monster suddenly and got eaten the moment it was grabbed. We see that at a distance, both Lin and the Griffin Lord were standing as he explained to Lin that this season was the season when dragonflies lay their eggs and what a demon loves to suck their blood the most, so they were inside the lake for now. He told Lin not to be fooled with the calm water surface because, in fact, a large number of water demons were lurking beneath it and causing the ruckus. But as the scene shifts and we get to another camera angle, we see that Lin was present there with a large army of goblins who were just hiding so that they don't get spotted. The hybrid goblins asked Lin if they would have to go into the water because they cannot swim. As Lin analyzed the situation, he told everyone to get ready for the experience-gaining session that they were going to get. But upon hearing that, the elves asked Lin about how he was going to get the water demons out. Hearing that, Lin smiled, explaining to everyone that the lake was spanning dozens of miles, and there was no way that there were only water demons living inside it. As soon as Lin said that, he immediately used his monster summoning technique and glared at the lake for it, knowing that he just needed to use his mind to take control of all the demons inside the lake other than the water demons, and the thing would be done. After a while of using the monster summoning, we see that the lake was getting crimson in color due to the blood, and shortly multiple water demons jumped out of the lake as they wondered about what was going on and why the beasts inside the lake had gone mad, because now they were biting all the water demons even when they had killed a bunch, and they were not getting afraid and chasing them to bite without any delay. One of the demons also got swallowed into the belly of a giant monster fish, but luckily he crawled out through its skin pores, otherwise it would have been very unlucky for him. As the scene shifts, we see that a giant creature came out of the water while grabbing multiple sea beasts in his hands, thinking that something was definitely wrong as someone was controlling these beasts, and there was no way that they would be attacking them otherwise. We see that it was the water demon lord with the highest power in the whole tribe. But as the monster got out, Lin laughed, promising the demon lord that he would be given a death full of mercy because he was smart enough to figure it out. But on the other hand, the water demon lord was laughing, thinking that he could do so, realizing that it was the same griffin that he plucked the feathers from a while ago, wondering about how it grew back and why the griffin had called a bunch of useless goblins as helpers. But suddenly, one other water demon noticed that there were humans and elves present on the side of the lake, and added to that, they were females. We see that they were talking about the elven mother and Alice, and the demon lord still had the audacity to order his demons to grab the women over there for having some fun. And as multiple sea demons got to that, and some of them started attacking Lin, the boy immediately used the skill howl to greatly impact their brains and cause them to become unconscious. It was now Lin's turn to say the order as he told the goblins to kill the males and grill them like fried fish to eat along with keeping all the females for further practice and justice. On that order, the hybrid goblins got into action, hacking and slashing all the sea monsters without much effort, as we see that even the elven clan mother attacked them without any further warning, aiming and giving headshots straight through the skull. The water demon lord was shocked, wondering what was going on and how all his soldiers were down. Thinking that maybe the enemies were not actual goblins but another species in disguise, he screamed at all of them to stop, his face filled with anger. But to his surprise, he was the one who was stopped by a slash so sharp that it struck straight across his face. It was the flesh-eating griffon with his steel blades, determined to make sure the demon would never forget what he had done to them. The water demon lord cried out in pain and agony, screaming about how a filthy and ugly giant chicken dared to defy him. Enraged, the monster leaped at the flesh-eating griffon with his sharp claws, but the griffon was faster, circling the demon's arm in mere seconds and slashing it into multiple pieces without mercy. The water demon lord screamed again, horrified by what he was seeing. Lin was smiling, realizing he wasn't even needed in the fight because the flesh-eating griffon was handling things personally. With his current strength, he should have been able to handle everything else. But then Lin thought to himself that the water demon lord gains an epic level boost on rainy days. Since the weather was still clear, he assumed it wouldn't rain. However, as the water demon lord lay wounded, he suddenly screamed while looking behind him, commanding another monster to cry already, wondering what she was waiting for. The creature then began screaming in pain and agony, wailing loudly, and we learned that she was the crying rain demon. As she cried, rain started pouring down, and it wasn't normal rain, it was heavy and unrelenting. Seeing this, both Lin and the flesh-eating griffon realized things were about to go bad. The griffon immediately turned toward Lin, telling him that he, along with his goblins and allies, should retreat quickly because the water demon species were going to gain an insane boost in their powers. But it was already too late. The water demon lord started laughing, his eyes glowing crimson red as he grew gigantic from the rainfall. Hearing his laughter, the flesh-eating griffon turned around, but it was too late. With just one scream from the water demon lord, the griffon was thrown several meters away, the impact so strong that he crashed straight into the water. The water demon lord then leapt toward Lin, thinking it was now the goblin leader's turn to face his demise. As the punch approached, Lin was doing something, but upon impact, the water demon lord thought his attack had succeeded. Seeing the hole he had made, he laughed loudly, thinking Lin was already 6 feet under and didn't even need a grave. But before he could realize what had happened, the hole was revealed to be deliberate. Lin emerged from it, his hands transformed into sharp claws. As he got up, he told the monster that it was now his turn to attack. The slash was so powerful that the giant monster screamed in agony, wondering how such a small goblin could inflict such pain. Lin had used the corrupted blood skill to morph his hands into devilish claws. Even the water demon lord realized that something was eroding his power from within, and his toughest scales were being cut apart. But for Lin, it wasn't over yet. He started spinning in the air, readying another attack, the same one the water demon lord had used before, but now in beam form. The monster was terrified, realizing that Lin was actually a frightening opponent who could easily pierce even the hardest scales of his body. The water demon lord knew he had to escape and quickly dove into the water to gain the immense speed boost of his element. The flesh-eating griffon, however, stayed on his trail, unwilling to let the monster escape. But as the water demon lord fled, he called out to the lake ghost monster, begging it to come and save him. He knew that even if he got bitten to death by the monsters in the lake, it was still better than facing the goblin head-on. The Griffon, aware of the lake ghost monster's existence, immediately stopped his pursuit. The water demon lord ran off, and from the lake emerged a terrifying creature, pale white skin, multiple heads, and shrieking like a psychotic spirit, its entire body bound by chains. Even a slight touch from the monster caused the Griffon's legs to be covered in black miasma. Realizing his mistake, he quickly flew away to cleanse himself, heading toward Alice. He told her that lake ghosts were evil spirits, and that the corpses and chains were just their hosts. If Alice got injured by the ghostly aura, her life force would rapidly drain away. But even after hearing that, Alice knew exactly what to do. She immediately drew her devil's sword and unleashed an evil spirit straight toward the lake ghost monster. The spirit took the form of a massive dragon, clenching its teeth and biting straight into the ghost's face, finishing it off in just one blow. For the flesh-eating Griffon, it was pure shock. He couldn't believe that a weapon could still kill demons so easily. We see that Lin finally started moving toward the water and was hovering above it as he activated his thunder spear, intimidating the water demon lord and asking if he wanted to get out of the water so he could escape. But the spear was so powerful that Lin immediately activated it and threw the whole thing toward the water demon. And with one throw, the spear entered the water and electrocuted all the monsters inside the lake. Looking at that, the fallen angel Alice was shocked, wondering how many world-class magic tools Lin had, and this one was even more powerful than the others. As the scene shifts, we see that all the water demons were now floating up, unconscious from the electrocution, like fishes floating above the water. Alice realized that the spear had long surpassed the realm of world class and was now beyond it. The scene shifts again, and we see a fire being lit near the water, with someone roasting something, and on the other side near a rock, the giant water demon lord was kept unconscious. Slowly, he woke up from the delicious aroma hovering around his nose, but as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the other water demons screaming at their lord to save them, because Lin had been cooking them on a slow fire. Even while they were screaming and Lin and the other goblins were eating, they realized that these monsters were similar to fish meat but more delicate, especially the meat around the waist, which was flexible and spongy but too small. Seeing that, the water demon lord snapped, wondering what these lowly beasts were doing and how mere goblins dared to take the lives of water demons and were even eating them like fish. But as the monster tried getting up, he wondered why he couldn't do so, even when he shook his body intensely. Then Lin came closer and showed him a small object, pointing toward his waist and asking if the monster knew what the pointy thing was. Realizing that the thing near his waist was gone, the monster started screaming at the goblins, promising to kill them if he ever got the chance. But now the man-eating hybrid spoke angrily, asking where the water demon's mercy was when he and the other northern lords repeatedly harassed the man-eating Griffons and slaughtered their whole clan for fun. And because of that, the water demon lord was now on his own. The monster was stunned, unsure of what to do, while hearing the cries of agony and desperation coming from the other water demons. But the water demon lord wondered why Lin was still capturing and eating them when he could exterminate the whole water demon clan in one go. But Lin just smiled, telling the monster that doing so would make the fun task boring. And since the water demons were useful to him in many other ways, he had decided to take good care of them and was not even bothered to finish every one of them because of his needs. Now they had food for decades. As Lin turned around while eating the small piece of meat, the water demon lord changed his tone and began begging the goblin to spare the rest of them, so desperate that he even told Lin he could punish the other water demons. But since the lord had done nothing, he should be shown mercy. But Lin simply smiled while eating the small meat, telling the monster that those words were not in his vocabulary. The water demon lord became enraged, cursing continuously and telling Lin that he would slaughter him sooner or later. Hearing this, Lin suddenly stopped, turned around seriously, and asked the water demon lord what gave him the illusion that he could survive. The monster explained that Lin would not dare kill him because he was the Western Lord personally appointed by the demon lord himself, and he was not like the golden lizard who challenged Lin by going to his territory. Hearing that, even the man-eating Griffon told Lin that in the Grand Tomb, the lords were not allowed to fight each other internally unless a threat arose and one lord challenged the other. And if someone tried to annex another lord, he would be erased by the skeletal king. So according to the Griffon, if Lin wanted to completely kill the water demon, he should wait for the right moment. But before the Griffon could finish, Lin turned around and told the water demon lord that he knew his limits. But when the time came, he would make sure the creature's death would be desperate and full of struggle, not an easy extermination. But now that one objective was finished, Lin thought it was time to meet the guy up in the north and make him taste true regret. He decided to wipe them all out at once because these rebellious guys would cause trouble at a critical moment during the big battle. As the scene shifts, we come to the northern territory, full of snow and dead plants. Lin and the others were surrounded by a red orb, which shocked the hybrid goblin because the magic tool Lin had really worked, and it wasn't cold at all. Alice wondered how many magic items Lin actually obtained from the dwarves, and Lin nervously smiled, saying he had enough for everyone. We learned that this pendant-like thing was a temperature-controlled, world-class magic tool effective for 10 meters, and was powerful enough to melt anything approaching the user without harming them. The pendant could release temperatures of several thousand degrees, similar to the sun. Hearing that, the clan mother told Lin that the northern domain lord always lived in seclusion, and with such a vast snowfield, she wondered how they could find him. But Lin already had his ways and immediately used the monster howl, which intimidated every monster in the northern area. After hearing the howl, every monster from small to big started crawling out of the snow, but the strongest among them was the northern lord, who could summon monsters anywhere, so they would have to wait. Suddenly, a small creature came flying toward Lin, and we discover that this was a snow elf injured. She told Lin that she knew where the northern lord, called the red-furred yeti, was. The clan mother was shocked as she saw the elf faint, but before collapsing completely, the elf told Lin that the monster was in a cave, and she promised to take them there herself. Lin smiled, excited, unable to wait to fight this monster. As the scene shifts, we go deeper into the north, and the clan mother asked how the snow elf was so hurt. The injured snow elf explained that her people were always enslaved by the red-furred yeti lord. Snow elves were monsters born in the midst of blizzards that raged for months, and they could produce snow crystal stones imbued with powerful magic. Other monsters could grow rapidly stronger by eating them. The yeti discovered this and had enslaved them for decades, forcing them to produce the stones. Even if the elves were tortured to death, the yeti wouldn't let them go. Hearing this, Lin smiled, knowing that the snow crystal stones were valuable and could help the goblins level up, thinking that the yeti deserved death even more for hiding such a good thing. As the scene shifts, we see Lin and the others finally inside the cave, where he heard the yeti speaking, wondering where the little elf had gone and threatening that if she didn't come back, she would be killed by his hands. The northern yeti lord was threatening the snow elf while grabbing her, telling her that even if she could revive, he would kill her again and again for disobeying him. But before he could continue, a large glowing arrow pierced through the yeti lord's hand, surprising him and freeing the snow elf he had captured. The yeti looked around in shock, wondering who dared attack him, and we see it was none other than the Pelvin Mother along with fallen angel Alice and our boy Lin with his whole army, unaware of how overpowered Lin truly was. The northern yeti lord demanded to know who they were and how they dared trespass on his turf, but Lin ignored every one of his questions. Instead, he turned to the snow elf and asked if this giant creature was the northern lord and whether she was willing to stand with them in the fight. Lin told her the benefit: she would be free after this battle. The snow elf agreed, telling Lin shyly that she would fight, but she did not want anyone to hit her. The yeti was shocked, calling the elf a little bug and saying he had raised her for so long, never expecting her to be so ungrateful as to bring strangers to fight him. But once again, everyone ignored him. The yeti analyzed the group and saw that even the flesh-eating Griffon was standing boldly among them. He mocked the Griffon, saying that he was nothing, only thinking he was strong because he got a new pair of iron wings. The yeti bragged that he was the one who ripped off the Griffon's original wing and roasted it, saying it was tasty but had too little meat. The man-eating Griffon shouted for the yeti to shut up, but Lin stopped him, refusing to react to the intimidation. Seeing this, The Yeti assumed Lin was weak and burst into laughter so loud that the entire den shook. He underestimated Lin again, thinking there was no way the Griffon brought a trashy goblin to help him fight such a powerful lord. He even wondered if he had broken the Griffon's brain in their previous encounter. But that was enough. A hybrid goblin suddenly appeared behind the Yeti and unleashed blue flames, obliterating half of the Yeti Lord's body. But it wasn't over. His body particles began regenerating instantly. The Yeti laughed again, saying that such attacks weren't even enough to tickle him. We learned that the Northern Yeti Lord was completely full of himself. He declared that in the snowy field, he was a god because he was immortal. He activated his blizzard, cursing Lin and his entire team to freeze and suffocate. But as the blizzard roared, fallen angel Alice took out her demon sword and slashed the Yeti Lord without hesitation. Because it was a demon sword, the wounds didn't heal. The Yeti stared at the cuts, shocked at how deep they were. When he turned, he saw Alice surrounded by negative crimson miasma, and he wondered what this terrifying pressure was. Now it was Lin's turn. He took out the sun pendant and approached, but the Yeti was not stupid. He immediately realized what Lin was trying to do and screamed at him to stop. But before he could protect himself, another hybrid assassin goblin swept in from the front and pierced straight through his chest, creating a massive hole that wouldn't heal. The Yeti wondered in fear what kind of monsters these were, and why his regeneration wasn't working in the snowy field. Now the man-eating Griffon took his turn. Furious, he attacked, tearing the Yeti Lord to shreds dozens of times. With his iron wings, he flew so fast that dust and debris blasted several meters into the air. When the dust cleared, the Yeti Lord was screaming inside the rubble, begging for help. He shouted at the Griffon to fight him one-on-one if he dared, and complained that they were ganging up on him. But the Griffon already knew this was exactly what the Yeti did when he first ambushed him. Lin's patience was thinning. He ordered the Griffon and the hybrid goblins to stop. He knew that in the snowy fields, a deity-type monster couldn't truly die because of its immortality. So Lin activated the sun pendant, preparing to finish everything in one go. As the scene shifts, Lin held up the sun pendant, and a fiery blizzard erupted, engulfing the Northern Yeti Lord. The Yeti screamed in agony, unable to regenerate. When the flames faded, all that remained was a burned, deformed figure made of blackened scraps. The Yeti trembled, begging Lin not to come closer or he would really die. But for Lin, this was ridiculous. If he didn't want to kill the Northern Yeti Lord, he wouldn't have come to this frozen wasteland in the first place. The deformed Yeti desperately tried to rebuild his body while warning Lin that he was insane for going this far over such a small disagreement. He claimed that if Lin killed him, the Demon King would be furious. But Lin didn't care at all. He enveloped himself in the sun pendant's flames, stepped forward, and grabbed the Yeti Lord's head as the creature melted under his hands. The Snow Lord Yeti was almost melted as Lin started coming closer and closer to him, grabbing a bit of his ice and tasting it, telling everyone that his ice was flavored like strawberry ice cream. And now Lin did not wait for time to pass, immediately digging in to chow down on this ice cream flavor that he had missed so much, while the Snow Yeti was screaming, wondering how someone could be so cruel as to kill someone and then eat them right in front of them while also telling them they are tasty. And while Lin devoured the Snow Mountain Yeti, the system congratulated him for obtaining the skill named Blizzard Involvement. Lin now wanted to test it, wondering if eating ice cream could also give him skills, deciding to eat more and more. All the other people wondered about why Lin was doing something so completely disgusting, but Lin was still doing it while talking to the snow monster. But as the monster got angrier and angrier, it ripped apart Lin's new sweat coat, and this shocked Lin as he wondered why the monster couldn't just be good ice cream and why it was so unlovable. But then the monster screamed that the Demon Lord would not let Lin off, and that the snow monster would be waiting for him over there. But just then Lin took out the sun pendant once again, deciding to change his mind, knowing he couldn't let the Snow Yeti monster live if it was so unbelievable. He decided to truly kill him along with his heart and soul, and as this happened, the monster wondered what was going to happen to him. As the scene shifts, we see that a brown monster was running away from the cave while cursing Lin, making sure that the boy would pay for this. But we see that it was none other than the snow monster completely melted away with only his original body left. Meanwhile, the flesh-eating Griffon wondered if he should go after the original body of the monster, but Lin told him not to do so and instead go back and release the water demon lord. Lin then started laughing while telling the man-eating Griffon that if he killed them, it would violate the rule of the Grand Tomb, and he did not want that because things were already too idle, and it was right to play by the rules right now. And then Lin would also see what the great demon lord would choose. As the scene shifts, we see that now both the water demon lord and the snow yeti were inside the castle of the demon lord, telling her how miserable they were because the goblin had not only slaughtered their people, but also captured many females to be breeding machines. This was the desperation of the water demon lord, while the yeti continued that he was worse off because he had been minding his own business in the northern snow fields, and then they just attacked, especially Lin, who ate him alive, leaving nothing icy about the ice demon. They started talking in unison about how the demon lord should uphold justice for the two of them, and even the vampire mommy started speaking, saying that even though Lin the goblin had some strength, for two dignified great lords to be beaten like this, the first question was whether they were not ashamed to show their faces outside. But the demon lord immediately told the vampire lady to take the lords to the goblin tribe, thinking that she did not need to see any more. Both the lords thought their wish was granted, thanking the demon lord, and as the scene shifts, we come to the familiar goblin tribe we all know. Suddenly a portal opened in front of them, shocking both Lin and Gabu. Gabu knew that the portal was from the Grand Tomb and that they had set it up while Lin was gone and they could not stop him. But Lin told Gabu not to worry, instructing the lady to keep working, promising to handle it all on his own. As the teleportation portal opened, both demon lords and the vampire mommy came through it, and Lin was shocked, telling them that he thought the demon lord would be coming herself, but it was just the three of them. Lin also promised those two little beasts that today they were definitely going to die, and he was going to let them taste what it felt like to be roasted alive. But the vampire lady was analyzing the whole area, finding it disgusting that Lin had a breeding farm used to increase his army, giving birth to so many zombies. The vampire lady started cursing Lin, telling him that it was no wonder he could conquer a city easily, considering he had managed to grow and fill the goblin tribe to this size. The vampire mommy decided to acknowledge the boy a little, but Lin was not going to listen to any insult, acting as if he hadn't heard anything and asking the vampire mommy to repeat. But just then, she saw something even more frightening, because Lin had now summoned the sword maiden, who was now a fallen angel standing behind Lin after she came out from a breeding room. Even the vampire mommy knew something was wrong because she had seen the sword maiden once before, but this time she felt several times more dread than last time. Looking at that, the vampire lady wondered what had happened to the sword maiden. In fact, the fallen angel did not even care, asking Lin if she should dispose of the vampire mommy, but Lin told her to just go and rest, and Alice immediately obeyed him. This was even more shocking for the vampire mommy, who wondered why the sword maiden, who considered monsters her mortal enemies, was taking orders from a goblin, and what kind of goblin Lin actually was. But now she noticed that as she hovered above the ground, many goblins had gathered around the place and were staring at all the curves of the mommy. But now even Lin wondered why the vampire mommy was there, because there was no way the demon lord had sent her just to stare at them blankly. This made the lady smile as she realized that Lin was completely different from all the other goblins who were looking at her seductively, while the boy was calmly standing there, not caring at all about how the vampire mommy looked. The goblin asked the succubus lady about what she was doing there, telling her that if she did not tell him, then he did not have time to waste with her. But the succubus was as seductive as always, telling Lin not to be like that, and apologizing for misjudging him because back then she did not know that Lin was this hot. And now it was nothing but just a small matter. Both the Snow Yeti Lord and the Water Demon Lord wondered if it was really Rebecca the succubus because she was not cold at all, and now she was so attentive to a mere goblin. But on the other hand, Lin did not care, telling Rebecca that even when it was a small matter, she should tell him about it. From behind, the water demon lord told Lady Rebecca to be quick, accusing Lin of trying to kill them, and according to the Grand Tomb rules, Lin should be executed. But now Rebecca was against those two lords, instead telling them to shut up and kneel before Lin instead of causing a ruckus. She immediately manipulated both the men and made them kneel down in front of Lin. Lin also told the lady that one of the lords had told him that they were going to eat him. Rebecca devised that instead of them eating Lin, he should just roast the water demon lord over a fire and then make the snow yeti lord eat the water demon lord, which would solve a lot of the problem. By this, Lin realized that the succubus was playing harder than he did, when all Lin did was just talking nonsense. The lords wondered about why Lady Rebecca was like this, and why she was favoring Lin instead of them. But Rebecca called out to them, telling them to look into her eyes. "And you too," she said. Rebecca's charm was too much to hypnotize both the lords of the Grand Tomb as they agreed to do whatever the lady said. And now, with hearts in their eyes, the water demon lord was happily roasted by the snow yeti lord, while the goblins awaited to eat the tender meat of the water demon. Meanwhile, Rebecca wondered if Lin was satisfied with only this dominating behavior and did not want to do something with her instead. But Lin told her that he was not interested, and that he would handle the rest of the punishment. But still, Lin could not guarantee whether these demon lords would live or die. But now Rebecca had some sense into her, as she realized that they were in fact the lords. And as she had been in the Grand Tomb for a long time, she did have some kind of power and could not let Lin do as he pleased. But hearing that, Lin just became serious and turned around with crimson eyes. And looking at that, Rebecca was nervous, telling Lin that he should do whatever he wanted with those filthy demon lords. But since now Rebecca had given Lin this power, she told him that he would have to take responsibility for that and any further things that he would do. Saying that, the succubus disappeared, and now the effect of her hypnotism vanished. And now the Yeti monster who was going to eat the water demon lord snapped out into reality, wondering about why the hell the lady succubus was favoring him, and why it turned out like this. As the water demon lord also got up from the agony of getting roasted, Lin smiled and told them that it was not their time to know about what he did to the lady succubus. But all they needed to know was when they were going to die, because now Lin was smiling with a crimson eye which was showing killing intent. As Lin explained that now not only would he live happily without any worries, but he would also use the water demon clan as his breeding machinery every day, and then just treat the snow field as a playground and make snow spirits his own while eating ice cream and whatnot. Hearing that, the water demon lord tried to deceive Lin, telling him that he was going to take part in whatever Lin was doing. But Lin was not easily swayed like that, as he immediately ordered a hybrid goblin to go behind the water demon and slash him into sushi fillets. While we see that next in line was the snow yeti lord, who was also slammed onto the head as he started screaming painstakingly, and blood splattered everywhere. Now as both the demon lords and the yeti lord were down, Lin was looking at them frantically, while now telling one of the hybrids to go to the human empire and gather information about the holy temple. And even when Lin wanted them to investigate, he told them that safety was first. And then he turned towards Gabu, asking her about if the 1,000 goblins he had asked her to select were ready. And Gabu immediately told Lin that everything was ready, as both parents have top-tier aptitudes, and they have fully developed goblins that are fully grown. Lin wanted Gabu to gather them because of something special. And as all 1,000 goblin hybrids gathered, we see that Lin was standing on a stage wanting to tell something to all of them. As these goblin elites had never actually seen their leader, Lin asked the question to the goblins about if they knew who Lin actually was. And the goblins started praising Lin. Looking at that, even the goblin slayer lady revealed that she had got them all under control, so there's no need for any ideological work. Lin was surprised that his work was fairly easy, starting to announce to all of them that now Lin was going to take them somewhere so they should behave on the way and don't say a word to anyone except Lin himself. The hypnosis of the goblin slayer lady worked, and all the goblins agreed to whatever Lin said while he turned around telling Gabu that she should concentrate on training the goblins like crazy during the time when he will be gone. Because if the holy temple attacks then, they should prioritize their own safety and escape as soon as they can, telling the lady that if anyone from the flesh-eating Griffon clan asks about Lin, then she should tell them that Lin had got to scout. And as Lin got closer and closer to Gabu, she was flustered, telling Lin to not worry and that she had got it. Lin knew that they must prepare their trump cards against the Holy Temple and the Grand Tomb as soon as possible, because it will always matter in the fact that whether the Goblin tribe can stay in the Grand Tomb or not. Because the final battle was finally gaining a foothold which Lin was planning to fight for days. And it was almost there. Only 2 months remained before the Empire would officially declare war on the Great Tomb. According to the projections of the simulation system, for Lin, 2 months was already more than sufficient. Lin approached the snow spirits directly and made his offer. He would guarantee their safety in exchange for all the snow spirit stones they produced. The snow spirits agreed without hesitation. With that settled, all that remained was to wait for the stones to be produced. To prepare a decisive force for the final phase, Lin personally led 1,000 goblins into the snow-covered mountains for special training. Through non-stop combat, and by consuming vast quantities of snow spirit stones created by the spirits, the goblins rampaged across the entire region like a natural disaster. Every monster they encountered was devoured, turning into nourishment that granted the goblins countless new abilities. The outcome exceeded expectations. Every goblin reached level 70 and evolved into leader-tier units. Some even mutated into rare variants such as giant goblins, goblin mages, and demonic goblins. Most astonishing of all was the emergence of an overlord-class mutant goblin wielding a holy sword, boasting a total combat power of 5,500. Even so, goblins still possessed a much lower growth ceiling than truly gifted races. No matter how many goblin kings were created, they could never defeat a being with genuine innate strength. That was precisely why Lin had spent so much effort stockpiling magical artifacts. Time was running out. Lin ordered Alice to personally oversee combat training and demanded absolute strictness. While the goblins had trained before, their intelligence had been low at the time, and most of that knowledge was likely lost. Now, as leader-tier beings with near-complete intelligence, training progressed far more efficiently. Resources for leveling would no longer be shared equally. Soon, several more Overlord-tier units would emerge. Alice nodded without hesitation, stating that for the sake of the final holy war, she was willing to give everything. Training began immediately. Battles erupted one after another. Under her command and equipped with magical artifacts, the goblins gradually transformed into flawless killing machines. 10 days later, preparations were complete. Before leaving the mountains, Lin promoted a mutant overlord-tier goblin to act as the region's overseer and named it Gabu's Sword. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, its physique was extremely sturdy. In its hands was a world-tier weapon known as the Demon Sealing Sword, capable of absorbing incoming magical power and releasing it back at the attacker. Lin issued a strict order. Gabu's sword was to remain there and not move even a single step without permission. Gabu's sword bowed repeatedly, declaring absolute loyalty and a willingness to give its life if needed. Only after this did Lin depart with Alice and return to the tribe. The situation had become urgent. The Mindum Empire could declare war at any moment. When Lin returned and saw the sheer number of goblins present, even he was momentarily stunned. In just 2 months, their population had more than doubled. He had asked for more goblins, but not to this extent. At present, the tribe consisted of 80,000 small goblins, 30,000 large goblins, 8,000 hero race goblins, and 100 leader-tier goblins. Supplying food alone required tens of thousands of monsters every single day. As soon as Lin appeared, the women of the tribe rushed forward to greet him. One of the leaders explained that, following his earlier instruction, massive resources had been poured into reproduction. Lin clicked his tongue in realization. That explained why his return journey had been almost devoid of low-level monsters. The Great Tomb had nearly emptied its reserves. He then asked about Goblin, only to learn that he had been missing for over a month. Under normal circumstances, Goblin would have been the first to greet him. Lin frowned but decided there was no time to search for him now. Turning to more pressing matters, Lin asked about weapon production. Weapons were vital, especially for low-tier goblins. Though fragile individually, their overwhelming numbers meant that even a single stab per goblin could annihilate an army. Goblin Slayer reported their inventory: 50,000 short swords, 20,000 sets of iron armor, 20,000 long swords, and around 5,000 additional weapons, mostly shields, spears, and lances. Time constraints prevented full equipment for everyone. Lin expressed his approval. They had done more than enough. At that moment, a black shadow rushed in, battered and frantic. It was Gu Tine, covered in wounds and panic. He announced that the situation had changed drastically and that victory was no longer possible. The Mindum Empire had mobilized 100,000 soldiers fully clad in heavy armor. The weight of this revelation hit hard. Fully armored soldiers were like walking fortresses, slow, but nearly impossible to penetrate, capable of grinding enemies down through sheer endurance. Equipping such a force would have drained the Empire's treasury. Lin immediately understood. In every prior simulation, he had died. This was likely the Empire's all-in gamble. Alice added grimly that the church was also mobilizing. Nearly 5,000 personnel had already gathered, including 500 heavily armored holy crusaders wielding great swords. The remaining priests were far from weak. Goblin Slayer suggested retreating temporarily to subjugate a super-overlord tribe, but Lin rejected the idea outright. With such massive numbers, there was nowhere left on the continent to retreat. Goblins were born with sin in this world. Their low status meant universal hatred. Their only perceived value was as sacrifices for stronger races. Even goblin kings were eventually hunted down and exterminated. The words weighed heavily on everyone, including the Elf Queen. Still, Lin remained unmoved. If they fought, they would fight to the end. If they did not, nothing would ever change. Only by forcing a full-scale war would the Great Tomb be dragged into conflict, creating mutual destruction and giving the Goblin tribe a chance to survive. Without hesitation, Lin issued the final order. All forces were to be mobilized immediately. Weapon forging, armor production, and every remaining preparation would be completed at once. At this moment, 100,000 soldiers clad in silver armor stood in perfect formation. Under the blazing sunlight, their armor reflected dazzling white light that shot skyward, resembling a pillar of triumph rising into the heavens. As the army advanced, their synchronized footsteps shook the ground, and their shouts echoed loudly as they swore to fight for the future of humanity and eradicate all monsters. Inside the city, countless civilians watched the scene with excitement. Cheers erupted everywhere as morale surged. Many believed victory was inevitable, convinced that such a powerful army could crush any enemy in its path. Yet among the crowd, an elderly woman quietly wept. As she watched the knights disappear into the distance, bitterness filled her heart. To her, the scene felt less like hope and more like mockery. Monsters hunted to survive just as humans fought monsters to survive. The bloodlust of monsters was driven by instinct, while human cruelty was justified as righteousness. If a god truly existed, she wondered whether this endless cycle of slaughter was truly intentional. Neither side was inherently wrong, and yet war was unavoidable. In the end, the question of who was truly at fault remained unanswered. Far from the city within Lin's goblin tribe, preparations for war were in full motion. Following Lin's command, the entire tribe mobilized without hesitation. Massive goblin legions surged deep into the Grand Tomb, stripping every iron or vein they could find. The relentless sound of hammers striking anvils echoed day and night, while scorching heat poured from blazing furnaces. After many consecutive days of non-stop labor, the results were finally visible. Every low-tier goblin was equipped with iron armor. The giant goblins were fully armed as well. Alongside the remaining monsters of the Grand Tomb of Nazar, Lin's forces had reached full combat readiness. Despite this, a heavy sense of unease lingered in Lin's heart. Soon after, a goblin scout returned from the front lines with urgent intelligence. The Empire's forces had already approached the Grand Tomb and halted roughly 30 li away. Lin fell into deep thought. He recalled that there was a small open plain at that distance, an ideal location to initiate large-scale combat. The conclusion was clear. The war would begin there. After dismissing the scout and ordering continued surveillance, Lin withdrew to a quiet location. There, he activated the life simulation system. A war of this magnitude was filled with countless variables, especially with the involvement of individuals who possessed overwhelming power. One mistake would mean certain death. Only by correcting future outcomes through simulation could he gain even the slightest advantage. The system initialized. The current scenario was defined as the Great War with the Empire. 300 days had passed since Lin transmigrated into this world, and he now stood at the greatest turning point of his life. The simulation laid out the battlefield clearly. Lin commanded an unprecedented goblin force, 80,000 low-tier goblins, 30,000 large goblins, 8,000 goblin heroes, and 100 goblin chieftains. It was hailed as the strongest goblin tribe in history. At the same time, he activated a summoning skill, drawing 20,000 low-intelligence monsters from the Grand Tomb of Nazar. Even so, upon facing the Empire's army of 100,000 fully armored soldiers, among them 30,000 heavy cavalry, an overwhelming pressure bore down on him. The war erupted in a storm of roars and clashing steel. The combat power of the fully armored human soldiers far exceeded expectations. Casualties mounted rapidly, with goblins falling at a terrifying rate. The exchange ratio reached 5 goblins lost for every human soldier. At a critical moment, the Demon King Veronica appeared on the battlefield and unleashed an overwhelming skill, summoning black goats to reinforce the goblin side. The casualty rate briefly declined, offering a glimmer of hope. However, once the church mobilized its full strength, the tide of battle shifted again. Lin immediately became the primary target of both the Empire and the church's top-tier powerhouses. Under a relentless barrage of devastating attacks, escape became impossible. In an attempt to save Lin, Gabu Quang was killed in battle. Alice was severely wounded and captured. Lin himself was unable to escape the invisible hands of fate, reduced to nothing more than a chess piece of the Grand Tomb. The battle ultimately ended in catastrophe. Both sides suffered devastating losses, and neither could claim victory. The simulation concluded with a grim evaluation. In a world dominated by individuals wielding overwhelming power, exposing oneself so directly was no different from walking straight into hell. The outcome was scored at 40 points, and 40 life points were awarded. Time advanced by 1 day. Back in reality, Lin Tyne forced himself to calm down, suppressing the fear that had surfaced across his face. He had never expected death to come so easily. At his current state, he was already level 90 with a total combat power of 6,800. And yet, even with that strength, he could not survive a single large-scale battle. The realization struck him like a crushing blow. After reflecting further, Lin finally understood why. The true strength of the church's elites had been impossible to accurately calculate. Based on the performance of Demon King Veronica and others, the old Pope's combat power was likely approaching the 10,000 mark, far beyond anything Lin could hope to contend with. The path ahead was clear. If he wished to survive, he would need far more than numbers. He would need power that could rival gods themselves. Lin understood the situation clearly now. Unless he could injure the Pope using the blood destruction skill and significantly weaken him, eliminating such an existence would be nearly impossible. A direct confrontation was out of the question. An ambush was the only viable path. Revealing himself too early would be no different from stepping into a death trap. From this moment on, he had to remain hidden and allow the Demon King to summon more monsters first. Only then could the balance shift. With that realization, Lin sank into deep contemplation. From this point forward, every decision had to be calculated with absolute precision. One careless move, and he would fall straight into hell. Deep within the Grand Tomb, a massive projection screen replayed scenes unfolding both in the forest and across the Empire. The images were conjured by a forbidden spell cast jointly by 3 eyeless witches who shared a single eye between them. These beings were known as the Black Witches. Once human, they had pledged loyalty to the church. But after being cursed by Demon King Veronica, they were transformed into grotesque, inhuman forms. The eye they shared was known as the Divine Eye. It possessed the terrifying ability to observe all things and glimpse fragments of the future. As the images replayed, Demon King Veronica watched silently, a faint smile forming on her lips. The unfolding movements of the goblin forces clearly amused her. To her, it was evident that chaos was approaching. She then turned her attention toward the Black Witches and ordered them to predict the final outcome of the coming war. The witches dared not hesitate. They lifted the eyeball between them and began chanting ancient incantations. Almost instantly, blood began to seep from the divine eye. The pain was unbearable. The witches screamed in agony as the spell strained against forces beyond their control. Through their suffering, they sensed something terrifying. The Pope himself was involved in the upcoming battle. Because of his presence, the future could not be fully observed. Yet within the haze of uncertainty, they glimpsed something far more disturbing. After a long, trembling pause, one of the witches finally spoke of what they had seen. They had witnessed the birth of a new god. The three witches reacted with exaggerated reverence, stretching their arms outward as though worshipping an existence beyond comprehension. Veronica's expression darkened instantly. Her disbelief erupted into fury. She rejected the vision outright. If gods truly existed, she reasoned, she herself would have perished long ago. The idea was nothing but nonsense. In her rage, a surge of black demonic energy exploded outward like a tidal wave, blasting the three witches away and silencing them completely. Despite the chaos, one of her subordinates could not help but acknowledge the implications. For a mere goblin to cause such disturbances, the one guiding them must be formidable. Veronica, however, dismissed the notion with cold disdain. To her, Lin was nothing more than a disposable pawn. Still, she recognized that the time had come to settle matters with both the Empire and the Church once and for all. She ordered preparations to begin immediately and commanded the release of a certain individual. At that moment, Veronica sensed a teleportation formation activating. Realizing who was arriving, she opened a corresponding teleportation channel within the Grand Tomb. Lin emerged moments later. He wasted no time on pleasantries. The situation was urgent. The Empire's mind masters and the Church's forces had already established a camp roughly 30 kilometers from the Grand Tomb. War was imminent. Veronica responded calmly, as if the news held no surprise for her. She questioned how Lin intended to proceed under such circumstances. While speaking, Lin discreetly examined her attribute panel. Demon King Veronica stood at level 100. Her race was undead, and her class was that of a heretical summoner. She bore numerous titles associated with heresy, immortality, and dark summoning. Her lifespan exceeded 3,000 years. Her physical attributes were immense, but not overwhelmingly so when viewed individually. What made her truly terrifying was not her raw stats, but the synergy between her class, skills, and equipment. Her total combat value stood just 1 point short of 10,000. Lin quickly understood the truth. Her strength did not come from numbers alone. It was the result of her summoning abilities, monstrous enhancements, forbidden skills, and divine-tier equipment. Furthermore, the system had already hinted that she would later summon an existence known as the Black Goat, something far beyond ordinary monsters. This confirmed a crucial detail Lin had already suspected. Every race possessed inherent limits to their attributes. Only gods or beings that transcended conventional races could break past those boundaries. And whatever the Black Witches had seen in the future, it was something that threatened to shatter those limits entirely. Lin reported to Demon Queen Veronica that, as she had wished, the troops were finally ready. This was the absolute limit of what he could achieve in such a short time. Even so, he admitted that they were still at a disadvantage when compared to the fully armored human legions. Because of that, he concluded that the Grand Tomb could not afford to wait any longer. If they wanted even a small advantage, they would have to strike first. Rebecca was visibly shaken by this decision. She wondered if Lin truly believed their forces were insufficient, and whether they were really going to resort to violence when the enemy had not yet attacked directly. Despite her doubts, Demon Queen Veronica agreed. She stated that this was no small matter, and since the coming battle demanded it, she would grant Lin the necessary power. With that, Veronica lifted her staff from the ground. In an instant, space distorted, and everyone present was teleported outside the Goblin territory. The Demon Queen now held a grotesque, unsettling staff in her hands as she looked down at the vast Goblin army. In just a few short days, their numbers had grown to an astonishing level. Even Veronica acknowledged this as a remarkable achievement. She believed that if Lin survived the coming Great War, he would earn the right to serve directly under her command. This declaration shocked Rebecca. Alan, on the other hand, thanked the Demon Queen respectfully. Lin himself remained outwardly calm, but deep inside, irritation boiled. The idea that Veronica believed she could one day control him and turn him into her servant disgusted him. If not for the overwhelming power she currently possessed, Lin knew he would have already reduced her to bones. In his eyes, she was not even suitable to be used as a component in the breeding mechanisms he had created. Still, he kept those thoughts buried. The scene shifted as Demon Queen Veronica prepared to further strengthen her army. She activated her super-tier summoning magic. Massive purple summoning circles tore through the sky and slammed into the ground, forming an enormous teleportation array. From within, it emerged a grotesque mass that slowly began to take shape. What appeared was an abomination beyond reason. A massive entity covered in writhing tentacles, bearing multiple distorted faces and an unnatural structure that defied logic. This was the dark god Black Goat, a level 100 entity spawned from the Black Goat Mother Goddess. It carried the title of Life Force Stealer and possessed a combined power exceeding 6,000 points. Lin stared at the grotesque being in silence. The sheer evil radiating from it was overwhelming. The fact that something so horrifying could possess such absurdly high stats felt unreal. But as he continued looking at the Black Goat, something began to happen. Deep inside his mind, whispers echoed non-stop. Strange, incomprehensible murmurs clawed at his thoughts, slowly eroding his sanity. He was snapped back to reality when Demon Queen Veronica struck him with her staff. She warned him not to look directly at the summoned god. Heretical beings like that corroded the minds of anyone who gazed upon them. Lin clutched his head, overwhelmed by the lingering mental agony. Once the summoning was complete, Veronica and the succubus Rebecca opened a crimson portal in the sky and prepared to depart. Veronica declared that the bastards from the Lionheart Empire would now be Lin's responsibility. He would deal with them in his own way. The forces of the church, however, would be handled by her personally. The portal closed and they were gone. Lin remained behind, staring at the battlefield in silence. His combat power had already exceeded 6,000, yet Veronica could casually summon a level 100 monster with a single motion. He wondered if this was the true gap between their strengths. More importantly, he questioned whether he could ever close that gap in the limited time he had left. At that moment, 2 assassination goblins rushed forward and knelt before him. They reported that someone from the Lionheart Empire was approaching. Shortly after, a flying goblin descended from the sky, dragging a screaming human along. The man cursed wildly, hurling insults at the goblins and calling them filthy as he was slammed onto the ground. One of the guards reported that the man was an Imperial scout. He had specifically requested to see Lin. Though he had companions hiding on the nearby mountain, the goblins had already surrounded them completely. Escape was impossible. Lin stepped forward, looking down at the trembling human. He found it almost amusing that someone could have the nerve to trespass directly into the grand tomb. Even now, the man had the audacity to glare at him and call him a monster. Pulling out a letter, the scout declared that he had come on behalf of the Lionheart Empire. The letter formally announced a full-scale war against the goblins. The battle would take place on the plains just outside the grand tomb, and it would be settled in a fight to the death. Lin laughed when he saw the human's confidence, finding the situation genuinely entertaining. The declaration of war from the Lionheart Empire did not frighten him in the slightest. In fact, it only confirmed that events were finally moving in an interesting direction. The Imperial scout, still ignorant of his situation, believed he held some authority. He assumed that since he had delivered the message, Lin would allow him to leave and return safely to the Empire to report. That assumption lasted only a moment. A familiar presence swept through the forest, followed by a sudden, brutal end. The man was stabbed from behind, his body jerking forward before his head was cleanly severed by a second strike. His lifeless corpse collapsed to the ground without dignity. Standing behind him was a dark figure clad in familiar armor, her movements cold and precise. It was Alice, the fallen angel. She looked down at the dead man with open disgust, considering him nothing more than another fool who had been manipulated and discarded by demons. Lin turned his gaze toward her, already knowing the answer to his unspoken question. Alice confirmed that everything was ready. The forces could march at any moment, and they had been waiting only for Lin's command. The scene shifted as the army mobilized. Crimson Goblin war banners rose into the air, rippling violently as flying goblins swarmed across the sky. Below them marched an enormous ground force composed of countless goblins. Giants advanced with heavy steps that shook the earth. Assassins moved silently through the shadows. Armored goblins formed disciplined ranks, while specialized units prepared their weapons. At the very front stood Lin himself, leading the army. Unseen by most, yet impossible to ignore, a grotesque presence moved with them. The black goat egg materialized again, floating unnaturally among the ranks. Its deformed structure twisted the air around it, knocking down trees as it phased in and out of visibility. The goblins stared at it in shock and discomfort. One of the hybrid goblins, unable to restrain himself, wondered what kind of disgusting thing it was, disturbed by how wrong it felt to even look at it. As Lin turned, the hybrid goblin suddenly realized something was off. The figure leading the visible army was not Lin himself. Confusion washed over him, until another goblin placed a firm hand on his shoulder and scolded him for his stupidity. It was a decoy, used for strategic purposes. The real commander had never left the battlefield. Relief spread among the ranks, as the goblins realized their leader was still present with them. Lin then looked toward the sky and warned the hybrid goblin not to stare at the black goat egg. It was a heretical existence, nothing more than a mindless shell, yet capable of toying with living beings psychologically. Prolonged exposure could rot the mind from within and shatter sanity completely. The moment the hybrid goblin heard that it was an egg, however, his expression changed entirely. His eyes sparkled with excitement as an absurd thought crossed his mind. If it was truly an egg, then perhaps it could produce offspring. Perhaps it could even be used. That single thought was enough to show how dangerous the thing truly was. The assassination goblin gave a tight slap to the hybrid goblin, wondering why he was thinking about that and where his brain had gone, which was making him even more perverted than a goblin. But the hybrid goblin was against it, wondering if the assassination goblin was trying to say that he was all saint and everything when he was also taking peeks at the black goat goddess again and again. But Lin, on the other hand, was thinking about something else, realizing that whatever the hybrid goblin had told him definitely made sense. Realizing that there was still some human left in him, and that he was not a complete goblin, because he was not able to ignore the fact that in this world every living being in existence was able to reproduce. And this was the key fact that had helped him survive. The creature in front of them was the mother goddess of the black goat, one of the 7 great evil gods of the world. So if Lin could truly create a new wife, it would make him the black goat god's husband, and a legitimate one at that, which would give him a lot of power. Lin wondered what he should do while standing between multiple brute goblins. But as they were moving around, Lin activated his insane speed and ran away from the camouflage, landing on a log just in front of the black goat mother goddess. Even Lin could not believe that he was going to do something he had never even imagined, even as a goblin. But he decided to be the one to blaze the trail and find out if it was true. Lin jumped straight toward the black goat mother goddess, and as her tentacles started rising to catch him, his eyes were gleaming, wondering if he was about to get a really good opportunity. As the scene shifts, we return to the goblin army once again, which was marching in unison with multiple weapons. But now, after the fighting between the assassination goblin and the hybrid goblin was over, both of them wondered where their boss had gone when he was there just a moment ago. The flying assassin goblin thought it was because of the hybrid goblin, who could not settle down for even a second, and that because of him, the boss was now gone. As the scene shifts, we come to the new Empire Army encampment in the plains, where multiple white tents were being set up along with various watchtowers so they could use it as a base for strategizing. Inside one of those tents, someone slammed his fist onto the table, wondering where the scouts were and why they were not back yet. It was the Majesty, who wondered if the damn goblins had gone and killed the messengers. Meanwhile, Alice's friend, the prince, told him to calm down, saying that those goblins were always despicable creatures and no humanity could be expected from them. But suddenly, someone came running inside the tent, screaming that he had a report. The messenger announced that the goblin army was finally near the camp. The king became serious, realizing that now he would have to move. He called out to the prince, telling him to come with him so that they could bring Alice back. As the 3 of them exited the tent, they saw a menacing-looking dark army with a crimson aura all over them. At this scale, there had to be more than 100,000 goblins, and along with them were many other monsters that looked menacing as they marched toward the human camp. The king wondered how a mere goblin tribe could have so many soldiers, but he immediately told the others not to be afraid, because they had 100,000 armored soldiers. So even if there were 200,000 goblins, they could still annihilate them, because the ratio was still in their favor. But a subordinate noticed some dark monsters hovering in the skis, wondering what those two dark, loathsome monsters were. Then someone stepped forward, opened a holy book, and explained that those were heretical creatures, the spawn of the black goat, as foretold in the holy book. It was written that they would erode the viewer's mind, so all soldiers must not look at them, or they would fall into a trance. Even though the mother goddess of the black goat rarely discharged eggs, the man had never expected one to appear right there among the other monsters. We come to know that he was a bald man from the holy temple. The king had wanted the old pope and the holiness, but the man from the temple explained that the holiness was holding the fort in the rear, so he had come instead to stand in for the king and the others. Along with that, the old pope had also asked him to bring something. As the man opened the holy book once again, a golden sword appeared, fully charged with golden energy. The king was shocked upon seeing the golden holy blade of the legendary stories. He also knew that the blade and the hilt had once been separated, but now they were reunited as one. And because of that, the king thought that it could finally return to its original owner, now that it had been completely restored. As the scene shifts, we see that the goblin army is marching toward the camps while all the other soldiers are standing in multiple square formations, waiting for the first attack. Meanwhile, all the goblins are happy, thinking that they will finally conquer the human town. Meanwhile, the king looks at Lin's doppelganger, thinking that he is the real deal, wondering why he is just a low-level goblin. But the prince recognizes him by face, explaining to the king that he is the damn beast who was also the one who had defiled Lady Alice, turning her into something else. From the Sword Saint, the king is shocked as he finally notices Alice, but in a completely different form, wearing dragon-scale armor and possessing a more beautiful body. The king starts shouting at Alice, telling her to come home to her father. Even the prince starts shouting, asking if Alice remembers him because they had trained together and he had always lost to her and been completely defeated by her. The princess explains that as long as Alice has a change of heart, then the slaughter of the commoners in the town can be forgiven. But when Alice hears this, she snaps completely, telling the prince not to dare mention those demons to her because she does not regret it and is going to keep killing those damn demons without thinking twice. She finally announces to the king that she is not going anywhere and that she is not coming back home either, making the king grit his teeth as he wonders what he should do. At that moment, the cardinal archbishop slowly drew his cruciform sword, his voice and presence turning cold and absolute. He demanded that the fallen angel Alice recognize the weapon and remember the responsibility once entrusted to her by the church. The sight of the sword only caused Alice's anger to surge even more fiercely. Rather than retreat, she responded with open defiance. She drew the blade of demonic souls, and in an instant demonic energy exploded skyward in a violent torrent. The heavens darkened immediately. A massive vortex formed above, spinning wildly as it devoured the flames surrounding her. The storm of power rose from the earth and surged straight into the skis. Witnessing this, the cardinal archbishop's expression grew incomparably grave. His gaze locked tightly onto the fallen angel's sword as he clearly sensed a threat that would be extraordinarily difficult to confront. At the front lines, under Lin's command, a low-level goblin suddenly spoke with brazen arrogance. It mocked the opposing forces, accusing them of defying the will of their god and shamelessly clinging to Alice like parasites. Its tone was insolent beyond measure. Even the cardinal archbishop could no longer endure the humiliation. He pointed his sword toward Lin and denounced him as a slanderous monster, rejecting the accusations against the church. Declaring that there was nothing left to discuss, he announced that the war would begin. Lin, however, merely smiled faintly, wearing an almost innocent expression. He feigned restraint, claiming he was not fond of blood or violence and offering them a single chance to surrender. The cardinal archbishop's face contorted in rage, the corners of his mouth twitching uncontrollably. He denounced Lin's words as shameless slander, proclaiming the knights of the church as embodiments of justice and representatives of divine will. In his eyes, the truly violent and bloodthirsty ones were the monsters before them. King Charles II raised his hand to halt further argument. He declared that there was no point in wasting words and issued his command. For justice, The soldiers were to exterminate the monsters and reclaim their saint. The army's roar shook heaven and earth, exploding like a bell tolling for countless souls, piercing straight into the hearts of all who heard it. King Charles II personally led the cavalry charge, launching an all-out assault. In that very instant, the great battle officially erupted. Lin responded immediately, ordering the massive monsters to attack. The enemy must not be allowed to form defensive formations. If they succeeded, they would gain the advantage in close combat. Under his command, the monsters surged forward at once. Their eyes burned crimson with bloodlust as they crashed head-on into the ranks of armored knights without fear. Seeing wave after wave of towering abominations advancing toward them, the knights were seized by terror. It felt no different from smashing eggs against stone. Yet they did not retreat. Lowering their heads behind their shields, they gritted their teeth and resisted with everything they had. Even so, they could not withstand the impact of monsters standing 4 to 5 meters tall. The Empire's vanguard formation shattered instantly. Hidden within the chaos, Lin recognized the perfect moment to strike at the center. Under his command, waves of goblins flooded into the Imperial Army's broken formation, forcing the battle into brutal close combat. Despite their overwhelming numbers and crude iron armor, they were still no match for the fully armored soldiers, and the fighting soon entered a deadlocked phase. Seeing this, King Charles II issued new orders without hesitation. Gun cavalry and blade cavalry were to prioritize eliminating the large monsters, while shield bearers were commanded to reform their formation immediately. Shrill cries of warhorses pierced the air as cavalry surged from both flanks toward the battlefield's center. Hooves thundered against the ground, carrying an overwhelming pressure that crushed infantry morale. Cavalry became the embodiment of death itself. Along the path of their charge, goblin corpses littered the ground, offering no chance for counterattack. Saber cavalry carved into a massive tusk boar, hacking relentlessly until the level 5 monster collapsed in a heap of torn flesh and exposed bone. The moment one target fell, the riders pressed onward toward the next. Charles II wore a smug expression as he watched the cavalry's devastating charge. In his heart, he believed he was finally revealing the iron might of the Empire, convinced that every enemy before them would be crushed without mercy. From the rear of the battlefield, Lin observed the scene in silence, his expression gradually darkening. He understood at once that this overwhelming cavalry force was the very reason he had failed in the simulation. The Empire's mounted troops were simply too powerful. He acknowledged that in the future he would have to develop forces of comparable strength. Yet this time, Lin felt no fear. Without warning, jet-black tentacles erupted across the battlefield. They surged from the ground like living shadows, snatching both horses and riders into the air. The captured soldiers were flung violently toward a massive, gaping maw behind them. The sickening sounds of flesh and bone being crushed echoed endlessly as sparks flew in every direction. The black mountain goat eggs had entered the battlefield. The cavalry, and even to the entire Imperial Army, these creatures were nothing short of a nightmare. From the body of each black mountain goat egg extended more than 10 pitch-black tentacles. Countless soldiers were tightly bound and hoisted into midair, forced to witness at horrifyingly close range as the enormous mouths pulverized flesh and blood into pulp. Many were so terrified that they nearly lost control of themselves. Desperate screams rang out across the battlefield as despair consumed the ranks. At that very moment, blades of radiant sword light tore through the air. In an instant, several massive holes were ripped open in the bodies of the Black Mountain goat eggs. The Cardinal Archbishop had entered the battlefield, cutting down the monsters while rescuing trapped soldiers. His presence was cold and absolute as he directed the flow of battle, taking responsibility for the 2 colossal creatures while leaving the goblins to the rest of the army. Immediately afterward, he launched himself into the sky. Gripping his cruciform sword, he unleashed an unending storm of slashes. Streams of sword light poured down like divine punishment, streaking relentlessly toward the Black Mountain god eggs. Given their enormous size, the creatures were utterly incapable of evasion. If no unforeseen variables intervened, their destruction was only a matter of time. But just as the assault was about to overwhelm them, the fallen angel appeared before the Black Mountain god eggs. She raised her demonic sword high and delivered a single, devastating strike. That one slash completely erased the Cardinal Archbishop's entire offensive, annihilating the descending waves of sword light in an instant. Alice's expression was terrifyingly cold. Hellfire engulfed her body, radiating destruction. Amid the chaotic sea of slaughter, she advanced step by step toward the Cardinal Archbishop, her presence alone warping the battlefield with overwhelming menace. As the fallen angel Alice advanced toward the human army with her demonic sword in hand, several high-ranking soldiers still believed they could persuade her to return. They attempted to appeal to her former identity, urging her to stop and reminding her of the empire she once served. In their eyes, Alice was still the sword saint who had protected humanity, not the calamity now standing before them. Their hopes were shattered instantly. Before any of them could finish speaking, Alice's blade flashed. Blood sprayed across the battlefield as every soldier who tried to reason with her was beheaded in a single, merciless sweep. Their bodies collapsed one after another, lifeless and silent. The senior cardinal stood frozen in shock. He could not believe what he was witnessing. The woman who had once been the empire's greatest holy knight was now slaughtering the very people she had sworn to protect. Her entire body overflowed with malice, and the aura around her felt more like a demon king than a human saint. To him, this was not just betrayal. It felt like the complete destruction of everything he had devoted his life to. He remembered the day Alice had been brought into the holy temple. Back then, she had been nothing more than a frightened child. She had been told that being chosen by God was an honor, that it was glorious, and that it was her duty to atone for her existence by becoming the Empire's sword. Whether she liked it or not, she had been forced onto a path of endless slaughter and sacrifice. To the Church, her fear, pain, and hesitation had been weaknesses, impurities that needed to be erased. Only by destroying her humanity could she become the perfect sword saint. Yet now, facing the monster she had become, the senior cardinal felt something close to regret. He remembered how Alice had once asked him a simple question. She had asked whether he had ever regretted forcing her onto a path where the only outcome was blood, death, and obedience. At the time, he had never been able to answer. And now, standing before her again, he finally realized that this was the result of that silence. From his perspective, Alice had completely fallen. Whatever remained of the girl he once raised was gone, and so he believed that this mistake had to be ended by his own hands. The senior cardinal activated his holy power. A massive golden magic circle formed above his head as he rose into the sky. Holy energy surged violently around him as he invoked his ultimate spell, angelic redemption. A beam of blinding golden light descended from the heavens, completely locking onto Alice. The attack pierced through the battlefield, erasing everything in its path. The ground exploded, and dust and debris filled the air as the holy beam crashed down with divine force. For a moment, everyone believed Alice had been destroyed. But when the smoke cleared, she was still standing. She had narrowly avoided the core of the attack, her body partially burned but her expression unchanged. Almost immediately, she counterattacked, unleashing a demonic technique infused with dark steel energy. The strike was so sudden that even the senior cardinal failed to react in time. He frantically activated his holy grimoire and formed a holy light shield in front of himself. However, the shield shattered instantly upon contact with Alice's sword. The impact sent him stumbling backward, his arms trembling. He could not comprehend what had just happened. Holy power was supposed to suppress all demonic forces, yet against Alice's sword, it felt completely ineffective. And now it was Alice's turn. She leapt forward, closing the distance in an instant. The pressure she released felt to the senior cardinal like facing a mythical dragon head-on. The force behind her attack carried an overwhelming gravitational weight, as if the world itself was collapsing onto him. He barely managed to raise his final layer of defense. At that exact moment, the king finally intervened. With a deep breath, King Charles activated his royal skill, Invincible Lion's Roar. A shockwave of terrifying sound exploded across the battlefield. The roar was so powerful that countless goblins screamed in agony as their eardrums ruptured. The entire battlefield shook, and even the monsters were forced into momentary disarray. The human soldiers immediately seized the opportunity. The cavalry charged forward, storming into the goblin ranks and beginning a full-scale massacre. While chaos erupted on one side of the battlefield, something else was happening at the center. A goblin figure lay on the ground, apparently wounded and struggling. The prince, believing this to be the real goblin chief, felt a surge of triumph. After months of humiliation and rage, he believed he had finally cornered his enemy. Without hesitation, the prince leapt forward to strike. At the same time, the king also moved in, attacking from behind. Together, father and son unleashed their attacks and beheaded the goblin in a single coordinated strike. The prince burst into laughter. He believed it was over. He proudly declared that the goblin leader was dead and that the remaining monsters should surrender immediately. Even the human soldiers felt a wave of relief, thinking the battle had finally been won. Then an ominous voice echoed across the battlefield. The voice calmly asked whether the prince truly hated goblins that much. From within the goblin army, another figure stepped forward. It was Lin, the real goblin chief. He casually revealed that Alice had chosen to stand with him of her own free will, not because she was forced. His expression was relaxed, almost amused, as if everything unfolding was merely a game. The prince froze. The king's face darkened in disbelief. Only then did they realize the truth. The goblin they had just killed was nothing more than a decoy, a doppelganger created to deceive them. Lin burst into laughter, openly mocking the humans for falling so easily into his trap. He admitted that his acting had been quite convincing and that watching the Empire celebrate their false victory had been deeply entertaining. The king finally understood that he had been completely outplayed. The goblin chief had manipulated the entire battlefield, turning the Empire's strongest forces into fools running in circles. Enraged and humiliated, the prince stepped forward. He declared that he would challenge Lin to a duel. For the past 6 months, he had trained relentlessly for this very moment, suppressing his hatred and resentment, waiting for the chance to personally destroy the goblin who had ruined his pride. Lin, hearing this, simply smiled. If the prince wanted to fight so badly, he was more than happy to give him the chance. The prince charged straight toward Lin, overflowing with rage and killing intent, convinced that this single strike would end everything. He poured all his strength into his fist and launched a devastating punch aimed directly at Lin's head. Lin reacted instantly. A newly acquired dagger appeared in his hand as he raised it to block the blow. For a brief moment, it seemed like he had succeeded. But the impact was far beyond what anyone expected. The dagger shattered into countless fragments under the prince's monstrous strength. The broken shards pierced directly into Lin's chest, slicing through flesh and bone. Blood sprayed as Lin was sent flying backward, coughing violently. Even the goblins were stunned. They stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend what they were seeing. Their leader, the one who had claimed he would conquer the world, was now bleeding heavily and barely standing. Before Lin could recover, the prince struck again. The second punch landed squarely on Lin's face, launching him several meters away. His body smashed into the ground, triggering a violent explosion of dust and debris. For a moment, everything went silent. The hybrid goblins began to panic. Some even started crying, believing their leader had truly been defeated. They had followed Lin with blind faith, convinced he was invincible, and now it seemed like that belief had been nothing but a lie. Even the king felt a flicker of doubt. Had the prince really eliminated the goblin chief? But as the prince turned around, ready to declare victory, something felt wrong. Blood suddenly poured from his mouth. He looked down slowly. A sword had pierced cleanly through his chest. The blade had emerged from his back, drenched in blood. The prince froze, his body trembling as pain exploded through his nervous system. His eyes widened in horror as he slowly turned his head. Lin was standing behind him, completely uninjured, smiling like a demon. It was only then that everyone realized the truth. The Lin who had been beaten moments ago was not the real one. It had been another decoy, a disposable clone. Before the prince could even react, dozens of blades erupted through his body from every direction. His limbs were pierced, his torso shredded, his organs destroyed in seconds. Lin calmly walked forward and pulled the sword from the prince's chest. The prince collapsed lifeless. The goblin chief looked down at the corpse with amusement. From his perspective, the prince's rage and hatred had been nothing more than a joke. All that effort, all that training, and in the end, he had still died like a fool. The king watched everything unfold in absolute horror. He finally understood that this was not a normal enemy. But just as he prepared to act, one of his subordinates hesitated and warned him that this might not even be Lin's true form. The king turned sharply. In the distance, another goblin was holding a dagger, seemingly preparing to attack. The king reacted instantly, throwing his spear with overwhelming force. The goblin was obliterated on the spot. But it was only then that the king realized something was wrong. That goblin had been nothing more than a normal soldier acting on instinct. Not Lin's. The real Lin's laughter echoed across the battlefield. He mocked the humans for still trying to guess which body was real. To him, their confusion was the most entertaining part of the entire war. Then Lin unleashed a roar of dominance. The sound shook the battlefield and pierced directly into the minds of every human present. In the next instant, Lin was gone. And suddenly, he was standing behind the king. A cold, devilish grin stretched across his face. An assassin's dagger was already pressed against the king's neck. Before anyone could react, the world seemed to flip upside down. When the battlefield came back into focus, both the king and the remaining high-ranking soldiers were already restrained by assassination-type goblins. Their movements were sealed, their skills suppressed, and their escape routes completely blocked. The human army had lost. The hybrid goblins began their slaughter. Some tore into the helpless soldiers with bare hands, devouring them alive. Others wielded massive two-handed axes, splitting armored knights in half with a single swing. Blood flooded the battlefield, screams echoing endlessly as the human formation collapsed. Panic spread through the remaining troops. They finally realized they were facing an enemy that specialized in deception, assassination, and psychological warfare. One of the surviving commanders desperately ordered a retreat, telling the escorts to protect the king at all costs. But it was already too late. High above the battlefield, standing atop a monstrous creature, the elf queen had drawn her bow. She pulled the string to its absolute limit. The arrow released. It pierced through the air like a ray of judgment, passing straight through a soldier's shield and impaling his chest in mid-run. His body collapsed instantly. Even the king felt despair. There was nowhere left to escape. The human commander screamed in confusion, unable to understand why the goblins were acting like this, why they were massacring everyone so mercilessly. But Lin merely watched the chaos with a calm smile. From his perspective, it was the humans who had invaded first. They were the ones who wanted to exterminate the goblins. They were the ones who wanted to kill him. Yet now that he was defending himself, the entire world still painted him as the villain. In the end, Lin found it deeply amusing. No matter how he acted, no matter what he did, the goblin would always be the monster in their story. After hearing everything, the soldier was ready to go all out against the goblins, convinced that they were nothing more than filthy creatures unworthy of even the slightest mercy. But what he failed to notice was that our boy Lin already held the magical spear firmly in his hands. His eyes burned with resolve as he calmly declared that it was time for him to end everything. The weapon in his grasp suddenly ignited, becoming engulfed in blazing red flames that pulsed with violent energy. Without hesitation, Lin hurled the spear forward. It tore through the air at an insane speed, piercing straight through the soldier's chest along with his heavy armor. The impact was so lethal and precise that the soldier immediately collapsed onto the ground, coughing up mouthfuls of blood. With trembling lips, he apologized to the king again and again, admitting that he could no longer accompany him on the battlefield. Yet even in that dying state, the soldier revealed a final trump card. With a faint but crazed smile, he declared that before he died, he would ensure that all the goblins were buried along with him. Gathering the last of his strength, he began activating a transcendent martial art, a large-scale, devastating explosion technique. As soon as the skill was triggered, the energy within his body started charging violently, expanding at an alarming rate. The hybrid goblin prepared to attack the human before the technique could be completed, but Lin immediately ordered him to back off. He calmly explained that the soldier had now become nothing more than a rampaging corpse, and there was no need to waste lives on unnecessary sacrifices. The soldier would only stop once the skill's cooldown ended and his remaining energy burned out on its own. The hybrid goblin looked at Lin with admiration, even though Lin was still disguised, and praised him for resolving the situation so quickly and logically. He admitted that even though the humans were impressive warriors on their own, Lin's decisiveness stood on an entirely different level. On the other side, the king trembled uncontrollably as he watched the soldier's body mutate into a torsoless corpse, wildly hacking and slashing at the goblins who were nothing more than cannon fodder. The horrifying sight caused the king's hands to shake so badly that he dropped his blade onto the ground. He could not understand why such fear was overwhelming his body, yet he was completely unable to stop it. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Alice, the fallen angel, stood in her majestic dragon armor radiating overwhelming power. She unleashed steel gale against the archbishop, who desperately tried to defend himself but failed to fully block the assault. The purple fury of the demonic sword surged forward, threatening to slice him apart. It was a clash between two absolute forces, evil versus holiness. Even so, the archbishop was gradually being pushed back due to the sheer strength possessed by the demonic blade. Every strike carried monstrous force. Any soldier unfortunate enough to step between Alice and the archbishop was treated like mere cannon fodder, getting cleanly sliced in half by the shockwaves of their clashing swords alone. The archbishop clearly understood just how terrifying Alice's power was. He realized that if she continued serving the holy maiden of the sword, then in the future she might even surpass the Pope himself due to her overwhelming strength. But Alice had no intention of straying from the path she had chosen. With cold determination, she told the archbishop to stop wasting words and accept his death quietly. Suddenly, however, a giant sword filled with dense holy energy swung down toward Alice. The fallen angel sensed the attack instantly and leapt back, narrowly avoiding the slash. The one who had intervened was a man clad in radiant holy armor, wielding a sacred sword. He stood protectively in front of the archbishop, glaring at Alice with intense killing intent. At the same time, multiple other soldiers arrived behind the archbishop, forming a defensive line around him. The archbishop informed the bald man that the Holy Mother herself had sent them to assist on the battlefield, making it clear that reinforcements from the holy faction had finally arrived. The bishop warned the soldiers to be cautious, explaining that the demonic blade contained the soul of a magic dragon, along with something even more powerful that he could not fully confirm. Hearing this, the soldiers agreed and immediately tried to keep their distance. They leapt into the air with astonishing agility, moving so fast it looked as if they were teleporting. In mere moments, they encircled the fallen angel Alice, attacking from 3 different directions at once with insane speed and coordination. However, what they failed to realize was just how powerful Alice truly was. With calm precision, she deflected each incoming strike, her movements sharp and fluid. In a single counterattack, she knocked one of the soldiers straight onto the ground with the impact of her sword. It was at that moment that the archbishop began casting superposition magic, activating a suppression field. A radiant golden aura spread across the battlefield, sealing the area and trapping both the holy soldiers and Alice within the barrier. Alice began analyzing the situation instantly, wondering just how long the barrier could endure and how much punishment her body could withstand if this continued. The holy soldiers launched relentless attacks without pause, forcing her to constantly respond. She swung her demonic sword repeatedly, releasing wave after wave of purple slashes to deflect their blows. Yet, despite her strength, the sheer number of coordinated attacks gradually started to overwhelm her. One soldier suddenly swung his holy sword toward her, and Alice barely managed to block it at the very last moment. But as a strand of her hair brushed against the golden barrier, it was instantly incinerated. Realizing this, Alice understood she could not retreat toward the edge. If she touched the barrier fully, she would be burned to ashes. What she did not anticipate, however, was just how cunning the bald knight truly was. Quietly, he drew his holy sword and slipped behind Alice, positioning himself for a lethal strike. The scene seemed to fade into black and white as the archbishop gained a clear shot at her back. At that very moment, the king shouted desperately, screaming that the archbishop must not hurt Alice, insisting that she was not a bad child and could still be saved. But his plea came too late. Alice was already deeply wounded, her body staggering from the accumulated damage. The archbishop coldly replied that it was already too late and that she could no longer turn back from the path she had chosen. After declaring this, the bald knight raised his large holy sword high into the air, preparing to deliver the final blow. With grim resolve, he announced that he would put an end to the mistake he himself had once allowed to exist, ready to slay the fallen angel once and for all.